forced by my mom to go on a blind date. I froze the moment I pushed the door open. The person sitting opposite me was none other than Chen Wanxin, my most feared Chinese teacher from high school. What's even more absurd is that when she looked up and called my name, Zhou Jia, her face turned red, because we weren't just bumping into each other, but were each other's blind date. In class, a single sentence from her could make me bow my head and admit my mistake. Now, she sits before me, beautiful, mature, and with a gentleness that I dare not look directly at. I had only intended this blind date to be a formality, but fate seemed to be playing tricks on me. On our second blind date, we were seated at the same table again. But all of this started half an hour earlier. My name is Zhou Jia. That day, I was 22 years old, a recent graduate, a miserable programmer tormented by code every day to the point of questioning my existence. I kept saying that even if I remained single for life, I would never go on a blind date, but my mother wouldn't listen. She escorted me into the coffee shop like a prisoner, as if she would have wasted the past 20-odd years of raising me if she didn't get me out of there today. I originally just wanted to go through the motions, sit for 10 minutes, and then find an excuse to run away. But as soon as I reached the coffee shop entrance, I saw a woman so familiar it sent chills down my spine. She stood there in a trench coat, exuding a mature and elegant aura, her figure gradually overlapping with the image of the woman in my memory, the one with silver-rimmed glasses, gently lecturing from the podium. I froze for a few seconds before instinctively calling out, "Teacher Chun." She recognized me too, chuckled, and poked my forehead, teasing me about my dashing appearance, wondering if I was meeting a girl. I immediately felt guilty and could only awkwardly say I was meeting an old classmate. But I never imagined that the moment I uttered that lie, fate would begin to slap me hard in the face. When the waiter asked for our table number, I casually said A16. The next second, Chen Wanxin's expression froze, because she was also an A16. At that moment, the air was as still as if someone had pressed the pause button. My smile slowly faded, and she hesitantly asked me if Aunt Wang had introduced us. I silently nodded. 3 seconds later, we finally realized an absurdly ridiculous fact. I hadn't just bumped into my high school Chinese teacher. She was my blind date today. To ease the awkwardness, I quickly grabbed the menu and asked her what she'd like to drink. She looked down at it for a while, then softly said banana milkshake. I also ordered matcha cake and Oreo cake, because I remembered that Ms. Chun used to secretly eat matcha-flavored desserts in the office. After the food arrived, the atmosphere between us finally eased a bit, no longer as suffocating as before. I couldn't help but ask her, "Teacher, you're so beautiful. How come you don't have a boyfriend?" She immediately glared at me and said she was too busy to date. But the next second, she started digging into my past, asking if I hadn't dated during my 4 years of university, how I could have been so good at enduring relationships when I lost so many points on classical Chinese. I clutched my chest, begging her not to reopen old wounds, but she just laughed. Chen Wanxin smiled and said that I was one of her first students, so of course she remembered me. Seeing her smile, I became bolder and half-jokingly said, "Teacher, you've worked hard. Would you like me to give you a back massage?" I had only massaged her twice when she rolled her eyes, but she didn't refuse. But suddenly I felt a pang of panic, because before I only thought she was gentle, but now she was sitting in front of me, so beautiful that I dared not look at her for too long. As we chatted more and more, we gradually became more comfortable with each other. We talked about embarrassing moments from high school, college life, and then about work and overtime after graduation. What was originally an incredibly awkward blind date gradually transformed into a casual chat between old friends who had been reunited for a long time. Chen Wanxin suddenly remembered that the school was organizing an autumn outing soon and casually asked if I wanted to go hiking together. Almost without hesitation, I immediately said that if the teacher asked me, I would definitely go. She nodded in satisfaction and gently tapped my forehead, saying, "Okay, don't stand me up." I repeatedly promised, afraid of missing this unexpectedly precious opportunity. Before we knew it, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and we prepared to leave. When it came time to pay, I rushed to pay the bill first. Chen Wanxin was taken aback for a moment and said that she had taken advantage of me today. I laughed and waved my hand, saying that if my mom knew that the teacher paid, she would definitely scold me to death. My words made her laugh again, and we walked out of the coffee shop together. When I dropped her off at the entrance of her apartment complex, Chen Wanxin suddenly stopped and said somewhat awkwardly, "Let's just say today's blind date was just bad luck." She was probably just trying to cover up her embarrassment with a joke, but I was taken aback. Because in my heart, this absurd blind date felt like a surprise that God had suddenly given me. I looked at her and said very seriously, "Meeting Teacher Chen feels like I've had 8 lifetimes of good luck." The moment I said that, her face turned red. She glared at me, feigning composure, and said I dared to flirt with even a teacher. But I had already turned and run away, waving and shouting, "Goodbye, teacher. You're more beautiful than she's sure." Watching my retreating figure, Chen Wanxin scolded me for being silly, but her heart inexplicably raced. She couldn't quite explain the feeling. She only noticed her heart was beating faster than usual. Perhaps she thought it was just a student's joke, but I knew something had subtly changed. Back home, Chen Wanxin kicked off her shoes, tossed her bag aside, and collapsed onto the sofa. Her mother peeked out from the kitchen, eagerly asking how the blind date went. She mumbled a reply. It was a disaster. Chen's mother was stunned. She said it was impossible. She had seen the photos, and he was a handsome young man. Chen Wanxin immediately broke down, saying that he was her former student, and she was only 22 while he was 27. Chen's mother remained remarkably calm, saying that it was only a 5-year age difference, and age wasn't a problem. Chen Wanxin hugged her pillow, emphasizing that the key point was the student, but she realized she couldn't communicate with her mother at all. Chen's mother casually added insult to injury, saying, "So what if she's a student? Little dragon girl is still young," was master. This left Chen Wanxin speechless. She wanted to retort, but found the other woman's logic absurdly, yet inexplicably impossible to respond to. Just then, her phone rang. Chen Wanxin looked down and saw a message from me, asking if she had arrived home yet, saying I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep if she didn't reply. Looking at the message, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, then replied that she had arrived, and told me not to worry and to get some rest. Those few words instantly eased her mood, which had been in turmoil all day. Chen's mother happened to catch a glimpse of the message and immediately perked up, saying that the young man had taken the initiative to care about her, so there was a chance. Chen Wanxin immediately denied it, saying that it was just normal concern from a student to a teacher. But she herself didn't realize that as she said this, the corners of her mouth were slightly turned up, which she couldn't suppress no matter how hard she tried. Meanwhile, I had just gotten home when my mom blocked me at the door. Seeing me back so early, she immediately questioned why I hadn't even treated the person to a meal. I broke down on the spot, saying that she was my high school Chinese teacher. How could I dare? Couldn't she have checked things out before making any arrangements? My mom then retorted confidently that she never cared about my studies. I fell silent, turned, and went inside, determined to heal the awkwardness of the day with a game. But the next morning, before I was even fully awake, my door was pushed open again, and my mother's voice boomed in like an alarm clock, saying she had arranged another blind date for me. At that moment, I felt like my very soul wanted to escape from under the covers. I hugged the blanket tightly, my face filled with despair, and asked, "Is it illegal not to want to get married?" My mom shoved her phone right in front of me, saying that this girl liked playing games, which was a perfect match for me. Hearing the names Stardew Valley, Azure, and Minecraft, I instantly sobered up a bit. At least this time, she didn't sound like the kind of blind date who only watched short videos and spent money on mobile games. I sighed, finally pulled back the covers, and said, "Fine, let's just treat it as a formality." At 2 p.m., I sat in a private cafe booth, feeling completely drained of my social energy by the series of blind dates. Before the person even arrived, I was already thinking about how to gracefully end this meeting. Just as I was pondering my opening remarks, the curtain to the private room was suddenly pulled open, and a familiar voice drifted in. The woman immediately apologized for being late, explaining that she wasn't currently looking for a partner and suggested we go through the formalities. I froze, because those were the very lines I had prepared. I looked up and was completely stunned, blurting out, "Teacher Chun." Chen Wanxin also froze, asking, "Why is it me again?" Our eyes met, and the air instantly solidified. To run into the same person on 2 blind dates in a row, this probability can't be called coincidence. It's like fate is cruelly pressing me down from behind. I quickly messaged the matchmaker, and soon she sent a voice message saying that there were two girls with the surname Chen today, one named Chen Wanxin and the other Chen Wanyu, but they had mixed up the arrangements. Even more outrageous, she added that the other girl had already hit it off and suggested we give it a try too. After the voice message finished, Chen Wanxin and I fell silent, neither of us knowing which to complain about first. I almost blurted out on the spot. 10 minutes to hit it off? That's ridiculously fast. Normal people would at least talk about personality, hobbies, and values. But I have to admit, I've been single all this time because I overthink things. Chen Wanxin rubbed her forehead, clearly speechless at this blunder. I could only hand her the menu and ask Ms. Chun what she would like to drink. Without even thinking, she said banana milkshake. After I ordered, I casually asked her if she didn't like coffee. Chen Wanxin stuck out her tongue and said it was too bitter and she couldn't get used to it. She was an old woman. In that instant, I suddenly realized that she was completely different from the serious teacher at school. The drinks and cake were served quickly. I took a sip of my latte, but my mind kept wandering back to whether this recurring blind date was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement of fate. I tentatively looked up at her and asked, "Teacher, do you really want to find a partner?" Chen Wanxin said almost without hesitation that she didn't want to find a partner at all. I took the opportunity to ask her why she was going on blind dates. She sighed and said that at this age, it seems like you have to go even if you don't want to. Her classmates are getting married one after another, and she has to give a gift at every wedding. But she still can't figure out what the benefits of marriage are. I chuckled and asked if she wanted to eat her money back. Chen Wanxin scratched her head, looking utterly dejected, and said the problem was, she simply couldn't. I added seriously, unless her boyfriend is a glutton. We both burst out laughing, and the awkward atmosphere was finally eased considerably by this joke. I bluntly admitted that I was in the same boat as her, forced out of the house by my mom, and that I was planning to sleep in this weekend. We both slumped over the table, looking utterly hopeless. Chen Wanxin sighed, poking at her cake, saying her precious holiday was gone again. Seeing her gloomy expression, I suddenly suggested that since we had nothing to do in the afternoon, we should go see a movie. After all, we were already out here. We couldn't just go home and get scolded again. After I finished speaking, I opened my phone and searched for movie tickets, quickly finding a recently released World War II historical film. Chen Wanxin glanced at it, her eyes clearly lighting up. Obviously, this was exactly the movie she wanted to see. She nodded and said okay, but this time it had to be her treat. We bought tickets for the 3 p.m. showing, left the coffee shop, and headed straight to the cinema like two accomplices fleeing a blind date. As the movie began, the theater gradually quieted down. The screen light fell on the edge of Chen Wanxin's glasses, illuminating her profile. I subconsciously glanced at her a few more times, my heart skipping a beat for no apparent reason. Back in school, she was just a teacher to me, but now, the person sitting next to me seemed to be more than just a teacher. At this moment, Chen Wanxin seemed more like a real, vibrant girl. She would complain, chuckle to herself, and be pressured by her family to go on blind dates just like me. She was both awkward and adorable in life. Just as I was getting a little lost in thought, she suddenly turned to me and asked what was wrong. I instantly felt guilty and quickly looked away, saying it was nothing. My flustered state made Chen Wanxin a little uncomfortable as well. We tacitly refocused our attention on the movie, as if neither of us had noticed the subtle change that had occurred earlier. During the movie, we occasionally discussed the plot in hushed tones, and I even whispered to her whether watching this kind of movie with a teacher felt like being back in a classroom. Chen Wanxin gently shook her head, saying no, because she liked stories that appeared calm on the surface but were turbulent underneath. We talked about the plot, then about human nature, and then about life itself. The originally clear teacher-student distance was quietly diluted in our hushed conversations, becoming ambiguous little by little, like the light in a movie theater. But just then, an intimate scene suddenly appeared in the movie. The entire theater fell eerily silent. Chen Wanxin's face flushed instantly, and I froze, internally cursing how the movie could be so daring. To ease the awkwardness, I forced myself to add, "It's a Western movie, they're all pretty passionate." Chen Wanxin glared at me coldly and simply said, "Let's watch a movie." An awkward silence quickly spread between us. 3 hours later, the movie finally ended, and I breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that I had been secretly watching her most of the time. Chun Wanxin patted my arm and softly said, "Let's go." At which point I snapped back to reality. I immediately smiled and offered to treat her to dinner. But she shook her head and refused, clearly pulling back the line a little further. When we reached the familiar intersection, Chun Wanxin stopped and reminded me not to forget next Saturday and to come to the autumn outing if I had time. I quickly promised that I would definitely go, my tone as serious as if I were signing some kind of life contract. Watching her skirt sway gently as she slowly disappeared around the corner, a strange flutter stirred in my heart. The next morning, as soon as I arrived at the office, my best friend Li Jintao approached me mysteriously. He said that Chun Wanxin, our high school Chinese teacher, had gone on a blind date yesterday, and she looked exceptionally beautiful. Hearing this, my heart tightened, and my eyes instantly went blank. Li Jintao even pulled out a blurry photo to show me. I pretended to be casual and asked, "Where's the guy?" But in my mind, I was already furious, thinking, who's so bored as to chase after a teacher on a blind date like a paparazzi? I opened my work software and saw it was full of meeting notices and miscellaneous tasks. I sighed, but I couldn't calm down at all. Li Jintao reminded me again that there was a high school reunion in a few days, and teacher Chun would be there too. My first instinct was to refuse, and I hurriedly made up an excuse, saying that my mother had arranged a blind date for me. But the words I was about to say turned into sausage. Li Jintao left with a speechless smirk, and the office finally quieted down. I stared at the screen clicking the mouse, but I couldn't concentrate on a single word. Just then, Lin Shuehui walked over. She was wearing a khaki-long skirt and a white shirt, her ponytail neatly styled. She sat down and immediately asked if I was slacking off again. I raised an eyebrow, but she calmly handed me a shopping voucher, saying it was for me and I could choose any small cake I wanted. I took the voucher, but inwardly I was speechless. How did she even seem to have guessed that teacher Chun and I were going to the movies? On a rainy night, I stayed home scrolling through my phone. The group chat kept urging me to go online and play games, but I ignored it, only replying that I wasn't feeling well. After putting down my phone, I looked out the window at the sound of the rain, but my mind kept drifting to Chun Wanxin. Meanwhile, Chun Wanxin was in the classroom grading papers, her shoes soaked by the rain, but she was too busy to even take a break. She looked down at her phone, casually posting a status update for her own amusement, but was quickly interrupted by a student. Someone called her teacher, saying they had a question. She immediately switched back to her teacher mode and began explaining earnestly, completely unaware of my new message popping up on her screen. But on my end, because she didn't reply, I felt a strange emptiness inside. I lay in bed scrolling through my phone. The group chat was still urging me to finish my game, and I casually replied with a good night. The rain grew heavier, and as I looked at the white Corolla parked downstairs, I suddenly grabbed my car keys and drove towards Anqing No. 7 Middle School. I still held the dessert shop voucher in my hand, but I couldn't say for sure who I was waiting for. At 10:05, students began to leave the school gates, and the streets gradually became lively. Just as I was about to leave, a white figure holding an umbrella suddenly appeared. It was Chun Wanxin. I immediately rolled down the car window and called out, "Teacher." She looked at me in surprise and asked what I was doing here. I smiled and shook the cake bag, saying I came out to buy something. What a coincidence. After Chun Wanxin got into the passenger seat, we bickered the whole way, the atmosphere relaxed yet slightly ambiguous. Raindrops tapped on the car window, and the warm yellow headlights illuminated our profiles, as if creating a private space just for us that night. When she sneezed, I casually turned up the air conditioning and handed her a tissue. It was just a simple act of concern, but it subtly bridged the distance between us through our banter. The song "Long Time No See" played in the car. The rainy night, the old song, the pretty teacher, and the fact that there were only two of us in the car, everything intertwined to create an indescribable, subtle atmosphere. My mind was a little unsettled, but she was, after all, a teacher, so I could only suppress my thoughts, staring straight ahead and pretending to be nonchalant. She sneezed again, and I casually asked if she wanted some hot tea. She shook her head and declined, taking the opportunity to distance herself by saying not to play matchmaker. She didn't want an office romance. As the car slowly drove into her apartment complex, I felt inexplicably nervous. After stopping in front of Building 3, Unit 2, Chun Wanxin smiled and thanked me, saying that if it weren't for me, she would have had to go home with wet shoes again tonight. Just as she reached for the car door, I suddenly called out to her. In that instant, the atmosphere in the car froze, and the distance between us was only 30 centimeters. I reached for the green and white paper bag, handed it to her, and said, "Teacher, take a matcha cake home with you." Chun Wanxin was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly said thank you. I didn't give her a chance to refuse, and directly stuffed the cake into her hand, saying, "Teacher, you work hard. Have something sweet to nourish your body." Chun Wanxin hurried into the elevator carrying the cake, her mind in such a state that she almost dropped her keys. But after she got home, she found a bag of herbal tea, came downstairs again, and handed it to me, saying thank you for bringing her home, explaining that it was cool autumn and some herbal tea would warm her up. I took the bag, smiling a little foolishly, and could only urge her to go inside quickly. She waved and walked into the building, then turned back to remind me to drive carefully and to text her when I got home. I quickly agreed, started the car, and drove away. Chun Wanxin stood in the rainy night, watching the car lights disappear, when a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. After checking her phone, she discovered the message from earlier that evening. It turned out I hadn't just happened to be passing by, but had been waiting for her outside the school all along. I got home at 11 p.m., and my mom immediately started complaining about how long it took me to buy a cake. I said seriously that this cake was especially delicious, and that I needed to eat a full meal to have the energy to diet. My mom laughed, annoyed, took a bite of the cake, and didn't press the matter further. But I knew that the real sweetness tonight wasn't in the cake at all. Back in my room, I immediately messaged Chun Wanxin, saying, "Teacher, I'm home." She replied quickly, "That's good," and then asked if I had been waiting for her outside the school all day. I quickly retorted that I was just stopping by and definitely hadn't been waiting foolishly all night. But after sending the message, even I realized how ridiculously absurd my excuse was. The next morning, Li Jintao came over to the office again, acting all mysterious, and interrogated me about what I'd been doing the night before. I was completely bewildered. He immediately accused me, saying I'd said I wasn't feeling well and wouldn't play games, but he'd seen me online at 11:30. At that moment, I suddenly realized that brothers are more terrifying than surveillance cameras when it matters. Li Jintao even leaned close to my neck and sniffed, saying with great seriousness that I smelled of women's perfume cedar, rose, papyrus, and that I was definitely in a relationship. I was speechless and simply told him he was crazy. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "See? You're in love." His confident demeanor made it seem as if he weren't a programmer, but a love guru. I couldn't be bothered with him and just shooed him away. But no sooner had I seen one person off than Lin Shuihui came over again, carrying a small stool and munching on a konjac snack, asking if I liked the little cake. I nodded indifferently, and then she asked if I wanted to go on a murder mystery game. I shook my head. Because my mind was already preoccupied with nothing else, it was filled with thoughts of tomorrow's autumn outing and that teacher Chun who always made my heart race. Lin Shuihui leaned closer curiously, pressing me to tell her what I had to do tomorrow. I casually brushed it off, saying my family was making sausages and I had to go back to help. She chuckled, saying she was just teasing me, but then asked if I was nervous. I quickly denied it, but the slight flush on my face betrayed me completely. She patted my shoulder, smiled, and said that when my sausages were ready, I should remember to share some with her. Then she turned and left, leaving me alone at my workstation, speechless. I took a deep breath and lowered my head to continue working, but my mind was already on tomorrow's autumn outing. I could have just told the truth, but for some reason, mentioning teacher Chen made me inexplicably embarrassed. I chuckled to myself. Tomorrow I'm going on an autumn outing with a teacher. Which teacher? My senior year Chinese teacher, and she's quite pretty. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing between me and Ms. Chun, so why am I so nervous? But my hands betrayed me. I'd already picked up my phone to message her, asking if Ms. Chun needed anything for me to prepare for tomorrow. Chun Wanxin replied quickly, with just one sentence. Just prepare the people. I stared at the screen and couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that she was really different from usual. She spoke crisply and decisively, yet somehow she was also inexplicably cute. After confirming the time and place, I finally relaxed and began to look forward to this inexplicably special autumn outing. The next morning, the alarm rang 3 times before I groggily dragged myself out of bed. Saturday was supposed to be a day of sleeping in, but the high school field trip forced me to get up early. As I washed up, I grumbled. So long after graduation, I never thought the school would still be able to organize my life so perfectly. At 7:30, I stood at the school gate, still holding the fried dough stick I had just finished eating. Not long after, Chen Wanqing appeared. She was wearing a sports jacket and black and white trousers, her ponytail tied high. She looked capable and refreshing, completely unlike the teacher on the podium, but more like a beautiful senior who had just graduated. Chen Wanqing greeted me with a smile, saying I looked good today. I immediately replied, "Teacher, you're the one who really looks good." She pointed at me and, feigning seriousness, said, word by word, that I was a flatterer. But while she spoke with disdain, her eyes held a hidden smile, which inexplicably warmed my heart. We walked into the campus side by side. Looking at the familiar playground, I suddenly felt a little dazed. This place held 3 years of my youth running, playing, taking exams, and all those unspoken teenage thoughts flashed before my eyes like an old movie. Chen Wanqi noticed my mood and asked with a smile if I was feeling nostalgic. I nodded, then quickly changed the subject, asking her where she was going on her autumn outing. Chen Wanqing casually uttered 2 words, hiking. My expression froze instantly. The youthful illusion I'd just formed shattered on the spot. Sure enough, school romance can never escape physical torment. The mountain path was more difficult than I had imagined. The students chatted excitedly ahead, while I, carrying Chen Wanqing's bag, followed behind, panting. Along the way, students surrounded me, asking all sorts of questions: how old I was, whether I had a girlfriend, and why I wasn't balding despite studying computer science. I was both amused and exasperated, feeling like I wasn't on a field trip, but rather being interrogated. Seeing me panting, Chen Wanqing couldn't help but tease me, asking if I rarely exercised in college. I replied as I walked, "When do I have time to exercise? I just sleep, eat, and then go back to sleep." She laughed, but still earnestly reminded me to exercise more. Her tone was like a teacher's, yet also like someone concerned about an acquaintance. She glanced at her backpack and asked if I wanted her to carry it. I immediately shook my head, saying no, I was just recovering. She laughed and asked how much health I had. I patted my chest and forced a smile, saying I was fully recovered. We bickered all the way, and the mountain path didn't seem so difficult anymore. As they neared the summit, Chen Wanqing finally couldn't hold on any longer, leaning on her knees and panting softly. Seeing my chance, I immediately reached out, a hint of smugness in my eyes, and asked the teacher if she needed a hand. The person who had just said I lacked exercise had finally gotten their chance to retaliate. Chen Wanqing glared at me, but still offered her her hand. For a moment, we both fell silent. I looked down at her hand, my heart suddenly skipping a beat, and could only feign nonchalance as I said, "Teacher, it looks like I'll have to do it in the end." A mountain breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying the students' voices into the distance. Chen Wanqing followed behind me, watching me pull her uphill, her gaze becoming somewhat complicated. Perhaps in her eyes, I was no longer just the boy in the classroom. My hands were strong, and my shoulders were reliable enough. When we reached the last step, we let go of each other almost simultaneously. Chen Wanqing patted her backpack and laughed, saying she hadn't expected me to be in better shape than her. I immediately retorted, "Of course, I have a good foundation. I'll make sure she practices some more in the future." She rolled her eyes at me, but this time, there wasn't a hint of anger in her tone. On the mountaintop, students played games and ate snacks in small groups, creating a lively atmosphere like a spring outing. Chen Wanqing made sure no one was wandering off before walking to the pavilion. I was sitting and resting, and as I adjusted my collar, I casually asked her, "Teacher, are there any places selling fried noodles on this mountain?" Chen Wanqing stopped me with a smile, telling me not to rush and to check the bag first. She stood on tiptoe and shook the bag, proudly saying that it was lunch she had made herself at 6 o'clock that morning, just enough for 2 people. I curiously reached out to open the bag, but stopped under her expectant gaze and couldn't help but tease her. Teacher, there aren't any prank props in there, are there? Chun Wanxin pouted and retorted softly, saying, Who do you think I take her for? Would she do something like that? I suppressed a laugh, placed the lunchbox on my lap, and carefully opened it. Inside the double-layered insulated lunchbox were Kung Pao chicken, tomato and potato beef brisket, and 3 delicacies soup, the portions just right, clearly arranged for 2 people. I couldn't help but secretly admire her cooking skills. I hadn't expected Ms. Chun to be such a good cook. She handed me chopsticks and earnestly reminded me that I was still growing at my age and should eat more. I almost blurted out that I was already 22, but seeing her serious expression, I could only obediently shut up and focus on my meal. She secretly watched me eat with relish, as if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, after I finished eating, she put away my lunchbox and asked me how it tasted. Without hesitation, I said it was great. She smiled and said it sounded too perfunctory. I quickly nodded earnestly and said that the teacher's cooking was really delicious. Only then did she pat my head with satisfaction and say, Okay, I'll make it again next time. Students gradually gathered around to chat, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and lively. Someone asked me what I majored in at university, and I casually replied, Computer science, commonly known as the bricklaying major. Chun Wanxin smiled and said that her cousin also majored in the same subject. Hearing this, I immediately became interested, and unexpectedly, we had another topic to discuss. I asked her if it was true. Chun Wanxin nodded and said her cousin also worked here, but she forgot the specific company. The students then pressed me to tell them if university was fun. I thought for a moment and answered seriously that if there weren't deadlines, big assignments, and small assignments, the sports meet would actually be quite fun. Some students were puzzled and asked why the sports meet wasn't fun. I shrugged and said it was because we had to sit in the stands. They were even more confused and asked what sitting in the stands meant. I explained that it meant sitting there and watching other people compete. Chun Wanxin gently nudged me, reminding me not to always talk about the negatives and to talk about something positive. I immediately perked up and blurted out, You're free to date in college. That was like a stone thrown into water. The students' eyes lit up instantly, as if they'd caught a whiff of gossip. Someone immediately pressed me. Senior, are you dating anyone? I covered my face, feeling that this question was far too hurtful. The students burst into laughter, and I quickly added that it wasn't that I couldn't talk about it, but that I didn't want to. After all, it's university, studying is more important. I was trying to change the subject when suddenly a student blurted out, Is Joe a guy with a crush on Professor Chen? At that moment, I almost choked on my own words. These words cleaved the air in the pavilion like lightning. Chun Wanxin, who had been leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, instantly blushed, coughed, and called out the student's name, asking what nonsense she was spouting. But the students weren't afraid at all. Instead, they became even more excited, and the jeers became impossible to suppress. I smiled helplessly and could only say, You all know your teacher's temper. How could I dare to offend her? Chun Wanxin immediately glared at me, as if to say, She's not that strict. The students, not content with the gossip, pressed me for details about what kind of girl I liked. I stroked my chin and answered seriously, saying that I prefer someone with a more stable personality, as I can't stand unreasonable behavior. Then someone else asked Ms. Chun whether she preferred older or younger women. Chun Wanxin paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and then said, Maybe older ones. Younger ones always feel a little strange. The students immediately sighed, laughing and saying that the teacher was a traditionalist and that senior was in a difficult position. After they finally dispersed, only Chun Wanxin and I remained in the pavilion. She visibly relaxed, her face still slightly flushed, and whispered to me, Zhou Jia, they were just joking, don't take it to heart. I smiled and nodded, saying I hadn't taken it to heart, but I was surprised to find out that my teacher was into older men. Chun Wanxin raised an eyebrow and quickly explained that it wasn't that. She just felt it was a bit strange to marry someone too young. I took the opportunity to probe how much younger she could accept, and she thought for a moment, pinching her chin, and said 1 or 2 years, preferably someone around the same age. I stood up, smiled, and said that if the teacher didn't have a boyfriend, I could introduce her to someone suitable, and she should remember to send me a red envelope, cash gift. Chun Wanxin laughed and said that was fine. If it really worked out, she would give me 6,000 yuan, almost a month's salary. She even held up her little finger, asking if I wanted to pinky swear. I hesitated for a moment, then gently hooked my little finger with hers. Our 2 fingers wiggled, a playful gesture that felt like fulfilling some solemn promise. Chun Wanxin watched my retreating figure, a strange unease creeping into her heart, while a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into my head. Being Teacher Chin's dog might not be so bad after all. Of course, I definitely don't want to be a dog. It's just that when I think about it carefully, without all those messy real-world concerns, life would be ridiculously peaceful. For example, when Teacher Chin reaches out her hand, I obediently put my hand on it. When she asks if I'm hungry, she feeds me. She'll gently pat my head, let me lean against her legs, and I can even snuggle into her arms. I have to admit, this kind of fantasy is indeed a bit addictive. If I really had to choose, I'd even think being a heartless domestic animal would be much easier than being a human. Everyone else is shouting about defying fate, and I actually think this kind of fate is pretty good too. But as soon as this thought popped into my head, I startled myself. Just as I was lost in thought, Li Jintao suddenly slapped me on the shoulder and asked if I had been working at school on Saturday. I snapped out of my dog-like philosophy and looked at him helplessly, saying that if I were his section chief, I would fire him first. Li Jintao raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying it was a pity he wasn't there yet. He told me to work hard for a few years to become a section chief, so that I could benefit from it. I scoffed, saying that becoming a section chief for several years was less desirable than winning the lottery tonight. As I spoke, a melodramatic workplace drama automatically began playing in my head. A junior manager scolds me. A senior manager suddenly appears, recognizes me as his childhood sweetheart, and then turns the tables with a slap. Li Jintao pulled out his phone and said excitedly that he didn't expect me to go to a school event on Saturday. I was taken aback and asked him what he was talking about. He then pulled up a group photo in the group chat. In the photo, a silly-looking boy was standing in the middle of a group of high school students, smiling. Han Han Dove. Han Han Deed is a Chinese idiom meaning simple and honest. That person was me. I paused for 2 seconds, trying to argue, asking if he would believe me if I told him I was his long-lost twin brother. Li Jintao immediately grinned mischievously, saying I could fool others, but I definitely couldn't fool him, and demanded that I honestly confess what earth-shattering thing I had done on Saturday. I sighed and asked him if he was from the CIA or the Eastern Depot, how he knew everything, even what kind of underwear I was wearing today. Li Jintao said seriously, "My luck has been bad lately, so I'm definitely wearing red." I rolled my eyes and told him that superstition was unacceptable, but I was already starting to regret it. Why did he have to see that photo of me? Actually, it's a bit embarrassing to talk about going on the autumn outing with Teacher Chun. Nothing actually happened, but it feels like I'm doing something wrong, especially with Li Jintao, who's a walking gossip magnet. I can't hide it at all. Sure enough, he pointed at me and started analyzing, saying I was just too embarrassed to admit I went back to my alma mater to help out, that I was asked to go even though I had no connection to the school, which is why I was stammering. I hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, that's it." But another voice suddenly came from the side, saying, "Maybe they're going to meet someone." I turned around and saw Lin Shuihui already sitting down next to me with a grin, carrying a small stool, looking like she was ready to watch the drama unfold. Li Jintao was startled and asked her where this cutie came from, saying she looked like a gopher. Lin Shuihui retorted with a sneer, saying she had his girlfriend's WeChat and could report her for calling her cutie anytime. The two of them argued back and forth, leaving me sweating profusely in the middle. I could only helplessly complain. "Can you please stop slacking off here? I still have a trauma from sitting next to the trash can in middle school." While eating her Planet Cup, Lin Shuihui asked curiously why, wondering if it was because I was too talkative. I immediately put on a victim's expression and said it wasn't that I liked to talk, but that people always asked me to talk. Eventually, the teacher couldn't stand it anymore and moved me next to the trash can, saying that since I liked to talk so much, I could talk to the trash can to my heart's content. Lin Shuihui patted my arm with a pitying look and asked if I had ended up chatting with the trash can later. My fists were clenched, and I was about to retort when she suddenly glanced at the photos on the phone on the table. After staring at them for a few seconds, her eyes lit up, and she asked me directly if I had actually gone on a date on Saturday. I quickly corrected her, saying it was an autumn outing. Li Jintao also quickly vouched for me, saying it was definitely not a date. The photos were all of students and teachers, and she could see for herself if she didn't believe me. Then Lin Shuihui pointed at Chen Wanxin and asked why it was wrong to have something going on with a teacher, since this teacher was young and beautiful. My heart skipped a beat when I heard that. Li Jintao immediately patted his chest and swore that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. He was certain. Back in school, one look from Chen Wanxin could make him behave on the spot. She seemed gentle on the surface, but when she really got angry, she was like a demon from hell. After being scolded, he would have to stand obediently by her side and watch her correct his test papers until he completely bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Lin Shuai bit the rim of the planet cup, her face full of doubt, and asked if it was really that terrifying. She looked quite gentle in the photos. Li Jintao sneered, saying she had no idea how formidable teacher Chen was. Lin Shuihui laughed instead, saying her elementary school teacher was even more ruthless, having broken a broom in the process. Li Jintao gasped, as if he had heard some terrifying legend. But Lin Shuihui's gaze quickly returned to me, her tone suddenly lowering as she said she felt there was something wrong with me, based on a woman's intuition. Li Jintao immediately put his arm around my shoulder, saying that based on his years of experience, I was absolutely fine. Besides being underage and teacher Chun, who else could I possibly like? The two of them talked more and more outrageously, eventually even making bets about me. Lin Shuihui said that if she won, Li Jintao would treat the three of us to dinner. Li Jintao looked puzzled and asked where the three of us came from. Lin Shuihui replied matter-of-factly, her, me, and my girlfriend. Li Jintao laughed and said that if he lost, he would also treat the three of us, but he would have to bring his girlfriend along. I finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked them if they had respected my opinion before making the bet. Besides the underage student and teacher Chen, wasn't there also chemistry teacher Lu? Li Jintao immediately joked that teacher Lu's relationship spanned 30 years, which was quite sensational. I was both amused and exasperated, and just wanted to ask him what he was watching all day long. Li Jintao rubbed his hands mysteriously, saying his girlfriend liked watching these kinds of shows, and he'd watched quite a few himself, asking if I wanted him to recommend a few. Lin Shuihui finished her planet cup, precisely tossed her trash into the bin next to my feet, and suddenly asked if I was coming to her birthday party on Saturday. I paused for a moment, then asked her where she was going. Lin Shuihui suddenly leaned closer, her voice low and alluring, and said she wanted to go to her place. I inwardly cursed her as a little vixen, but I had to admit that her icy, senior student aura, cold yet seductive, truly made her seem like a character straight out of a manga. I forced myself to refuse, saying no. It would be like a lamb to the slaughter for a lone man and woman. Li Jintao immediately objected, saying it was too much for them to flirt in front of him, and asked Lin Shuihui why she only called out to him and not him. Lin Shuihui smiled and said he had a girlfriend and she was afraid she would be jealous. Li Jintao pointed at me and asked, "What about Zhou Jia? Does he have a girlfriend?" Lin Shuihui blinked and said, "Since I haven't admitted it, then I don't. There's no boundary between us." Li Jintao's mind raced for a moment. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "A master." If I refused, it would mean I had something to hide. If I didn't have a boyfriend, there was no reason to refuse an invitation from a beautiful young woman. Lin Shuihui raised her eyebrows smugly, said, "Thank you for the compliment," then looked at me, casually tossed out, "See you on Saturday," and turned to leave. I sighed helplessly and could only change my mind, saying I would go. But she'd better call someone else, otherwise I wouldn't feel comfortable with a man and a woman alone together. Lin Shuihui turned back and smiled, saying not to worry, she would call her cousin. After she walked away, I quickly shooed Li Jintao back to his workstation, telling him to stop gossiping and get back to work. That night, Chen Wanxin returned home exhausted and collapsed onto her bed. The recent midterm exams had been overwhelming her. She picked up her phone, but her gaze lingered on my name. Our last contact was on Saturday, the day of the autumn outing. After she dropped the students off at school, we said goodbye again. That night, I messaged her to say I got home, then asked if she got home safely, and added that I was worried about the teacher's safety. I even added a playful emoji at the end, as if I was born to do these silly little things. Chen Wanxin replied that she got home, and then added that she asked if I had fun today. I quickly replied that I was happy, and that I was definitely happy to have teacher Chen there. Chen Wanxin ignored my flattery and only replied with "get some rest," and the conversation ended there. Finally, I sent another good night, as if to put a slightly ambiguous period to the autumn outing that day. Chen Wanxin stared at the chat box for a long time, then suddenly smiled for some reason. She then turned off the screen and sighed softly. She suddenly realized that even a casual chat with someone could improve one's mood. Even if it was just exchanging trivial thoughts, it would leave a strange, inexplicable feeling in one's heart. But this kind of happiness always comes and goes quickly. Chen Wanxin suddenly remembered that day in the pavilion, when I sat next to her telling jokes, the mountain breeze carrying the fragrance of osmanthus, and the students making noise in the distance. That moment was quiet and comfortable. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, but ironically, the more relaxed she was, the more chaotic her mind became. There was a bittersweet feeling mixed with that sense of relief. She grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest, tossing and turning, trying to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Her friends always said she was slow to react in matters of the heart, and she admitted it herself. But this time, she found that she couldn't seem to be slow at all. Boys had given her love letters, gifts, and hinted at their feelings before. But by the time she realized it, they had already moved on and even disappeared from her life. She drifted along like this until she was 27, occasionally wanting to date, but finding it increasingly difficult to truly fall in love. She whispered my name. Then her face suddenly flushed, and she abruptly sat up in bed. She patted her face, forcing herself to wake up, frantically reminding herself, "Chen Wanxin, wake up. That's your student." But the more she thought about it, the clearer my image became. She hit herself twice with a pillow, as if punishing the absurd thoughts that were running through her mind. After taking a deep breath, she hugged the pillow back to her chest. Even though she was already 27, she still had the habit of sleeping with something in her arms. Only then could she slowly calm down the unease in her heart. Chen's mother always said she was like a child, and she herself felt that even when she was 40, she would still be like that. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time, her hair a mess, her hairband loose, and strands of hair covering half of her face, so even she couldn't see what her expression was. She curled up, burying her face in the pillow, her mind a jumbled mess, like a crumpled exam paper. Was it because she'd been alone for too long, causing her to feel lonely? Or was it because that person named Zhou Jia was truly different? She couldn't say for sure. The more she couldn't figure it out, the less she dared to think about it. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. She reached for it, the screen's faint light illuminating her flushed face. It was a message from her cousin, saying it was her birthday on Saturday and asking if she was coming, adding that she wanted to treat her to dinner. Chen Wanxin, as if grasping at a lifeline, pulled herself out of her emotional turmoil. She thought for a moment and replied that she had class on Saturday and probably couldn't come, adding a "happy birthday" baby message. Only after sending the message did she realize she'd almost forgotten her cousin's birthday and needed to prepare a gift. Not long after, her cousin messaged again, saying she probably didn't have class on Saturday night and could come over for dinner. Chen Wanxin checked the time and found she was indeed free that evening, so she agreed. Her cousin then mentioned that she had invited a friend to dinner together. Chen Wanxin nodded, her mind already racing with ideas for a gift. Her cousin loved video games, so maybe she should get something game-related? Then she thought of me. She reassured herself, "I definitely play a lot of games. It's normal for me to ask for recommendations. It's just a gift request, nothing more." She opened our chat window, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally typed to ask if I was asleep. I replied almost instantly, saying I wasn't asleep, and asked what was wrong, "Teacher, and if I needed any help, I'd do anything for her." Seeing this reply, she was first taken aback, then her face involuntarily flushed. Chen Wanxin was startled by my typing speed. She coughed lightly and continued typing, saying, "Teacher wants to ask you a question." I immediately replied, "Teacher, please ask. I know everything." She had just typed the word, "I," when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open and the living room light shone directly in. Chin's mother's voice followed. "Lying in bed without taking a shower or changing your clothes. Is that acceptable? Go take a shower." Startled, Chen Wanxin's hand trembled, and her phone flew out of her hand, accompanied by a short scream. Her mother slammed the light on, stood in the doorway with her hands on her hips, and stared at her like a landlady conducting a room check. At that moment, Chen Wanxin felt not like a 27-year-old teacher, but a high school student caught using her phone by her parent. She had been trying to convince herself, but was suddenly so frightened she almost jumped out of her skin, turning around and yelling, "Mom." That shout probably turned on all the motion-activated lights in the hallway. Her mother covered her ears, looking disgusted, and told her to keep her voice down. The neighbors were asleep, and if she got a complaint for disturbing the peace, her reputation would be ruined, especially since she was almost 50. Chen Wanxin muttered under her breath, "Serves her right for coming in without knocking." Chin's mother snorted, saying this was her house. She could knock if she wanted, and not knock if she didn't. Chen Wanxin, while looking for her phone, retorted, saying she'd move out tomorrow, and then she'd be begging her precious daughter to come back. Chin's mother waved her hand, saying, go on. At your age, acting like this will terrify the students if they see you." Chen Wanxin stubbornly replied, "They can't see us." Before she could finish speaking, Chen Wanxin picked up her phone and froze instantly. On the screen, I was grinning, revealing my neat white teeth, my expression awkward yet trying to maintain politeness. To make matters worse, the phone had somehow started a video call, and the camera was looking up at me from above her lap. I was completely stunned. I initially thought the teacher was sending a video call to facilitate communication, but as soon as I answered, a scream as loud as an alarm blared through my earpiece. After a dizzying moment, I saw Chen Wanxin's panicked face. She wasn't wearing her glasses, her hair was disheveled, and she lacked her usual poise, but possessed a captivating beauty that was impossible to look away from. Chen Wanxin felt utterly humiliated. She quickly covered her phone with her hand, pointed desperately to the door, and told her mother to leave and remember to close the door behind her. Her mother looked completely bewildered, and before leaving, she reminded her to take a shower before going to sleep and not to be like her father. After the door closed, the room finally became quiet, with only her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to explode. She crawled over and closed the door, took a deep breath, sat back on the bed, hugged her pillow, and mustered the courage to pick up her phone. On the other end of the screen, I was still smiling awkwardly. She scratched her head and weakly asked if I had heard everything. I shook my head, and as soon as she breathed a sigh of relief, I pointed to my earphones and said I was deaf. She instantly understood she had heard everything. Her toes were so embarrassed, she almost tore through the sheets. She could only apologize in a low voice, saying it was an accident and that it wasn't normal for her to act this way. But as soon as she said it, even she didn't believe it. Her face burned bright red, and her ears felt incredibly hot. She quickly changed the subject, asking if my ears were okay. I rubbed my ears and exaggeratedly said they hurt a little. She immediately panicked and asked if I should go to the hospital, offering to reimburse me for the expenses. My mind raced, and I immediately started spouting nonsense with a straight face. "Teacher," I said, "I've heard that speaking softly is good for your ears, like a massage." Chen Wanxin was skeptical, but she still pulled out her headphones and tried it. She lowered her voice and asked me, "Can you hear me like this?" For a moment, I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Her voice, softened, came through the headphones, as gentle as a feather brushing against my ear. I suppressed a laugh and complimented her, saying, "That's it. Your voice is incredibly beautiful. It's almost therapeutic." Chen Wanxin was clearly a little smug, but still playfully scolded me, saying, "What's so beautiful about it? Aren't you afraid your shout just now will leave me with psychological trauma?" After she lowered her voice, we sounded like two people secretly chatting under the covers. Even the air seemed a little more stimulating. I tried to lower my voice too, saying, "How could that be? The teacher's voice is like a healing potion. It instantly revitalizes me. As soon as I lowered my voice, even I felt it was a bit inappropriate, but there was a half-second of silence on her end. Chen Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I just know how to make the teacher happy." Her soft laughter lingered in the earphones for a while, light-hearted, yet with a touch of mischief she didn't usually display in class. After laughing, she finally steered the conversation back on track, saying that she actually did have a question for me. I nodded immediately and said, "Teacher, please ask away. It's not a relationship problem, is it? Although I have no experience, I'm quite good at giving advice." Chen Wanqing scoffed and said, "No, it's not. It's about her cousin." I raised an eyebrow, feeling inexplicably relieved, but also a little disappointed. I asked her what was wrong with her cousin. Chen Wanqing said her cousin was a huge gamer, just like me, a hardcore gamer. I immediately chimed in, "A hardcore gamer?" She nodded, saying, "Yes, she never goes out on weekends and stays home on holidays, and has almost no friends in real life." I couldn't help but clutch my chest, feigning hurt, and said, "Teacher Chun, what you said really hurts. It's not that we don't have friends, it's just that all our friends are online. Making friends in real life is too troublesome. Chatting online is so much more comfortable." Chen Wanqing listened with a hint of skepticism, asking me if it was really that good. I nodded earnestly and said, "Of course there are. Playing games is all about having fun. There's no need for complicated reasons. Although you could probably come up with a bunch of benefits, it all boils down to liking it." Chen Wanqing hesitated for a moment after listening, then said seriously, "As a teacher, you also need to understand what students like, why they like it, and you need to learn to trust them." I pointed to myself and asked her with a smile, "So, the teacher trusts me?" Chen Wanqing looked at me on the screen, smiled gently, and nodded. At that moment, I suddenly couldn't say anything witty, because her sincerity was too overpowering, like a killer move that choked all my teasing. To ease the sudden awkwardness, I quickly changed the subject and asked the teacher what was wrong with her cousin. Chen Wanqing then said that her cousin's birthday was coming up soon, and she wanted to buy her something, but she didn't know what to get her. She suggested buying her in-game skins. I thought about it and reminded Chen Wanqing that we should first find out what games her cousin plays before deciding what to give her. She asked me about her budget, which was around a few hundred yuan. I immediately gave her some advice, saying that spending a few hundred yuan on skins would be a waste, and it would be better to just give her Baldur's Gate 3. She could download the little black box app and order it. Most gamers couldn't refuse that. Chen Wanqing nodded, as if she had finally resolved a major concern, and visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She said that would be enough for now. It was getting late, and I should get some rest. She also needed to take a shower. I refrained from complaining, thinking that the teacher's closing remark was too outdated, like a line a girl used to use as a shield when she didn't want to continue the conversation. I obediently said, "Teacher, get some rest. Good night." Chen Wanqing hesitated for a moment before softly adding, "Good night to you too," and then hung up. I stared at the screen. Call ended. This call lasted 12 minutes and 15 seconds, and couldn't help but rub my forehead. Only one thought crossed my mind. How could Teacher Chen be so adorable? The next day, I sat at my desk, lost in thought, while Lin Shuhui next to me was unwrapping chocolates, chewing them like a hamster. I couldn't help but ask her, "Don't you get tired of eating chocolate every day? How come you don't gain weight, even though you eat so much?" Her eyes clearly betrayed her guilt, but she still pulled out a bag of chocolates and handed it to me. After taking it, seeing her hesitant look, I couldn't help but tease her. You can tell she really doesn't want to part with it. I casually asked her what she wanted for her birthday. Lin Shuhui looked up and thought for a long time before finally replying, "Whatever." I suggested buying her a game, and she casually mentioned Arkham Knight, adding that she'd already bought it. Curious, I asked if it was fun, and she answered seriously, "It has big breasts." At that moment, I suddenly didn't know whether to praise her honesty or remain silent for Batman. I looked at her speechlessly and said, "So she's not going to fight, she's going to see people." Lin Shuhui immediately retorted, "Don't we guys like big-breasted girls and long-legged girls too?" I solemnly denied it, saying I wasn't that kind of person. She directly pressed me, asking if I had a thing for mature women or young girls, and I shrugged, and said I liked both. She bluntly commented on me, one word, scumbag. We bickered for a while, and then Lin Shuhui suddenly mentioned that she wanted me to come to her house for dinner on Saturday, saying she would cook it herself. I was skeptical, wondering if she was serious. She nodded earnestly, then added a second later, "You're kidding me. I'm ordering takeout." I fell silent, realizing that my earlier anticipation had made me look just like a naive teenager who had been scammed. On Saturday, I took a taxi to Lin Shuihui's apartment complex. After knocking, she came out to open the door, wearing light-colored jeans and a fitted shirt. Her waist was slender, and she had a more homely feel than she did at the office. She smiled and invited me in, telling me to make myself at home, that someone else would be coming soon, and to watch my step. But before she finished speaking, I had just stepped inside when I tripped over the threshold and almost fell flat on my face. I frantically waved my arms a few times, barely managing to stand up. Lin Shuihui even smiled and gave me a thumbs up, saying, "Not bad." Then, she slowly added, "I forgot to tell you that her doorstep is a bit high and could trip people up." I glared at her and said, "Shouldn't you mention this beforehand? Is her family implying that the doorstep is high so the son-in-law will know they're not welcome?" Lin Shuihui scratched her head and laughed, saying that her family rarely had guests, so she had no experience. I sighed helplessly and told her to stop talking. It was too hurtful. Wasn't she just reminding me that I had no friends? She took a lollipop out of her bag and handed it to me, saying that I should eat it first, that she was going to do something else, and that I could play however I wanted. Her tone was so natural, as if she already considered me a permanent decoration in her home. I took the lollipop and looked around. The house was spacious, the floor tiles were so clean they reflected light, and the 8K TV on the wall was ridiculously large. Every corner exuded a bourgeois atmosphere. I hesitated and asked if I should take off my shoes, but Lin Shuihui said without turning her head that it wasn't necessary, and that I could just come in, and then she closed the door for me. I stepped onto the carpet and walked in. As soon as I settled in, Lin Shuihui had already disappeared into the kitchen. Curious, I followed her and asked what she was doing. She was holding ingredients in her left hand, stirring them as she said she was frying shrimp. The seasonings were neatly arranged on the table, but her movements as she stirred the starch slurry were so fast, she almost spilled the white batter on the floor. I silently thought to myself, "Girl, are you frying shrimp or mixing cement at a construction site?" Although there were many things to complain about, seeing how focused she was, I didn't say much. After all, I was just there to freeload. I leaned against the door frame and casually asked who else was coming. Without looking up, she said it was her cousin. After hearing that, I turned to leave. After all, it was already dangerous enough for a lone man and woman to be alone, and adding a cousin I didn't know made me feel like this situation was going to get complicated. Lin Shuihui immediately glared at me, asking what I meant, and whether I was that scared to be alone with her in a room. I chewed on my lollipop, trying to distance myself, saying it wasn't fear, but rather a matter of avoiding danger. She snorted coldly, saying it was no wonder I didn't have a boyfriend. I panicked. Who said I didn't have a boyfriend? I just didn't want to find one. But even as I said it, I felt unsure of myself. Lin Shuihui smiled meaningfully, saying that her cousin often said similar things, though her cousin was just slow to understand romance and was still single. I raised an eyebrow and asked how old her cousin was. She casually replied that she was almost 30, 4 or 5 years older than her. I couldn't help but retort that this didn't sound like a relative, but rather like someone just dug out of the household register. Lin Shuihui explained with a smile that they played together a lot when they were young, but saw each other less as they grew up. Just like me, do I remember my cousin's birthdays? I immediately felt guilty, because I often forgot Li Jintao's birthday. She then asked me what I should call my older cousin when she came. As she said this, she stopped what she was doing, a sly smile appearing on her face, and a sense of foreboding instantly welled up inside me. The next second, the doorbell rang. Lin Shuihui, her hands covered in starch, called for me to open the door. I walked to the door, puzzled, and froze the moment I opened it. Standing outside was Chen Wanxin. Our eyes met, and the air hung heavy for 2 seconds. I instinctively closed the door, but then there was a rapid knocking. I opened the door again, and it was Ms. Chen again. Her face was slightly flushed, and there was a little sweat on her forehead. She was clearly displeased, and said it was too much for me to leave her out. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to disappear on the spot. I could only quickly say that I thought I was seeing things and that she should come in. Only then did I realize that Lin Shuihui's smile earlier was a deliberate trap to get me to fall into. Chen Wanqin took a deep breath and stepped into the house. I was about to remind her to watch her step, but before I could finish speaking, she tripped and stumbled forward. I instinctively reached out and caught her. Teacher Chen had her eyes closed, as if she was prepared to fall, but she landed steadily in my arms. She slowly opened her eyes, meeting my smiling gaze. I couldn't help but tease her, saying, "Luckily, I reacted quickly. Does this count as making amends? The teacher didn't fall, did she?" Chen Wanqin's face instantly turned red, and her voice trembled slightly. She only managed a soft, "Thank you." I supported her arm and put my other arm around her waist, gently steadying her. Chen Wanqin lowered her head to fix her hair, probably feeling incredibly embarrassed. She was a grown woman, yet she had to be supported by her own student. It was just too shameful. I wasn't much better off. The soft touch of her waist was still clearly etched in my palm, making me momentarily distracted. She wanted to say something to ease the tension, but her eyes met mine. We both uttered "you" almost simultaneously, then stopped at the same time. I scratched my head and told her to go first. Just as Chen Wanqin was about to speak, Lin Shuihui poked her head out from the kitchen, interrupting us without hesitation, saying, "Stop standing at the door like statues. Come in and sit down." Chen Wanqin then snapped out of her daze, walked over to Lin Shuihui, opened her arms, and smiled, calling out "Happy birthday, my darling," and inviting her to come and see her. Hearing the word "darling," I was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't realized Teacher Chen used such an affectionate term in private. Lin Shuihui immediately jumped into her arms like a little chick, saying, "Sister Chen, it's been so long. I just fried some shrimp. I guarantee it'll be so delicious you won't be able to stop eating." Chen Wanqin smiled and patted Lin Shuihui's hair, asking where her aunt and uncle were. Lin Shuihui waved her hand, saying they were working overtime and the kitchen was hers tonight. She then winked at me, smiling like a smug little fox. I finally couldn't help but ask, "Wait, are you two relatives?" Chen Wanqin then realized, saying, "Yes, Shuihui is her cousin. I'm surprised we know each other. What a coincidence." Lin Shuihui blinked, feigning innocence, and said, "Yes, what a coincidence." I felt completely played by her, and I gritted my teeth inwardly. Lin Shuihui clearly knew I knew Chen Wanqin, but she deliberately kept quiet, obviously wanting to see me make a fool of myself. However, upon closer inspection, the two of them did indeed have some similarities in their eyes and eyebrows, especially their slender eyebrows and small earlobes, both exuding a gentle yet unique charm. Lin Shuihui hugged Chen Wanqin, deliberately laughing as she complained, "Sister Chen, look at Zhou Jia. He was just giving you a weird look." Chen Wanqin's cheeks flushed instantly. She grabbed Lin Shuihui's clothes and scolded her playfully, "Don't talk nonsense, or you'll tear my mouth apart." Then she reached out and tickled Lin Shuihui, and the two of them burst into laughter. The scene was so heartwarming that I was momentarily speechless. Lin Shuihui cooked dinner herself. The fried shrimp with a few side dishes tasted surprisingly good, and even I had to admit her cooking skills were quite impressive. After the three of us finished eating, it was so hot inside that we all took off our coats. Suddenly, Lin Shuihui pulled out a deck of cards and enthusiastically suggested we play a game. Chen Wanqin immediately chimed in, asking how to play. Lin Shuihui winked, a particularly sly smile on her face, and said they would play cards, but the loser would have to accept a punishment. Chen Wanqin asked curiously what the punishment was. Lin Shuihui smiled mysteriously and said it was truth or dare, and the loser would choose one. I instantly realized that this birthday party was not so simple at all. This little game was the real highlight. I couldn't help but complain. Why didn't they invite Li Jintao for this party game? Lin Shuihui said, twirling playing cards. Inviting him is pointless. That guy has no shame. She'd be at a disadvantage playing with him. I asked with a cold laugh. So, I'm the one with a lot of shame? She pinched her cheek and thought seriously for a moment, then said, I may be a bit thick-skinned, but it would definitely be fun with me. Chen Wanqin waved her hand, saying, You guys play. This kind of game is for young people. It's not really suitable for me. Clearly, this was her usual tactic for avoiding conflict. But Lin Shuahui immediately lowered her head and pretended to cry, saying that she had lived alone since childhood, and her parents were always busy with work, so they never got to play with her. Today was her 22nd birthday, and she just wanted someone to play a game with her. Chen Wanxin and I were both stunned. Neither of us expected Lin Shuahui to be playing the victim 1 second and then deliver such a tearful monologue the next. I quickly raised my hands in surrender and said, Okay, I'll play along. But Lin Shuahui's expression changed instantly. She wiped away her tears, her smile as bright as if she had succeeded in a conspiracy, and declared that no one was getting away tonight, and no one was leaving until they had their fill. Knowing she couldn't avoid it, Chen Wanxin could only weakly ask how to play, worried that truth or dare might be too outrageous. Lin Shuahui, however, had already expertly shuffled the cards, her movements as nimble as if she had practiced. I was dumbfounded and couldn't help but tease her, asking if she was sure she had few friends. With that skill, even the god of gamblers would have to call her teacher. Lin Shuahui quickly dealt the cards, 8 cards to each person, and looked up to ask if we knew how to play bragging. Of course I knew. It was a classic psychological game. But Chen Wanxin looked blank, saying she only knew how to play landlord. Lin Shuahui had no choice but to patiently explain the rules and led us through 2 rounds before Chen Wanxin could barely grasp the strategy. The game quickly became tense. Lin Shuahui remained expressionless, casually claiming she had played 2 kings despite holding only 2 miscellaneous cards. I stared at her, sensing something was off, but dared not question her directly. Chen Wanxin, having no kings, reluctantly discarded a 3, whispering that she had followed with a king. I almost immediately shouted out my doubt. Chen Wanxin looked at me in surprise and asked me why. I calmly stared at her and told Teacher Chen that her little actions clearly showed I'm lying. She even tried to salvage the situation, saying that what she said was true and that if I was wrong, she would have to take back the card, asking me if I wanted to think about it again. I remained unmoved and simply let her turn it over. Chen Wanxin flipped over the 3, her face full of frustration as she began to collect her cards, complaining that Shuahui had also lied. So why was she the only one caught? I proudly said, That's called strategy, Teacher Chen. In the following rounds, Lin Shuahui played as steadily as a cunning old fox, while Chen Wanxin became increasingly flustered, getting caught red-handed several times, and ultimately suffering a crushing defeat without any suspense. Chen Wanxin looked miserable, her eyes almost red, and said aggrievedly, What kind of lousy game is this? Seeing her helpless expression, I couldn't help but feel a little smug, reminding her to choose truth or dare. 2 stacks of cards were neatly arranged on the table, red for truth and blue for dare. Reluctantly, she drew a red card, which read, When was your first love? She answered almost without hesitation, Never. Lin Shuahui was shocked and said that Sister Chen had never been in a relationship, asking if it was true. Chen Wanxin pouted, looking a little aggrieved, and said that she occasionally read romance comics, but had never actually been in a relationship. Lin Shuahui nodded thoughtfully and said that it was understandable that she hadn't been in a relationship in college, but she was already 27. I casually interjected. In psychology, there's a concept called habitual singleness. People who live alone for a long time gradually get used to solitude and find it hard to accept others' involvement. Chen Wanxin seemed petrified after hearing this. After a moment, she glared at me and immediately called for the next round. The game continued, and she was still the loser, her hand overflowing with cards to the point of near collapse. She resignedly drew the second red card, flipped it over, and saw it read, If the person you like is lying next to you, what would you do? Chen Wanxin blushed instantly, saying how could she possibly know the answer to such a question. Lin Shuahui immediately pressed her, asking her to imagine what she would do in the dead of night, with a dim bedside lamp and the person she liked sleeping beside her. Chen Wanxin broke out in a cold sweat, grabbed a card to cover her face, and stammered that she would probably be reading an e-book while gently placing her hand on the other person's hair, stroking their short hair. She said that she accidentally woke them up and the groggy person would pull her close and lean against her, eventually letting them fall asleep with their head on her lap. Her voice trailed off, and her face grew increasingly red. Lin Shuahui, as excited as if she'd discovered a new continent, screamed that the scene was too sweet. Even I couldn't help but cough, a sense of unease creeping into my heart, because the game seemed to be heading headlong into some dangerous territory. Lin Shuhui immediately analyzed seriously, saying that Chen Wanxin was definitely the proactive type in romantic relationships. Chen Wanxin looked confused and asked what that meant. Lin Shuhui even put on her round-framed glasses and pretended to push them up, saying that in her fantasy, just now she was pulling the person into her arms, which meant that subconsciously she was more mature and more like the caregiver. Chen Wanxin waved her hands in embarrassment, saying not to talk nonsense, that it was probably just because she was getting old that she unconsciously thought that way. She hurriedly put her cards aside, urging everyone to hurry up and move on to the next round, gritting her teeth that she had to win this time. But reality was cruel. She was the one who lost in the third round again. Chen Wanxin completely broke down, suspecting that Lin Shuhui and I were cheating. But no matter how unwilling she was, she could only resign herself to choosing truth. The card read, "Do you have any strange quirks?" She thought seriously for a moment and said that she liked to step on the center of the paving stones when walking, and if she didn't step on the lines, she would tell herself that she would have good luck that day. Lin Shuhui pressed her for details, asking what she would do if she did step on a line. She replied seriously, "Then I'll tell myself not to be superstitious." The game continued, and Chen Wanxin drew the truth question again. The question was what her favorite movie was and why. This time, she was clearly more enthusiastic and talked non-stop about how she liked Pride and Prejudice, especially the scene where they argued in the ring. The scene depicted how they clearly loved each other deeply, but kept hurting each other because of misunderstandings. That kind of emotion that couldn't be expressed in words really moved her. Watching her earnestly discuss the movie, I suddenly recalled how I used to recommend games. It turns out that Ms. Chen's eyes would light up when she liked something. But liking movies didn't win her the game. She lost again in the next round. Gritting her teeth, she drew a blue card, saying that this time, when she chose truth or dare, she probably only had one thought in her mind: how to win this game. Seeing that she was on the verge of a breakdown, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself and started wondering if I should go easy on her, since constantly bullying the teacher was indeed going too far. Lin Shuhui, however, showed no intention of going easy on her, directly pushing the blue card in front of her and gesturing for her to proceed. Chen Wanxin gritted her teeth, trembling as she drew a card, closing her eyes and praying that she wouldn't be too humiliated. She opened her eyes and saw a sign that read, "Choose a member of the opposite sex present and lean on their shoulder for 30 seconds. Lin Shuhui immediately grinned mischievously, saying this was a classic party game, the best way to expose whether two people were having an affair. "Sister Chun," she said, "the only member of the opposite sex present is Zhou Jia. You have no choice." Chen Wanxin turned to look at me stiffly, her mind clearly buzzing. She was probably screaming internally that it was too shameful to lean on a student's shoulder for 30 seconds. She tried to change her story back to the truth, but Lin Shuhui firmly shook her head, saying that rules are rules, and it was just a shoulder to lean on. Chen Wanxin almost laughed out of exasperation, probably thinking that in her time, this was considered too intimate. But now she was in a bind, so she could only bite the bullet and ask me if I had any objections. Looking at her embarrassed expression, I suppressed a laugh and nodded, saying no problem. After saying that, I felt a little nervous myself. Chen Wanxin carried a chair and sat down next to me, saying softly, "Then I'm sorry," before slowly leaning closer. I sat ramrod straight, my shoulders stiff as boards, and she was tense as well, as if telling herself it was just a game. But the moment her head touched my face, her hair brushed against my cheek, and I felt a warm touch on my shoulder. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Lin Shuhui sat beside me, watching with great interest. I glanced at her. She was smiling at me too. For a moment, our eyes met, as if sparks were about to fly. Chen Wanxin whispered, "Have you finished 30 seconds? Lin Shuhui then pretended to just realize what was happening and said, "Isn't it about time?" Chun Wanxin breathed a sigh of relief, quickly returned to her seat, and urged for the next round. The next round was finally my turn to lose. I drew the red card. The question was whether I had ever had feelings for anyone, and whether we were together. Chun Wanxin immediately flashed a victorious smile, excitedly urging me to answer quickly. Looking at her finally seizing the opportunity to retaliate, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Two pairs of eyes stared intently at me, their gossip practically overflowing. I felt a chill run down my spine from their gaze, scratched my head, and tried to change the subject, but finally reluctantly admitted, yes, there was something between us, just a crush, but we weren't together. Lin Shuahui immediately pounced on the table, demanding to know who it was and when it happened. I tossed the cards into the discard pile, feigning composure, and said I didn't intend to go into too much detail. It was all a long time ago. Lin Shuahui frowned, pressing for details on exactly how long ago. I thought for a moment and said, for years ago. Chun Wanxin, who had been full of gossip, suddenly had a complicated look in her eyes upon hearing this time, and then tentatively asked, for years ago, before university? Was it Zhang Yutong? Zhang Yutong was my class monitor in high school. She was quiet, gentle, and had few friends. She especially loved reading romance novels and always kept a copy of Fireworks in her desk. In our first year of high school, we were desk mates, and I often covered for her. Over time, we naturally became close. I quickly waved my hand and said no. Teacher, didn't you also doubt us back then? Our friendship was pure revolutionary camaraderie. Chun Wanxin was clearly unwilling to give up, and guessed again if it was Xie Yuding. In her eyes, Xie Yuding and I bickered every day, practically like a pair of bickering lovers. I shook my head and said no, and besides, she wasn't even in our class, so she shouldn't guess. Lin Shuahui immediately grinned mischievously and said, so she's from another school. Then why aren't you together? I shrugged and said, having a crush is normal. Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to be together. After I said that, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet for a beat. Lin Shuahui slammed her hand on the table, saying I was too hesitant and that a real man should confess his feelings. I rolled my eyes and told her that confessions need a foundation, otherwise it'll just be awkward. For example, what would she think if Li Jintao suddenly confessed to her? Lin Shuahui almost blurted out that he must be crazy. I spread my hands, saying, see, reality is cruel. After several rounds of games, the atmosphere finally relaxed a bit. Lin Shuahui lost once and was asked if she had a crush on anyone. She answered decisively, no. I also lost once and was asked what my favorite novel was. I casually answered Ready Player One. But Chun Wanxin fared the worst, losing 3 rounds in a row, and in the end, she was forced to pinch her nose and praise me, saying I was quite cute. After the game, the 3 of us took a group photo before heading home. But as Chun Wanxin lay in bed, the image of me from earlier kept replaying in her mind. She suddenly realized that even this usually carefree guy like me had once seriously liked someone. But 4 years ago, who did I actually like? This question, like a tiny thorn, quietly pierced her heart. She closed her eyes, and her memory slowly returned to the year she first became a teacher. At that time, she stood on the podium, facing a group of students with their heads down, looking at their papers. Only a few people would look up to listen to the lesson, and I was one of them. In her memory, I was usually carefree and irresponsible, but reliable when it mattered. She knew that many students were afraid of being called on, so they didn't dare to look up. She also knew that Chinese was not like other subjects. It was difficult to see results in a short time, so she could only push us forward again and again. The first time she scolded me was because of that 88-point Chinese test. After class, she called me to her office. I stood in front of her with my head down, her clean sneakers in front of me, my heart pounding, as if I was about to be sentenced. Chun Wanxin held the report card, her brow furrowed. She said my Chinese score was even lower than my physics score. It was outrageous. I quietly explained that I got a multiple-choice question wrong in physics. She got so angry her voice rose several decibels, and she demanded, "Who asked you about physics?" At that moment, I wanted to bury myself in the ground. She picked up my Chinese test paper and looked at it several times. The essay was sloppy, and the multiple-choice questions were careless. It was clear I hadn't put much effort into it. She sighed, stared at me, and said, "Don't talk about the score yet. Look up at me." I looked up and met a pair of clear, bright eyes, and suddenly felt a little flustered. I whispered my explanation. "Teacher, my Chinese has always been like this." Chen Wanxin looked at me seriously and said, "That's the real problem." She asked if I felt I was inherently bad at Chinese. I scratched my head and said, "No, not really." She pulled over a chair for me to sit down and said, "Let's have a good talk." I didn't dare refuse, so I sat down. She pushed the test paper in front of me and asked me to explain my solution to each question. After listening, she didn't continue to scold me. Instead, she gave me a warm smile and said that she believed in me and that I would definitely improve next time. At that moment, I felt as if I had been bathed in sunlight. After returning to my dormitory, my mind was filled with the image of her profile as she graded the test papers with a red ballpoint pen. I sat bolt upright in bed, shook my head violently, and told myself no, absolutely not. How could a student have such thoughts about their teacher? I rushed into the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face repeatedly, trying to clear my head. But the more I tried to forget, the clearer the images of her telling jokes in class, cheering us on before exams, and writing, after passing the imperial examination, on the blackboard became. That year, I was 18, and she was 23. I was still a student, just turned 18, while she had just started university when I was only 13. Time is sometimes so strange. Even though there was only a 5-year difference, it felt like there was an insurmountable river between us. But one can't help but wonder, if we had met earlier or later, would we have missed out on so much? For years have passed. I'm 22, and Chun Wanxin is 27. Those once insurmountable distances seem to have suddenly shrunk. The year we graduated, I went to her house and brought her a huge bouquet of flowers. She said with pride, "My student is so wonderful." At that time, I only dared to stand in the crowd and smile, as if I had hidden all my thoughts in the bouquet. I chuckled and said, "I'm her best student. She'll never meet someone as outstanding as me again." Laughter filled the room. I mingled in the crowd, secretly watching her, thinking that was enough. But now, looking back, I lean against the sink, staring at my wet reflection in the mirror, and bitterly admit that I hadn't let go at all. Winter came quickly. Since that game of truth or dare, Chen Wanxin and I had barely kept in touch. The November winds picked up, and I put on my down jacket, sitting at my desk typing. Suddenly, Lin Shuahui pulled out a steaming hot roasted sweet potato and sat down next to me, starting to eat it by himself. I glanced at her helplessly and asked if she wasn't afraid I'd bring up past grievances while she was eating right next to me. Lin Shuahui, her mouth full of sweet potato and her eyes darting around, said she'd already treated me to dinner and that she'd even had her pay docked, so I shouldn't be stingy. I sighed, deciding not to argue further, and simply asked her what she was doing here. Lin Shuahui patted her chest and said, "Of course I came to chat with you, to take advantage of the fact that no one's looking." I looked up at her and asked, "You come here to chat every day? Where do you get so many topics to talk about?" She munched on a sweet potato, looking disgusted, and said that what I said sounded vulgar, and that it was too much to say such things to a virgin. I was too lazy to argue with her, and just asked if she had misunderstood. Lin Shuahui suddenly became serious and asked me if something had been wrong lately, as she seemed very downcast. I was taken aback and shook my head, saying nothing was wrong. I've always been like this. She stared at me for a few seconds, then shook her head again, saying not to lie to her intuition. Then, she changed the subject and suddenly asked me what I thought of her cousin. I was taken aback and asked her why she suddenly asked this. Lin Shuahui shrugged and said she was just asking, wanting to know what kind of person Chen Wanxin was. I thought about it seriously and said that Chen Wanxin was a very good and responsible teacher. She continued to press. "That's it? Nothing else?" I looked at her helplessly and asked her what she really wanted to know. Lin Shuahui squinted at me and said she was wondering if the person I said I had a crush on that day was her cousin. I was speechless, but she continued her analysis, saying it was normal. Some students admire their teachers, both boys and girls, and she gave a bunch of examples like Angel's Love and Teacher, Can I Like You? I shook my head, saying I hadn't seen any of them. Lin Shuahui looked at me in shock, saying I hadn't seen them? They were classics. After watching them, she even wanted to fall in love. I sighed and told her not to use such a disgusting analogy. I guess the plot was about a forbidden romance between a student and a teacher, right? She actually nodded without hesitation, saying, yes. I sighed and told her seriously that even jokes shouldn't involve saying things like that. Teachers face far more pressure than students. Unlike students, they can't just casually say, I like you, and then pass the consequences on to others. Lin Shuehui nodded thoughtfully, saying that was true, but now that I'm a working professional, I should have fewer concerns. Her words, however, brought back those heart-fluttering moments from 4 years ago. Lin Shuehui finished her sweet potato, clapped her hands, and turned to leave, leaving me sitting there in a daze. I picked up my phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally sent a message to Chen Wanxin, asking if she was busy lately. At that moment, I became unusually nervous, and my mind even started to conjure up all sorts of invitations: amusement parks, aquariums, cinemas. I thought of every single one. My phone vibrated quickly. Chen Wanxin replied, asking what was wrong and if I had any questions for the teacher, but she was indeed quite busy lately. My anxiety instantly eased by half, and I asked her if it was because of the midterm exams. She quickly replied that no, it was because her application for a single-room faculty dormitory near the school had been approved, and she was moving this Saturday, so she was a bit busy. I stared at the screen for a moment, then almost without hesitation, replied, I'll help you move, teacher. Chen Wanxin didn't refuse. Perhaps I was too enthusiastic, or perhaps she just needed help. On Friday night, we talked on the phone about moving things. While packing her clothes, she said there wasn't much to bring. She had a bed and desk in her dorm, mainly just clothes. I chuckled and reminded her, what about bed sheets and toiletries? There's no elevator in the dorm, is there? Chen Wanxin sighed and said, there's no elevator in this old building. It's only the 3rd floor. A suitcase with clothes, a laptop, and bed sheets is enough. I suggested she bring more. Rice, oil, and seasonings could be kept in the car for convenience. She laughed, saying I was overthinking things, and that she didn't have time to cook. Bringing alcohol? Did I drink too much? I quickly explained that it wasn't alcohol, but cooking wine, and that I don't usually drink alcohol. Chen Wanxin clearly didn't believe me, but didn't press further. She only asked if 3 p.m. the next day would be okay, adding that Lalamove was more reliable. I immediately assured her, don't worry, I can handle it by myself. She chuckled softly and said, thank you then. My teacher will treat me to dinner tomorrow. At 2:50 p.m. the next day, I drove to her apartment building, feeling inexplicably nervous. Shortly after, she texted me, asking me to come up. I took the elevator to the 4th floor, knocked, and heard her voice inside, saying, come in, no need to take off your shoes. I pushed the door open and saw her coming out of the kitchen, wearing a white off-the-shoulder sweater and a khaki knit skirt, exuding elegance with a touch of indescribable sexiness. I was stunned for a moment, with only one thought in my mind. The teacher's outfit was so fashionable. Chen Wanxin casually draped a plaid coat over her shoulders and told me to sit on the sofa and wait a while she checked my things. The living room was already piled with moving items, vacuum bags, suitcases, an electric frying pan, and 2 potted plants. It looked like a college student moving into a dorm. I sat on the sofa and teased her, asking why she suddenly moved. I thought she'd never leave the house again. Chen Wanxin glared at me and said, never leave the house again? I'm not that kind of person. Then she handed me a cup of tea, telling me to drink some first, because I'd be doing hard labor later. I looked down at the tea leaves swirling in the cup, but my mind was filled with the image of her walking out of the kitchen. The moving process went more smoothly than I expected. We didn't have much stuff, and we quickly moved into our single dormitory room of about 30 square meters. Although the room was small, it was compact and cozy. On the left was the sink and a small kitchen, on the right was the bathroom, and in the middle were the bed, wardrobe, and a small balcony. After placing 2 potted plants on the balcony, the whole room suddenly felt more like home. I sat down on the small sofa to rest, only to realize that it could only fit 2 people at most. Chen Wanxin came over and said with a smile, squeeze in. When she sat down next to me, her arm was almost touching mine, and I was still holding her phone in my hand, so I didn't know what to say for a moment. She then asked me to turn around and said she would give me a shoulder massage. I hesitated for a moment, then quickly said no, trying to decline. But Chun Wanxin had already gently placed her hand on my shoulder and softly said that I had helped her move so many things and that a teacher should reward her properly. Her voice was light and gentle, but to my ears, it was more lethal than any ambiguous words. A slender hand landed on my shoulder, gently kneading it. The movement was perfectly natural, yet I felt incredibly uncomfortable. Chun Wanxin added with a smile that she often massaged Xuehui's shoulders too, and told me not to be shy. But I looked down at my phone, pretending to be looking at my phone, my heart pounding wildly. I quickly changed the subject, saying, "Teacher, dinner will be fine with nothing." I said, "Isn't it customary to eat the first meal at home when moving into a new house? It would be even better if we could cook something ourselves." Chun Wanxin thought about it and seemed to agree. But although they had a pot, they hadn't prepared any firewood, rice, oil, or salt, so cooking wasn't practical. I suddenly suggested, "How about we have hot pot? It's simple and convenient. We just need to buy some ingredients and cook them." Chun Wanxin's eyes lit up instantly. Having a steaming hot pot after moving would definitely create a nice atmosphere. She immediately nodded and said, "It's settled then. I'll go buy the groceries in a bit." I was just about to get up when Chun Wanxin smiled and pressed me down, saying, "What's the rush? Let me massage you for a while longer." Those words left me speechless. Normally I'm eloquent, but right now I felt like I'd suddenly frozen, my mind going completely blank. Lately, I wanted to see her, yet I was also afraid to see her. Now that she was sitting so close, I was even more at a loss for how to react. Chun Wanxin, completely oblivious, continued massaging my back from my shoulder. Through my clothes, she could feel the muscles in my back and couldn't help but marvel at my youthful physique. I could only manage a forced laugh, utterly at a loss for words. Thankfully, she quickly withdrew her hand and changed the subject, saying, "Let's go buy something. The teacher likes potatoes, and she asked me about them." I thought for a moment and said, "Let's say tripe." We quickly arrived at the supermarket, pushing our shopping cart between the shelves. Shrimp paste, egg rolls, tripe, potatoes, lotus root slices one by one. The hot pot ingredients were put into the cart. Chun Wanxin also carefully selected condiments, bowls, chopsticks, and napkins. She didn't look like she was just having a casual meal. She looked like she was preparing for a small family gathering. I pushed the shopping cart beside her, my mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. The two of us shopping together, picking out ingredients for dinner, discussing what to eat, and loading things into the cart, it was such a heartwarming scene. Chun Wanxin picked up a bag of potato noodles and put it in the cart, asking if that was enough. I nodded and said it was, that I could eat anything, but I quickly suppressed those chaotic thoughts in my mind. "Don't overthink it," I reminded myself. "This is just accompanying the teacher to buy groceries." But just then, Chun Wanxin suddenly stopped in front of the beverage section, her eyes clearly showing interest as she looked at the row of sparkling wines on the shelf. The next second, she picked up a pink packaged can of sparkling wine, held it up to her face, and asked me with an exceptionally bright smile, "How about it? Want to have a drink with the teacher?" Chapter 31: What Happens After Getting Drunk. The hot pot was bubbling and gurgling. A pot of bright red oil filled the room with its aroma. Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin sat cross-legged in front of the small table. The desk was against the wall, and there weren't many chairs, so they put the pot on this small round table. Fortunately, there was a clean carpet, so they had a place to sit. Chun Wanxin skillfully added ingredients to the pot. "Do you need an apron?" Zhou Jia was somewhat surprised. "You also have aprons?" Chun Wanxin nodded. "Yes, I'll look for it." Zhou Jia said, "No need, teacher, this is fine." Zhou Jia reached out to stop Chun Wanxin, who had just gotten up, but sat back down. Oh well. The two were eating hot pot and drinking sparkling wine. Chun Wanxin bought a whole box, which was 6 cans. Zhou Jia glanced at it, and saw that the sparkling wine was written in Spanish that he couldn't understand, like some kind of magical incantation. The only thing he could understand on the pink label was the 7.5 degree mark. It's not high, but it's still a bit higher than beer. Zhou Jia took a sip. The overall taste was sweet, but there was a distinct alcohol flavor, which made him a little worried. "Can Teacher Chin drink alcohol?" Chun Wanxin also took a sip of wine and tasted it. "Well, I think there shouldn't be any problem. The teacher drank a little when he was in college, but he's fine now that he's working. He can use not being able to drink as an excuse. She put down the wine and smiled. What? Are you worried that the teacher will drink too much and turn into a crazy drunkard? Don't worry. The teacher has a very good drinking habit, and there's absolutely no chance of him drinking himself into a coma. Zhou Jia felt somewhat relieved. At least there wouldn't be an awkward situation like Teacher Chen getting drunk and then being unable to handle the situation. He once had a classmate who went on a drunken rampage on the mountain after drinking a bottle of Rio. That was Rio, which was so bland it was like water. Zhou Jia found it hard to imagine that anyone could get drunk from drinking that stuff. The two chatted and ate hot pot, which brought a sense of life to their new home. Chen Wanxin's face was flushed, whether from the hot pot or the alcohol. It was hard to tell. Is Teacher Chen busy with work lately? Well, as always. By the way, I asked my student earlier. What student? You forgot. It's about what I told you before, introducing you to one of my students, a young woman majoring in classical Chinese who also enjoys playing video games. What kind of unprofitable major is this? Hey kid, I'm just trying to help you with this, and you're complaining. No, I didn't mind. That's what my mouth said. Really, that girl is very pretty and gentle. Why don't you two add each other as friends? No need, teacher. What? I didn't expect you to be so materialistic. Although being materialistic isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that's not the reason, teacher. What could be the reason? I don't want to be in a relationship. But we have to talk about it. You're getting on in years. Well, the teacher doesn't have a boyfriend either, right? If I could find someone like the teacher, I might date him. What? What are the teacher's strengths? Yes, she has a good personality and is beautiful. She has many advantages. It's all an act in front of students. In private, his temper is worse than you can imagine. Really? Yes, really. That actually makes it more interesting. How come I never noticed this rebellious streak in you before? No, just like the teacher said, I sometimes pretend to be something else in front of the teacher. Really? Real? And now? You feel very awkward in front of the teacher, right? I used to feel that way too, feeling very restrained. No, that's not it. What is it? Ah, it's cooked, eat it quickly. The two began to talk, seemingly with some probing involved. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, they exchanged more than what was said on the surface. Chen Wanxin held up the can of sparkling wine and winked at Zhou Jia. Cheers. Zhou Jia, holding a bottle of sparkling wine, bumped into Chen Wanxin, bowing and scraping. Cheers. Zhou Jia drank the glass of sparkling wine, swallowing down her nervous feelings along with it. After 2 cans of wine, Chen Wanxin was already somewhat drunk. After Chen Wanxin got drunk, she suddenly became more talkative. I'm really angry. Chen Wanxin placed the can of wine on the table, her voice rising several octaves in indignation. They keep nagging me at home every day. What's there to nag about? Honestly, if you don't want to find a partner, just don't. Why do people have to get married? Marriage is so inconvenient. Chen Wanxin's tone became somewhat indignant, completely different from her usual gentle expression. Zhou Jia was completely stunned. He never expected that Teacher Chen had this side to him. He cautiously asked, so Teacher Chen actually came out because her family was pressuring her to get married. Chen Wanxin pursed her lips, looking pitiful as she tried her best to hold back her tears. Finally, Chen Wanxin deflated, slumped onto the table, and said somewhat dejectedly, yes, I really can't stay at home anymore. Zhou Jia understood instantly. No wonder Teacher Chen was living comfortably at home and suddenly wanted to move, and why I didn't see Teacher Chen's parents today when he moved. That sounds really pitiful. Zhou Jia even felt a pang of sympathy. Chen Wanxin had already taken off her coat and draped it over the bedside, wearing only a white off-shoulder sweater. She lay there, her hair falling onto the edge of the table. Yes, don't end up like the teacher. When you get to that age, even if you're not in a hurry, your family will be. You're still young, so it's okay. Zhou Jia comforted Chen Wanxin. Teacher, don't be anxious about your age. You'll still be beautiful even when you're 30. Chen Wanxin felt dizzy. She was already feeling down today, so she really wanted to drink. After drinking, she felt a little better. Her fingers groped on the ground and found a new can. She opened the tab, and the bubbles churned and hissed. Chen Wanxin took the can and started gulping it down. Looking at Chen Wanxin's appearance, Zhou Jia suddenly felt a little worried. Are you really all right, teacher? You're already drunk. Maybe you should drink less. One thing that a drunk person will inevitably say is, "I'm not drunk." As Chun Wanxin said this, her face and ears turned red. "I'm not drunk. It's no use being beautiful once you're 30. She rested her chin on her hands. "But I probably really wouldn't have been able to get married back then." Zhou Jia said. "How could that be? There will always be people who want to marry the teacher." Chun Wanxin cupped her face in her hands and gave Zhou Jia a gentle smile that was no different from any other day. "No way. Where would you find someone like that? You wouldn't be happy marrying someone like me." Zhou Jia's heart was pounding. He felt that he should say something, or at least say something at this moment. Zhou Jia took a sip of wine and gently placed the can on the table. "If I could marry my teacher, I would definitely say, wow, I'm so lucky." Chapter 32, The Clumsy Student. The hot pot was still boiling, bubbling with oil, and the fish balls, tofu, and potatoes inside were all vying to float to the surface. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of hot pot simmering. Zhou Jia reached out and switched the induction cooker from high heat to low heat, which reduced even the sound of the oil bubbling. Chun Wanxin rested her chin on her left hand, revealing a gentle expression, her amber eyes quietly observing Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia might have thought it would be better to back down at this point and gloss over it with a joke. But surprisingly, he didn't say anything and waited for Chun Wanxin's reply. Chun Wanxin gently patted the carpet to her right, making two soft patting sounds, as if gesturing for Zhou Jia to sit down. Zhou Jia shifted her body on the carpet and moved next to Chun Wanxin. In this tense moment, Zhou Jia's heart was surprisingly calm, as if he were waiting for a parliamentary session. He stood on a small stage, surrounded by people in layers, waiting for his judgment. Chun Wanxin reached out her hand and, to Zhou Jia's surprise, placed it on his head, gently stroking his hair with her small, soft hand. "Thank you for comforting the teacher." She still wore a smile, though the alcohol made her look a little sleepy. Zhou Jia's view was blocked by the arm that was moving back and forth, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw Chun Wanxin's bright silver earring on her right ear, sparkling under the white chandelier above. Even though there was no confession, it felt like a subtle rejection. Or perhaps this is actually a rejection. Only the teacher's way of rejecting is gentler. At times like these, people tend to have all sorts of complex thoughts, analyzing things from beginning to end. As Chun Wanxin was talking, she started to lean on the table. "Teacher, I'm a little sleepy." Before Zhou Jia could even feel sad, her expression quickly turned to astonishment. "Teacher Chun, are you going to sleep? How much did they drink? 3 listens? Didn't you say you could drink a lot? This doesn't qualify as being a good drinker at all. And falling asleep like that would be too dangerous. You'd get splashed with oil. More importantly, are you really going to sleep like this with me right next to you? Aren't you being too trusting of me?" While Zhou Jia was lost in thought, Chun Wanxin had already started lying there completely still. "It's probably better to go to bed and sleep anyway." Zhou Jia called out a few words in a low voice. "Teacher Chun." Chun Wanxin responded groggily a few times, indicating she was awake, but clearly showed no sign of getting up. Zhou Jia was quite helpless and whispered to the teacher as if coaxing a child. "Teacher, shall I help you to bed?" Chun Wanxin hummed in agreement twice. Zhou Jia felt guilty, so he first turned off the stove, then unplugged the electric wok, placed it in the sink, and then helped Chun Wanxin up by the arm. "Teacher, I'm going to help you to bed now." He wondered if what he was doing could be considered taking advantage of someone in distress, but he hadn't done anything. He had just helped the teacher to sleep. So how could that be considered taking advantage of someone in distress? Zhou Jia helped Chun Wanxin up, draped her limp body over his shoulder, and helped her settle on the bed. He then grabbed Chun Wanxin's ankles and helped her lower body, which she couldn't move, onto the bed as well. Then Zhou Jia coaxed her a couple more times, and Chun Wanxin obediently rolled over twice and lay in the middle of the bed. Only then did Zhou Jia cover her with the blanket, with a helpless yet somewhat doting smile on his face. In fact, everyone has times when they want to act cute or feel vulnerable. It's just that as we grow up, we don't know who to act cute with anymore. We can't confide in our parents, and our friends may not fully understand us either. Zhou Jia could understand the teacher's state of mind. He looked at Chun Wanxin lying on the bed, her hair disheveled on the pillow, her lips glistening and delicate. He could almost touch her face if he reached out his hand. Zhou Jia was disgusted that she had such thoughts. What the hell were you thinking? It was just touching my face. TSK, the worst of the worst, to even have such thoughts. Zhou Jia immediately turned around, punched the air with a whooshing sound, and then calmed down. Even if you might regret it later, you just can't do it. Even if it's done secretly and the teacher isn't on guard, and might not really blame you even if they find out, your principles as a human being waver once you do it. Zhou Jia's mind began to race, a struggle raging within him. After a while, he sighed again. What am I doing? Like an idiot. There's a saying that goes something like this. Unrequited love is a chaotic battle for one person. It probably emerged in the early 2000s, with Martian script carved on walls and tables. Back then, people really liked these quotes that sounded particularly unconventional and melancholic. But upon closer reflection, it makes sense. The other party might not have been thinking anything at all. It's just that I'm overinterpreting a small action and engaging in a battle of wits with them. Zhou Jia cleaned up the remaining wine and hot pot. He was very skilled at this kind of thing, mainly because of that bastard Li Jintao. Every night, Li Jintao would howl and cry loudly, like a husky that had been stimulated. After howling, he would fall asleep, leaving the sober Li Jintao to clean up the wine glasses. In this world, those who are clear-headed are always more miserable. After packing her things, Zhou Jia pondered whether she should go back or stay here, but she couldn't bear to leave. So she turned off the lights in the house, leaving only the bathroom light on, sat on the sofa, hugged herself, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The night was quiet. The room still held the steam from the hot pot, and the faint smell of alcohol hadn't dissipated. The dim light from the bathroom illuminated Zhou Jia's profile. When he calmed down, his face appeared exceptionally composed, which put people at ease. Chen Wanxin woke up in the middle of the night. She had a rare good night's sleep and didn't dream. Because the pressure recently has indeed been greater than expected. Teaching is such a job, it doesn't pay much and is very tiring. Once you get started, it's an endless abyss. Of course, she was mentally prepared for it. However, when it comes to actually dealing with it, one inevitably feels powerless. Students are at an age where they have many worries. In addition to studying, they also experience various kinds of confusion. The intertwining of internal and external pressures makes her feel tired. Chen Wanxin opened her eyes groggily, looking at the unfamiliar room. Where's this place? Oh, I moved. She recalled what had happened, noting the faint smell of alcohol and hot pot emanating from her collar. The scent awakened her memories. Oh, we drank alcohol and ate hot pot with Zhou Jia. And then, Chen Wanxin couldn't quite remember what happened after that, and her relaxed brows gradually furrowed. Where's Zhou Jia? Chen Wanxin immediately sat up, looked around, and saw Zhou Jia huddled in the corner of the sofa. Her heart suddenly relaxed, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Looking at the clean room and the wine jars scattered together, how could she not understand what had happened? She lifted the bedding, got out of bed, stepped onto the carpet, and walked to Zhou Jia. She unconsciously reached out and brushed Zhou Jia's hair from his forehead. This student of mine is really a slow learner. Chapter 33. The teacher's bed sheet smells good. Perhaps I shouldn't be overthinking things. Chen Wanxin felt this way, but every time Zhou Jia touched the soft spot in her heart, she felt somewhat at a loss. If a student is kind to you, it would be presumptuous of you to treat that kindness as something else entirely. Chen Wanxin touched Zhou Jia's forehead hair. It was softer than she had imagined, yet it usually looked quite sturdy. It was truly amazing. When his bangs were parted, his broad and bright forehead was revealed, making him appear resolute and reliable. Chen Wanxin leaned over and quietly looked at Zhou Jia, her mind gradually becoming active. Zhou Jia seemed to be awakened by Chen Wanxin's actions. Zhou Jia opened her eyes and met Chen Wanxin's gaze. Chen Wanxin's hand was still on Zhou Jia's hair, frozen there, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chen Wanxin had sobered up considerably by now. She quietly withdrew her fingers, pretending nothing had happened, and said something. You're awake. Can't he stay asleep? Why are you doing this to him? Chen Wanxin silently blamed herself in her heart. Zhou Jia yawned, looking around with a confused expression. What time is it now? He rubbed his eyes. Teacher, are you sober now? Chen Wanxin picked up her phone from the side and took a look. It's 3 in the morning, and I've sobered up. Thank you. I wasn't very drunk last night, was I? I didn't say anything strange, did I? Chen Wanxin felt that she was asking a question she already knew the answer to. She couldn't even remember when she got drunk yesterday. Her drinking behavior was terrible, and she had to rely on her students to take care of her. Embarrassing. He clearly said he was a good drinker. So how did he fall asleep like that? Zhou Jia shook his head. No. Teacher Chun, after you drank 3 cans, you said you were so sleepy, and then you fell asleep right away. You were lying on the table, and I helped you lie down on the bed to sleep. Chen Wanxin was dumbfounded. Is this really what I'm like when I'm drunk? Chen Wanxin, you're so useless that you even need a student to help you get into bed. Zhou Jia stretched. Teacher, now that you're awake, I'll head back now. Well, I've packed everything. He pointed inside the house to the cleaned-up wok, the wine jars and plastic bags, and the trash. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment. Are you going back? Zhou Jia looked completely bewildered. Shouldn't I have gone back? What is Teacher Chen saying? I don't understand. Chen Wanxin's tone revealed her worry. But it's so late. How are you going to get home? It's so late. 3 a.m. Is it even possible to get back? Zhou Jia straightened his clothes. It's okay. There are night buses at this time. Chen Wanxin became even more worried. Night buses don't have the kind of driver who robs people in the middle of the night and then drives to strange places, or there's a strange woman in white sitting in the back. Chen Wanxin remembered the urban legends she had read before. Zhou Jia quickly waved his hand. Those are things that happened more than 10 years ago. Could it be that the teacher often heard such stories when he was a child? And those ghost stories about female ghosts are no longer scary. People are more tolerant of female ghosts in society now. It's gotten to the point where seeing the slit-mouthed woman open her mouth makes one think it's a good opportunity. While people's desires are their own, some people really should see a doctor. Chen Wanxin was puzzled. Is that so? There were indeed stories of poor public security in the past, and people were advised not to go out at night and to be wary of pickpockets. However, the public security situation has improved considerably in recent years. Zhou Jia had already turned around and walked towards the door, revealing a generous smile. Then I'll head back now, teacher. Good night. As Chen Wanxin watched his retreating figure, a strange feeling suddenly welled up inside her. He's going back. Of course, there weren't any extra rooms available. Even so, my student had taken care of me and even slept with me on the sofa for half the night. If I just let him go back like this, I would definitely feel uneasy. More importantly, a strange, uneasy feeling had enveloped her. Zhou Jia had already reached the door, his hand on the doorknob. The next second, he was about to push the door open and leave. At least I can't be so heartless. Don't let him go back. Chen Wanxin took a step forward and shouted it out. Zhou Jia. Hearing the teacher's voice, Zhou Jia turned around and looked back at Chen Wanxin. What's wrong, teacher? Is there anything else? Chen Wanxin was too embarrassed to look him in the eye, so she looked instead at the neatly arranged wine jars in the corner. How about we sleep here tonight? Zhou Jia stood there, his face clearly showing astonishment, his mouth agape, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chen Wanxin could naturally imagine what Zhou Jia was surprised about, and felt that there was definitely ambiguity in her words. She kept telling herself, I'm an old hag. I'm an old hag. She recalled visiting her teacher's house when she was in elementary school. The teacher was very gentle and dignified. She liked to go to the teacher's house on weekends. Even after graduation, when she went to visit the teacher again, the teacher would gently ask if she wanted to stay overnight. Chen Wanxin also embarked on a teaching career because of this teacher, whose face is still clear in her mind. At this moment, she tried her best to imitate the teacher's expression, making her face look as kind as possible. Zhou Jia was clearly frozen in place. No, teacher. Chen Wanxin said. All right, it's okay. Going back now will affect your family, right? Staying overnight is just helping the teacher increase his popularity. Chen Wanxin felt that what she said seemed a bit strange, but she didn't know what was right or what she should say at that moment. There was a red line somewhere in her heart, and she was standing right next to that red line. It was a red line that she couldn't cross, and at that moment, she took half a step and stepped onto that red line. Chen Wanxin smiled at Zhou Jia. Since we've already stayed half the night, come on, lend a hand, and help the teacher make up the bed. Chen Wanxin started rummaging through the pile of things, not giving Zhou Jia a chance to refuse. Zhou Jia took a deep breath, no longer refusing, and spoke as if her mood had changed. Thank you so much, teacher. I'm a little excited because I haven't stayed overnight at other people's houses much before. Seeing Zhou Jia grinning as usual, Chen Wanxin felt relieved and much more at ease. Chen Wanxin first laid the wide straw mat on the ground, and then took out a thick quilt and covered it with it. Zhou Jia obediently lent her his hand. The two quickly set up a simple bed, which was thick and warm. Zhou Jia prepared to crawl inside without any hesitation. Then I'll sleep here. Chen Wanxin patted his shoulder. You go sleep on the bed, the teacher will sleep on the bottom one. Zhou Jia immediately said. How can this be? Chen Wanxin, however, did not allow him to refuse, and pushed Zhou Jia toward the bed. At this moment, Zhou Jia suddenly felt like a little wife being arranged for him. More importantly, he didn't have time to refuse because of Chen Wanxin's tone and actions. Zhou Jia sat down on the edge of the bed. Is it really possible? Why do I feel like I'm being bullied and mistreated? Chen Wanxin said with a smile. Of course you can. Okay, go and get some rest. As she said this, she shrank into the blankets on the floor. You can't expect the teacher to take off your shoes for you. You're not a child anymore. Zhou Jia remained silent. So, teacher, you knew I wasn't a child anymore? Zhou Jia shrank into the blankets. The teacher's bed sheet. It smells so good. Chapter 34 is not a date. Zhou Jia still had strange thoughts swirling in her head as she slept in the same bed that Teacher Chen had just slept in. Hey. His face seemed to have a small sun blooming, shining brightly. Damn it, stop laughing like a pervert, it's disgusting. Zhou Jia tried very hard to control his facial muscles so they wouldn't move up and down randomly, desperately imitating the stern expression of the man in black or the Terminator, reminding himself that he was a professional and would never smile no matter what happened. The body heat inside the blanket was still there, making it warmer than I had imagined. Sleeping in the same sheets that the teacher had once slept in was enough to satisfy Zhou Jia. Actually, I have no demands or expectations. Unrequited love is a very foolish thing. Rather than asking for anything, I am happier when I ask the other person for something and give back. In recent days, he has been thinking about what happened and what he should do, or to launch a direct attack, like a frontline army in a battle, bravely creating a breakthrough. When others are watching from the sidelines, they always tell that person to go for it. After all, it's none of their business. Whether they're just watching for fun or genuinely trying to comfort them, they feel that once they go for it, there will be an outcome, whether that outcome is good or bad. Only when something happens to you do you start to think things through, taking one step forward and then pulling it back. Chen Wanxin was unaware of Zhou Jia's thoughts. She was simply reflecting on herself. She wondered if she had done the right thing. Teachers are older and superiors to students. Most students have a natural respect or obedience for teachers. Adults have more social experience and knowledge, and students are almost like blank slates in front of them. Perhaps we shouldn't underestimate children. They know a lot, have seen a lot, and are aware of many things. However, there are times when they don't know how to deal with things, so the relationship between teachers and students is criticized and condemned by society. Although Zhou Jia is no longer a child, he was once my student. As Chen Wanxin lay there, a thought arose in her mind. Perhaps I really did something wrong, or perhaps I did everything wrong before, even in the game. She shouldn't have leaned on Zhou Jia's shoulder. Perhaps it was the atmosphere that influenced me, or perhaps it was for other reasons, but I did it that way at the time, even though I shouldn't have done it. She was somewhat annoyed. Chen Wanxin thought of some people again. Lu Sun and Su Guangping, Shun Kongwen and Zhang Zhaoa, Yu Qiuyu and Ma Lan, but she was not them. She was Chen Wanxin, just Chen Wanxin. She is Zhou Jia's teacher. Zhou Jia was her student. Chen Wanxin's feelings were even more complicated, like a rope twisting in her heart. Was she relying on Zhou Jia too much? Chen Wanxin couldn't help but think that. After sobering up, her thoughts became even more complicated, and she began to wonder why she had such thoughts. She heard a rustling sound beside her, looked up and saw Zhou Jia peeking out, wearing her usual bright and reassuring smile. Can't you sleep, teacher? For some reason, when Chen Wanxin saw that smile, The chaotic thoughts and pressure in her heart suddenly lessened. Zhou Jia asked in a low voice. I've heard the teacher turning things over and over since the beginning. Is something on the teacher's mind? Chen Wanxin then realized that she did make such movements when she was thinking, changing positions while lying on the bed, and could roll from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. No. Zhou Jia writhed and moved to the edge of the bed, like a snail extending its tentacles from its shell. Work pressure and life pressure are common problems for modern people, and it's normal for teachers to have them too. Sometimes they need a way to vent. Zhou Jia thought Chen Wanxin was still in a state before she got drunk. Chen Wanxin asked. For example? Zhou Jia propped his head up with his hand. How about going out to play? Oh right, tomorrow no, today is Sunday, right? Teacher, do you want to go out and play? Chen Wanxin thought it over and over. Where should we go for fun? Zhou Jia did not hesitate. Amusement park. Chen Wanxin looked at him helplessly. It's your idea to go, isn't it? The teachers aren't really interested in these things. Zhou Jia proposed a second solution. Aquarium. Aquariums are wonderful, so gentle and romantic. Zhou Jia also had her own little schemes, and her heart began to stir restlessly. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jiawen. Is the aquarium fun? She had heard that some of her friends had gone to the aquarium on dates, but she wasn't particularly interested in it herself, since she didn't really consider it a date. Zhou Jia nodded. There are fish, and they're really big. Chen Wanxin chuckled softly. There are fish in the river too. Zhou Jia said. The fish in the river can't perform, can they? Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. Well, I won't go. The school needs to decorate the classrooms, which means they need to put up some potted plants and stuff. I'll need to think about what to do when I wake up. Zhou Jia understood. Teacher, shall we go to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market? Chen Wanxin thought it was a good idea. I never expected this. Great, I can go and take a look. As Chen Wanxin said this, her mood brightened considerably. Zhou Jia volunteered himself. Then I'll go with the teacher. Chen Wanxin's heart raced a few beats at that moment, and when she met Zhou Jia's eyes, the air seemed to freeze. Chen Wanxin placed her hand on her heart. Why do I feel nervous at times like this? Even someone as oblivious as Chen Wanxin sensed something else. Could it really be? But thinking like that is really not a good idea. But what should I do if that's really the case? Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement and pulled her head back under the covers. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhou Jia turned around. Yay. It's good that you don't forbid it. It's not allowed to prohibit it, okay? Nesting dolls are prohibited. Zhou Tian. Zhou Jia went back to take a shower first, since he hadn't been home all night and needed to go home first. His family has always let him roam free and doesn't care what he does, as long as he's alive. He might spend one night online or stay overnight at a classmate's house. Similarly, Chen Wanxin packed her things and took a shower. She felt the water gushing down from the tap, covering her entire body from head to toe. Her wet hair hung down the back of her head, making her thoughts wander. Chen Wanxin changed into a long-sleeved retro denim dress and did her makeup in front of the mirror. Her overall image was similar to that of her favorite actress, Keira Knightley, with a touch of English rose artistic beauty. However, compared to her, Chen Wanxin's facial features were softer, which made her beauty gentler. She chatted with her friend, who, after learning about her schedule for the day, quietly said something. So, you went on a date with a student? Holding her phone, Chen Wanxin was filled with righteous indignation and quickly defended herself. It's not a date. Chapter 35 Cross-Channel Communication. The following is a conversation between Chen Wanxin and her best friend Luo Jiaying, who already has a 2-year-old child. It's a date, I guess. No, I just went to the flower, bird, fish and insect market to buy things to decorate the classroom and complete the task assigned by the leaders. With a boy? Just the two of you. Former students. So that's what you like. No wonder you've never been interested in the things I've introduced to you before. I see. No, that's not true. Really not. I remember you complained to me about a lot of things that were related to him, right? Is there? Yes, or I'll go check your message history. Goodbye. Alas, I don't know anymore. Don't know what that means. Yeah, I've been feeling a bit complicated lately. How should I put it? I don't know if it counts as liking someone. I've never liked anyone before. To be more precise, it's like I've just noticed him. You noticed? Yeah, Sometimes I think about things, and when I think about things, I think about this person. It's like something is sprouting in my heart, but I don't think it can be called liking, especially since I'm his teacher. My God, how innocent. Question mark. I only had this idea when I first started junior high school. I didn't expect that you, at 27, would have the same idea as me back in junior high school. Oh my God, my girlish heart is fluttering. Can't you speak properly? You son of a bitch. It's no use pretending to be tough or swearing. Seriously, I only had these thoughts when I first started dating. Now I'm a mother. Sigh, time waits for no one. My nose is about to bleed. That's enough. It's all because you got married too early. I noticed that. TSK. It's even more embarrassing than saying, I like you directly. I can't stand it. Deleted, blocked. Don't be like that, okay? I know you came to me for advice, and I can help you come up with some ideas. So what's bothering you right now? I don't know either. I will give a gift when I get married. What kind of advice did you give? I'll cheer for you, baby. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Unable to get any answers, Chun Wanxin sent an angry emoji, intending to pretend she hadn't seen Luo Jiaying's messages all day, and stormed out. It's noticeable that like and love are three separate words for Chun Wanxin. These are words that should absolutely not be confused, but the boundaries between these three words are unclear. She walked into the subway station. But what was Zhou Jia thinking? He always bossed his students around. Wasn't that a bit unfair to him? The subway lights flashed yellow, and the door slowly opened. Chun Wanxin had boarded this subway many times, observing the people around her and imagining their lives. Young people carrying backpacks, affectionate couples holding hands, or elderly couples. People established different connections with each other, passing each other in the vast subway system. Everyone has some worries buried in their hearts, and now those worries are almost drowning her. It's not a date, it's not a date, it's not a date. As soon as Chun Wanxin got off the subway, she saw Zhou Jia standing there. He was dressed neatly, wearing a white coat, a gray crew neck shirt, and simple jeans, which made him look refreshing and handsome. If he didn't use that face to cause trouble, and just stood there, he would definitely be a great clothes hanger. Chun Wanxin's gaze swept over Zhou Jia, who was standing there, from top to bottom. Isn't this just a date? How is this any different from a date? Chun Wanxin's mind was in even more turmoil, with all sorts of thoughts and ideas tangled together at that moment. She held her forehead with her left hand, while still carrying the small bag in her right. Chun Wanxin, don't overthink it, it's embarrassing. But you leaned on his shoulder that day, and he helped you up. He even let you stay overnight last night. Chun Wanxin, think carefully about where the boundaries between you and your students really lie. You're doomed by acting like this. You're just an unwanted, neurotic, old woman. Thinking like this will ruin your reputation and integrity. Teacher Chun. A voice rang out beside Chun Wanxin. Chun Wanxin let out a wow, and turned around with a flustered look on her face to meet the gaze of Zhou Jia, who looked completely harmless. Zhou Jia's face showed confusion and bewilderment. Teacher, what's wrong? Chun Wanxin hurriedly calmed her turbulent emotions. It's okay, let's go. By the way, you didn't get scolded when you went back, did you? It's not good to stay out all night. What would his parents think if they found out he stayed at my place for one night? Chun Wanxin dared not think about it, and hurriedly defended herself in her mind, saying that she had not abducted any students. Older people often act this way in situations, whether dealing with business or romantic relationships. Because they are older, they believe they have the upper hand and should be more responsible for clarifying things to prevent misunderstandings. Chun Wanxin felt that she could be considered open and honest in her behavior. But now, what does that mean? Zhou Jia is acting as an advisor to Chun Wanxin. What is Teacher Chun like? Chun Wanxin exclaimed, hey, why are you suddenly asking me this? He asked me what I like. Is it some kind of attempt to please him? It's starting to seem like it. Zhou Jia nodded. Chun Wanxin felt her face burning and didn't dare to look at Zhou Jia, instead looking to the side. Don't worry about what I like. Zhou Jia rested her chin on her hand. But what the teacher likes should also be important, right? The decoration of a classroom is probably somewhat related to personal preferences, right? Chun Wanxin gripped her small handbag tightly with her left hand. It's not important. Don't worry about what the teacher likes, really don't. This trend and atmosphere are really strange. Zhou Jia was deep in thought. That's troublesome. Chen Wanxin let out a soft ah. What's the trouble? Is this important to you? Zhou Jia nodded. Well, at least it can serve as a reference. Chen Wanxin asked. Refer to what for? Her voice gradually became softer towards the end. Zhou Jia said, as for the setup, it's just the two of us, Teacher Chen and I. Chen Wanxin's resolve wavered even further. He just said there were only two people. What does that mean? A beautiful image flashed through Chen Wanxin's mind. Zhou Jia whispering softly in her ear as he held her. Don't do that, Chen Wanxin. You're almost 30 years old. It's disgusting to think about such a scene. She said. That won't do, Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia pondered for a moment. Chen Wanxin's panic suddenly turned into worry, fearing that her words would hurt Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia nodded. That really won't work. Chen Wanxin became even more worried, wondering if Zhou Jia was pretending not to care. Zhou Jia had a flash of inspiration. So, we still have to ask the students what kind of flowers and fish they like, right? Chen Wanxin stood there blankly, the autumn wind blowing coldly through her hair. Huh? What? Chapter 36 Forbidden to be Pretty. Zhou Jia thought Chen Wanxin hadn't heard him clearly, so he repeated it. What students like is also important, but I don't know much about flowers. If you keep fish in the classroom, won't the fish die? Zhou Jia expressed her concerns. Zhou Jia actually knew a little about flowers, but compared to Chen Wanxin, he was nothing, so he was being modest at this moment. Chen Wanxin then realized that Zhou Jia had been talking about flowers, birds, insects, and plants from the beginning, and she had actually thought he was talking about that kind of thing. So embarrassing. Chen Wanxin felt waves of heat rushing to her head, her toes gripping the soles of her shoes. The sounds of the people around her became blurred, and all she could see were long, crisscrossing cracks in the floor tiles. She wished she could become as thin as a piece of paper and disappear into those cracks. But she can't. How embarrassing. With a thud, it felt like being grabbed by the hands and feet and thrown out of the window from the 5th floor by two people. It landed heavily on the ground and rolled several times. That's how embarrassing it was. Chen Wanxin covered her face with her hand, wiped off the lipstick from her lower lip, and then turned around. Her amber eyes stared directly at Zhou Jia, revealing a deep resentment mixed with the shyness of a young woman waiting to be married. It's all my fault for this student's unrestrained speech, which caused her to overthink things. In Zhou Jia's eyes, this looked extremely cute. Zhou Jia was an expert at reading people's expressions, so he naturally noticed Chen Wanxin's displeasure and cautiously asked a question. What's wrong? Chen Wanxin thought to herself. It's all because of your ambiguous speech. Where did all that grammatical error finding lessons go? You've really forgotten everything you learned in college. But then she thought that she was overthinking things lately, making connections between everything, and perhaps she really shouldn't be like this. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia again before getting back to the main topic. It's nothing. I was just thinking about the question you just mentioned. I think it would be good to buy a few easy-to-care-for succulents. Your teacher has experience in growing flowers. Chen Wanxin is indeed experienced. After all, her favorite thing to do is grow flowers. She was thinking of buying a few begonias, which are easy to grow, don't attract pests, and are good for enjoying the leaves and blooming. She just needed to be careful to keep them warm when winter came. Buy a few more succulents, like African violets, which don't get infested with pests, or bulbs, like freesias or grape hyacinths. Now is the perfect time to grow bulbs. Plant them and they'll bloom next spring. The students will most likely not care. Most will just join in the fun out of curiosity and forget about it after a while. Growing flowers is like nurturing yourself. Pleasing the flowers brings joy to yourself. Chen Wanxin felt that her personality was pretty good, but in front of Zhou Jia, the steady personality she had cultivated was starting to crumble. Zhou Jia was puzzled, feeling that Chen Wanxin was acting stranger than usual today. Zhou Jia asked worriedly, "Did the teacher not sleep well last night?" But Zhou Jia's question was like bringing up the very thing that shouldn't be brought up. Chen Wanxin's mind became even more confused when she thought about what happened last night. She had actually spent the night in a room with her student. If word got out, she would be in big trouble. Her mind kept telling her that it was wrong, but Zhou Jia's gentleness kept knocking on the door of her heart. Wait a minute, maybe he didn't actually think that way. For so many days, Zhou Jia has been no different from usual. Chen Wanxin is worried that she might be being too suspicious. Because she had little contact with men in the past few years, she has taken all these things as misunderstandings. Chen Wanxin coughed lightly. You slept well? I'm the one who's worried about whether you slept well last night. The two of them were worrying about this and that. Zhou Jia gave a thumbs up. He slept so well, it was like he'd been hit with a baseball bat. The exaggerated metaphor always brought a slight smile to Chen Wanxin's face. Was it done by the teacher? Zhou Jia said. I don't mind if the teacher hits me with a baseball bat. Chen Wanxin gently kicked Zhou Jia's calf. All right, stop talking nonsense. The two strolled around the flower, bird, fish, and insect market. For Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin, it wasn't a date, but it felt like one. This is especially true for Chen Wanxin. She had been to an amusement park once or twice, but never to an aquarium. However, her childhood was built brick by brick in a flower, bird, insect, and grass market, filled with the smells of fish and flowers, the melodious chirping of birds, and the loud voices of shopkeepers. As a child, she spent her weekends either in free bookstores or in markets that have been shrinking in recent years. She and Zhou Jia have been separated for 5 years, and now it feels like she is sharing her childhood with him across time. Your teacher, Mr. Chen, used to come here often. He was a regular customer. Really? It's true. This place has gotten a bit smaller in the last 2 years, but I still come here often. The teacher has such a refined taste. Someone like me wouldn't come here often. You should change jobs. What kind of job? They take money to praise other people's work, 5 yuan for each praise. The teacher is so beautiful. Don't say that. Don't tell me I'm pretty. Why? Why? Am I your teacher? As Chen Wanxin spoke, she reached out and tapped Zhou Jia's forehead. Chen Wanxin's heart stirred slightly, as if she were telling Zhou Jia that he shouldn't joke about the teacher. Zhou Jia said, Oh, seemingly understanding, but not quite. I thought the teacher thought the word was too tacky. Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. It's all right, but I'm a teacher. She repeated it again. Zhou Jia pondered Chen Wanxin's meaning repeatedly. I always feel like there are multiple meanings in one sentence. It's like saying that because she's a teacher, the word doesn't seem vulgar. But it's also like saying that because she's a teacher, I can't compliment her on her beauty. It seems that it has overstepped its bounds. Chen Wanxin's fingers rested on Zhou Jia's forehead. Would you say something like that to your friends of the opposite sex in college? Zhou Jia looked proud. Teacher, you know me. I don't have any male friends. Chen Wanxin gave a soft snort, withdrew her hand, and turned her head to look at a parrot in a cage. What about Yukihira? Zhou Jia didn't know why Teacher Chen brought up Shuehui. Yes, let's just talk about games. Chen Wanxin said, Oh, and stared at the parrot, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou Jia was even more confused. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Chen Wanxin was really strange and complicated today, as if she was saying something with hidden meaning. Chen Wanxin rested her hands on her knees. In short, you are not allowed to say I'm pretty anymore. That word is forbidden. Zhou Jia nodded. Okay, I won't say it again. Chen Wanxin walked into the shop, which was filled with fish tanks of all sizes. The unchanging nature of the place over the years always gave people a sense of traveling through time. Chen Wanxin stood in front of the stack of fish tanks, with colorful fish swimming among them, and the light fell on her. Zhou Jia watched her back, watching all the light and ripples of water linger on Chen Wanxin, beautiful and enchanting. But, it's really beautiful. He thinks it's beautiful even with its soul. Zhou Jia thought to himself. Just now, that parrot was flapping its wings in the cage, hopping around with its claws gripping the bar, and chattering away. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's just repeating the words. It's unclear whether the parrot actually knows what those 2 words mean. Out of Zhou Jia's sight, a blush crept onto Chen Wanxin's face, and she muttered a curse under her breath. This beast that tries to speak like a human. The insults were delivered lightly, but were filled with shame and anger. Chapter 37 Invitation. Chen Wanxin finally ordered several succulents, some begonias, and some pothos. Of course, all of these expenses will be reimbursed, and the delivery man said they will be delivered to the classroom tomorrow. That's a good thing. They offer delivery service, so you don't have to do it yourself. Chen Wanxin treated Zhou Jia to dinner, which was Chinese food. The two sat facing each other at a small table, on which was a dish of garlic shrimp, crispy pork in clear broth, and shredded pork with garlic sauce, served with steaming hot peanut and walnut soup. Chen Wanxin then remembered. By the way, didn't you ask me if I was busy? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Zhou Jia let out an ah, drawing out the sound, before finally remembering that there was such a thing. If there was anything to it, it was, but in retrospect, it was nothing more than an excuse for Zhou Jia to get close to Chen Wanxin. A few days ago, when Zhou Jia was rummaging through his things, he came across the files he had created during his university years. Many computer science students dream of playing games, and Zhou Jia is no exception. It's more like participating in the creation of a game than writing code. Especially indie games. Zhou Jia used to make fan games and was involved in the community. He couldn't help but make fan works out of personal interest and the thought of, why did this game end like this? Such games as UT Fan Works and Toho Fan Works are all in his favorite category. Years ago, when Zhou Jia was young, he didn't play online games, but rather his dad's Famicom, which had all sorts of games on it, such as Contra, Snow Brothers, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all of which were very popular. His favorite was Salamander, a classic Famicom game that was incredibly fun. Even today, Zhou Jia still occasionally takes out those games to enjoy them. Later, Zhou Jia got involved in other games, from indie games to AAA titles, from Undertale to Hollow Knight to God's Balance, from Assassin's Creed to Old Man's Ring, each one embodying the hard work of the developers. Zhou Jia stammered, looking somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I've been thinking about making an indie game lately. Chen Wanxin immediately clapped her hands. Wow, that sounds amazing. Zhou Jia quickly replied. No, it hasn't even started. He felt a pang of guilt. He didn't want to use this as a tool to get closer to Chen Wanxin. He felt that such behavior was too despicable. Yet, he still wanted to get close to her. Conflicting feelings swirled within him. He thought about it. No, it turns out everything is fine. Chen Wanxin stared at him, expressionless, yet seemingly clenching her teeth slightly. You're not trying to get help from the teacher, but are too embarrassed to ask, are you? That expression probably confirms it. Zhou Jia was exposed. Rather than feeling embarrassed, it was more accurate to say that he had some messy thoughts in his mind, treating the task at hand as a tool. Of course, if you really want to get together with someone, dating might require a little bit of scheming, but at this moment, Zhou Jia still prefers the straightforward approach. It's like expressing one's feelings directly, without relying on external objects. Chen Wanxin said, It's okay, feel free to ask the teacher for help. No matter what it is, the teacher will definitely help you if it's possible, don't worry. Chen Wanxin's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Zhou Jia, leaving him no choice but to accept. Zhou Jia hesitated for a moment. Okay, actually I was just brainstorming plot ideas. Chen Wanxin was puzzled. The game has a storyline? Zhou Jia nodded. Many of them have them, but some are not very obvious and are hidden in the objects and background. Some are pointed out directly, like the story of the hero fighting the dragon, where the hero defeats the monster to save the princess. Even Super Mario has to save the princess, and Link, who is rescuing the princess, is having a picnic. Link, where are you? Link, I'm already in the third industrial revolution. Zelda? Even the puzzle game has a storyline, like Hellish Girl Pickup or something. Even the Match 3 game has a storyline, where you can unlock it by connecting the dots. Wait, is this game even serious? Bao Jingjing. Chen Wanxin clapped her hands. I understand, you want to consult me, right? No problem. I'm also very interested in this kind of thing. Zhou Jia asked. Teacher, are you free next week? Chen Wanxin took a sip of the hot walnut and peanut juice. Are you planning to ask next week? Zhou Jia pondered for a moment. Next weekend is Christmas. Although people often said they didn't celebrate Western holidays in high school, this kind of holiday, which has an atmosphere similar to Valentine's Day, and is full of pink, sour, romantic smells, is perfect for picking up unwanted necklaces and rings from the trash can. No, perfect for launching an offensive. Looking into Zhou Jia's determined gaze, Chen Wanxin perhaps understood what Zhou Jia meant at this point. She held the glass of flawless white walnut and peanut juice in her hand, so bright and white that it felt warm in the autumn air. She felt flustered and at a loss. If that's really the case, what should she do? Just give in. When Chen Wanxin returned home, Her best friend sent her this message after she consulted her. Chun Wanxin gritted her teeth as she looked at the mother who had posted a picture of her baby. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? The mother said, your student invited you on a Christmas date and wants me to help you pick out the perfect lingerie? I can't exactly teach you how to take off your clothes, can I? Chun Wanxin blushed. What are you saying? Seriously, can't you tone it down a bit? The mother spoke in a nonchalant tone. I'm a mother now, and you're talking to me like this, like a virgin? Chun Wanxin felt underestimated. Well, she was indeed not as good as Luo Jiaying. No, that's Christmas, and he's my student. Yeah, so I feel more at ease. What are you worried about? You know his character and personality. It's better than going on blind dates in public. You're so annoying. You asked me that question, so you need to face your own thoughts. I don't know what I'm thinking. If you had known, you wouldn't have hesitated. What's the meaning? If you had no feelings for him at all, you would have made it clear long ago. It is precisely because you cannot be sure whether you have feelings for him that you keep using other excuses to convince yourself that he is your student and you are his teacher. These words were like a thunderbolt piercing through the dark clouds, and the sky collapsed instantly. The sky truly collapsed. Chun Wanxin thought Luo Jiaying was talking nonsense, but she also wondered how she could be so certain. Luo Jiaying added, there's a reason you've been single for so long. Anyway, think it over carefully. I'm going to go feed the baby now. Sigh, you can date however you want, but please don't have a baby, really. Luo Jiaying issued a piece of advice. Chun Wanxin spat into the phone again. Pa, having a baby? I really don't know what's going on in my friend's head. Or maybe she's just become more direct because she's a mother. Or perhaps they simply had no taboos to begin with, and as they got older, they could say anything. She placed her hand on her chest, looking at the closed window, where her blurry shadow appeared, making her seem somewhat lonely. At this time yesterday, the window reflected the shadows of two people, chatting and laughing, more lively than I had imagined. She grabbed her hair, making her shoulder-length short hair look like a bird's nest. Two emotions intertwined and collided at this moment, indistinguishable and incomprehensible. Chapter 38, A Masterpiece. Zhou Jia was patted hard on the shoulder. There's a party this weekend. Guess who wasn't invited? Oh my. Zhou Jia didn't need to turn around to know who the voice belonged to. Li Jintao refreshed the page next to him. In life, there are always some people who seem to be fixed NPCs. You don't see them usually, but they only appear in certain specific places, like the owner of the handmade noodle shop, the Annie at the convenience store, and your good friend Li Jintao. I guess it's me. Zhou Jia didn't turn around, leaning on the keyboard, lost in thought. Chun Wanxin accepted his invitation to a date. Perhaps in her eyes, it was more like discussing the script, but for Zhou Jia, it was more than that. Where should we eat? Where to go for fun? What clothes should I wear? Should I dress casually or formally? Does the teacher prefer Hong Kong style? But is Hong Kong style too mature? What if I look too old-fashioned? Sporty style, but I'm not an athlete, so I ruled out plaid shirts first, the standard programmer outfit. It should at least be fashionable, but if it's too fashionable and colorful, won't the teacher think I'm too frivolous? I'm so conflicted. Zhou Jia's heart was pounding. Should she bring her ID card? I'm in case we need to go online. Zhou Jia silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra to dispel the shameful thoughts from his mind. Li Jintao watched Zhou Jia work and said, Hey, how could that be? I just came to invite you. It's Christmas this week. They're planning to go to the movies and then have a buffet. Are you coming? Zhou Jia turned her head and looked at Li Jintao's curly hair, her eyes revealing doubt. Shouldn't you be out having fun with your girlfriend, all lovey-dovey and inseparable, having a couple of drinks at the hot spring hotel at night, all sweet nothings, and then watching the snowflakes fall outside the window? Li Jintao's face was filled with helplessness. Where did you see all this? We're not the kind of couple who flaunt their relationship. You're talking like an old-fashioned romance drama, like Meteor Garden. Zhou Jia's eyes darted around. Are you going to wait for Shankai for 4 hours in the rain without an umbrella? If Li Jintao still remembers the plot of Meteor Garden, he can probably understand what he is talking about. There's a particularly interesting scene where Dao Mingxi asks Shankai out, leaving her with the line, Times Square, 2 o'clock, as if he's challenging her to a fight. He goes there, but it starts raining, so he waits and waits. A passerby asks him if he needs help, and he replies, "Ugly monster," which makes Shankai, who just arrived, purse her lips slightly. Although the plot seems absurd today, it was quite popular back then. Li Jintao looked around to make sure no one was catching or touching the fish. I have actually done something similar. I waited for my ex-girlfriend in the rain, but no one came to find me. I have to admire Zhou Jia. No wonder he's like this guy. His experience in love is unmatched by most people. Li Jintao leaned against Zhou Jia's chair. So you're coming? There are only a few familiar faces and some pretty girls. Li Jintao figured Zhou Jia should be fine. Like in previous years, he would stay home playing games during Christmas. If Zhou Jia came over, he could help him make some connections. Wouldn't that be a good thing? He could at least get a free meal from Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia clicked the mouse twice, his face remaining calm. No, I'm not coming. I have plans. Li Jintao didn't take it seriously and wasn't surprised by Zhou Jia's answer. It was common for Zhou Jia not to participate in social activities, and he had even expected it. Etc. What did Zhou Jia just say? Li Jintao's mind was like an old television rewinding a video disc. After a series of hoarse rewinds and static, Zhou Jia's words played slowly in his mind, low and deliberate. I have an appointment. It's comparable to the whispers of an ancient god. Li Jintao opened his mouth wide. You have a date? With whom? Zhou Jia said he had an appointment. How could that be? That's absolutely impossible. You're not saying you booked a dungeon run with someone on Chocobo, are you? Li Jintao shook Zhou Jia's shoulder excitedly. This guy was definitely talking about playing games. Zhou Jia's brain was practically shaken to its core. No, it's just that I have an appointment. I'm going out. I've made an appointment with someone to go out with. Do you understand what I mean? Go out on the street, walk around on the sidewalk, and then sit down in some shop to while away the day. Zhou Jia didn't understand why Li Jintao was reacting so strongly. Did he say that Li Jintao was a synonym for some kind of game? Li Jintao understood, and felt as if the sky had fallen. Wait, who is it? Male or female? How many people are there? You're going to play an offline board game, right? Or maybe a role-playing game, or a card game, right? Zhou Jia ignored him and rolled her eyes at Li Jintao. This eye roll made Li Jintao even more certain that Zhou Jia was up to something. Without a doubt, Zhou Jia was going on a date with a girl. In an instant, Li Jintao felt as if the sky had fallen and the world was doomed. That guy who had absolutely no luck with the opposite sex, or rather, who was a blockhead, actually had a breakthrough. Oh my god. Li Jintao was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Who is it? Who is it that has managed to bewitch your heart? Let me see. Zhou Jia ignored him. It provides shelter from the sand and wind. Zhou Jia silently took a sip of hot coffee, remaining silent, which, in Li Jintao's view, was entirely to pique his curiosity. Li Jintao suddenly realized what was happening. And I haven't seen you playing games lately. Are you on a date? No, not at all, Zhou Jia said. No, I'm just preparing to make a little game. Li Jintao was puzzled. Mini games. Zhou Jia nodded. Yes, it's probably an RPG. I'm currently thinking about the script and character designs. Li Jintao felt that this suited Zhou Jia's personality and accepted it readily. What about art and music? Zhou Jia rubbed his forehead. It's still very early stages. I haven't thought it through yet. I want to do it myself. It might take some time. Li Jintao became interested in this rather serious topic. Sure, you can ask me for help if you need it. Indie game, that sounds really good. He patted Zhou Jia on the shoulder again and said through gritted teeth, I will definitely find out who that person you were dating is. Zhou Jia ignored him. Li Jintao stormed off. He had decided that this Saturday, Christmas, he wouldn't attend any pointless parties or gatherings. Instead, he was going to follow Zhou Jia. Li Jintao made up his mind. I already said it wasn't a date, Zhou Jia thought to herself as she watched Li Jintao's retreating figure. Zhou Jia's story is very simple. The hero saves the princess. In terms of gameplay, it is similar to Undertale or One Shot or To the Moon, but he also considered side-scrolling combat. If it is the former, then the plot and exploration will be easier to develop, while the latter may have more fun in terms of gameplay or operation. Zhou Jia greatly admires Toby Fox and loves his work, which surpasses ordinary people in both creativity and experience. Although there are obstacles ahead, The thought of this fills him with determination. Zhou Jia is currently struggling with the specifics of how to play. Of course, at the very beginning, before anything else, character design and plot are equally important in this regard, which is a source of worry for Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia wrote a draft overnight and was quite confident in it. This is simply a masterpiece. Saturday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As Zhou Jia walked out of the residential area, a black Mazda parked on the side of the road slowly started and followed behind him at a distance. Chapter 39. This really isn't a date. Why are you so nervous? The person sitting inside the car was naturally Li Jintao. Li Jintao said he had something to do today, and his girlfriend angrily called him a scumbag, and the two even had an argument. Li Jintao planned to use the dashcam footage to prove his innocence. He was determined to catch Zhou Jia's date today, no matter what. Who on earth is this amazing person who has captured Zhou Jia's heart? Li Jintao drove slowly, glancing at Zhou Jia's back as he drove along the side road. Zhou Jia walked into a flower shop, and Li Jintao was taken aback. This guy actually bought flowers. So thoughtful. It's unbelievable. Soon, Li Jintao saw Zhou Jia come out with a red flower. Li Jintao took out his phone, zoomed in, and used it as a telescope. Why does it look like a tulip instead of a rose? Li Jintao looked for a long time, wondering who would give their partner tulips on Valentine's Day. Could this guy have been scammed by an unscrupulous merchant? Li Jintao looked at Zhou Jia, whose face was different from his usual gloomy state. It was very bright, and the slightly upturned lips showed that he was in a pleasant mood at the moment. Something's fishy going on. Something's fishy going on. Li Jintao watched as Zhou Jia went into a copy shop, stayed inside for a while, and then came out with a folder. Li Jintao was puzzled. What was going on? Why would someone go to a copy shop before a date? Is it going to fast forward to getting the marriage certificate? Aside from that, Li Jintao couldn't imagine any other reason Zhou Jia might have. Then, Li Jintao watched Zhou Jia walk towards the subway station. Broken. Li Jintao never expected that this guy would actually take the subway. Now driving has become a burden. Li Jintao grew anxious, looking around, but there wasn't a single parking spot available. As expected of Christmas, the area in front of all kinds of shops was packed with cars. There wasn't even a place to stand, let alone a parking spot. Li Jintao watched Zhou Jia's figure gradually disappear into the crowd at the subway station and became a little anxious. Oh no, I can't find any evidence today. How am I going to explain to my girlfriend that I did something earth-shattering when I get home? Li Jintao looked left and right, then simply parked his car on the side of the road. Although he couldn't see any parking spaces, there was a row of cars parked there, so he figured it wouldn't be a big problem. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Zhou Jia had already disappeared into the crowd. Li Jintao ran as fast as he could, squeezing into the crowd. He couldn't wait to find out what was going on today. Li Jintao rushed into the subway station and just happened to see Zhou Jia boarding the subway, heading towards the city library. Li Jintao was about to board the train, but the doors slowly closed. Li Jintao placed his hand on the glass door of the subway, his heart as cold as the glass. He had lost his way. Zhou Jiashang had no idea that a fool was skipping his date and following him. He was preoccupied with what to say to Qin Wanxin when he met her. Should I say hello to the teacher first, or ask how the teacher has been lately? Or, as the teacher said, I saw a flower shop on the street and bought a tulip. Yes, it was just a side trip. Anyway, it's a tulip, a flower that can be given to a teacher. I can usually come up with a lot of funny things to say, but I always get a little nervous in situations like this. Don't be nervous. It's not like it's your first time meeting your teacher. Zhou Jia covered her face with her hands, trying to make herself appear less strange on the subway. At the same time, Qin Wanxin was also a little nervous. The two arranged to meet at a coffee shop outside the city library. One reason is that the environment there is nice. Another reason is that it's a bit far from school and home, so at least you won't run into acquaintances. Of course, it doesn't matter if you run into someone you know. It's just helping your student, which is perfectly reasonable in every sense. Is it reasonable to give individual help to one's own students on Christmas? Of course it counts. We don't celebrate Western holidays at school. It just so happens that today is Christmas, so naturally we don't need to worry about it. Qin Wanxin thought to herself. She didn't consider today a special day. It was just an ordinary Saturday. Yes, that's it. But what if something really goes wrong? As Chen Wanxin thought this, she was incredibly nervous. She kept rubbing the lip gloss she had applied before leaving home. At least, she was his teacher, and at least, she should take on more responsibility. Chen Wanxin thought to herself. Today, Chen Wanxin wore a brown midi skirt, a white round neck sweater, and she really liked white inner layers. Finally, she added a dark blue wool coat, which made her look mature but not old-fashioned, not frivolous but with a touch of cuteness. The earrings I chose are small, round ones that I don't usually wear. The simple accessories add visual interest to the upper body, and small accessories can make a person look more lively at times like this. A dark, checkered scarf, wrapped around the neck, provides warmth while also adding a touch of style. This outfit was put together by Chen Wanxin in just a little while. She probably took a shower in the morning and tried on all the clothes in her closet before finally deciding on the look. Are clothes important? Of course it's important, Chen Wanxin muttered to herself. Chen Wanxin saw Zhou Jia in front of the coffee shop. He was tall and stood straight, holding a tulip in one hand and a folder in the other. It looks like they've been waiting for quite a while. She quietly walked behind Zhou Jia, reached out her icy hand, and placed it on his neck. Wow! A cheerful voice reached Zhou Jia's ears. Accompanied by a chill on his neck, Zhou Jia shivered at first, then immediately turned around and saw the radiant Chen Wanxin. That soft, wow, sound lingered in his mind. Why did you act cute like this right from the start, teacher? Zhou Jia thought for a moment and immediately smiled. Oh, it's Teacher Chen. Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand. When did you arrive? Were you startled? Zhou Jia shook his head. No, I just arrived. Why are your hands so cold, teacher? Chen Wanxin didn't believe Zhou Jia was new. She spread her hands. Yeah, I'm like this every winter. My hands and feet get cold. Zhou Jia took off the scarf around her neck. Oh, I'm so warm now. Teacher, you can warm your hands. Zhou Jia casually placed the scarf on Chen Wanxin's outstretched hands, and before Chen Wanxin could react, it had already wrapped around her hands. Chen Wanxin felt the warmth emanating from the prickly scarf, and her face felt a little hot. Why didn't you dodge? And whether Zhou Jia was prepared or not, his way of showing concern for others in a flattering manner seemed all too practiced. Zhou Jia boasted. See, teacher, I wasn't wrong, was I? It's warm, isn't it? Chen Wanxin looked at him reproachfully. Your teacher doesn't need that. Isn't your neck cold? As she thought this, she took one hand out from under her scarf, removed her own scarf, and put it around Zhou Jia's neck, adjusting it for him as she did so. It's like exchanging scarves. To outsiders, it would probably look a bit funny. Chen Wanxin glanced at it and seemed quite satisfied. All right, let's go. Zhou Jia's heart was pounding wildly, so much so that it could have carved a hole through a mountain. The two walked into the coffee shop, which was warmer than they had imagined. Now they felt that the series of exchanges they had just done was unnecessary and even a little silly. Zhou Jia smiled and handed over the tulips in her hand. I saw it on my way here and bought a flower for the teacher as a thank you. Chen Wanxin accepted the flower, her voice lowering. Oh, thank you, where are your things? Why are there flowers on it? But they're tulips, so it doesn't seem like a problem. Chen Wanxin changed the subject, as if she were avoiding it. Let me see it quickly. Zhou Jia presented his masterpiece. Chen Wanxin took it and read it carefully, more than 10 minutes later. Yeah, even though I don't play games, I find this storyline really boring. Chen Wanxin sat opposite Zhou Jia and rejected Zhou Jia's storyline. Chapter 40. It's okay if I can't go back even if I brought my ID card. Zhou Jia's head drooped, and he slumped listlessly onto the table. Seeing his expression, Chen Wanxin quickly comforted him. It's all right, there are many commendable aspects as well. Zhou Jia rested his chin on the table. It's okay. Teacher, you don't need to say that. I understand. I'd rather know where the boredom is. I was still a little discouraged. After working on it for several nights in a row, the thing I wrote was said to be boring, even though I thought it was quite interesting. Chen Wanxin picked up the printed script, put it down, picked it up again, and then took a sip of hot coffee. Zhou Jia wondered just how difficult it was to say this. Anyway, the teacher has scolded me a lot before, so please scold me instead. Chen Wanxin picked up the script again. Yeah, I used to scold you because you were a high school student and mischievous, right? But it's different now. You're all grown up now. If I were to scold you again, I'd feel a bit guilty, wouldn't I? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia sat up straight and placed his hands on his knees. No, that's not true. Getting scolded by the teacher is awesome. Chun Wanxin's face flushed slightly as she hid behind the script. What was this brat saying again? She gripped the edge of the A4 paper, really wanting to knock some sense into her own student's head for speaking without thinking. Chun Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia. You stupid student. Zhou Jia was rewarded, which boosted his motivation. Chun Wanxin watched as Zhou Jia became even more excited, wondering what was going on. She sighed, thinking that young people these days were becoming increasingly difficult to understand. It feels too flat, and the character designs are boring. It's about a hero rescuing a princess, right? It feels more like an outline, but it's still too uninteresting. Chun Wanxin repeated that it was meaningless, seemingly genuinely thinking that Zhou Jia's writing was terrible. Chun Wanxin further explained. Because I don't understand games, I'm just expressing my opinion. If you really want to write a good story, I think characters are also very important. Zhou Jia was puzzled. Chun Wanxin thought for a moment, and then said, like the princess in your story, she's just a princess. It would be better if her personality was more fleshed out. For example, the princess could like to watch puppet shows every afternoon at 6:30, or her personality could be more tomboyish, and it might be more interesting if she wasn't so one-dimensional. Chun Wanxin closed the package and handed it to Zhou Jia. In short, I think it's completely impossible, especially in terms of storytelling. But don't be discouraged, your teacher believes you can do it. As she spoke, she made a fist with one hand and waved it slightly in front of her. That looks very cute. Or you could add a connection, like the knight and the princess already knew each other and disliked each other. When the night arrived, the princess blushed and said angrily, "Why did you take so long?" As she spoke, she looked at his wound with concern and reached out to touch his arm tenderly. Wouldn't that be interesting? As Zhou Jia listened to Chun Wanxin's words, inspiration kept popping into his head. Indeed, I didn't expect Teacher Chen to know about the arrogant thing. So he started chatting with Chun Wanxin. That kind of time was actually quite ordinary, like two students discussing their homework, chatting back and forth. The A4 sheets of paper were laid out on the table, and Zhou Jia was marking them with his red pen, making circles and dots. Most of the time, Zhou Jia was the one talking, and Chun Wanxin was quietly listening to him while resting her chin on her hand. Watching him radiate youthful energy and enthusiasm, and seeing his imaginative ideas, even though Chun Wanxin knew nothing about some of them, she was still able to be a great listener. She sometimes thinks that some writers always say they admire someone's talent, but the definition of the word talent is vague. Perhaps reading a lot of books and understanding a lot of principles can be called talent. Being able to play the piano and write poetry can perhaps be called talent. But can focusing intently on something like this also be called talent? Of course, she also felt that such a statement was a bit vulgar, and using this term to refer to the pursuit of talent was too effeminate. But looking at Zhou Jia's earnest and enthusiastic demeanor, her gentle, amber eyes were slowly filled with his image, as if a beautiful insect named Zhou Jia had been inserted into the amber, recording his splendid present. Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin sat in a coffee shop with its red curtains tightly closed, while outside the sparkling clean glass, snow gradually fell, snowflakes fluttered, and the trees were covered in silvery blossoms, the white gradually covering the entire city. It wasn't because of Christmas that it snowed. Rather, it was a day that was prone to snowfall. At the end of December, even slightly colder places started to see snowfall. The whole world turned white, and people outside peeked out to watch the snow. Young couples held hands and skipped along the street. Through a few thin windows, gentle songs still flowed from the coffee shop, enveloped in warmth. Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin remained engrossed in their own world, with Zhou Jia occasionally saying something amusing that made Chun Wanxin chuckle. This is how the two of them get along, like a teacher and student. They just discuss things and don't talk about anything else, but everything seems so appropriate. Reading, appreciating the snow, tending flowers, chatting, there are no other forms of entertainment. All the hustle and bustle of the world is outside those thin red curtains. After chatting for a while, Zhou Jia finalized a new idea and temporarily put the papers aside. Chun Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia. Why do you seem so different these past few days compared to before? Zhou Jia was puzzled. He hadn't drunk much of the coffee in front of him, and now when he took a sip, he found it was getting a little cold, though the flavor was still quite rich. What's wrong? Chen Wanxin felt that Zhou Jia seemed more mature and composed these past few days. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but she felt as if he had made some kind of decision, which was different from before. It seems like you've grown up? Zhou Jia said with a smile. Teacher, you can't keep treating me like a child. I'm already 22. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult just like you. Chen Wanxin always felt that Zhou Jia's words had a hidden meaning, so she held the cup in front of her with both hands to make herself look less restrained. You'll always be a child in your teacher's eyes. Okay, let's go, have some dinner and go home. Zhou Jia hummed in agreement. The two lifted the curtain and headed towards the elevator. This was a shopping district, and everything was available nearby. The two took the elevator up to the next floor and heard someone inside. It seems like there's quite a lot of snow today. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin then realized that it was snowing, but it wasn't until after dinner that they realized how heavy the snow was. The two walked out of the mall. The ground was already covered with a layer of snow, and the goose feather-like snowflakes were still falling continuously. This is no longer just about enjoying the snow. It's about worrying about whether we can even get home. Chen Wanxin exhaled a breath of hot air. I hope I won't be able to get home. I heard the subway is shut down. Zhou Jia nodded, remembering what she had packed before leaving home. I should be able to go back, but I brought my ID card, so it's okay if I can't. Chen Wanxin was blowing air into her hand when she heard this, and her face turned bright red. Chapter 41 in short, it's cute. She glared at Zhou Jia, somewhat annoyed and lacking confidence. Why? Why do you have your ID card with you? Could it be that her student really has ulterior motives towards her? At this moment, Chen Wanxin's thoughts became somewhat chaotic. What should she do if that were really the case? Otherwise, why would Zhou Jia be carrying his ID card? But this is way too open. Today's students. Even if Zhou Jia really had ulterior motives, shouldn't he have started with something like writing love letters? Okay, maybe kids these days don't write love letters, and she knows young people are more open and free. But no matter what, one thing will never change. She is his teacher, even in the past. Zhou Jia took out his ID card from his pocket. That's how we internet-addicted teenagers are. We never know when we'll need to go online. Chen Wanxin felt relieved. Indeed, she had been overthinking things. She looked at the twilight sky. Let's go quickly, or we might not be able to get back later. Zhou Jia put away his ID card. The two of them stood there in the snow. There were hardly any people or even cars outside, which made Chen Wanxin a little worried. Is it really impossible to go back? The two reached the subway entrance, but the subway had already closed. Chen Wanxin took out her phone and said that the power lines were affected, etc. For some reason, she had a premonition that she wouldn't be able to go home tonight. Zhou Jia said, "How about we take a taxi?" The two of them huddled inside a small pharmacy that was still open next door. They waited for half an hour, but no car came, and the snow showed no signs of letting up. Chen Wanxin sighed, feeling as if God was playing a cruel joke on her. She looked at Zhou Jia, her thoughts a mix of emotions. Zhou Jia had an innocent look on his face. Instead, Chen Wanxin felt as if she were the one seducing him. Zhou Jia asked tentatively, "Teacher, do you need me to find you a place to stay?" Chen Wanxin glared at him fiercely, then gently tapped his back with her bag. "Don't joke about the teacher." Zhou Jia clutched his back. Although it didn't hurt at all, he still let out 2 loud howls. "Teacher, that's not what I meant." Chen Wanxin crossed her arms and let out a soft hum. "So, if I were your classmate or something, would you tell her to find a place to stay?" Zhou Jia pondered. "But Teacher Chen is my teacher." Saying this is undoubtedly making excuses. Chen Wanxin wanted to say, "You know I'm your teacher," but she was definitely not expressing the same meaning. But then he realized that what Zhou Jia said made sense. It was just that they couldn't go back, and it was already dark. If things continued like this, they would have to sleep on the streets, so they needed to find a place to stay. But she felt that something was wrong no matter how she thought about it, and that this was not right. Even if she was his teacher, or rather, it was precisely because she was his teacher that it was not right. Zhou Jia added, "And usually if it were my classmates, we would have already gone to an internet cafe." Chen Wanxin clapped her hands, thinking it was a pretty good idea. Then let's go to an internet cafe. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment. Really? Teacher, are you sure? It's not that it's impossible. Internet cafes are also a place to stay. When I was in college, I didn't have any money in my pocket. If I played games until midnight and couldn't get back to my dorm, I would go to an internet cafe to spend the night. The price for an overnight stay is 20 yuan. Some internet cafes have raised their prices considerably, and only a few still maintain the cheap price. Chen Wanxin nodded. Okay, let's go to the internet cafe then. Come on, let's go. Your teacher doesn't want to ruin your reputation. Chen Wanxin spoke as if Zhou Jia were some virgin. Zhou Jia didn't care much and didn't feel sorry for him. He wasn't the kind of person who was in a hurry for sex. Inviting the teacher to find a place to stay was definitely not driven by lust. He had always held the teacher in high esteem and reverence. Really? It's true. So Zhou Jia took Chen Wanxin to an internet cafe. In this weather, even internet cafes were hard to find. Fortunately, the chain internet cafes in the mall were still open. The two chose a small double booth in the non-smoking area and sat down. Chen Wanxin didn't have her ID card with her, but fortunately, she could use electronic facial recognition and access the internet. It's strange, the first time I ever went online was with my students. Zhou Jia also found it very surreal. Bringing his teacher to the internet cafe was something he wouldn't have dared to do even if he had 10 times the courage before. Although the snow outside is still heavy, it's warm inside, and netizens who didn't have dates on Christmas are incredibly enthusiastic. Wait for me to finish this in speed 3. There are 2 points left at point A. A tiny bit, just a tiny bit, he changed his armor. It's just those few games. Chen Wanxin was not unfamiliar with internet cafes, having arrested internet-addicted teenagers before, but she wasn't particularly familiar with them either, as she had never actually spent money in an internet cafe. Zhou Jia asked, "Does Teacher Chen want to play a game?" Chen Wanxin's face was filled with confusion. "Yeah, I don't play games." Zhou Jia thought for a moment. "Would you like to play some simple games?" Zhou Jia figured that since they were already there, they might as well take the teacher to play something. Actually, it would be nice to take the teacher to a console game store, but console game stores rarely stay open all night like internet cafes. Or we could go to a private cinema. Damn it, why didn't I think of that sooner? Zhou Jia regretted it, but he guessed that Chen Wanxin wouldn't go to the private cinema with him anyway. Chen Wanxin turned her head away somewhat embarrassed. "I only know how to play Connect 4. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment. "Teacher, why are you just like my mom?" Zhou Jia thought that his mother only knew how to play Connect 4 and Plants vs. Zombies. Chen Wanxin reached out and pinched Zhou Jia's arm. "I've already said that the teacher doesn't play games anymore. So what if your teacher is getting old?" Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin and realized that even teachers can have their moments of temper. How adorable. How can this be cute? In short, she's cute. Zhou Jia said. "No, the teacher and I are the same age. Teacher Chen will always be 17. Chen Wanxin snorted coldly and ignored Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. "How about we play some simple games that even a 3-year-old can play? Do you want to play?" Chen Wanxin nodded. "Good. Since we're already out here, and since we're already in an internet cafe, it's good to play with our students for a bit." Zhou Jia opened the 43.99 mini-game, Gummy Bear Adventure. It was because when Zhou Jia was scrolling through the page, Chen Wanxin said that she had played this game before. She had played it once when she and her roommates gathered around a laptop in their university dormitory. She remembered it when she saw Zhou Jia open the page. So Zhou Jia turned the volume of his headphones up to the maximum, placed them on the table as external speakers, and started playing this little game with Chen Wanxin. The two chairs were very close together. The keyboard was small, and Zhou Jia's arm touched Chen Wanxin's arm. It was still noisy outside, but everything was separated again, leaving only Chen Wanxin's soft laughter. A gentle, elegant, and restrained chuckle lingered in Zhou Jia's ears. By 11 p.m., Chen Wanxin was tired and started watching TV. By 1 a.m., she couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep quietly on the sofa. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin's face, took off his coat, and gently draped it over her shoulders. "Honestly, the teacher is so cute." Chapter 42. Teacher, your hair is messy. Zhou Jia spent a sleepless night. While Zhou Jia was sleepless all night, Li Jintao was also sleepless all night. Li Jintao ultimately spent the night at the hotel enjoying the snow with his girlfriend. Li Jintao's girlfriend, Zhang Jiaxue, has an oval face, short, androgynous hair, a small mole at the corner of her eye, and is 1.6 meters tall. Her temper is as fiery as her figure. She is sitting on Li Jintao, gripping his neck tightly, and questioning him about what he did during the day. Li Jintao couldn't understand who it was. Zhang Jiaxue looked down at Li Jintao with a cold gaze. You didn't still find time to see your ex-girlfriend, did you? Li Jintao was lost in thought, completely ignoring the hand on his neck. Something's really wrong with Zhou Jia. Something's really wrong. Li Jintao couldn't understand it. His curiosity at that moment transcended life and death. However, if Li Jintao knew that the person next to Zhou Jia was Chen Wanxin, he should be glad that he knew nothing. As night fell, the snow gradually subsided. Zhou Jia bought a glass of water at the front desk and looked out the window. Judging from the current situation, the snow should stop by tomorrow morning. Even in the north, this kind of blizzard doesn't last long. Zhou Jia quickly returned to the small private room, where Chen Wanxin was still fast asleep. It's unbelievable that the teacher could fall asleep like that. If you insist on saying this, can this be considered a first date? Maybe not for the teacher, but it is for Zhou Jia. Spending the night of their first date in an internet cafe feels a bit absurd. Zhou Jia didn't choose to sleep, since they were outside. He simply stayed quietly beside Chen Wanxin, silently watching her face, her round forehead, her falling hair, the silver round earrings hidden among the hair, and the little pom-poms sticking up on the collar of her white sweater. Chen Wanxin's hair was longer than before, with a few strands falling onto the collar of her white sweater. She slept peacefully, her arms clasped together, curled up in a ball, leaning against the corner of the thick chair, looking quite well-behaved. Zhou Jia simply watched and did nothing. Perhaps he had many good opportunities to reach out and touch Chen Wanxin's face, or even to touch her lips, but he just watched. Chen Wanxin once talked about the poem, Guanju, and said that feelings should be expressed but restrained by propriety. This sentence has influenced Zhou Jia for many years. In fact, Zhou Jia has always kept Chen Wanxin's words in mind. He was a good student in her eyes, and she hoped he would be a good student. So he was a good student for a long time, only thinking that every time they met again, he would gently call out, "Teacher Chen." Chen Wanxin was half asleep, feeling like she was dreaming, and heard some noises. In short, she didn't sleep very soundly. Chen Wanxin slowly opened her eyes and saw unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar colors. She opened her eyes several times in a daze and saw the clothes covering her, the armrests of the chair, and her own legs. She looked up and saw a lit screen. On the screen, the fishmonger from Jinghai was telling another man to kill all the fish. Colorful lights flashed inside the transparent computer case. Chen Wanxin suddenly remembered that she had been in an internet cafe. She turned her head left and right, thinking there should be one more person. When she turned, she saw Zhou Jia, who was looking at her with a reassuring smile. "Teacher, you're awake?" Chen Wanxin let out an "ah," and her wandering consciousness slowly returned to her body. "Oh, I'm awake. How did I fall asleep? How did I fall asleep next to the students again? I'm so useless. I guess I'm getting old, so I can't stay up late anymore." Thinking back, I used to stay up all night reading novels back in junior high. Hey, that was more than 10 years ago. I'm so sad that you don't need to remind me of the time. I'm almost at the age where I've already gone through 2 rounds of junior high school since birth, which is really sad. Forget about staying up late. I'm sleepy by 11 p.m., let alone staying up late. Chen Wanxin asked with some concern. Nothing happened, right? I don't think I was talking in my sleep or anything like that, did I? Zhou Jia carefully examined Chen Wanxin's face and shook his head. No. Looking at Zhou Jia's expression, Chen Wanxin felt a little flustered. Is there something on my face? I hope I don't drool in my sleep. That would be so embarrassing, incredibly embarrassing. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Wanxin noticed that Zhou Jia was scrutinizing her face again. Chen Wanxin panicked even more, feeling stiff and at a loss under his gaze. Zhou Jia stretched out his hand, reaching towards her face from the air. As Chen Wanxin watched the hand reach out, her heart suddenly raced for some reason. However, she neither dodged nor moved. Perhaps it was because she had been sleeping for too long and had become dull-witted, Or perhaps she felt that Zhou Jia would not do anything to harm her. So she simply maintained her original posture. Zhou Jia gently grasped the strands of hair that fell across Chen Wanxin's face and carefully tucked the last strand behind her ear, his voice soft and deep. "Teacher, your hair is messy." He said this. With just a word and a small gesture, Chen Wanxin froze, her heart pounding. She felt nervous and her neck burning. The private room was quiet, and the noise outside wasn't as loud as when we first arrived, except for the occasional shout. Chen Wanxin took a while to react, her face quickly turning red. After stammering for a long time, she finally managed to utter a somewhat incoherent polite remark. Thank you so much." She looked at Zhou Jia, who was only wearing a sweater, and realized that he had given her his coat. She immediately lifted the coat and handed it back to Zhou Jia. "Thank you for this too. You just gave your clothes to the teacher like that. What if you catch a cold?" Chen Wanxin's tone was filled with worry. "Honestly, you're just showing off. What if you catch a cold wearing so little? Put your clothes on quickly." Chen Wanxin was genuinely a little angry. She was only wearing one sweater, and it looked cold. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. She should have just booked a hotel. She could have gotten through the night first, and hopefully nothing bad would have happened. As Chen Wanxin thought this, her mind was still on Zhou Jia's actions of fixing her hair. She felt that the image was imprinted on her heart, making her heart burn with passion. Zhou Jia took the clothes and naturally draped them over her shoulders. "Actually, I'm in great health. I'll go to the front desk and get 2 hot drinks. What would you like, teacher? Are you hungry? Do you need anything to eat?" Chen Wanxin's mind drifted away again, and she was in a semi-dazed state while listening to Zhou Jia speak. "I'll drink whatever you want. No need for food. Thank you." Chen Wanxin said, "Thank you" again, and Zhou Jia just smiled and said, "Thank you" in return. "You're welcome. I'm a good student of the teacher." As Zhou Jia spoke, he stood up and pushed open the glass door covered with frosted paper. Chen Wanxin slowly came to her senses. She wanted to get up and move around, but she found herself unable to. "My leg is numb." Chapter 43. Woof Woof. Zhou Jia went to the front desk and ordered 2 cups of hot coconut milk. Internet cafes are really places with huge markups, and so are fast food restaurants. The price of hot coconuts has at least doubled. However, it's likely that half of this cost is included in the service fee. Zhou Jia paid the bill and quickly returned to the small private room with the 2 cups of hot coconut milk. He saw Chen Wanxin sitting on the floor, holding her left calf with both hands. She looked a little sad, and even tears were falling from her eyes. Zhou Jia's heart tightened instantly. He placed the 2 cups of hot coconut milk on the table and squatted down next to Chen Wanxin. "Teacher, what's wrong?" "Oh no, I hope I'm not feeling wronged because I've been staying in an internet cafe." Chen Wanxin spoke in a soft, low voice. "I got a muscle cramp." "Pain." Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief. "Teacher, relax, I'll help you." Chen Wanxin obediently stopped moving. She was in so much pain that she almost cried, like menstrual cramps. Counting the days, it was almost time for her period. Every time this happened, she would wonder why she had to suffer like this. She didn't want a child. Zhou Jia squatted down on the ground, gently grabbed Chen Wanxin's leg, and straightened her left leg. After Chen Wanxin straightened her legs, she felt a little better. Zhou Jia placed his right hand on Chen Wanxin's sneakers, holding her foot and bending her toes towards the instep. His left hand held Chen Wanxin's calf and gently moved it back and forth to help her relieve the pain. Chen Wanxin did feel better. The pain from the needle prick gradually subsided. Zhou Jia remained in that position for about 30 seconds. Chen Wanxin's complexion improved, and the tendon in her left leg returned to its original position. Zhou Jia comforted her while asking questions. "How are you feeling, teacher? Are you feeling better?" Chen Wanxin supported herself on the ground with both hands, looked up at Zhou Jia, her eyes brimming with tears. She wasn't crying from pain. It was just a physiological tendency to cry easily, almost like tear incontinence, though not to that extent. Okay, thank you." Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. "That's good, it's all my fault." Zhou Jia felt guilty. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment. "What?" Zhou Jia slapped his forehead. "It's all my fault for bringing the teacher to a place like this." Before Zhou Jia could finish speaking, Something was already in front of him, a white straw. Chen Wanqin held a cup of hot coconut milk in her hand and handed it to Zhou Jia, pressing the straw against his lips, as if she didn't want him to continue talking. Zhou Jia paused for a moment, then looked at Chen Wanqin. She had tears in her eyes, but her brows were furrowed. She looked so cute. Chen Wanqin said somewhat angrily, "Don't talk, drink." Zhou Jia then remained silent, biting the straw and beginning to suck. Looking at Zhou Jia, Chen Wanqin's angry, raised, and thin eyebrows slowly lowered, and she gave Zhou Jia a gentle smile. "It's strange. If outsiders saw me like this, it would definitely look odd." Zhou Jia's hand was still gripping Chen Wanqin's left leg. Chen Wanqin was still sitting on the ground. Zhou Jia leaned forward to take the cup of hot coconut milk. The warm juice slowly rose from the straw, then fell down his throat, into his stomach, and passed through his heart. It's as if Chen Wanqin is feeding him. Being fed by the teacher is a happy thing, Zhou Jia thought, and was even a little reluctant to let go. Chen Wanqin's cheeks were slightly flushed, whether from pain or shyness, she didn't know. Because of the romantic atmosphere, her cheeks remained rosy as she looked at Zhou Jia. "My own students are quite cute." "Cute?" She felt like she was having strange thoughts, but she thought that as a teacher, it was normal for her to think of Zhou Jia that way. Chen Wanqin suddenly said, "Zhou Jia, you look like a puppy." Zhou Jia exclaimed, "Ah." Chen Wanqin panicked and immediately began to explain. "No, that's not what I meant. I think dogs are very cute, well-behaved, and affectionate. I really like dogs." Chen Wanqin tried to explain herself, but the more she talked, the more it sounded like she was bullying someone, so her voice gradually became softer. Zhou Jia released Chen Wanqin's legs with both hands, lay down on the ground, and moved closer to Chen Wanqin. Chen Wanqin's heart beat faster, and she froze there without moving. Her mind was filled with images of Zhou Jia's hand gently stroking her ear and grasping her calf. Those scenes flashed through her head, and when Zhou Jia approached, she didn't dare to look at him, only staring at what was in front of her. Zhou Jia moved closer to Chen Wanqin and breathed softly into her ear, his heavy breath accompanied by his low voice. "Teacher Chen, woof, woof." Zhou Jia barked twice in a low voice, but it was Chen Wanqin who blushed. Her ears, her face, and her neck were instantly covered in a blush. Her body froze completely, and she was thrown into a panic. What did Zhou Jia do? "He called me teacher," in my ear, and then barked like a dog. "But why? Why do I feel so ashamed?" Chen Wanqin didn't understand. Zhou Jia shrank back and smiled. Chen Wanqin stood up, embarrassed and angry, with tears in her eyes and even a little aggrieved, and hit Zhou Jia on the head hard with her hand. "Don't do anything weird to the teacher." Zhou Jia clutched his head and hissed. "It hurts. This time it really hurts." "Oh no, Teacher Chen is too shy." Chen Wanqin glared at Zhou Jia with hatred, while Zhou Jia raised his hands. "Teacher, you've misunderstood me." Chen Wanqin pursed her lips, almost eating the lip gloss off them. What kind of situation was this? Zhou Jia slunk away. "Teacher, I'm going to wash my hands." Zhou Jia quickly shrank into the bathroom. Although he had been beaten, he still felt it wasn't a complete loss. Make a killing. The image of the teacher's shy face flashed before Zhou Jia's eyes. He had lost his mind and didn't know what had gotten into him, but he had done that kind of thing. People tend to lose their senses and become impulsive at night. For example, many people chat with their crush at night and end up confessing their feelings. Zhou Jia was a little out of it for a moment. He washed his face with his hands, walked out of the men's restroom, and saw Chen Wanqin walking out from the opposite side of the restroom. Chen Wanqin glared at him again and whispered something. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Zhou Jia, like a student who had made a mistake, lowered his head and followed behind Chen Wanqin. The two entered the private room and sat down in their respective chairs. Chen Wanqin drank her hot beverage with her head down, and after 2 sips, she realized it was empty. She glanced at Zhou Jia, who was still looking down, and her heart sank. Oh no, she had drunk the wrong thing. What was I doing tonight? She was ashamed of her own stupidity. Had she really lost her mind? She secretly placed the cup of hot coconut on the table and coughed lightly. "Zhou Jia, look at me." Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanqin. Chen Wanqin glared at Zhou Jia. "Come closer." Chapter 44, Don't Look at Me Now. At Chen Wanxin's prompting, Zhou Jia moved his chair to face her and then lowered his head. Chen Wanxin was actually a little worried that she had hurt Zhou Jia when she hit him, so she patted his head. There were naturally no marks, but Zhou Jia felt that Chen Wanxin's way of treating him had become somewhat strange and intimate. Of course, it's just physical contact, nothing more. Different people have different boundaries and limits regarding physical contact. Some people's hearts race just from holding hands, while others feel that even hugging someone is normal between friends. After checking that everything was all right, Chen Wanxin lifted Zhou Jia's head, pinched his face with some annoyance, and squeezed it like dough to express her complicated emotions. Zhou Jia coughed lightly, his voice broken and intermittent. I just did what the teacher said. Chen Wanxin stared at him. Are you trying to say it's my fault? I wouldn't dare. Is it that you dare not, or that you don't? ABA. What's that? You're starting to brush me off, aren't you? Chen Wanxin, despite not having drunk any alcohol, acted strangely as if she had, puffing up her cheeks like an angry little finless porpoise. Zhou Jia's eyes darted around. I wouldn't dare. Chen Wanxin got even angrier, though she didn't know why. It was as if she had punched cotton, and she had nowhere to vent her emotions. This student of hers really liked to play tricks on people. Again, you're too scared? You were doing this on purpose, weren't you? No. Teacher Chen, you're acting so strange right now. I was wrong, teacher. Zhou Jia sensed that Chen Wanxin was acting very strangely. Normally, she would never do something like this, scratching her face and saying some reproachful words. Chen Wanxin was just annoyed. The voice Zhou Jia had just spoken to her was still lingering in her ears, as if she had been wronged. It's all because of you. The door to the private room was tightly closed, and the two people stared at each other in silence in the night. Chen Wanxin finally let go of his hand and placed it on her thigh. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhou Jia looked completely innocent and harmless. What is that? Can we eat it? There is no shame in a person if they dig 3 feet into the ground and then 3 feet down. You might still have a little bit of shame when you're in school, but once you graduate, you'll forget about it along with the graduation. Chen Wanxin realized that this attack was useless against Zhou Jia. Suddenly, she had a brain fart and made a shocking decision. She said to Zhou Jia, sit still and don't move. Do you know how your teacher feels? Zhou Jia sat up straight and shook his head. Chen Wanxin's idea was simple, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and double the payback. Having uttered these harsh words in her heart, Chen Wanxin took a deep breath, dragged her chair forward, and moved closer to Zhou Jia. She leaned forward and leaned to Zhou Jia's side. At this moment, she is a mature woman, but with a touch of charm, and her figure is beautiful and captivating. She gripped Zhou Jia's chair, supporting herself, and slowly brought her lips close to Zhou Jia's left ear, gently exhaling beside him. Woof woof. After just 2 sounds, Chen Wanxin couldn't continue imitating. The first sound was composed, completely like an older sister, but the second sound became delicate, soft, and shy, so small that it was almost imperceptible. Her original intention was to let Zhou Jia experience what it felt like to be pranked, but now she felt like she had walked into a trap. Her mind was not clear, and Chen Wanxin's face turned as red as an apple. Zhou Jia, too. Although he was extremely cautious, Chen Wanxin's imitative behavior was so adorable that he couldn't resist. Just as Zhou Jia was about to turn his head, a soft hand reached out and covered his eyes, and Chen Wanxin's voice came softly from beside him again, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Don't look at me now. Chen Wanxin didn't want Zhou Jia to see her face flushed and burning. She blindfolded Zhou Jia like that, and Zhou Jia didn't move. The hand was covering his eyes so tightly that his mind went blank for a moment. The snow fell silently outside the window, landing on the ground without a sound. The world was a pure white expanse, and everything looked so beautiful. The remaining full cup of coconut milk was still on the table, the steam rising slowly, and the aroma completely enveloped the two people in the private room. Chen Wanxin's earrings swayed as she looked at Zhou Jia, whose eyes she had covered, and gently covered her burning face with her left hand. It's all his fault. After a long time, Chen Wanxin finally let go, moved her chair, and huddled in the corner. Zhou Jia glanced at Chen Wanxin, who pointed at Zhou Jia's screen. Zhou Jia obediently turned his head to look at the screen, but out of the corner of his eye, he could still see that Chen Wanxin's cheeks were still flushed. At the top of the screen, a small figure walks back and forth. That is Billy Lee, the protagonist of Double Dragon 2. The game has been hanging there for a long time, and the city in the background looks bright red. Zhou Jia just stared at the protagonist who was standing there in a daze for a long time. Much later, Billy Lee was transformed into an enlarged, static pixelated figure wearing a hat. Zhou Jia is designing the character's appearance for the game's protagonist. 3 days have passed since Christmas, and Zhou Jia is at home creating a persona while reflecting on the events of the past few days. The protagonist character needs to be more interesting. Chen Wanxin said that it would be very interesting if the protagonist was a chatterbox. No matter what he sees, he will say a few words, and he can even make a few comments about the weeds by the roadside. While it's interesting, the amount of text work has visibly increased. However, without a character design, nothing can be discussed. With the character design already basically established, Zhou Jia chose to draw the character design sketches first. The software he used were Microsoft Paint and GraphicsScale. The former is the well-known Paint program, while the latter is a pixel art animation software. Many games and animations are created using this software. In short, this software is needed to create animations for a character's walking, sword-wielding, injuries, attacks, picking up items, or other functions. Of course, in Zhou Jia's view, the most important thing about a game is that it is interesting. At least it should be interesting for the players. Although it is better to be interesting, not all games will be interesting, and style is also very important. Zhou Jia has revised the story. This is the second version. Zhou Jia held the digital pen in her hand, twirled it in the air, lowered her head, and slowly tapped it onto the graphics tablet. I can't calm down at all. I can't calm down at all. My mind is filled with what happened that day. Chen Wanxin covered her eyes, trying to stop herself from looking at her. That line was so adorable that anyone would be moved. It's more like she had already decided on her feelings, which is why she was so deeply in love with it. With mixed feelings, Zhou Jia drew dots on the screen, then Ctrl+Z to undo, drew dots, undo, and repeated this cycle over and over. However, at least in the past 2 days, Zhou Jia's relationship with Chen Wanxin has improved a lot, and they have reached the point where they can share their daily lives with each other, which makes Zhou Jia very happy. This is an absolute success, comparable to rolling a 1 on a 100-sided die, the ultimate success. Just like now. Zhou Jia saw her phone light up. It was a message from Chen Wanxin. Chapter 45 Burns High Awesome. The conversation between the two began with meals and ended with their feelings. It seems that Chen Wanxin has become more talkative lately because she has rarely found people to share her life with. According to one mother, because she always kept moving forward, she rarely paid attention to the feelings of those around her and didn't even understand her own feelings. But recently, she seems to have started to stop and observe the scenery around her. What Chen Wanxin found most amazing was the coincidence. I don't know why, but I keep running into Zhou Jia in different places. These coincidences keep coming one after another, starting from the blind date, then that rainy night. No, it seems there were many coincidences even before that. You can often see Zhou Jia peeking out from around your life, like a whack-a-mole in a whack-a-mole machine. Just like now, whack-a-mole machines are actually quite cute. They just peek out and quietly watch, and after a while, they bury their heads back down. That's really unbelievable. It seems to be 2 degrees lower today than yesterday, so please take care of yourself. The message, coming at 10:30 p.m., just 5 minutes before the end of evening self-study, warmed my heart. When Zhou Jia received the short message, he quickly replied, "Don't worry, teacher. I'm super healthy. I've been in college for 4 years and high school for 3 years in a row. I've never even caught a cold, let alone gotten sick." Such an enviable constitution is a blessing for some people who are weak and sickly, or whose fever can last for 5 days, or even a week. Chen Wanxin was packing up to leave work when she chuckled softly. There's a saying that goes, "Idiots don't catch colds." Yes, I am an idiot, Zhou Jia silently thought to himself. What's wrong with being a little stupid in front of the teacher? Chen Wanxin asked again. You said before that your family members had all gone out. This topic was brought up around 6 p.m. tonight, during dinner time, and the two of them talked about their recent family life. Zhou Jia placed the digital pen into a special pen holder. He went on a business trip to test a new car model. I think it was some kind of road test, but I don't really know much about it. My parents both worked at the same traditional machinery company, and sometimes they even traveled together on business trips. After all, it was an old and established factory, and back then it was common for people to introduce each other within the factory to each other. That's when my parents met. Of course, Zhou Jia didn't care much about his parents' love story. He was basically left to his own devices, as long as he survived. Chen Wanxin made a teasing remark. Then you'll be living alone. Won't you be scared at night? Zhou Jia gave a very straightforward, masculine answer. Of course not. How could that be? Even the resentful ghosts of working people would avoid it. Does the teacher, who lives alone, need bodyguards? Looking at Zhou Jia's words, Chen Wanxin felt that she shouldn't overthink things, but she still felt that there was something ambiguous about what Zhou Jia said. The teacher doesn't need one. Besides, who's going to be the teacher's bodyguard? You, of course. Zhou Jia replied instantly. Do I need to bring a riot shield? Chen Wanxin smiled gently. Where did you get this riot shield? You don't need it. Just stay home and rest. He did indeed volunteer, and although it was similar to what Chen Wanxin had thought Zhou Jia had always been like this, Chen Wanxin didn't take it to heart. No, she did take it to heart a little. After all, they had gone through all sorts of things together. Chen Wanxin gave one last reply. Okay, I'm going back now. Let's talk again next time. Zhou Jia sent a okay, and then added a husky shaking its head emoji. The conversation between the two ended there. Chen Wanxin smiled and put away her phone. Zhou Jia put her phone on the table and continued doing her own thing. She wondered if it was because she had been going to bed late these past 2 days and had been revising the plot, but her head felt heavy and she felt dizzy. Zhou Jia's nose was itchy, and after a while, Zhou Jia sneezed. Zhou Jia reached for a tissue, somewhat bewildered. What happened? Without giving it much thought, he continued working at his desk, picked up the digital pen again, and started working. The next day, Zhou Jia's workstation. Lin Xuehui and Li Jintao both missed their target. The two people stood on either side of Zhou Jia's workstation, staring at each other. Li Jintao asked, Where's Zhou Jia? Lin Xuehui shrugged. I didn't know. I thought you did. Li Jintao suddenly opened his mouth wide. He probably won't stay overnight at his girlfriend's house and neglect his duties. Lin Xuehui held a roasted chestnut in his hand, peeled off the shell, and then threw the kernel inside into his mouth. How could that be? Is he that kind of person? Lin Xuehui obviously didn't believe it, but Zhou Jia had been acting mysteriously lately, and she really didn't know what he was doing. Could it be that the two of them have actually made some real progress? Lin Xuehui thought to herself, wow, this is the world of adults. It wasn't time yet, and the two of them thought for a moment that Zhou Jia might be late, even though he didn't seem like the type to be late. But by noon, Zhou Jia still hadn't arrived. This was a bit strange, so Li Jintao sent a message to Zhou Jia. Why did you skip work? The message wasn't replied to until 2 p.m. High fever, 39 degrees Celsius. Is that impressive? Li Jintao's eyes widened. Holy crap. Awesome. Conversations between close buddies are basically like this. Even when they have a fever, they compare whose temperature is higher. Higher temperature, awesome. Lower temperature, idiot. Temperature is like damage dealt in an FPS game. Higher damage, awesome. Lower damage, idiot. Li Jintao still asked with concern. Have you taken your medicine? Do you want me to bring you something? Zhou Jia said. I've already eaten, no need. Li Jintao replied, okay. Generally, visits are not required in this situation. Zhou Jia would just say, so if help was needed. Li Jintao relayed this message to Lin Xuehui, telling her not to worry. Lin Xuehui understood. As for Zhou Jia, he was curled up in bed. He woke up several times, took some medicine, and went back to sleep. He wanted to try to get up and work, but his head started to hurt when he sat in front of the computer, and even his thinking became slow, so he could only obediently shrink back into the quilt. No one was home, so he ordered takeout casually. He ordered fried rice for lunch, ate a small portion, and then ordered a bowl of porridge for dinner. It's just that you shouldn't talk nonsense. Whatever you say comes true. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Jia got up groggily, wearing a gray pajama set, thinking that the takeout must have arrived. Zhou Jia opened the door, but instead of a delivery man, she saw a familiar face. It is Lin Xuehui. She winked at Zhou Jia, her tone light and cheerful. A beautiful girl has come to see you. How are you feeling? She took out a bag and waved it in front of Zhou Jia. Through the semi-transparent plastic bag, it was clear that it contained cold medicine and canned fruit. Zhou Jia was somewhat surprised and disappointed, but she was also a little happy to be taken care of. As you can see, just like now, I slept well and still have a day of work to catch up on. So happy. Lin Xuehui smiled. Really? Oh, it's so cold outside. Can I come in first? Chapter 46 Bagua. Zhou Jia listlessly opened the door. Please come in. You don't need to take off your shoes, but the room is full of viruses that I spread, so you'd better wear a mask or something. It's cold lately, and I don't want to be the source of the virus. Lin Xuehui peeked out and looked around, then happily walked inside. Don't worry, I have a super strong constitution. I never catch a cold. Are you referring to Alice or the Plaka parasite? Zhou Jia pressed the switch on the wall and turned on the lights in the room. I'm talking about Crossfire. Lin Xuehui closed the door. Oh, I know. I played on my cousin's account. He was the Glory Gun King. Where did you put the stuff? Zhou Jia blew her nose and walked into her room. Anywhere is fine. Sit wherever you like. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lie down on the bed for a while longer. Lin Xuehui glanced at Zhou Jia's room. The room was quite large, with white tiles. There was a dining table at the entrance, a living room further in, and then a bedroom. Zhou Jia walked into the first room on the left, swaying unsteadily and even bumping into the doorway. Wow, it looks like they really can't hold on any longer. What's the extent of the fever? Is it really okay if I don't go to the hospital? Lin Xuehui, carrying her things, followed the swaying Zhou Jia into his bedroom and paused for a moment. There is a black table against the wall on the left side of the entrance. The first thing you see are two screens, a 27-inch monitor and a vertical screen placed to the side. The monitors were all lit up, displaying the wallpaper for Persona 5. Lin Xuehui immediately recognized that the person on the screen was Rin Amamiya. In front of the screen were a keyboard and a graphics tablet. The glass computer case was squeezed against the wall in the corner of the table, with the case fan lit up and the graphics card, which was bigger than a brick, running. In the corner of the table sat a PSP, with a perforated board hanging behind the screen. On it were an Xbox controller and a life-size gun model, like the R301 from Apex Legends. Posters were pasted on the wall, and at first glance, they included titles such as Gurren Lagann, Sword Art Online, and Sikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. There was even a display case with miniature figures and belts inside. Lin Xuehui spoke. What the heck, isn't this my house? Zhou Jia was speechless. He raised his head slightly, then lay back down. Lin Xuehui asked politely. May I sit? Zhou Jia said weakly. You can sit anywhere. If you're bored, you can play video games. I really can't get up. Lin Xuehui sat down in the gaming chair next to his bed. That's great. How much did this set cost? Zhou Jia did the math. That's roughly my salary for the past few months. Zhou Jia was still very grateful to Lin Xuehui for coming to see him, but he really didn't want to get out of bed right now, as he felt a bit cold as soon as he did. Lin Xuehui began taking things out of the plastic bag. Have you eaten? I brought medicine and canned oranges. Does your throat hurt? Zhou Jia was deeply moved. It doesn't hurt, thanks. I think I'll be fine after a nap. My food hasn't arrived yet. Lin Xuehui placed those things on Zhou Jia's bedside table, neatly arranged and filling it to the brim. There were 4 cans of oranges alone, more than the amount of medicine. You ordered takeout? Where are your family members? Zhou Jia nodded her head back and forth twice inside the blanket. He's gone out, and he's not coming back today anyway. Lin Xuehui opened a can of oranges. Zhou Jia glanced at her out of the corner of her eye and thought it was for her. She was about to say no, but Lin Xuehui tilted her head back and drank it herself. Lin Xuehui gulped down 2 mouthfuls, along with the orange slices inside. Her cheeks bulging, chewed a couple of times, and then swallowed. Zhou Jia realized she had been deluding herself and silently withdrew her head. Lin Xuehui seemed to have noticed Zhou Jia's little trick. Let me taste it first for you. The rest of the bottles are yours. Zhou Jia was feeling conflicted at this moment, unsure whether to express gratitude or complain. This foodie thought for a long time before finally saying just one sentence to save himself the trouble of saying 2 words. Thanks. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Zhou Jia got up, but Lin Xuehue got up even faster. Oh, I'll go open the door for you. Lin Xuehue darted out in a flash. The door opened, and Zhou Jia heard 2 indistinct sentences. The door closed, and Lin Xuehue walked back in. Your takeout has arrived. Do you want to eat it in your bedroom? Zhou Jia nodded, took a small table from beside the bed, and sat up again, feeling that getting up and lying down had consumed a lot of energy. Lin Xuehue placed the takeout on Zhou Jia's small table. Zhou Jia opened the package and silently drank the porridge. Zhou Jia scooped up the still steaming corn porridge with a spoon. What brings you here? Lin Xuehue sat in the chair, holding her face in her hands. I came to see you. We're colleagues, after all. I've eaten so many of your snacks, I can't just eat them for free. I'm not that kind of heartless person. Lin Xuehue drank from the can of oranges again. Zhou Jia blew on the hot air. You're not convincing at all. Lin Xuehue shook his head and said indistinctly. No, things are different now. It's not common to say I don't like this, you eat it anymore. I bought it for you and for myself too. I also want to try it and benefit from the patient's health. Zhou Jia felt that what Lin Xuehue said made a lot of sense, and he couldn't find any points to refute it. Lin Xuehue quickly finished the bottle of orange juice and then gave her comments. It's a bit too sweet. Would you like some cold medicine? I can dissolve it for you first. By the way, do you have hot water at home? Lin Xuehue held the cold medicine and looked around. Zhou Jia said, There's one in the kitchen, the one hanging on the wall, a wall-mounted water dispenser. Press the button on the left to get hot water, thank you. Zhou Jia didn't stand on ceremony. After drinking the porridge, he felt a little better, but he was still a patient. Lin Xuehue stood up. Hey, I'm going right now. Lin Xuehue ran back and forth like a delivery girl, bringing the cold medicine to Zhou Jia's kitchen. After a reconnaissance check, 1D 100 equals 2550, a normal success. Lin Xuehue found a silver wall-mounted water dispenser in the kitchen, similar to the one in her own home. Above the water dispenser was a cupboard containing ordinary household porcelain bowls. Lin Xuehue skillfully used the wall-mounted water dispenser to prepare cold medicine for Zhou Jia, then stirred it well, carried it back to Zhou Jia's room, and shouted, Chicken soup is here. Zhou Jia accepted it, grateful, although he had a 1% chance that Lin Xuehue would poison it. After Zhou Jia finished drinking the medicine and felt a little warmer, she shrank back into the blankets. Lin Xuehue held her face in her hands, her face full of gossip. By the way, what did you do for Christmas? Her 2 big eyes sparkled, like searchlights illuminating Zhou Jia, as if to say, This is why I came here today. Chapter 47 Chun Wanxin visits the sick. Zhou Jia thought this was probably the guy's real purpose for coming. I have a feeling that you didn't come to visit me, but rather that since I'm not here today, and there's no one to gossip with, you have to make up for your daily task of gossiping. Well, I guess so, but I really did come to visit you. I even bought you medicine and canned oranges. You want to eat half of it, right? But there's still half left. We can't be so pessimistic about things. But you're right, I just wanted to chat with you. You have a system, don't you? What system? Ding. Hello host, I am your system. Daily task, chat with Zhou Jia. You will receive 100 yuan for each sentence you chat with. After completing the task in a week, you will be rewarded with a lucky draw. You're that valuable? What are the prizes in the lucky draw? The first prize is an Aston Martin, the second prize is 10 points of luck for the host, and the third prize is an enhancement artifact. Okay, let's do it. Ding, congratulations host, you have received a consolation prize, a pack of tissues. Keep up the good work. Damn it, there's definitely something wrong with your system. Lin Xuehue got anxious. Zhou Jia shrugged. That's how it is now. If they don't put something good on it, why would you want to try your luck? If the drop rate is high, how can they keep you wanting to try your luck? Lin Xuehue clenched her fist. This heartless system is just like the merchants behind gacha games. Zhou Jia asked cautiously, Which merchant are you referring to? Lin Xuehue pondered for a moment. All the second-time visitors. A statement that is used to attack indiscriminately. Lin Xuehue turned around again and looked at the screen. I'll stay here for a while. You don't mind, do you? Zhou Jia thought for a moment. Well, If you want to play, just play by yourself. You can also adjust the mouse speed. I remember my mouse speed. Zhou Jia lay back down, like a hermit crab retreating into its shell. Lin Shuahui looked at the software that was still working. It was a warrior drawn by Zhou Jia. What is this? Can I see it? I don't expect to see anything weird on your computer, do I? Although Zhou Jia was quite ill, complaining seemed to come naturally to him. It's the protagonist of the game I'm planning to make. I don't mind if you want to see it, but it's only in its initial form right now. There's nothing strange on my computer. Whatever you're looking for isn't there. Lin Shuahui opened it and took a look. He saw that it was a pixelated figure with a blue knight's outfit and black hair. It looked like it was taking shape. He sighed. Old school. Zhou Jia remembered that line. Artemis. In Ready Player One, Artemis and Wade go dancing on the distorted planet while searching for the second Easter egg. When the song Stayin' Alive plays, Wade pulls out something that looks like a dance machine, and Artemis exclaims, "So old-fashioned." Lin Shuahui nodded. Exactly. Zhou Jia was surprised that Lin Shuahui actually remembered this line. Zhou Jia felt sleepy and ignored Lin Shuahui. Li Jintao had played games at his house before, so there was nothing he couldn't touch. I'll take a nap. You can have the sound on. Thank you for today. Lin Shuahui turned around and gave Zhou Jia a thumbs up, as if to say no problem, or as if to say don't worry. She wasn't actually that reckless, although some people said she was very easygoing. Lin Shuahui then remembered that he had come to gossip, but he hadn't gotten anything out of it. Zhou Jia had cleverly changed the subject. How annoying. When? He hadn't even noticed. Lin Shuahui looked at the pixelated figure drawn by Zhou Jia. The elements were quite exquisite, and the vertical display screen next to it had the settings written in a document. It was an ultimate retro style, completely a small workbench. Lin Shuahui didn't mess with Zhou Jia's things, but instead looked at his single-player games and decided to play The Binding of Isaac for a while. This bedroom is so cozy, Lin Shuahui thought. She felt that if she had food and internet, she could stay like this forever. She was similar to Zhou Jia, with little social life, and spent most of her time at home playing games. In an era where the internet and mobile phones have become increasingly developed, social interaction has decreased significantly. In the past, we would go to a friend's house and a few kids would gather around a computer to watch one person play Flash Fighter or play Crazy Little People battle together. We would try our best to fit 4 hands into one keyboard, and we didn't care if the keys conflicted and caused lag. And now, communication with people has basically come to a standstill. Lin Shuahui thought about these things while manipulating Isaac, who was being abused by his mother. On the other side, after a long day of work, Chen Wanxin finally had time to check her phone. She sat down in her office and saw a message from Lin Shuahui. I'll go take a look first. Chen Wanxin was somewhat puzzled. What are you looking at? Chen Wanxin opened her phone, swiped up, and quickly saw Lin Shuahui's message. Zhou Jia seems to have caught a cold and has taken a day off. In an instant, Chen Wanxin felt as if her heart had been pricked by a needle, and worry immediately arose. Hey, you've caught a cold? Is it serious? He didn't tell me at all. Chen Wanxin immediately asked. How is he? Lin Shuahui answered. You're eating well and sleeping really well. Would you like me to take a picture of you? Lin Shuahui took a picture of Zhou Jia's profile. He was indeed sleeping soundly. Chen Wanxin breathed a slight sigh of relief and felt somewhat at ease. That's good. Lin Shuahui took out a lollipop from her bag and put it in her mouth. Sis, aren't you coming to see him? Nobody's home. Chen Wanxin felt that Lin Shuahui seemed to be hinting at something, but she still sent a message. I'll come later. Chen Wanxin suddenly felt restless. Looking at the time, she felt tormented. Why didn't he tell her he was sick? For some reason, Chen Wanxin felt a little angry. She pursed her lips, slowly put down her phone, hoping time would pass quickly. After evening self-study ended, Chen Wanxin did her routine check and immediately ran towards the subway station. She jogged, as Chen Wanxin was not good at running. In the night, the streaks of light from the cars passing by swept across her furrowed brows. Honestly, why didn't you say anything at a time like this? You're usually quite talkative. Zhou Jia has woken up and is currently pointing and whispering behind Lin Shuahui's back. No, you're so bad. Where's your positioning? Lin Shuahui clenched her fists in anger. Don't shout, don't shout. Don't you understand the saying, one should not speak while watching a game? Zhou Jia shrugged. But we're not playing chess. Besides, is it all right for you to stay at my house so late? Lin Xuehui glanced at her phone. Well, it's all right. I'll go back after I've used up this life. Anyway, I'll just play games when I get back. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhou Jia was puzzled. Did you order takeout? Lin Xuehui shook her head. No. Zhou Jia stood up. I'll go check. Could it be that my parents came back early? Zhou Jia, wearing slippers, opened the door and saw Chen Wanxin, who was panting heavily. Zhou Jia stood there, completely stunned. Teacher Chen. Chapter 48. Your teacher is worried about you. When Zhou Jia opened the door, she never expected that Chen Wanxin was standing outside. Am I hallucinating from the fever? He considered 10,000 possibilities, just as Dr. Strange had seen 14 million possible future outcomes. But he still didn't see Chen Wanxin appear here, in front of his house, in the future at 11 o'clock at night. The probability is comparable to having a monkey type on a typewriter and typing out Hamlet. Zhou Jia first gave her usual smile, then opened the door wider, gently tugged at her pajamas behind her back with her right hand, and realized that her outfit was a bit inappropriate. Oh no, I'm wearing pajamas in front of the teacher. His heart skipped a beat, like realizing after an exam that he had made a mistake on one of the questions, and that even his verification was wrong. But the paper had just been taken from his hands and was gone in sorrowful stares, the dust settling and impossible to undo. Zhou Jia stepped aside, making way for him. Teacher Chen, what brings you here? Please come in. Please come in. It's cold outside. Chen Wanxin gently rubbed her hands together, exhaling a breath of warm air. Her face was flushed, indicating that she had been exposed to cold winds along the way. The white mist blurred her glasses, but quickly dissipated. She also had a plastic bag hanging from her arm, containing the things she had bought. Then I'll come in. Chen Wanxin entered Zhou Jia's house, gently closing the door behind her. She moved as quietly as snowflakes fell outside, as if afraid of disturbing the tranquil night. She first placed the things on the table, then looked Zhou Jia up and down. How are you feeling? Have you seen a doctor? He seemed to be in better spirits than I expected, but his face was a little red. I don't know if it was because of a cold or because he was feeling stuffy. Zhou Jia took half a step back. It's nothing. Just a fever. No need to see a doctor. Chen Wanxin took half a step forward. Really? Be careful that a minor illness doesn't turn into a major one. Have you taken your medicine? Have you eaten anything? You can't eat too much spicy food when you're sick. You're home alone with no one to take care of you. Your teacher is worried about you. Some words have the same meaning, but when the job title is changed, they become much more polite. Saying, I'm worried about you sounds more intimate, while saying the teacher is worried about you seems reasonable and justified. Zhou Jia nodded repeatedly and took another half step back. We ate it all. Chen Wanxin tilted her head, seemingly sensing something was wrong, and took half a step forward. Zhou Jia took half a step back. Chen Wanxin continued walking forward. Why do you keep backing away? Zhou Jia hurriedly explained. I'm afraid I'll infect the teacher. The teacher has to go to work tomorrow, and it would be terrible if I caused her to be unable to go to work. Regardless of its current state or its overall condition, Zhou Jia was quite worried. If he had known Chen Wanxin was coming, he would have cleaned the house thoroughly and meticulously, and then put orange-scented diffusers in the living room, proper diffusers, of course. Taking a good bath, changing into a tight-fitting outfit, combing your hair, and applying hair gel, these are the basic etiquette for a meeting. Although it was dark and somber, Zhou Jia believed that maintaining proper decorum was indispensable. Instead of what it is now, where I haven't even washed my hair. We're doomed. Chen Wanxin was indeed a little annoyed. She took a step forward, and Zhou Jia had nowhere to retreat but to lean against the wall. Chen Wanxin reached out her hand. Let me see how bad your fever is. Chen Wanxin raised her hand and placed it on Zhou Jia's forehead. Time seemed to stand still, crashing against the dam. Zhou Jia, a head taller than Chen Wanxin, looked down and met Chen Wanxin's worried gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a glimpse of Chen Wanxin's fair wrist peeking out from her sleeve, her white neck, and the silver necklace she wore, swaying gently. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed, as always. Zhou Jia actually liked looking at Chen Wanxin's eyebrows. They were upturned on both sides, like an inverted Dong Chichong style 8. Just by looking at her eyebrows, you could tell Chen Wanxin's current mood. Chen Wanxin placed her hand on Zhou Jia's forehead. It's a little hot. It's really hot, is it all right? Her gentle, moonlit gaze fell upon Zhou Jia, her eyebrows conveying her concern. And Chen Wanxin didn't think there was anything wrong with her actions. At this moment, a cheerful voice rang out from the side. Ah, Sister Chen. Chen Wanxin saw Lin Xuehui, who was chewing on a small gluten puff that he had pulled out from somewhere. A brief silence fell over the air. Chen Wanxin knew Lin Xuehui had arrived, but she hadn't expected her to still be here. She initially thought it was nothing, but being caught by Lin Xuehui touching his student's head made her feel a little guilty. Zhou Jia's embarrassment instantly turned into a torrent of complaints. Where did you get this food from? Why didn't you share any with me? It hurts. What happened to our promise of being best friends forever? Lin Xuehui responded to each question. I just bought it at the convenience store. There weren't many left, just this one. We can't share it. Besides, it's spicy, so you can't eat it. And we didn't even say a last word. Zhou Jia remained silent. I'm not really craving your gluten. Lin Xuehui greeted Chen Wanxin, and seeing the two of them in close physical contact, he waved without saying anything. Then I'll head back now. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment. You're going back already? Lin Xuehui nodded, and without lingering for even a second, mumbled something unintelligible before turning and leaving. Lin Xuehui slammed the door shut, leaving only the two of them in the room. Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand, her face slightly flushed as she looked at Zhou Jia, feeling somewhat complicated. She said, Go to bed and rest first, don't catch a cold. If you need anything, just tell the teacher. Zhou Jia stiffly moved her limbs, entered the room like a wind-up robot, and lay down under the covers. For some reason, Chen Wanxin breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Wanxin followed him into the room and was dumbfounded when she saw Zhou Jia's bedroom. Is this Zhou Jia's room? She had seen boys' rooms before, and before coming, she did some simple mental preparation. She knew about boys' dormitories. Some really had everything. Long stockings as stiff as dried bacon were hanging on the bedside table, which was quite horrifying. Of course, there are also those who are meticulous, and Zhou Jia's room clearly belongs to the latter. Zhou Jia's room was neat and clean, but it had a lot of elements. Chen Wanxin looked at the poster on the wall, a busty girl in a red bikini, a bright, sunny smile, her cleavage undisguised, her long, white thighs exposed, and a sniper rifle behind her back. That's true. After all, he's a boy. Everything is normal. Everything is normal. Chen Wanxin smiled and sat down on the chair by the bed. Zhou Jia, still dazed, had not yet realized what was happening and that Lin Xuehui had been in his room, so he was completely unsuspecting at first. Normally, he would try to cover up Yuko's poster, but now he was huddled inside the sheets, his consciousness still drifting outside. Chen Wanxin spoke first, and what was originally meant to be a statement about her health turned into something else entirely. Zhou Jia, your room has a very unique style. Zhou Jia still looked dazed. The virus had made his mind less sharp today. I arranged all of this myself. Chen Wanxin keenly grasped the key words in it. Specialized. If Chapter 49 is just a scenario simulation. Zhou Jia thought Chen Wanxin had become curious about his room and started spreading the word. Yes, it took a little thought and money, and a bit of time. I even came up with the layout myself. By the way, teacher, are you thirsty? Let me get you some water. He was about to get up when Chen Wanxin waved him off. Teacher, you're not thirsty, so just lie down and continue. Zhou Jia lay back down. It was strange that the teacher was actually interested in the decorations in my room. Zhou Jia thought for a moment and realized that it was normal for Teacher Chen to be interested in something with all the flowers, plants, and books in her room. Whether it's the computer, the desk, or the posters, I made them all myself. Zhou Jia's gaze swept across the posters in the room, and when she saw the beautiful and stylish one, she suddenly thought of something. Chen Wanxin changed her posture and crossed her legs. What? You have one hand. Zhou Jia swallowed hard. The poster was a gift from a friend. Chen Wanxin clearly didn't believe it and gave a soft hum, though she didn't know why she hummed that. There's nothing to hide. I just didn't expect you to have this kind of interest. You're a boy. I know what I mean. Chen Wanqing spoke in a mature, adult-like tone, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Zhou Jia was drenched in sweat. Teacher, this is a combat suit. Oh no, this is getting worse and worse. But in reality, female characters in various games and anime are like this. The less they wear, the higher their attack power. Monster scales are shattered with a single strike, while the skin of beautiful girls is indestructible. He had absolutely no vulgar thoughts when he put the posters up on the wall. In fact, no normal person would have any strange thoughts. But outsiders would just think. Zhou Jia held his head in his hands. Ugh, my head hurts. Zhou Jia started acting like a rogue. Ugh, my head hurts so much, my head hurts so much. He rolled around in bed. To be honest, Zhou Jia's acting was quite clumsy and completely unacceptable. Chen Wanqing looked at Zhou Jia and chuckled softly. She didn't know if it was true or not, but she felt that she didn't need to delve into this issue. Doing so would make her seem petty. More importantly, she was just Zhou Jia's teacher. Why should she keep nagging about what to hang in a student's bedroom? Yes, lifestyle is very important. Although she no longer teaches Zhou Jia academic subjects, it is still her duty as a teacher to guide Zhou Jia's character. Zhou Jia felt that she had made a complete fool of herself today. Although she wasn't particularly ugly, she was still not mentally prepared. His head was tucked under the covers, and in Chen Wanqing's eyes, he seemed a bit more obedient than usual, compared to his usual glib manner. Chen Wanqing leaned forward, her hands bracing against the edge of the bed sheet. Does your head really hurt? Zhou Jia scratched his head. Real. Chen Wanqing moved her chair forward, then stretched out her right hand and placed it on Zhou Jia's forehead, as if to verify his words or to comfort him. Okay, I'll go get you some water. Try to talk less today. Chen Wanqing felt that she should be a little nicer to the patients, and for some reason, seeing Zhou Jia looking somewhat weak made her feel a little uncomfortable. The thought that he wouldn't say anything to her sent a slight prickling sensation through her heart. Chen Wanqing went to the kitchen and got a cup of hot water, which she placed on Zhou Jia's bedside table. Drink more hot water. Do you want the teacher to apply a towel to your face? Zhou Jia was flattered and overwhelmed. No need. I'm not that weak. Today is just an exception. Really an exception? How did he get sick? Maybe it's because I've been going to bed a bit late these past few days. Playing games. Teacher, you're biased against me. I'm working at full speed. Oh, is that so? You silly student. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? It's just a minor illness. I don't think it's necessary to bother the teacher. It's just that the teacher is busy with work. I feel a little bad. And besides, I'm perfectly fine. Right? I see Lin Xuehui is here too. When did she arrive? It was a little after 8 o'clock. I don't really remember. She came and played games there, and I was sleeping. I see. People of the same age do get along better, and she also likes playing games. No, not really. We just chatted casually, and I was sleeping most of the time, not waking up until after 10 o'clock. I only found out then. I'm sorry. I didn't even have time to comfort you. Oh, no. No. It's more like I'm honored that you could come. Teacher Chen, isn't it too tiring for you to come so late? Shall I take you home? Zhou Jia checked the time, and after chatting for a few more minutes, it was already 11 o'clock. Time is such an unfair thing. Sometimes it feels incredibly long when you're waiting for something, like the end of get out of class or a holiday. Even 10 minutes can feel like an eternity. But when you're with someone you like, time seems to fly by. Just chatting and exchanging a few words, and time slips away in the blink of an eye. Chen Wanqing gently patted Zhou Jia's shoulder. It's okay, you go to sleep. I'll stay with you until you fall asleep before I go back. She thought that Lin Xuehui had sat here before, so she shouldn't have any doubts about the arrangement of Zhou Jia's room. The two of them should have had a lively discussion. Although she felt she didn't need to think about it in this way at all, she realized at this moment that she didn't seem to know Zhou Jia very well. I don't know what he likes, what games he plays in private, or what kind of room he wants to decorate. She propped her face up with her hands, her hair falling down. Zhou Jia certainly couldn't sleep. He would be a superhuman if he could fall asleep under these circumstances. He simply, just like everyone else, enjoyed these moments, being alone in a room with Chen Wanqing, even if they didn't say anything. Chen Wanqing spun around in her chair, looked at the things on his desk, and immediately recognized them as scripts. Just as he had said, it seemed that he was indeed going all out lately. Chun Wanxin instinctively picked up the rewritten document and looked at it as if she were grading a test paper. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. Well, the new version isn't finished yet, but this is the current direction. What do you think, teacher? Chun Wanxin smiled. Make it a bit more interesting. No criticism was given, but it was clear that it wasn't very good. She turned around again. I always feel that your knight and your princess are quite distant. Their relationship is like a blank sheet of paper. Zhou Jia's heart was pierced. After all, I've never been in a relationship, so it's too difficult for me to have any romantic scenes. This is also what's troubling Zhou Jia. He simply doesn't understand it. How infuriating. I can't imagine what two people would do if they were together. Chun Wanxin suddenly had an idea, but quickly rejected it, feeling that the idea was too far-fetched. Hey, how about you find someone to try it out? To experience a similar situation? The room became quieter. Zhou Jia became bolder at this time. What? Can I ask a teacher? Chun Wanxin placed her hand on Zhou Jia's forehead and gently tapped it. You always make jokes about the teacher. This guy? Chun Wanxin's face flushed slightly. Well, if it's just a small favor, like a scenario simulation, then it's not that I can't help you. Chapter 50 Knee Pillow. If it's just a help. Chun Wanxin felt that since she had promised Zhou Jia to help him, this was just a role-playing exercise. Simply reading it won't allow you to fully understand the emotions expressed in the book. Chun Wanxin thought that Zhou Jia was indeed working very hard. Looking at what was written on the secondary screen, she could picture him sitting at the table while sneezing. It was quite an interesting image. Moreover, I wanted to do something for him. Chun Wanxin really didn't have much experience in taking care of people. In fact, all she could say when someone had a cold or was sick was a few words like, drink more hot water, and get some rest. But as she spoke, she felt that her words were a bit weak and sounded like she was just being perfunctory. Another scene flashed through Chun Wanxin's mind, a sentence she had seen in Zhou Jia's writing. She thought about it for a moment and patted her thigh. Would you like to lie down over here? She was wearing a white midi skirt today, and her fingers danced up and down on the skirt, reflected in Zhou Jia's eyes. Chun Wanxin added a sentence as if to explain. I saw something like that in what you wrote, right? That should make you feel better. Zhou Jia froze. Was this some kind of sweet trap? But if he says no at this moment, he wouldn't be Zhou Jia. Should he hesitate and then move closer? He's not the kind of person to back down. Now that he's decided to launch an offensive, he's determined to see it through to the end. Zhou Jia wriggled in the blankets, moving towards Chun Wanxin. Soon, she poked her head out and nervously said, Thank you, teacher. He awkwardly rolled over, then carefully rested his head on Chun Wanxin's white skirt. Through the velvety fabric, he could feel the soft flesh of Chun Wanxin's thighs on the back of his head, making Zhou Jia feel like he was burning up. Zhou Jia didn't actually put all the weight of her head on it. She always felt a bit distant from physical contact and was afraid of pressing down on the teacher, so she just kept her neck stiff. Chun Wanxin could also feel Zhou Jia's firm back of the head. His hair wasn't prickly, and her heart beat a little faster. Zhou Jia was so nervous that he didn't dare to look at Chun Wanxin. And soon, Chun Wanxin's right hand gently covered Zhou Jia's eyes. Zhou Jia asked softly, Teacher, this is... Chun Wanxin clearly felt shy, but she still pretended to be calm and mature. Okay, I just wanted you to rest in a different way. It's okay, lie down. She could also sense that Zhou Jia hadn't fully lain down, so she gently moved him with her hand to help him relax and lean back. Chun Wanxin asked softly, Wouldn't that lead to other thoughts? Zhou Jia's throat became a little dry, and he didn't know where to put his hands. What are your thoughts? What is the teacher saying? Oh no, my brain has completely crashed. He felt like his brain was crashing during a game, like a computer crashing with a blue screen. He couldn't figure out the cause, and by the time he restarted the game, it was already over. He felt Chun Wanxin move slightly. Strands of her hair fell down, landing beside his face, tickling him slightly. His head even brushed against his teacher's lower abdomen, warm, comfortable, making his heart race. Next came Chun Wanxin's voice, gentle, peaceful, and tender. You must be tired from the journey. Take good rest when you're injured. Those were lines from the script, but Chun Wanxin said them aloud to Zhou Jia. As Zhou Jia lay there, Chun Wanxin's words echoed in his ears. making even his own thoughts become incoherent. Teacher Chen, his thoughts drifted. If such a scene really existed, what would the person lying there feel? Aside from battle, in the everyday scene, with lush grass and flying birds, a vast sky and wide clouds, feeling the warmth of another person during a break from battle. Zhou Jia opened her eyes and could only see light shining through the gaps between Teacher Chen's fingers. The light fell on the edges of her fingers and turned them dark red. Her fingers were so soft and smooth, like shrimp paste in a hot pot, which would slip away as soon as you picked them up with chopsticks. After Chen Wanxin finished speaking, her face was already flushed. She often only realized what she had said after she finished speaking and always felt that it was different from what she had imagined, making her face burn. She took a deep breath and wanted to add a few more words to her behavior. These were all scenario simulations, just to create a sense of immersion, or perhaps she just wanted to help Zhou Jia relax a little. It was just a teacher taking care of her student. Chen Wanxin had just opened her mouth before she could finish her sentence, when suddenly she heard a loud knocking on the door. Knock knock. The knocking was particularly noticeable in the quiet night, startling Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin, who froze on the spot. Chen Wanxin let out a soft, ah, and immediately sat up straight. Is someone knocking on the door? Zhou Jia also sat up nervously, as if she had just done something particularly terrible. Okay, it seems so. Teacher Chen, you ordered takeout. Chen Wanxin shook her head. Zhou Jia hissed and pondered for a moment. Could it be that my parents are back? Chen Wanxin was completely distraught, her body trembling. Really? Your parents are back. She was nervous and guilty, her face clearly saying, it's all over. She kept turning her head, her neck stiff like a transmission component that hadn't been oiled in a long time, making a creaking and grinding sound as she worked. It was all over, all over. Her mind was filled with the thought that everything was over. At that moment, she even forgot that she was Zhou Jia's teacher. As long as she invoked her teacher status, there wouldn't be any problems no matter what. Zhou Jia lifted the blanket. Teacher, I'll go take a look. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement, placing her hands on her lap, appearing extremely obedient. Zhou Jia sneaked up to the door without making a sound. It was her own home, but she acted like a spy sneaking around. Could it really be her parents coming back? How was she going to explain this later? No, why was she feeling guilty? They were her teachers. Even if they weren't, she was still 22. Zhou Jia thought that perhaps she should move out, since all sorts of things could happen. That's quite imaginative. Just thinking about it. Zhou Jia looked through the peephole, but didn't see anyone. After thinking for a moment, she opened the door, and there stood a girl about her age. Lin Shuihui touched his face, his expression showing embarrassment. I think I left the key at your house. Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief and swayed as she fell backward. That scared me to death. Lin Shuihui was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward to help him up. Zhou Jia? Why does this person look like they've passed away? Didn't they take some medicine? Could it be that the canned oranges and the cold medicine are incompatible? Oh no, I have to destroy the evidence. Lin Shuihui made a very decisive judgment, looking around for a suitable blunt weapon. The next day, office. Zhou Jia sat at her workstation wearing a mask. If he doesn't come today, the work will never be finished. Although his fever hasn't completely subsided, he's already in a state where he can still do his job. Anyway, he doesn't need to do any mental work. The work is just copying and pasting. Actually, he should have recovered from his cold yesterday. Not to mention last night. He was almost fully recovered while Lin Shuihui was playing games. But after all that commotion last night, first she got too hot lying on Chen Wanxin's lap. Then the knocking on the door nearly made her jump out of her skin, and finally Lin Shuihui came in and caused another ruckus. When she entered the bedroom, she found Chen Wanxin hiding behind the curtains and asked curiously what game the two of them were playing, expressing that she wanted to join in. When Chen Wanxin realized it was Lin Shuihui, she also swayed and sat down on the ground, saying that her legs were completely weak. After chatting for a while, Lin Shuihui went back with Chen Wanxin. It was at that time that the virus relapsed, and Zhou Jia had a headache all night, which didn't subside until the morning. At that moment, Lin Shuihui appeared next to Zhou Jia, holding a warm red bean cake in her hand. Chapter 51 A plus B equals C. Why is someone always eating whenever they appear? Warm water. Hurry up and take this Hanami Anjana away. And how come these people can eat so much and not gain weight? Is it because they exercise a lot? Or is it that sweets are actually stored in another stomach? Lin Shuahui opened her mouth wide, took a small bite of the red bean cake, and then chewed it from side to side, just like a little hamster. Zhou Jia tentatively spoke. Excuse me, may I ask your weight and height? As Lin Shuahui chewed, she slowly rolled her eyes at Zhou Jia. She ate very carefully and attentively, swallowing the small piece of red bean cake completely before answering Zhou Jia's question. How rude. Didn't anyone tell you that a girl's weight, age, and height are secrets? Zhou Jia was puzzled. Is that something that cannot be looked at or described? Let me see your tentacles. Lin Shuahui chuckled. Would you also ask Sister Chen about her height and weight? Zhou Jia chuckled in return, and the two of them laughed so hard they were practically convulsing, like two idiots. Is it possible that I know? Lin Shuahui silently took out her phone. Okay, I'll call the police right away. Hello, officer. Yes, it's Fuqiang Street. Zhou Jia immediately reached out to stop him. No way, officer, I just happened to know that. It really was just a coincidence that I knew it, like I happened to pass by the office at a certain time, and I just happened to see the medical examination form that was casually placed on the table, and I just happened to remember it. It's just that she has a good memory. Is there a problem with this? Aside from being completely clueless about Chinese, Zhou Jia was quite good at everything else, just like a short joke he had once seen. A friend of Einstein called him, and at the end of the call, the friend asked Einstein to write down her phone number, saying that it was very long and difficult to remember. Einstein didn't use a pen. He spoke directly into the phone to his friend. My friend's phone number is 24,361. Einstein immediately replied that it was nothing difficult to remember. It was just 2,019 squared. So Zhou Jia just happened to remember that Chun Wanxin's height is a prime number ABC. A plus B equals C. And her weight is the product of the smallest prime number, the second smallest prime number, and a two-digit prime number AC. What's so hard to remember? Lin Shuahui expressed her doubts. You really just happen to know that? Someone like you would be arrested as a pervert. Zhou Jia shrugged. Geniuses are always envied. You can't arrest Rain Man just because he can count how many raindrops fall in a moment, and then call him a psychopath, can you? Lin Shuahui spat out a curse. They really know how to pat themselves on the back. She said something dismissively, then continued eating the red bean cake. Perhaps it was because of the winter, but it seemed that Lin Shuahui's desserts were gradually turning into hot food. Zhou Jia worried that this person might one day bring hot pot into the office. After finishing her meal, Lin Shuahui still reported her height and weight. 50 out of 162. Zhou Jia exclaimed, wow. You're so healthy, how do you do it? Lin Shuahui made a boxing gesture with both hands. I usually play Ring Fit Adventure and fitness boxing, you know? The instructors all have really nice voices, like Ri Kugamiya. They're so sweet and gentle. Zhou Jia genuinely didn't know, since he truly didn't play this type of game. You actually know about Kugamiya, Ri? How come you play all kinds of games? Lin Shuahui withdrew his fist. What's there to not know? She's the original Tsundere. Although Tsundere isn't popular now, I still really like her. Zhou Jia nodded, agreeing that he also liked being arrogant. Lin Shuahui looked left and right. By the way, I watched the game you were working on last night, and it seemed. Zhou Jia asked. What's wrong? It's okay. Feel free to share your insights. I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. Lin Shuahui rested her chin on her hand. Never mind. It turns out nothing's wrong. Zhou Jia hardened his fist. Do you know what kind of person I hate the most? Lin Shuahui asked. What kind of person? Zhou Jia remained silent, but his actions spoke volumes. He was the kind of person who only said half of what he meant. Lin Shuahui tilted her head in confusion. She patted her bottom, got up, put the small stool into Zhou Jia's drawer, and then turned and left without a trace. In the end, no one knew what she wanted to say. However, Zhou Jia felt that his work could only have one character design at most, and there wasn't much to say about it now. Things would probably be better once the plot was basically finalized. Lin Shuahui walked around for a while, then stopped next to Zhou Jia and abruptly spoke. I can compose music. Zhou Jia was completely bewildered by her sudden outburst, so this was what the young woman wanted to say. Oh, Oh, so you were having an internal struggle when you walked that lap just now. Lin Shuehui rested her chin on her hand. I always felt like I was afraid of presumptuous if you didn't say it. But I see that your desktop has a lot of things, and the only music-related thing is NetEase Cloud Music, not even QQ Music. Zhou Jia said hello. What did NetEase Cloud Music do to you? Isn't NetEase Cloud Music great? I like to use it late at night. Lin Shuehui shrugged. No, I just think you shouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Zhou Jia has indeed not tried composing music much. Because it's too early to talk about this now. Lin Shuehui responded with an oh. Yes, I've also written songs and uploaded them to platforms. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment. Hey boss, why didn't you say so earlier? Let me see if I followed the Express account and how many followers it has. Lin Shuehui made an X with her hands in front of her and looked at Zhou Jia with disdain again. Telling you the difference between my social media accounts and running naked in public is so vulgar and disgusting. Ugh. Zhou Jia remained silent. This person's thinking was even more unconventional than his. Lin Shuehui tilted her head. That's basically the gist of it. I'm very interested in this and can help. I'm out of here. She really slipped away this time, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It seems she just wanted to say those two sentences, hoping I would ask her for help. Zhou Jia couldn't quite understand Lin Shuehui's meaning. Otherwise, why would she have said those two sentences in the first place? Zhou Jia leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat melancholy. Composing music, the protagonist needs music, various bosses need music, princesses need music, battles, travel, map switching all require music. Thinking about it this way, he would need dozens of pieces of music, and even if they weren't that good, the workload would still be considerable. Once the basic plan is finalized, perhaps we should really ask for help. The price for a commercial piece is around 1 or 2,000 per minute. Even a cheaper one, calculated as a 1-minute loop, would probably cost tens of thousands. Woohoo! The funds are burning. What old joke? On the other side, Anqing No. 7 Middle School. Chen Wanxin was sitting in her office when her phone suddenly lit up. The unfamiliar number made her a little suspicious, but she answered it anyway. Who is it? A male voice rang out. Excuse me, are you Ms. Chun, the teacher of class 25, grade 12 at Anqing No. 7 Middle School? Chapter 52 Recruiting. The unfamiliar voice aroused Chun Wanxin's suspicion. Who are you? Could this be some kind of pyramid scheme call, or is it from a student's parent? She was filled with suspicion. At this moment, the person on the other end spoke quickly. Hello, this is Xuanxiang Foreign Language High School. I'm calling to ask if you have time this weekend. Like to have a meal together or something? Chen Wanxin frowned slightly. What did this mean? No need, I don't have time. Chen Wanxin refused decisively. The other person's tone remained polite and rapid. Would you be interested in visiting Xuanxiang Foreign Language High School? If so, would you be willing to teach students here? Chen Wanxin now fully understood the other party's intentions. They were there to poach her employees. It's really unexpected that I would have my partner poached one day. Chen Wanxin knew the name of Xuanxiang Foreign Language High School. It was a private high school in the next city. It had only been built for 3 years, so it could be considered a new school. How should I put it? At least for now, it seemed to have money. I just graduated a class of high school students, and a few of them did quite well. I've made a name for myself, and I'm promoting myself every day. The billboards have even been put up at the gate of Anqing No. 7 Middle School. It all boils down to a few words. I'm short of people, I'm short of students, I'm short of teachers, but I'm not short of money. Seeing that Chen Wanxin did not react, he continued speaking slowly. If you have time, we can find a place to have a meal and discuss it. The compensation will definitely satisfy you. Chen Wanxin was still somewhat surprised, but she declined again. No need, I'm busy. The other side reacted quickly. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. I wish you a happy life and smooth work. Goodbye. The other party didn't even hang up immediately, but waited for Chen Wanxin to hang up, which was impeccable in every way. Chen Wanxin sighed and put her phone aside. Is this really true? I've heard similar gossip from people in the office before, like how a certain teacher was poached during the senior year of high school, and then a new teacher had to be assigned at the last minute, which caused a lot of complaints from the students. Such things used to be relatively rare, as teachers typically stayed at one school for their entire careers. But now, these kinds of incidents are commonplace. In particular, private high schools openly poach students from public high schools. Although the salaries of public high schools have been improving in recent years, they still can't compare to private schools. They may not have much else, but they have money. Earning over 10,000 yuan a month is no problem, and with tutoring, doubling your annual salary is easy. Chen Wanxin's only question was why the other party would contact her. She had only been teaching for 5 years, and the results of the 2 classes were indeed quite good, but it shouldn't have reached the point where she was poached. Chen Wanxin didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, she found it very troublesome. She didn't know if it was true or not, but even if it was true, she felt it was quite troublesome. Chen Wanyin is actually a pretty laid-back person. Of course, having a lot of money is a good thing. Who wouldn't want to lie in a swimming pool filled with money and have fun? Just thinking about it is awesome. But she wasn't a very diligent person after all. Her hobbies were simple: growing flowers, chatting, enjoying the snow, and reading a lot of books. She wouldn't have taken the position if older teachers weren't reluctant to become homeroom teachers. In recent years, being a homeroom teacher has basically become an extra job, assigned to the younger generation who have no say. Once she finishes, the job can be passed on to someone else. 3 years from now, whoever wants to do it can do it. Before Chen Wanxin's melancholy could subside, another piece of news arrived. Teacher, we dried some sausages at home. Would you like us to bring some to your door for New Year's Day? They're delicious, much better than what you get at restaurants. I know who it is without even seeing the name. Is this some kind of sugar-coated bullet? Surprisingly, Zhou Jia's family had sausages drying in the sun, but that made sense, as her family made sausages and cured meat every year, though she didn't know how to make them yet. As she thought this, a slight smile appeared on her lips. Holding her phone, she pondered how to reply. Okay, thank you. But don't take too much, the teacher can't finish it. Are you coming to my place for New Year's Day? How are you feeling today? Zhou Jia returned. It's great. The teacher's lap pillow is so useful. Chen Wanxin's face flushed slightly, her mind filled with images from last night. She hadn't thought things through, and that's why she did those things. That stupid student. She really knows how to bring up the most awkward things. And it turned out to be a false alarm. My heart was pounding. Chen Wanxin typed silently, her fingers slowly tapping each letter on the screen. Don't talk nonsense. Your teacher is only helping you so you can sleep well. Zhou Jiasin was completely melted. Just seeing those words melted her heart. I understand. I hope the teacher didn't catch it from me. I can't take responsibility if she did. Chen Wanxin paused for a moment. Then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. So you're the kind of irresponsible student. Your teacher never taught you like that. Zhou Jia immediately said, I will take responsibility. Chen Wanxin felt that her attempt to flirt had backfired, and she muttered a "pa" under her breath. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore. The teacher is busy. Zhou Jia sent a small emoji, a pig doing a pole dance. Okay, thank you for your hard work, teacher. I'll come to your home on New Year's Day to treat you. Chen Wanxin put away her phone. Who asked you for a treat? Zhou Jia's cold did indeed get better quickly, and by evening the fever had completely subsided. During the day, Li Jintao came again, ostensibly to offer comfort, but actually to inquire about various things. But Zhou Jia is like Apex in Season 23, with a new castle, a Gibraltar, and a healer. The walls are impenetrable and unbreakable. Don't ask if there is such a hero as the wall. Despite his best efforts, Li Jintao couldn't get a single thing out of Zhou Jia. What are you doing on New Year's Day? Zhou Jia yawned and didn't reply, which made Li Jintao anxious and restless. In the days leading up to New Year's Day, Zhou Jia's daily routine was simple. Go to work, get off work, go home, and then brainstorm scripts and develop character images. Aside from the protagonist's character design, the villain's character design is also very important. If the villain lacks charisma, the protagonist will also seem like a clown. If the villain is whitewashed, it will be even less interesting. The villain should be ambitious and conquer the world. The night was quiet, and the light from the screen shone into Zhou Jia's enthusiastic eyes as he immersed himself fully in the world he had created. New Year's Day is coming soon. At 3 p.m., there was a knock on the door of Chen Wanxin's house. The agreed time was in the afternoon, so Chen Wanxin could sleep in and take a nap, finally catching up on the sleep she missed during the workday. Chen Wanxin opened the door and saw Zhou Jia carrying sausages. Zhou Jia held up the sausages in his hand and called out, "Happy New Year, teacher." Chen Wanxin was prepared and stepped aside to make way. "You're here. Come in. My place is a bit messy. Please find a seat." Chen Wanxin had already tidied up her house. Zhou Jia, carrying the wrapped sausages, skillfully entered Chen Wanxin's house and put the sausages into Chen Wanxin's small refrigerator. He sat down on the sofa, his gaze hesitant to look at Chen Wanxin from the very beginning. Chapter 53. What are you doing here? Chen Wanxin was wearing casual clothes that she doesn't usually wear. Dark blue jeans accentuated her shapely long legs, while a tight-fitting black sweater highlighted her slender waist and beautiful curves. Zhou Jia gently pinched his forehead to calm himself down a bit. Although he said he didn't have any ulterior motives, Teacher Chen's actions were really sexy. In Zhou Jia's view, sexy is more of a positive word, encompassing many meanings. The teacher's clothes were very suitable and beautiful, so beautiful that he was embarrassed to look at them. Ms. Chen already has a great figure, and the black outfit adds a touch of mature charm to her. Coupled with the sleepy, languid look on her face, it makes people even more unsettled. Chen Wanxin squatted in front of the small refrigerator and opened the refrigerator's crisper compartment. "Would you like something to drink?" The teacher bought some beverages. Hearing the sound, Zhou Jia looked up, glanced silently at Chen Wanxin's back, then took out her phone, telling herself not to look at what was improper, and stared at her own silly face on the dark, reflective screen. Liking someone is a very complicated thing. Sometimes, even looking at that person's back for a couple of seconds feels like an offense. "I'm fine with anything. But it's so cold today. Is it really a good idea to drink cold drinks?" Chen Wanxin looked at the drinks in the refrigerator. "But there's heating inside, right? You'll feel hot after sitting for a while. I bought this drink especially for you." Zhou Jia was somewhat surprised. "Specialized?" Chen Wanxin paused noticeably for a moment before continuing. "Well, if students come to our house, we should always buy some drinks that kids like." Zhou Jia nodded, not understanding who the child was referring to at this moment. After all, he was 22 years old and could hardly be considered a child anymore. As Chen Wanxin spoke, she took a can of frozen cola from the refrigerator, got up, and walked over to Zhou Jia. "Looking at your phone again. What's so interesting about a phone? Why do kids these days love looking at their phones so much?" Zhou Jia immediately put away his phone, looked up, and met Chen Wanxin's eyes. Then he felt something cold quickly pressed against his face, making him shiver and hiss. "Teacher, it's a bit cold." Chen Wanxin smiled. "Really? She looks so beautiful when she smiles," Zhou Jia thought. Then Chen Wanxin placed the can of cola on the table, stretched out her hands, and placed her warm hands on Zhou Jia's face. "How about this?" Zhou Jia wanted to say it was very warm, but then she also thought, that's just how teachers are. Chen Wanxin pinched Zhou Jia's cheek with a mischievous grin, as if she really enjoyed seeing him speechless. Zhou Jia said, his words slurred, "Teacher, I feel warm now." Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand. "Really? That's good." As she spoke, she sat down next to Zhou Jia, then picked up the folder that Zhou Jia had placed on the table and held it up. "Let me take a look at my student's masterpiece." Zhou Jia wanted to say that it was nothing special, just some random thoughts and scraps, although he had spent some time and effort on them. Chen Wanxin was very focused when she read, looking at things slowly, her fingers making a rustling sound as she turned the pages of A4 paper. 10 minutes later. I feel a bit better." Zhou Jiaxing was full of enthusiasm. Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. "But it still doesn't make much sense." Zhou Jia was dejected. Chen Wanxin gently patted Zhou Jia's head, as if to comfort him. "There's no rush for this." Zhou Jia leaned back on the sofa, like a deflated swimming ring, all limp and lifeless. "What does interesting mean?" Chen Wanxin rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "Well, sometimes you feel that some things are very sudden and unexpected, but they don't feel abrupt. You want to know what will happen next. That's what makes it interesting." Zhou Jia seemed to understand, but not quite. After all, original works and fan fiction are two different things. When making fan fiction, you don't have to think about so much. You just need to focus on the battle. Chen Wanxin turned to look at Zhou Jia. "How are you? Feeling discouraged? Or do you think you can't do it?" Zhou Jia sat up straight and immediately shook his head. "No. After answering quickly, Zhou Jia made some corrections. Well, I am a little discouraged. Chen Wanxin smiled. Okay, try harder. If you see results, I'll buy you a plane ticket. Zhou Jia was puzzled. Why buy a plane ticket? Does the teacher expect me to get a ticket to some bay and then jump off? You're such a piece of trash. Only capable of making things that disgust people. You don't deserve to live in this world. Chen Wanxin gently tapped his head. No, what are you thinking? I'm just buying you a plane ticket so you can travel and relax. Zhou Jia pondered for a moment. Just one? Chen Wanxin tapped her chin with her finger. Then I'll buy it for you when you get back too. Zhou Jia met Chen Wanxin's eyes, and her gaze suddenly became more determined. What if I want to bring one more person along? Chen Wanxin noticed Zhou Jia's gaze and felt that it was burning hot, making her heart feel hot as well. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She froze there. The air grew hot, and she realized it must be the heating that made the small space so hot, and her fingers and skin felt hot. Chen Wanxin opened her mouth, about to speak, when there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Chen Wanxin then realized what was happening, exclaimed, ah, and said somewhat flusteredly, I'll go open the door. In fact, Zhou Jia was also very nervous. When he said those words, his heart was like a wild horse on a wasteland, running nonstop. Waiting for the result was often more agonizing than the result itself, especially when he was worried about hearing a result that would frighten him. Chen Wanxin walked stiffly to the door, wondering who it could be. She opened the door, paused for a moment, and saw a beautiful girl dressed in all white, with bright blue hair, wearing sunglasses, carrying a whole bag of tangerines in her left hand and a carton of milk in her right. The girl smiled as soon as she saw Chen Wanxin, put down her things, and rushed into Chen Wanxin's arms. Teacher, I've missed you so much. Chen Wanxin was a little at a loss, watching the little girl rub her head against her chest. Who is it? But the voice sounds very familiar. Chen Wanxin's hands froze. The little girl in her arms looked up, saw Chen Wanxin's puzzled expression, and took off her sunglasses. It's me. Teacher, don't you remember me? Chen Wanxin recognized her immediately. It was her student, Xie Yuding. The confusion on her face instantly turned into joy. Yuding, what brings you here? Xie Yuding clung to Chen Wanxin, refusing to let go. I came to see you, teacher. Oh, I heard you moved, so I went to your old place. You're still so beautiful, teacher. Have you found a boyfriend yet? Xie Yuding's words kept popping out. Zhou Jia listened to the sounds outside the door and roughly recognized who it was. He silently opened the glass of cola and took a sip. Then the door closed, and the two people went inside. Xie Yuding was laughing and chatting until she went inside and saw Zhou Jia sitting on the sofa, her face filled with horror. Hey Zhou Jia, what are you doing here? Xie Yuding looked horrified as if she had seen something filthy, taking a small step back and baring her silvery teeth, her disgust undisguised. Alas. Chapter 54. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have come today. Xie Yuding covered her mouth and frowned. Oh no, I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Is it because it's an inauspicious day to go out? Or am I hallucinating? What kind of nightmare is this? Zhou Jia silently took a sip of water. Hello. Did you attack people too many times right from the start? Xie Yuding's words were like a smooth combo she knew by heart. Even if her mind forgot, her fingers still remembered, and she dealt considerable damage in just a few seconds. Xie Yuding coughed lightly, realizing that Chen Wanxin was still beside her. Sorry, it's been so long. I'm a little too excited. This is the daughter of a coal mine owner, the girl who used to be unable to get along with Zhou Jia. Xie Yuding has excellent grades and can also dance. It is said that she started learning Chinese dance in elementary school. She has a beautiful figure, a light and graceful posture, and walks with a breezy air. She has a natural air of dominance and has always been very popular. Zhou Jia attended the same public school for both junior and senior high school. Anqing No. 7 Middle School had a pretty good college entrance rate every year, so some wealthy people would send their students there. Zhou Jia had heard of Xie Yuding's name since junior high school. Even someone as studious as him was forced to hear about her. Of course, Zhou Jia didn't take it to heart at the time. The two started clashing when they were in high school. Actually, when they first met, they were getting along quite well. During PE class, Li Jintao shouted, "Anyone want to play werewolf?" Li Jintao grabbed Zhou Jia's shoulder and loudly called for his friends to join him. Zhou Jia didn't want to go, but Li Jintao held her arm tightly, so she had no choice but to go along. In that game, Zhou Jia was the werewolf, and Xie Yuding was the seer. Xie Yuding claimed to be the seer first, and Zhou Jia claimed to be the seer later. In short, he was very confident, and his loyal and harmless appearance made everyone believe him. So Xie Yuding was voted out. 7 or 8 fingers pointed at Xie Yuding, as if a parliament were judging a criminal and throwing Xie Yuding into a vat of boiling oil. Xie Yuding was so angry that she almost fainted. Back then, everyone was new to the game and didn't have many tricks, backstabbing, or fixed analyses. Xie Yuding had nothing to say but grit her teeth and thought those people were all pigs. As for Zhou Jia, he was even more insidious, cunning, and wicked, with a sinister and evil appearance. From then on, he made up his mind to hold a grudge against Zhou Jia, and whenever they met, he would speak harshly to him. Xie Yuding raised her chin slightly, looking down at Zhou Jia with disdain. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Jia leaned back on the sofa, casually crossing her legs, and answered questions with questions. "What are you doing here?" Xie Yuding put her hands on her hips. "I've come to see Teacher Chun." Chun Wanxin sat silently on the edge of the bed, watching the scene unfold from a distance, even glancing around. But unfortunately, she had no melon seeds in her hand. Zhou Jia was suspicious. "Aren't you a graduate student? Why are you back so early?" Xie Yuding hugged herself tightly with both arms and let out another eek. "How did you know I was in graduate school? You didn't secretly investigate me, did you?" Zhou Jia almost spat out his soda. "Who investigated you?" "No, buddy, Xie Yuding is an outstanding graduate of our school. She completed her bachelor's and master's degrees at Nanjing University. Who doesn't know that?" Zhou Jia knew all this because of Li Jintao. Li Jintao, the intelligence broker, would always be next to Zhou Jia, talking on his phone. "So-and-so in our class got a PhD, so-and-so got a master's degree and went abroad to study, so-and-so got a job at a big company, so-and-so got arrested for causing trouble." He worries about everything, from his classmates' future plans to their disobedient dogs. Xie Yuding thought about it and realized it made sense. She snorted and decided not to pursue the matter further. She walked over to Chun Wanxin's side. "Teacher Chun, may I sit next to you?" She became gentle and sweet-voiced, as if she had become a completely different person. Even changing one's expression wouldn't be this dramatic. Chun Wanxin hummed in agreement, moved a little further in, and patted the sheets. "You can sit anywhere. The teacher's house is only so big." Xie Yuding sat down happily, snuggling up next to Chun Wanxin, which Zhou Jia found very enviable. "Damn, this is too good. Why isn't he a girl?" If he were a girl, he could sit next to Chun Wanxin and get as close to the teacher as he wanted. Xie Yuding tidied her stylish hair. "I'm on vacation as a graduate student. I've already finished all the exams I needed to take, so I got an early break." Zhou Jia responded with an, "Oh, you finished your exams so early? Are you sure it's not because you couldn't keep up with your studies and are just wandering around outside? It's okay, your family is rich, you can spend as much as you want." Xie Yuding was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. "Who do you think you are? I heard you work locally. It's all right, I can still find food to eat. Is it true or false? How much is the salary? Can you tell me the details? What are you doing? I don't have any money to lend you. Who wants to borrow money from you? I'm just curious. You know, even graduate students aren't guaranteed a job these days. You can inherit the family business. Tisk, it's no fun talking to you. You're overthinking it. Where would you get so much wealth? Businesses have shrunk, and everyone is looking to transform their businesses. At most, you might have a few million left. Is this even human language? Why don't they eat meat porridge?" Chun Wanxin looked at the two of them, smiled gently, and then stood up. "By the way, would you like some lemon juice? I recently learned how to squeeze lemons by hand." Xie Yuding was the first to raise her hand. "Want?" Chun Wanxin turned to look at Zhou Jia again, a slight smile on her face. "Hey, do you want that one over there?" Zhou Jia felt very unbalanced when she heard what that one over there meant. "Teacher, why does Xie Yuding get to drink hand-squeezed lemonade when she comes, but I only get industrial products when I come?" Zhou Jia, unusually, felt a little sour. Chun Wanxin stuck out her tongue at Zhou Jia. "Sorry, I didn't think of it before." As she spoke, Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness, and Zhou Jia immediately stopped feeling jealous. Xie Yuding was somewhat surprised. She hadn't known that Teacher Chen would make such a move. She always thought Teacher Chen was quite serious. So Chen Wanxin started making handmade lemon tea, mainly because she lives alone and always wants to learn new things. The tea leaves that were usually not used came in handy at this time. She skillfully boiled water to brew tea, sliced lemons, and then put them into a shaker. After extracting the juice, she would mix it with honey or sugar water. Chen Wanxin was too lazy to make sugar water, so she always bought honey. While she was working on it, Zhou Jia glanced at Chen Wanxin's back twice, then turned around and looked at Xie Yuding. Why did you have to come today of all days? Xie Yuding now realized that Zhou Jia wasn't asking her a question, but rather criticizing her. Oh, I've come at an inopportune time. This is certainly unfortunate, Zhou Jia thought to himself. The two chatted casually, while Chen Wanxin listened quietly from the side. Actually, she found it quite interesting, because Zhou Jia usually doesn't show this side of himself in front of her. It's strange. Are these two people really that incompatible? So Zhou Jia can say such sarcastic and hurtful things? It's quite interesting. But in front of me, he seems quite... Well, although he might say some unexpected things, he's basically the obedient and charming type, which is really unbelievable. Chen Wanxin quickly made lemon tea and served it to the two of them. Try it. Teacher Chen is so gentle. The two people holding lemon tea thought to themselves at that moment. Xie Yuding's gaze quickly fell on the document on the table, and she asked a question out of curiosity. Teacher, what is that? Chapter 55, the word goodbye? Chen Wanxin was about to explain. Zhou Jia covered it with his hand. Children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs. Xie Yuding now knew whose it was, and she pouted. Who cares? It turns out it belonged to Zhou Jia. Why act like nobody cares? You're just dropping by, why bring documents? The three of them chatted for a while longer, talking about university life, interesting things at school, their empty love stories, and past classmates. The happy times that Zhou Jia had hoped for were gone, and as Xie Yuding talked, she gradually discovered some clues. I have a feeling that there's something off about the distance between Zhou Jia and Teacher Chen. Something's really wrong. Sometimes when Chen Wanxin says something, Zhou Jia will chime in with something else, and when Zhou Jia says something, Chen Wanxin will offer an explanation. There's always an unspoken understanding between them, making her seem like an outsider. Although Zhou Jia used to say funny things, like when the teacher said something on stage, and he would chime in from below, making everyone laugh, the current situation is different. Around 4 o'clock, Xie Yuding got up. Teacher, I'm going back now. Zhou Jia, aren't you going back? Zhou Jia felt a little guilty whether she returned or not, as if it were a rendezvous between underground party members. Chen Wanxin said at this moment, Oh, I need Zhou Jia's help with something. He probably isn't going back. Xie Yuding bent down, grasped Chen Wanxin's hand, and stared intently at her. Teacher, do you need help? I can help too. An awkward expression appeared on Chen Wanxin's face. Her gaze drifted towards Zhou Jia, as if pleading for help. Chen Wanxin is not good at lying, and she doesn't know why she told a lie, but now it seems that the lie is a little difficult to continue. Chen Wanxin felt a little guilty and laughed it off. I suddenly remembered. That matter seems to be more or less resolved, so we don't really need any help anymore. Xie Yuding was completely baffled. She felt something was wrong and wondered if the teacher was trying to get rid of her. But Teacher Chen was never like this before. She used to cherish her like a little treasure, but she's changed today. From the moment she stepped inside, she felt that even the air was filled with a strange smell. Xie Yuding let go of Chen Wanxin's hand. Really? Teacher, you don't need to be so polite. I can help with anything. She patted her chest, looking very loyal. Even if it meant going to Liangshan, she would roll up her sleeves and follow without hesitation. Normally, you would definitely think she was a pretty good girl, but at a time like today, she inevitably felt a little lost. Zhou Jia stood up. It's all right, it's all done. Let's go back. Don't disturb the teacher's rest. Teacher Chen is very busy. Thinking about it this way, I realized that I seem to have bothered Teacher Chen a lot. No, it's not even close to happening yet. Why are you doing this so secretly? The thief was feeling guilty, but what he wanted to steal wasn't things, but people. Xie Yuding tilted her head, her big, bright eyes looking at Zhou Jia. She felt that this person was lying to her. Her anti-Zhou Jia radar immediately activated, beeping loudly, displaying the words "Zhou Jia is lying" in big letters. She just didn't know what Zhou Jia was lying to her about. Xie Yuding turned and walked outside. "Okay, let's go then," Zhou Jia said. "I'm packing my things." Xie Yuding opened the door and left a sentence. "Then I'll wait for you outside." Now only the two of them were left in the room, and a brief silence fell over the air. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin. Their eyes met, seemingly communicating silently, or perhaps feeling that they should say something at this moment. Before Zhou Jia could speak, Chen Wanxin smiled, her smile as gentle as ever, then took 2 steps forward and whispered in Zhou Jia's ear. "Go back and try to correct it. Come to my house again next time, and I'll take a look." After speaking softly and gently, Chen Wanxin stepped back, her eyes still fixed on Zhou Jia, encouraging him. Zhou Jia hummed in agreement, picked up the half-finished cola, and spoke in a similarly soft voice. "I'll leave the documents here. I'll bring new ones later." Xie Yuding was outside, and he was whispering to the teacher. Zhou Jia felt like she was hiding a secret with her teacher, and that feeling wasn't so bad. Chen Wanxin clenched her fist and waved it in front of her. "Come on." Zhou Jia spoke earnestly, each word spoken slowly and solemnly. "Goodbye, Teacher Chen." Chen Wanxin nodded. "See you next time." "Next time, the teacher will make you a different drink, so don't blame the teacher for today." Zhou Jia smiled. "I wouldn't dare." Chen Wanxin gave Zhou Jia a reproachful look. He was saying those 2 words again. Her student was definitely doing it on purpose. However, she didn't intend to dwell on this matter at the moment. Instead, she returned to the question Zhou Jia had asked her at the beginning, opened her mouth, and slowly spoke with some nervousness. If you really want to bring someone along, and it's just an extra ticket, if you're successful, the teacher will consider it, just if it's just an extra ticket." She repeated the sentence, as if to emphasize something. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin looked at each other, then said nothing, simply grunting in agreement and nodding. But it was precisely because he didn't say anything that Chen Wanxin's heart started racing. Zhou Jia waved his hand and spoke seriously for the 3rd time. "Teacher, I'll be going now. Goodbye." He was very serious, so she was very serious too, nodding twice and waving to him. "Goodbye." It doesn't seem like a polite farewell, but rather a short imperative sentence. "See you next time." Or perhaps I'll whisper my innermost thoughts to you, and I'll come to see you on my own initiative. Zhou Jia waved slowly and walked slowly, but eventually she still walked out of the room and gently closed the door. With a bang, the door opened, leaving only Chen Wanxin inside. Her hands were pressed against her black sweater, placed on her chest. She felt her heart beating too fast, and too noticeably. Similarly, it seemed as if something was taking root and sprouting inside her. It's no longer just noticing, it's not just noticing, it's... Zhou Jia stepped outside and took a deep breath. The teacher is so cute. I always feel that with each time I spend with my teacher, my affection for them gradually grows, accumulating and increasing until it becomes a tower from grains of sand. Xie Yuding glanced at Zhou Jia and interrupted his conversation. "Wait. Why are you taking so long to get out the door, buddy? Are you a snail?" Zhou Jia glanced at Xie Yuding silently, then looked ahead. The energy he had just felt had dissipated, replaced by a sense of dejection. Tisk, in such a hurry. The last time the two met was at a class reunion last winter. After starting university, everyone was quite busy, and sometimes they wouldn't go home in the summer, so they basically didn't see each other. In fact, most of the high school classmates hadn't seen each other since graduation. Zhou Jia rarely even attends class reunions. It's all thanks to Li Jintao, this social butterfly who's always on the go, who gathers all sorts of people together whenever he has free time. Zhou Jia didn't want to go, but Li Jintao knew where he lived and went directly to his door to arrest him. Sometimes I really don't understand why I have a friend like Li Jintao. Is this a case of complementary personalities? After Xie Yuding came out, her aggressiveness lessened somewhat. After all, she wasn't a high school student, and there was no need to be so aggressive. "How have you been feeling lately? Is work tiring?" Zhou Jia was surprised. "I'm scared by your calmness. If you want kidneys, go find Li Jintao." Xie Yuding glared at him, then lowered her head again. "No, it's just that nothing is easy to do these days. It's really hard to find a job after getting a master's degree. Writing a thesis is so annoying. I just wanted to ask for the experience of those of you who are already working, so I can be mentally prepared to go back to manual labor. Zhou Jia could understand Xie Yuding's thoughts. Actually, it's not too bad. It's just that I'm too busy. I often work overtime at night, and sometimes I'm really tired, but it's about making money, so it's not shameful. Xie Yuding suddenly smiled. You've become a bit more smooth-talking, Zhou Jia. Have your edges been smoothed out? Zhou Jia shrugged, indicating that this was not the case. The two were walking in the same direction when a boy with curly hair, a handsome face, and a wide-open mouth came towards them. You? Zhou Jia looked at Li Jintao. Us. Li Jintao came up and grabbed Zhou Jia's shoulder. So you actually got together with her. No wonder. Chapter 56, Insufficient Energy. Li Jintao looked somewhat disheveled. Her hair was a mess, her down jacket had a tear, and there were scratches on her face. Zhou Jia exclaimed, Wow! Where did you come from when you were homeless? Forgive me for being blunt, but the homeless people on the streets of America are dressed much better than you are now. Li Jintao glanced down and then looked up again, saying nonchalantly, Oh no, I just had a fight with my girlfriend. Zhou Jia remained silent. There are always people in this world who have a way of dating that he cannot understand, such as couples who have a small argument every 3 days and a big argument every 5 days, or couples who fight until the end of time. Li Jintao patted his clothes nonchalantly. It's okay, this is just her way of expressing love. When Xie Yuding saw Li Jintao, she made no attempt to hide her disgust, just like when she saw Zhou Jia. In her eyes, the two of them were in cahoots, one on top and the other on. Oh no, I got it wrong, I can't make that up. Just thinking about that scene is a bit too much for my eyes. Li Jintao's gaze suddenly sharpened, staring intently at Zhou Jia, scanning her up and down like a searchlight, before turning to Xie Yuding. Xie Yuding placed her arm across her chin and took a half step back somewhat uneasily. What are you doing? Li Jintao snorted coldly. Stop pretending. Tell me, when did you get together? Zhou Jia now understood what Li Jintao was thinking. Xie Yuding quickly realized what was happening and blushed. Are you an idiot? What are you thinking? Li Jintao clenched his right fist and punched his left palm. The evidence is conclusive, and you've been caught red-handed. On such a good day, you two are actually hanging out together. Do I need to guess? I know you used to cause trouble for Zhou Jia every day because you had feelings for him. Okay, confess. Xie Yuding took a deep breath helplessly, then gave Li Jintao a smile, as if he were an idiot. He. The simplest 2 words, the most merciless mockery. Xie Yuding was completely exasperated with this pair of clowns. Zhou Jia was at least a normal person, but Li Jintao was sometimes just an over-energetic idiot. Li Jintao let out a humph through his nose. Then why are the two of you together? It's New Year's Day, such a wonderful day, and you actually traveled all this way back. Were you in such a hurry? Xie Yuding's fist was already hard. We just happened to meet. Just happened to run into you? You're kidding me. Anqing is so big, and you two just happened to run into each other. Oh, I'm at Teacher Chen's house. Wait, at Teacher Chen's house? Yes, I went to deliver something to Teacher Chen, and then I saw Zhou Jia there too. He said he delivered some sausages to Teacher Chen. We chatted for a while, and then came out together. Xie Yuding explained. Li Jintao said, Oh, suddenly understanding, but then suddenly not quite understanding anymore. He looked at Zhou Jia, then at Xie Yuding, then back at Zhou Jia, and he had a feeling that Zhou Jia had been visiting Teacher Chen a lot more often lately. Why is it that my brother, whom I usually know perfectly well, is suddenly acting so strangely? No, it can't be, no matter what, but thinking about Zhou Jia's actions. But it's not quite like that. It doesn't seem that similar either, it's not like that at all. Li Jintao tilted his head left and right, as if solving a century-old problem. He first made an assumption in his mind. What if the result was true? But he dared not think about the process of reasoning, feeling that it was too absurd and ridiculous. He couldn't even ask Zhou Jia for confirmation. Zhou Jia might seem talkative, but he was always tight-lipped when it came to being discreet. Li Jintao's expression shifted from relaxed to furrowed, and sometimes he seemed to have a sudden realization. Xie Yuding pointed at Li Jintao and asked Zhou Jia for help. What's wrong with him? Why have my classmates and teachers become so strange since I've been away for a while? When did this world become so unfamiliar to me? Zhou Jiao walked around Li Jintao. It's okay, he was beaten by his girlfriend. Don't worry about it. His ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend beat him every day. How could he not be stupid? Xie Yuding said, oh, and jogged after Zhou Jia, thinking it made sense. Meanwhile, Chen Wanxin was packing her things at home. She glanced at the table and unconsciously thought, the cup Zhou Jia used. Chen Wanxin poured water into the 2 small paper cups and threw them into the trash can. She wasn't thinking about anything else, except whether she should buy a glass cup instead. After all, we sometimes have guests, and we need to buy some daily necessities to entertain them. Chen Wanxin opened a shopping website and started browsing. She decided to buy a set of glasses first. This patterned glass is quite pretty. Should she ask Zhou Jia what color she likes? Thinking about it this way, I realize I really know very little about him. I know almost nothing about his favorite colors, clothes, or food, or whether he reads horoscopes. Chen Wanxin sent a message to Zhou Jia. What color do you prefer? Zhou Jia and Xie Yuding had just arrived at the subway entrance. Zhou Jia looked at her phone, quite surprised. She thought for a while, and even started to have some wild thoughts. And in blue and pure black, shall we? Zhou Jia mentioned 2 common colors, but because Chen Wanxin's question came so suddenly, he answered in more detail. Chen Wanxin did know what an enlan was. She had seen the word in a magazine before and thought the color sounded quite appealing, so she casually wrote it down in her notebook. Chen Wanxin replied, okay, I got it. I'll give you a little surprise later. Zhou Jia's heart became even more restless, his mind filled with fleeting images. He immediately pinched his forehead to calm himself down a little. Xie Yuding glanced at Zhou Jia's phone briefly. She really glanced, not meant to peek. She quickly turned her head away, not intending to pry into anyone's privacy, but the profile picture on the other end looked somewhat familiar. Xie Yuding racked her brains for a long time, but still couldn't remember who it was. The 2 parted ways on the subway, one heading west and the other east. Xie Yuding found a seat on the subway, picked up her phone, and scrolled through her WeChat moments. Suddenly, she remembered that the profile picture looked familiar. It looked like Teacher Chen's profile picture. She opened her friends list, her fingers swiping rapidly across the screen, sparks flying, until she reached Chen Wanxin's profile picture. It really was Teacher Chen's. Hey, what's going on? Is Zhou Jia really that close to Teacher Chen? Xie Yuding had the same question as Li Jintao at this moment. It was a pity that Zhou Jia couldn't go out to play during New Year's Day, and Chen Wanxin also got busy after New Year's Day. The second-year high school students will start their winter vacation on the 18th, so they are busy with the final exams. The final exam papers are prepared by several schools in the city, which is equivalent to a joint exam, so there will be a lot of competition both inside and outside the school. It's all right in elementary school, since elementary schools now explicitly prohibit teachers from being evaluated based on grades, but in high school. So Chen Wanxin also got busy. Although she would sometimes give inspirational speeches, like, life's tests are not just one, so don't take them too seriously. However, for the first 18 years of everyone's life, they were basically running around for this matter. They started taking tests in elementary school, and the tense atmosphere naturally permeated the entire school. Furthermore, Chen Wanxin's work doesn't end just because students are on vacation. Teachers don't really have winter or summer vacations. They have to work even when they're on vacation, and their salaries will even decrease. When I was young, I thought being a teacher was a great job, and now that I'm older, I still get long vacations. How silly really. With their busy schedules, Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia had less time to meet. Zhou Jia, you're running low on energy. Chapter 57. Enough energy. I can't see the teacher. I can't see the teacher. I can't see the teacher. Zhou Jia held the keyboard, his resentment materializing and overflowing, scattering in the air like the shrieks of a vengeful ghost. He was suppressing his emotions with work, working at full speed. He was about to smash the keyboard at his workstation to pieces. Every key was groaning in pain. Stop. Your keyboard is crying. Lin Shuihui suddenly appeared from the side, her voice trembling with tears. Zhou Jia didn't turn his head and continued typing. Li Jintao said from the side, oh, it's nothing. This is just his normal crazy state. You don't need to worry about him. Lin Shuihui then wiped away her tears and began eating the coconut latte flaky pastry in her hand. Yeah. Li Jintao spread his hands in the air, displaying Zhou Jia as if he were showcasing an advertisement. Our product works like this. People in this situation are usually affected by external factors or have too much pressure and nowhere to relieve it. This usually happens during exam week. They can't listen to what others are saying and just frantically memorize and do practice questions, look at past exam papers, and continue doing practice questions. Lin Shuehui took a bite of the Valencia crisp. But I haven't felt any pressure lately. Is it because I'm about to have a holiday? But there's still some time before the Lunar New Year. With 1 month left, Lin Shuehui had calculated everything clearly. She checked the calendar every day at work and even planned to take 2 days off before the New Year and 2 days off after the New Year, so that she could have a total of 13 days off and go on vacation for 2 weeks. Li Jintao shook his head. I don't know. It's possible they lost points yesterday. Zhou Jia typed on the keyboard. I don't understand. You guys don't understand at all. It's been almost 2 weeks since New Year's Day, and I haven't seen Chen Wanxin once in those 2 weeks. Why didn't I feel this hard before? Now, I can only relieve my stress by chatting or listening to Teacher Chen's voice messages that I've saved. Although it sounds a bit disgusting, I believe many people have done this. Only in this way can Zhou Jia's emotions be relieved. What Zhou Jia didn't know was that Chen Wanxin had also been feeling a bit listless lately. Chen Wanxin, who shuttled between the teaching building, staff dormitory, and canteen every day, began to doubt herself. Was she under too much pressure? She couldn't help but think this way. After all, it was her first time being a homeroom teacher, and there was indeed more to do than she had imagined. Sometimes she couldn't handle it all, but facing her equally hard-working students, she secretly encouraged herself to at least get through this period. Furthermore, we encourage students every day. High school sophomores are in a state of psychological transition. Some students believe they are omnipotent, while others believe they can do nothing. Students at both extremes need to be comforted. Chen Wanxin also helps with psychological counseling. Some students are under a lot of pressure or feel that they can't adapt to high school life, and they may even cry at such times. Thinking about it, it's not easy at all. This situation lasted for more than 10 days, until the students finished their exams and entered a short holiday. Students in the first year of high school have a full winter break, but students in the second and third years will generally have make-up classes during the winter break and will voluntarily return to school early. It was all voluntary. Chen Wanxin also has to urge students to take online classes, especially the senior students. When the senior students are in their final year of high school, sometimes the school wants to give them a holiday, but the students and parents don't really want to have a holiday. Number 17. Chen Wanxin gave some instructions about the holiday, and the students, carrying their homework and backpacks, scattered in a flash. The once lively classroom instantly became quiet and deserted. This happens every year. In another year and a half, these students will completely say goodbye to this place that binds them. Chen Wanxin has also been granted the right to rest for the time being. At least tonight, there will be no evening self-study session. Chen Wanxin was in a rare good mood and started messaging Zhou Jia. Your teacher is free now, but she still has to work during the day for the next few days. Are you coming over in the evenings? I haven't seen anything you've written lately. Yes, I promise to help. How can I not check on things lately? Zhou Jia's message came very quickly. Okay, but won't it be too tiring for the teacher? Chen Wanxin said. Don't worry, your teacher is an Iron Man, and looking at your things isn't really work for him. Zhou Jia was curious. What does that count for? Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. It's probably similar to a joke from a storybook. So, what I write can actually make the teacher laugh. That's wonderful. Zhou Jia is quite optimistic. Chen Wanxin chuckled softly, amused. See you tonight then. Zhou Jia sent a see you tonight message, followed by an emoji of a dog kicking its hind leg on a sofa, looking quite cheeky. Today is Friday, and there's no overtime tonight, so Zhou Jia can go home, take a shower, and then go out. Of course, taking a shower isn't because I have any strange ideas. It's simply to keep my body clean, which is part of etiquette when going out. Is this kind of etiquette for going out? Yes, just like taking a bath and burning incense before looking at something beautiful. Good-looking things refer to comics and novels that I like, not random stuff. Zhou Jia quickly changed his clothes and arrived at Chen Wanxin's house at 7 o'clock in the evening, gently knocking on the door. A sound of slippers scraping the floor followed by the sound of the door opening. Chen Wanxin stood at the door and smiled at Zhou Jia. My student has arrived. Zhou Jia hummed in agreement. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and when they finally met, they were both at a loss for words. A small, barely perceptible joy flashed through Chen Wanxin's heart, but this joy turned into nervousness. Her left hand, which was originally placed naturally on her chest, unconsciously curled her fingers and slowly clenched into a fist. She opened her mouth, but had forgotten what she was going to say. Luckily, it was Zhou Jia who spoke first. Teacher, I bought some small things. I've been working hard lately, and they might come in handy. This is where the benefit of polite words comes in. At least they provide a template for responses when your brain isn't working properly. Chen Wanxin took a step back. You've come so many times, and you still bring things. Honestly, it's cold outside, come in first. The QA session was really full of formulas and formalities. Zhou Jia walked into the warm house, closed the door, and her heart began to pound, perhaps because it had been a long time since she had been there. Zhou Jia placed the bag on the table. Teacher, see if we can use these. Hand warmers, massage devices, red dates, goji berries. Chen Wanxin watched him take things out one by one, including a Sanrio Cinnamoroll hand warmer, a white and blue one that looked rather cute. More than the items themselves, Zhou Jia's thoughtful gesture made Chen Wanxin feel that this winter shouldn't be too cold. Chen Wanxin's voice was very soft. Thank you so much for going to so much trouble. When did he buy it? Zhou Jia quickly shook her head and picked up the massager. No. Teacher, would you like to use this? This massager is said to be especially good for the neck, and it has received rave reviews. As Zhou Jia spoke, he handed the item to Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin was somewhat puzzled. How do I use this? Zhou Jia pointed to the buttons on the side. Just turn it on, select the setting, and put it around your neck. That should do it. Following Zhou Jia's instructions, Chen Wanxin slowly placed the object around her neck. Soon, a comfortable pressing sensation came through, almost too comfortable. Chen Wanxin couldn't help but blush and let out a soft moan. Chapter 58A Corner. Completely unconsciously, the unexpectedly tingling sensation coming from her neck caused Chen Wanxin to let out this soft moan. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quietly removed the massager from her neck, turned away, and gently placed it on the desk, leaving Zhou Jia with only her back to her. She was still wearing that black sweater today, which hugged her slender body, revealing her straight back and beautiful waistline. Chen Wanxin's voice, feigning composure, came through. Thank you for the little gift. Please have a seat and guess what little surprise I've prepared for you. Humans are truly strange creatures. When they are shy, they will show their backs to the other person to cover their faces, completely violating the instincts of wild animals. Exposing one's vulnerable back and neck is clearly a very dangerous behavior, but now it is used to cover up shame. Zhou Jia's thoughts lingered on Chen Wanxin's adorable lapse in composure just now. The longer he spent with her, the more he could see aspects of the teacher that she wouldn't normally show, which made him feel all the more captivated. What little surprise. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Jia peeked out to look. Chen Wanxin went to pick up the cup on the table. It was a blue cup, not an in blue, but more like a pure blue like the sky after the rain, with swirling patterns on it. Chen Wanxin took a cup of osmanthus stuffed tofu that she had prepared in advance. It was a hot drink that she had made herself based on strange tutorials on the internet. It was drinkable. After all, she had promised Zhou Jia that she would prepare other drinks for him next time. Chen Wanxin walked over gracefully with the cup in her hand. Here it is. Your teacher bought you a cup. You can use it to fill your own cup with water next time you come. How about that? Isn't it great? The milky white beverage sloshed in the glass, the translucent glass reflecting a beautiful light. A blue straw, thoughtfully angled, was inserted in the center of the glass. Zhou Jia never expected it to be a cup, and felt guilty for her previous frivolous thoughts. He reached out with both hands to take the warm glass, the steaming heat transferring from his palms. Great! Now I can often eat and drink at the teacher's house. He stared at the swaying surface, his thoughts also beginning to wander. He wondered if this cup would occupy a corner of the room for a long time to come, and whether that meant he had taken up a small place in his teacher's heart. Chen Wanxin said with a smile. Then please forgive me for not making you a drink as soon as you arrived last time. Chen Wanxin still remembered Zhou Jia's somewhat resentful look last time and found it a little funny. It turned out that he could also be like a child, jealous and throwing a tantrum, although it wasn't obvious. Zhou Jia took a sip. I wouldn't care about such a small thing. It's just that as soon as Xie Yuding arrived, the teacher prepared homemade lemon tea for her, which I had never had before. I didn't even know the teacher could make such things. What's there to remember? Chen Wanxin gently placed her left hand in front of her mouth, her eyes curving down like crescent moons, revealing a beautiful and mature smile. Yeah. Since he said so, let's just take it as true. Chen Wanxin sat down next to Zhou Jia, and the two of them squeezed together on the small, low sofa that was only 1 meter long, just like always. Let me see. Zhou Jia simply drank the slightly fragrant and warm osmanthus stuffed tofu. Thank you for your help, teacher. Chen Wanxin held the bound pages again, and gradually, the pages expanded from a few to more than 10, and then perhaps to dozens of pages. She always felt that what could have been explained in a few words between her and Zhou Jia had become a thick book that couldn't be explained even in dozens of pages. Chen Wanxin looked at it carefully and finally put the stack of papers back on the table. Zhou Jia was nervous. How was it? Chen Wanxin turned to look at Zhou Jia. Yes, there are some parts one particularly like this time, especially after the princess's actions were changed, with the addition of her running out of the tower. I think that's very interesting. Zhou Jia made some major changes, turning the single-line storyline into a dual-line one, and even planned to modify the gameplay, turning it into a Metroidvania-like style, similar to games like Hollow Knight, Ori, and Bloodstained. Or it could be a side-scrolling pixel RPG, similar to Samurai Zero. However, that's how creation works. Often, what you decide to do at the beginning is not the same as what you end up doing. The hero will head towards the Demon King's tower, while the princess will run away from the tower, dodging traps and relentlessly pursuing monsters along the way. Players need to control both the hero and the princess. Chen Wanxin pondered for a moment. I find this part of the change very interesting. I think the princess locked in the tower would think about many things, observe the cage, eavesdrop on which path to take, and even try to run away. Run like the wind. Chen Wanxin hadn't played many games, but she had read Zhou Jia's writings. The princess had golden hair, which flowed behind her as she ran. The light shone on it, making each strand of golden hair gleam almost white. Hordes of monsters chased after her, reaching out their claws from the shadows toward the flowing strands of hair. That must have been a very interesting scene. The hero, wielding a blood-stained sword, would rush to the princess in the pouring rain. The princess would then go to see him, look at his wounds, and comfort him while playfully scolding him. Chen Wanxin praised her again. I feel much better overall, but the teacher doesn't really understand games and is a little worried that they might give you the wrong advice. But I think at least the characters and storyline have become much richer. Zhou Jia was a little happy. After all her hard work had finally paid off. In fact, it was Chen Wanxin's recognition that made Zhou Jia's heart leap with joy. Chen Wanxin propped her chin on her hand, still looking at Zhou Jia. After a pause, she parted her red lips and spoke softly. I think if the female lead knew that the male lead was desperately walking towards her, she would also think, I need to go find him, right? Zhou Jia took a sip of the osmanthus stuffed tofu in her hand, the warmth traveling from the straw to the tip of her tongue and then flowing into her heart. Is that so? From that day on, Zhou Jia started visiting Chen Wanxin's house more and more often. After getting off work in the evening, I would usually go to Chen Wanxin's house. During the day, Chen Wanxin also has things to do, such as holding meetings, issuing learning tasks, checking whether students have arrived home safely, and urging them to complete their homework. In short, there were some things Chen Wanxin didn't want to do. Actually, she felt that students should rest well during the holidays. They were already tired enough during the week, and the winter vacation wasn't long anyway. However, there were some things that were not within her control. Fortunately, I've had some free time lately, so I figured I might as well have Zhou Jia come over in the evenings. Zhou Jia, on the other hand, has visibly improved his mood recently. My fingers, which were constantly typing, became more nimble. Lin Xuehui sat next to Zhou Jia and asked Li Jintao, "What's wrong with him? How come it suddenly started working again?" Li Jintao responded with an "oh," as if Zhou Jia had provided a user manual. "It seems that your worries have been resolved. That's how it is." Lin Xuehui was puzzled. Zhou Jia did not intend to answer. Li Jintao asked as usual, "Want to have dinner together tonight?" Zhou Jia waved his hand. "No, I'll eat at home tonight." "Go home, correct your mistakes, and have dinner at Teacher Chen's house." Chapter 59. Where to go? Chen Wanxin has recently been researching what to cook. When I finally have some free time, I like to explore other hobbies like cooking, soaking in water, and making tea. Lately, we've had a lot of guests coming over, so I've been taking the opportunity to learn how to cook. Actually, cooking is quite a fun thing. You choose the ingredients, then turn those ingredients into something else, plate them, and put them steaming hot on the table. Finally, you watch the person opposite you laughing and praising your cooking skills. As she thought this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. I never thought life was this interesting before. In the past, life was always rather bland and monotonous, day after day, almost the same every day. Preparing lessons and attending meetings, she didn't complain about the job. In fact, she thought teaching students was a good thing. It's just that the constant repetition sometimes made her feel a bit tired. But recently, life has become much more lively. Of course, it's also because there's someone who's too talkative, chattering away like a nightingale. How can someone talk so much without stopping? It reminds me of how they were back in school. Chen Wanxin recalled one evening during self-study, when she caught Zhou Jia telling jokes, which made everyone around her laugh. That was a really lame joke, so lame that Chen Wanxin still remembers it. Biological experiment. Determining whether spiders use their feet to distinguish sounds. Experiment 1. Place a spider on the table and shout "crawl." The spider will start to crawl. Experiment 2. Place the spider on the table, remove its legs, and shout "climb." The spider does not move. Conclusion. Spiders use their legs to distinguish sounds. When Chen Wanxin walked into the classroom, a group of people were still there, heads down, secretly laughing, unable to hold it in. Of course, the reason they were laughing might not be just the joke, but there were other reasons, such as seeing the other person's tight but upturned lips when they were trying to suppress their laughter. Students are sometimes very innocent and have no bad intentions. Chen Wanxin didn't know why, but at this moment she thought of these things. Just as the rice cooker started beeping, the knocking on the door also happened to start. Chen Wanxin opened the door and saw Zhou Jia, whose face was red from the winter wind. Zhou Jia said, "Hello, teacher," and gradually walked inside naturally. The two sat at a small table to eat. After finishing their meal, Zhou Jia first told Chen Wanxin about the funny things that happened at the company. He talked about everything while washing the dishes, which made Chen Wanxin chuckle. After that, Zhou Jia would inquire about Chen Wanxin's work, asking if she was working hard and if she needed any help. In short, he would fawn over her, acting like a complete lackey. At this point, Chen Wanxin would gently tap his forehead and say that she didn't need anything. Zhou Jia was washing the dishes, and Chen Wanxin was sitting on the edge of the bed reading what Zhou Jia was writing. Sometimes she would frown, sometimes she would smile, and sometimes she would even chuckle softly. When she's at home, she usually wears white or black sweaters, plain colors, but they look great. Sometimes she wears flared pants, and sometimes jeans, which tightly accentuate her figure. At first, Chen Wanxin would sit upright in the chair, but later she started to casually lean against anything, lie on the sofa, and stick her legs out from the armrests of the small sofa, her white-socked feet swinging back and forth in the air. Chen Wanxin also has quite a few socks, some with daisy patterns, and some fashionable floor socks that reveal her beautiful white heels and toes. The black floor socks have a circle around the instep, and the contrasting color makes her feet look white with a hint of pink. Sometimes Chen Wanxin would lie on her side in bed, her black hair falling along her face onto the neat sheets, her disheveled clothes revealing a section of her fair abdomen, which was dazzlingly white. When Zhou Jia reminded her, she would suddenly blush, then sit up in a panic, pull her clothes down completely, and turn her head away in embarrassment. Sometimes Chen Wanxin would close her eyes to rest, but she would fall asleep quickly. Half an hour later, she would suddenly wake up, sit up abruptly, look at Zhou Jia, and look around frantically to explain. Her hands left after images in the air, her hair swaying along with them. It was quite adorable. At home, Chen Wanqing usually doesn't wear earrings. She keeps them on the table and sometimes shares them with Zhou Jia, asking him which ones look better. Chen Wanqing would even browse Taobao and say that a certain style was nice, but she usually just browsed and never bought anything. Zhou Jia felt very satisfied, as she had seen a side of herself that she wouldn't normally see. Zhou Jia started going to Chen Wanqing's house more and more often, and even became quite familiar with it, more so than with her own home. Where do you want to go for vacation? Chen Wanqing sat on the edge of the bed and asked. Zhou Jia sat on the small sofa. I feel like I'll be visiting relatives a lot and won't have much time to play. What about you, teacher? Chen Wanqing shook her head. I'll probably go home, but I don't really want to go back. Chen Wanqing is currently in a limbo with her family. She doesn't really want to go back because she knows she'll be nagged at. Zhou Jia's heart began to stir restlessly. The call to attack resounded in his mind. Teacher, are you going on a trip? Chen Wanqing tilted her head. Where to? Zhou Jia thought for a moment. Go further north to see the snow, or go further south to see the sea, or go abroad. Chen Wanqing waved her hand. Going abroad is out of the question. As for tourism, it just feels a bit. Chen Wanqing isn't actually that enthusiastic about traveling, and she doesn't go out much on weekdays. I used to go on trips with my best friend, but since she became a mother, she hasn't really thought about traveling anymore. Zhou Jia thought for a moment. I want to go and gather materials. Zhou Jia felt a little guilty, not knowing what kind of material he had obtained. Chen Wanqing stared straight at him, her eyes revealing suspicion. You. Zhou Jia gritted his teeth and decided to hit a straight shot. Teacher, would you like to go on a trip with me? Chen Wanqing exclaimed, and sat on the bed, looking like a dazed goose, caught in a little panic. Wait a minute, isn't this a bit inappropriate? She thought this way, but she didn't feel so resistant. If it was just for fun, maybe it would be okay, so she asked again. Where to? Zhou Jia hadn't decided yet. Chen Wanqing gently brushed her hair behind her ear. Going out for fun sounds really nice. I haven't been out in ages. But we promised each other, if things go well, I'll buy you a plane ticket. Zhou Jia couldn't figure out what Chen Wanqing meant. That? Chen Wanqing thought for a moment. But it hasn't been very effective yet. Since we're on holiday, and you've said that, well, it's not bad to relax a little without going too far. We'll see when the time comes. Zhou Jia felt overjoyed, as if the distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. However, he hadn't decided where to go yet, and definitely needed to make a plan. Just then, her phone rang. Chen Wanqing said, and answered the phone. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher, will you be free in a few days? Chen Wanqing asked. What's wrong? The other side said. We're planning a class reunion. Will you come, teacher? You absolutely have to come. We've also invited other teachers. I'll send the details to Teacher Chen later. You absolutely must come. Chen Wanqing exchanged a few pleasantries with the person opposite her, roughly meaning that she would take a look and then decide whether to come or not. The other end of the phone hung up. Zhou Jia deduced the general idea from the chat, but still asked what was wrong. Chen Wanqing showed her phone. Yes, your friend Li Jintao invited me to your class reunion. At that moment, Zhou Jia's phone lit up with a voice call request from Li Jintao. Chapter 60 Whispers. Under Chen Wanqing's watchful gaze, Zhou Jia answered the phone. Li Jintao remained as loud and boisterous as ever. Zhou Jia, it's time for our class reunion before the new year, probably next week, after the holiday. Come on over. Dude, you're so sassy. That's not how you were talking just now. Zhou Jia said. No, I'm not going. Although Chen Wanqing might go, Zhou Jia still doesn't want to go. Li Jintao asked. Why? Zhou Jia spoke with righteous indignation. What's the point of attending such a class-conscious gathering? High school life wasn't all that wonderful. Many classes inevitably had cliques and caste systems within them, making it a very stressful time. There are reasons why people don't like to attend class reunions these days. Class reunions are more like small social occasions. One is a Brahmin, showered with love and shining brightly. Another is a Kshatriya, in charge of the class's territory, arrogant and domineering. And most are Vaishyas, buried in their studies and virtually unknown. The rest are the Shudras, the lowest of the low, who are constantly being scolded and ridiculed. Li Jintao smacked his lips. Then what class do we belong to? Zhou Jia thought for a moment. Dalit, brother, haven't you understood after all these years? Below the Shudra is the Dalit, who, when walking, must not let his shadow fall on others. Li Jintao was heartbroken. What? We're Dalits? I thought we were at least Kshatriyas, brothers. Are we really that lowly? Zhou Jia, however, had some doubts about his confidence. What makes you think you're a Kshatriya? On the other end of the phone, Li Jintao patted his chest repeatedly. Because I was the biology class representative in high school, so I guess I was a minor official. Zhou Jia remained silent. See, this is the kind of guy he is. However, such situations sometimes exist in high school. In fact, it is precisely because of high school that students have not yet entered society that some students who become class leaders think they are superior to others and even look down on others when they walk. Who exactly started this class consciousness? As Zhou Jia was speaking, Chen Wanxin walked over, squatted down in front of him, and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. What nonsense is this kid spouting now? She squatted there, her hand supporting her face, staring straight at Zhou Jia as he reprimanded her with his eyes, as if telling him to speak properly. Zhou Jia's voice suddenly lowered, and she turned her head 15 degrees away, not daring to look at Chen Wanxin, but instead looking at the blue cup on the table. You call yourself a minor official? You're nothing but a piece of trash. Zhou Jia's words caught in his throat. If it were before, he would have already blurted out the phrase, canine excrement. But Chen Wanxin was right in front of him, so Zhou Jia felt that he couldn't say such an impolite thing. At least you can't say it in front of her. Li Jintao understood Zhou Jia's meaning and felt no shame whatsoever. Okay, I am dog poop, but why is your voice so soft? Zhou Jia's eyes quickly darted to the right, looking at Chen Wanxin to her right. Chen Wanxin's newly manicured fingers were pressed against the right side of her face, with sparkling little rhinestones on her nails, which looked like something a girl, just entering puberty, would be enthusiastic about. Chen Wanxin had a rare break recently, so she went to get a facial and hair wash and a manicure with her best friend during the day. Right now, her slender fingers were gently touching her face, and her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Zhou Jia, her gaze slowly drawing a triangle on his sideburns. Those who are being stared at find it interesting, but being stared at in this way is not a good thing. Just like in school, when the bell rings and the test papers are handed out, you pick up your pen and start writing quickly. The teacher is standing behind you, and even if you don't turn around, they can tell that someone is standing there. Your confidence just now vanishes instantly, and you start to doubt the questions you've been working on. Chen Wanxin was just looking at Zhou Jia, watching him make a phone call. Zhou Jia seems to have several states. One is when he is in front of himself, when he is very careful and even thinks about his words for a long time. The other is when he is with his friends, when he is loud and carefree. Therefore, she was quite curious about Zhou Jia's later state, the side of her that she didn't show to those around her. Zhou Jia didn't know what Chen Wanxin was looking at, and didn't know how to reply to Li Jintao, so she kept her voice low. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Li Jintao sensed something subtly amiss. No, why are you acting like a thief? Is anyone with you? Zhou Jia wanted to say yes, but felt that saying Teacher Chen seemed inappropriate. Chen Wanxin moved her legs forward, her white-socked feet slowly rubbing against the carpet, creating contrasting marks. She had actually overheard some of what Li Jintao said, and a mischievous thought suddenly came to her mind. She shifted her posture, leaning forward, her left hand supporting her on the small sofa, her knees touching the carpet, and moved closer to Zhou Jia. She covered her mouth with her right hand, gently breathing into Zhou Jia's ear and whispering softly. Why are you speaking so softly? The warm breath he exhaled made Zhou Jia's ears itch, and her heart felt itchy too. This time, unlike the last phone call, Chen Wanxin was right next to Zhou Jia, making him somewhat unable to contain himself. Zhou Jia rubbed his forehead with his right hand, using the smallest movement to calm his restless emotions. Hearing the silence on the other end, Li Jintao grew increasingly suspicious, and then suddenly understood. Holy crap, is someone next to you? Shouldn't you be honest? We've been brothers for so many years. Do you really need to hide your relationship? Can't you let me see your girlfriend? His voice was so loud that Chen Wanxin could hear it too. As soon as the words sister-in-law were uttered, Chen Wanxin's brows gradually furrowed. This Li Jintao. Zhou Jia didn't say a word. He hung up the phone, turned it off, and tossed it into the crevice of the sofa in one smooth, effortless motion. Zhou Jia turned to look at Chen Wanxin. The two were very close, only 10 centimeters apart. Zhou Jia discovered that her favorite teacher, Ms. Chun, was actually a bit of a ditz in some ways. When Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia looked at each other, her brows slowly relaxed. Chen Wanxin blinked and asked again, still keeping her voice down. So, why are you speaking so softly? Zhou Jia seemed to be playing along with Chen Wanxin, answering in a low voice. Isn't the teacher right here? In the tiny 30 square meter space, two children, huddled on a small sofa, began to talk quietly and slowly, as if they had wandered into another space. Are you trying to say that it's the teacher's fault? I wouldn't dare. Again, you're afraid? Fine. I think you're just saying the teacher is wrong. No, Li Jintao just speaks without thinking. Please don't mind him, teacher. Humph, it's all right. I'll have a good talk with him at my class reunion. So why aren't you going to your class reunion? Well, I kind of don't want to go. But I should go, aren't you going? Chapter 61 Students don't lie to their teachers. Chen Wanxin remained in the same posture as before, supporting herself on the sofa with both hands. Her waist was very thin and her back was very straight. The white sweater draped over her body looked like the ridgeline of a snow-capped mountain in winter, sliding all the way down. She stared at Zhou Jia, waiting for his answer. Zhou Jia couldn't refuse Chen Wanxin. If the teacher asks me to go, of course I'll go. Chen Wanxin tilted her head, looking somewhat happy, but also feeling that Zhou Jia's way of speaking was a bit inappropriate at this time. She shifted her position and sat down next to Zhou Jia. You're making it sound like I'm bullying you. Were you just about to call Li Jintao dogshit? Zhou Jia was stunned, never expecting those two words to come out of Chen Wanxin's mouth. Looking at him, Chen Wanxin put her hand to her mouth, squinted her eyes, and chuckled very softly. She looked both elegant and adorable. Zhou Jia followed suit, and to cover up her embarrassment, she coughed much less loudly. How could I dare to swear in front of my teacher? Chen Wanxin laughed again. Really? You can be more natural in front of the teacher. You don't need to be so reserved. Zhou Jia also felt that she was a bit reserved, but it was inevitable. Isn't that how it is when you're with someone you like? If the little white button on your shirt cuff is a bit loose, you'll feel, oh, my outfit isn't very appropriate today. But the other person wouldn't even notice that button. They might be thinking, I'm wearing white today, so I can't eat anything spicy tonight. Zhou Jia imitated Chen Wanxin, covering her mouth with her hand. I'm not shy at all. Teacher, don't worry. Do we have to keep speaking so quietly? Chen Wanxin thought it sounded like some kind of game, and chuckled a couple more times, but pursed her lips, trying hard not to laugh out loud. I didn't say that. Aren't you feeling reserved? But I feel like you're just pretending to be well-behaved in front of me. Zhou Jia shook his head. No, I'm already very good, teacher. Chen Wanxin lightly spat. 88. Zhou Jia immediately covered his head. Teacher, I was wrong. Why do you remember it so clearly? A stain on his life, an indelible pillar of shame. Will he still be talked about in the future? Chen Wanxin burst out laughing, and then, seemingly unable to hold back any longer, she stopped suppressing her laughter and let out a series of natural laughs. They were probably amused by the childish game. Zhou Jia silently noted it down. Teacher Chen's sense of humor was also unexpected, like that of an elementary school student. Teachers can be childlike too. Chen Wanxin laughed for a while, then stood up, her smile freezing on her face, and her waist making a cracking sound. It was obvious that she had twisted her waist. Chen Wanxin hissed and rubbed her waist with her hand. Zhou Jia immediately got up with concern. Teacher, are you all right? Chen Wanxin turned around and said somewhat shyly. I twisted it. It's true what they say, extreme joy turns to sorrow. Zhou Jia naturally placed his right hand on Chen Wanxin's slender waist and began to massage it. At first it was fine, just a normal massage, but soon Chen Wanxin felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Jia's hands pressed on her waist for a long time, with just the right amount of force, as if he already knew how much force she could withstand. At this moment, Zhou Jia is in the third state, apart from the previous two. He is neither obedient nor playful, but rather calm and composed. Doesn't that sound a bit like a split personality? But humans are actually quite complex creatures, and they can exhibit different behaviors at different times. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia, who kept her head down, first frowned, and then smiled, and said to her, "Teacher, why is your back hurting now? Are you sure it's okay? What will you do in the future?" For a moment, Chen Wanxin's thoughts were somewhat ambiguous. "What did you say?" Zhou Jia looked up at Chen Wanxin, her face completely innocent. "What? How about it, teacher? How about hiring me as a professional massage therapist? I'll give you a 20% discount. What was the original price? 30,000 a month. Oh, so you're even going so far as to scam your teacher out of money. You don't even know if your teacher has 30,000 in savings. Although I know your salary isn't high. Teacher, you've been working for 5 years. Don't you save any money at all? Your teacher didn't teach you to speak so harshly. Everyone has their own difficulties. I won't ask about the difficulties with food and clothing. In that case, I won't take the teacher's money." Then the teacher is even more worried. "These are all lies. Your teacher is smart and won't be fooled." Chen Wanxin had a hint of confidence on her face. Zhou Jia moved closer, lowered his head, and breathed softly into Chen Wanxin's ear. His voice was low and deep, which was reassuring. "Students won't lie to their teachers." Chen Wanxin suddenly couldn't speak. She felt her face burning hot, as if it were pressed against a radiator. The hand pressing on her waist no longer felt like a hand, but like a red-hot iron. Her skin felt like it didn't belong to her anymore. Zhou Jia withdrew her hand, revealing her usual relaxing smile. "All right, teacher, but this time it's not free. It'll cost 30,000 yuan. He said it jokingly. Chen Wanxin turned around and looked at Zhou Jia. This time she couldn't see his sideburns clearly, only his face, his warm smile, his features, and his jawline. She felt like she had looked at this face like this many times, but she didn't seem to have looked at him as closely as she did today. Chen Wanxin extended her right hand, her palm gradually approaching Zhou Jia's cheek. Finally, as usual, it transformed into a finger, which she raised and touched Zhou Jia's broad forehead. Very light, like a red stain on white paper, accompanied by her gentle reproach. "Dream on." Silence filled the space, which was less than 30 square meters, and Chen Wanxin's soft scolding seemed to still echo in the room. It snowed all night. Zhou Jia always felt that she was getting closer and closer to her teacher. This made him very happy, so much so that his happiness was written all over his face. Of course, his happiness also drew questions from some people. "Who is it? Please tell me, brother, please." Li Jintao paced back and forth beside him, scratching his head and looking extremely anxious. "Brother, my dear brother, please, just say something." Zhou Jia is typing on the keyboard. "Don't call me that disgusting name. Besides, it's not what you think." Li Jintao was so anxious he almost jumped up. "It's not what I think. You've already lowered your voice and stopped talking, but it's still not what I think. Brother, I beg you. We're both Dalits. Shouldn't we help each other?" Lin Xuehue suddenly appeared, looking like, "Your little cutie has suddenly appeared." "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" Li Jintao clenched his fist. "We were talking about how the oppressed lower classes should fight back against slave owners." Lin Xuehue responded with an, "Oh, I know, guns and shells. The bigger the aperture, the better." Zhou Jia said hello twice. "What are you trying to do? Don't think about anything dangerous. I've finished everything in my drawer today. Sorry, there's nothing left." "Wait, why should I apologize for feeding her?" Lin Xuehue snorted. "I'm not here to apologize to you. Dude, why did you answer so casually? You're eating my food. Shouldn't you at least be a little polite?" Zhou Jia was puzzled. Lin Xuehue tossed out an earphone. "Put it on. Chapter 62. That water cup is for someone else." "Fine, wear it. But why the rude tone?" Zhou Jia silently took the earphone and put it on her left ear. "So what happened?" Zhou Jia's question stopped there as the music started playing. First came a soothing and simple piano piece, then more chords, interwoven chords accompanied by the crisp sound of percussion instruments and low-pitched drum beats. That was a journey, moving forward freely on the journey, taking easy and joyful steps. Everything seemed so hopeful. The melody went from simple to complex, with the sound of woodwind instruments that Zhou Jia didn't know in between, and then it slowly dissipated and disappeared with the wind. A minute and a half later, The melody stopped. Zhou Jia then realized what it was and took off her headphones. Lin Shuihui blinked at him. How are you feeling? Zhou Jia didn't hold back his praise. That's amazing. When did you make that? Zhou Jia immediately recognized the music. It was perfect for an adventurous journey. Whether it was a sunny day or a rainy day, listening to this melody would calm the player's heart. Lin Shuihui extended her right hand in a scissor-like gesture, made 2 scissor cuts in the air, and made a yay sound. I spent half an hour making this last night. It's not that amazing, it's actually quite simple. It just creates that atmosphere. I just did a few random adjustments. How is it, boss? Zhou Jia is indeed an outsider in this field. In his opinion, it just sounds good. So good that there's nothing to criticize. This is so amazing, I'm completely in awe. As a colleague, could you offer me a discount? Lin Shuihui put away the Bluetooth headset. Were you always this polite? Li Jintao always felt excluded. Hey, I'm over here, can I listen to this? What you're doing sounds like workplace bullying. I'm a person too, and I feel like I've been ostracized by you guys lately. Don't you think that's pathetic? If I had to put it in perspective, Li Jintao does seem like an outsider. Lin Shuihui kept his mouth shut, neither telling Li Jintao that his cousin was Chun Wanxin, nor that his good brother had once sat shoulder to shoulder with his Chinese teacher. It's definitely not because I wanted to see some fun that I didn't say anything. Absolutely not. She's not that kind of person. Zhou Jia shook her head, but Lin Shuihui didn't mind handing the earphones to Li Jintao, saying something as she did so. I'm not planning to charge you any money. How about it? If you think it's good, you can treat me to dinner later. You can use the music however you want. Zhou Jia waved his hand. No. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. I can't do something like that. If you really put it that way, then I'll owe you a huge favor. While it's normal to lie, when money is involved, one must be cautious and careful. Lin Shuihui looked down at Zhou Jia with her hands on her hips, a rare sight indeed. I'm too lazy to talk to you. How about this? Just start working on it first, and we'll talk about it later. Take a look and see if it's okay. I haven't looked at your writing in detail, so I've only roughly come up with the music for when we're walking. We can discuss it in more detail later, but I'll be on vacation soon. She rested her chin on her hand, as if she were genuinely thinking about it. Zhou Jia said, if I use it for free, does that mean I can't make any requests? Free things are good, but sometimes it's hard to make requests tactfully to achieve the desired effect because of personal relationships. Zhou Jia did think Lin Shuihui's music was good, and perhaps he could commission her to do it later. Lin Shuihui responded with an "Oh. That makes sense, although I don't really care." She shook her head, deep in thought. Zhou Jia sometimes really had a hard time figuring out what was going on in Lin Shuihui's mysterious head. Lin Shuihui reached into the pocket of his down jacket, pulled out a small packet of snowflake crisps, tore open the packaging neatly, tossed it into the air, and stuck out a mouth like Sunio to bite into the snowflake crisps, chewed them up, and swallowed them. Okay, now we know what you're thinking. When Li Jintao finished listening, he gave a thumbs up. Lin Shuihui left 2 more snowflake pastries on the table. Let's talk about it after it's finished. Remember to write my name in big letters in the acknowledgements list. If you really don't like it, you can pay me back then. Lin Shuihui was very carefree. He turned and left, leaving behind a comment. Remember to replenish the snacks in the drawer. Despite her cheerful demeanor, she eventually became preoccupied with Zhou Jia's empty drawer. In reality, most people have enough money to buy snacks these days, but the snacks they buy always seem bland and make them bloated if they eat too much. However, the snacks from other people's places always taste delicious and are very tasty. Zhou Jia remained silent, then turned to look at Li Jintao. Why haven't you left yet? Li Jintao said. I was just waiting to tell you who's at the class reunion, wasn't I? Zhou Jia didn't really care who was there, so this made him seem rather indifferent. But he wasn't very close to his high school classmates. Of course, he could hang out with anyone, but if you really wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk, Li Jintao was the only one. Only? It's okay, it's not important. Li Jintao recited the names of people as if he were listing a menu. Zhang's eyes with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, Wang Boizhan patting his beard and walking his horse, Tin Siyue with a sarcastic tone, and He Wei Wen with an aloof attitude. Zhou Jia's eyes widened. Dude, where did you find all these scoundrels? Is this some kind of class reunion? Or is this some kind of long-held grudge revenge against society? Why am I not here to flatter and fawn over everyone? Li Jintao patted the stool. Weren't the two of us the only ones left who were in cahoots? It wasn't me who found them. It was mainly organized by our former class monitor. He called them out in the group chat, and they came voluntarily. There are good people among them. There were 20 people this time, including Teacher Chun, Teacher Zhang, and Teacher Su. Mr. Zhang teaches mathematics and is very capable. Mr. Su teaches biology and is in his 40s. He likes to smoke opium every day. As soon as get out of class is over, he goes to smoke one. You can smell the cigarette smell on him from a distance. But as soon as there were more people, Zhou Jia felt something was wrong. Zhou Jia didn't go to Qin Wanxin's house that night, because Qin Wanxin said someone would be coming over, so Zhou Jia obediently went home. Qin Wanxin was mainly going to pick up Luo Jiaying, who had come to her house to play for 2 days. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on the door, and Qin Wanxin opened it. Standing outside the door was a girl of similar age, with short hair, whose face, which she hadn't seen in a long time, looked somewhat familiar. Qin Wanxin immediately smiled, and the two hugged at the door. Qin Wanxin said happily, "Come in quickly. Wow, it feels like it's been ages since you've been to my house." Luo Jiaying was half a head shorter than Qin Wanxin and was holding a gift bag. "You know what, it's true. It's been 3 or 4 years since I last stayed at your place. I'm so glad you finally moved out. Let me see if you've been hiding any men." As she spoke, she peered inside. Qin Wanxin spat out a pooey sound. "What are you thinking? Where are you going to find a man? I'm basically all alone here. If I had to say, Zhou Jia comes only occasionally. Well, he's probably been coming more frequently these past few days." Luo Jiaying walked casually into Qin Wanxin's room, where there were indeed signs that only one person lived there. She placed the gift bag on the small table. It contained double-skim milk that she had brought for Qin Wanxin from afar. "Is there any water, little girl? I'm dying of thirst." Qin Wanxin slowly rolled her eyes. "Pour it yourself." They've been using the same approach for years, even with young girls. Luo Jiaying stood up, and Qin Wanxin suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, that blue water cup won't do." Chapter 63. Someone is sleeping, someone is sending messages and thinking to themselves that person is an idiot. "Why?" Luo Jiaying stopped her hand, which was reaching for the blue cup, her face clearly showing confusion. Qin Wanxin exclaimed, "Ah," and offered an explanation. "That one has been used by someone else. You can use mine. My cup is the thermos cup next to it." Luo Jiaying's expression changed quickly. She was no longer thirsty and, with a grin, squinted her eyes as she moved closer to Qin Wanxin. "Tell me who it is. This cup probably isn't for personal use." "Well, you little girl, you've been keeping it from me. Tell me the details now." The room clearly shows signs of only one person living there. Some things are easy to tell, such as the number of clothes hangers, pillows, or basins. If several people lived together, the number of basins would definitely increase. Even if they used one basin to wash their face, they wouldn't use one basin to wash their clothes. No matter how good the relationship is, even if they become husband and wife, they will not care about these things, such as washing clothes separately. The fact that there was another person's water glass in this space that belonged to one person is quite intriguing. Luo Jiaying held on to Qin Wanxin. "Oh my daughter has really made something of herself." Qin Wanxin grinned and reached out to Luo Jiaying. "If I don't tear your mouth apart today, who will be your daughter?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" The two of them joked and laughed for a while, and then, tired of playing around, Luo Jiaying took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on Qin Wanxin's bed, and hugged Qin Wanxin's pillow. "Let me tell you, you have no idea how speechless I've been lately." Qin Wanxin asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Jiaying started telling Qin Wanxin about recent events, talking about her husband, the company, and her children. In short, at this age, there's a lot to complain about. Her children are grown up, her husband goes fishing every day, and she encounters some oddballs, eccentric people, and clients at the company. She can talk about anything. Qin Wanxin sat on the bed, just like before, listening to her friend's complaints. As Qin Wanxin gazed at Luo Jiaying, she felt that her friend looked somewhat haggard, with more wrinkles around her eyes, giving Qin Wanxin the sudden feeling that her best friend had aged. She suddenly asked, "Why do you have wrinkles around your eyes?" Have you been working very hard lately? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiaying immediately covered her eyes with her hands and made two muffled noises. Don't say that. Really, I saw it myself when I looked in the mirror the other day. It just appeared suddenly. I really envy you. Your skin is still so good. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Chen Wanxin's arm, stroking the back of Chen Wanxin's hand several times and making two tisk-tisk sounds. Your skin is so good. How come you look like a young girl at 27? You were right. Not getting married definitely makes life more comfortable. Chen Wanxin patted Luo Jiaying's hand. What do you mean, little girl? I'm exhausted from work too. Do you think it's easy for me? As Chen Wanxin spoke, she couldn't help but feel worried. She was worried that her best friend might be overworking herself, and she was also worried that her beauty might fade away. Although we often say not to worry about our appearance, some things are hard to change, and so are some habits. As people get older, they inevitably experience anxiety at times. For example, when they first graduate, they are full of vigor and ambition, but if they can't find a job after a year or fail to get into graduate school, they may feel that the rest of their lives will be difficult. 2 or 3 years later, I gradually realized that I was getting older. Even if I had a lot of energy, my body would automatically tell me that I didn't have as much energy as before. I would get sleepy when I was doing something, and my eyes weren't as bright as they used to be. As for her skin, it would never look like that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Chen Wanxin usually didn't care, but now she suddenly realized her age, 27. Next spring, she will be 28. Zhou Jia is only 22 years old. So he's only 22 years old. Chen Wanxin hadn't realized the problem until she saw the lines on Luo Jiaying's face, at which point her fingers suddenly touched the corner of her eye. Luo Jiaying looked at her and laughed. What? Worried, beautiful lady? Don't worry. Tell me about your students. I'm so curious. Chen Wanxin waved. What am I worried about? By the way, where are we going to eat tomorrow? How many days are you planning to stay? Chen Wanxin quickly changed the subject. Luo Jiaying knew Chen Wanxin's personality. She was extremely thin-skinned, just like white Xian paper, where red ink spreads immediately once it's applied. It won't take up too much of your time. How about 2 days? We'll go back the day after tomorrow. I secretly left my husband and kids behind when I came out. I still have to take care of the kids when I get back. You have no idea how much trouble they're causing. They're jumping around, and I can't even hold them back. That's because your personality is just like yours. You're obviously their biological child. You can't say that, but it does seem to be true. He has some of my former glory. Right? He's practically a carbon copy of you. When are you going to have a baby so I can play with it? I want that child to call me godmother. It's always more fun with other people's kids. I'll give you a big red envelope. Pa, stop talking nonsense. You really need to think about it. You're already this age. If you wait any longer, it will be much harder to have a baby. It's very difficult. Let me tell you, if you have a baby at 20, you can still be jumping around the next day. But at 30, sometimes you just don't have the energy. Chen Wanxin didn't know where Luo Jiaying had seen these things. This urging tone was just like her parents, but it seemed to be true. Everyone was living similar but different lives in an orderly manner, so she, who was left behind, felt like an outcast. But Chen Wanxin didn't care much about any of that. She felt it wasn't that important. Suddenly, she had some other thoughts in her mind, thoughts that gripped her heart and pulled her down hard. When evening came, Luo Jiaying got tired of chatting and lay down on the bed and fell asleep, snoring loudly and without fail. Chen Wanxin turned on her phone. The screen light was on, and she stared at the screen for a long time, looking at the clock at 2 in the morning. Zhou Jia, I didn't send her any messages today. No, it's not that it wasn't sent. It was sent yesterday, but the message is stuck at the OK position. Chen Wanxin suddenly had a question she wanted to ask, but she felt that the timing was a bit inappropriate. After thinking for a long time, she slowly sent a message. Are you asleep? There was no reply from the other end, so they must be asleep. Yes, it's already 2 a.m. Chen Wanxin stared at her phone for a moment, then realized she was being unreasonable. It seemed the person was asleep, which was good. It's nothing. I'm sorry to bother you so late. You must be tired from work. Get some rest. Good night. She watched for about 5 minutes, then got ready to go to sleep and added another comment. At that moment, a message popped up from the other end, containing a lot of words. It's surprising that Teacher Chun is still awake at this hour. How are things? Did you have fun with your friends? I never expected you to message me at this hour. Haha. Modern young people have such incredible endurance, like a 24-hour convenience store. They're at their most energetic in the early hours of the morning. Chun Wanxin's face was illuminated by the screen's light, revealing a slight smile. How can you type so many words and say so much nonsense? A stupid student. Chapter 64. What student would say their teacher is cute? Today is the last weekend before the holiday, and Zhou Jia fell asleep in front of the computer. He only now realized how much work this was. Just cutting out the individual pixels was enough to drive him crazy, as each pixel seemed to have its own thoughts. Information that can be made public at present. The character designs for the main character and the princess have been completed. The outline has been written. All that remains is to refine the details and minutiae. Zhou Jia designed simple movement actions, such as the knight's attack, jump, and sprint, and the princess's sprint, jump, and dash. Because he was never satisfied with the impact of the little knight's attacks, he made many modifications and adjustments. When he got sleepy, he would lean back in his chair, close his eyes, and rest until he fell asleep. He seemed to hear his phone ringing in his light sleep. He groggily reached out and fumbled around on the table. After groping for a while, he finally found his phone. He opened his eyes and took a closer look. It was Chun Wanxin. He immediately sat up abruptly, his phone rolling between his hands like a hot iron before he finally grabbed it and sent the message. When Chun Wanxin saw the message, she was both happy and worried. Why are you still up so late? Don't stay up late. It's bad for your health. Sometimes, feelings are just so contradictory. You want to receive a message from the other person at this time of night, but when you do receive it, you worry that the other person's sleep schedule is not good. But both feelings are real. Zhou Jia said, "No, teacher, I've activated the hidden energy on my back. I slept during the day. Golden Beast, my brother." Chun Wanxin watched Zhou Jia rambling on, and found that she quite enjoyed listening to him talk nonsense. Every time this happened, Zhou Jia's head shaking and swaying figure would vividly appear in front of her. Zhou Jia typed on the electronic keyboard. "What's wrong, teacher? Are you having trouble sleeping? I have 100 ways to cure insomnia, both gentle and harsh." "What is gentleness?" "Your moon, my heart. This is the radio station. Would you like to request a song?" Chun Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia's message and suppressed a laugh. Why was he so funny? She heard a rustling sound coming from under the covers. It was Luo Jiaying turning over. Chun Wanxin was used to it. When Luo Jiaying was little, she was a restless sleeper and would even snatch the blanket in the middle of the night. Luo Jiaying let out a soft breath. Chun Wanxin tilted her phone screen to the side and adjusted the light so that the light from the phone screen did not shine on her former friend, trying not to disturb her. Now I can't even request songs. So what's the harsh way to treat insomnia? Chun Wanxin was quite curious. Zhou Jia thought for a moment. We're going out to play at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chun Wanxin thought to herself that it was indeed not very gentle. She thought it would be like being hit on the back of the head with a hammer, which would make her fall asleep immediately. After chatting with Zhou Jia for a while, Chun Wanxin's mood gradually improved, but she still couldn't shake off the lingering melancholy in her heart. Zhou Jia seemed to notice that Chun Wanxin wasn't very interested and asked a question. "What's wrong, teacher? Is something bothering you at work?" Chun Wanxin was somewhat surprised, but pretended to be relaxed. "No, it's just that I suddenly realized I've reached the age where people call me Annie. Time really flies." Chun Wanxin finds it difficult to directly voice her concerns. Traditionally, Chinese people have been reserved. For example, when a mother cares about her child, she wouldn't ask, "How are you feeling?" but rather, "Dinner is ready. Come and eat." Sometimes I find that kind of subtlety annoying. Why can't you just say what's on your mind? Other times I think, home-cooked meals are still the best. It's all so convoluted, I can't quite grasp the true meaning behind it all. I can't say it directly, yet I still hope the other person can understand. A while later, Zhou Jia's message arrived. Teachers can be quite adorable sometimes. Here is someone who chooses to speak frankly. Chun Wanxin blushed. "What do you mean cute? You're just joking again. Okay, are you getting more and more arrogant because I haven't talked about you lately?" What student would say their teacher is cute? Chun Wanxin was a little annoyed. This was the first time she had heard Zhou Jia praise her for being cute. It was one thing to say she was pretty before, but what did it mean to say she was cute? It feels like some kind of rhetoric used to coax young girls. She's not a little girl. Chen Wanxin slowly started typing again. Don't treat your teacher like a little girl your age. I'll get angry if you talk nonsense here. Zhou Jia's typing speed slowed down. Teacher, I'm telling the truth this time. Chen Wanxin's fingers froze in midair, unsure how to respond. She wasn't actually angry, nor did she dislike being called cute by Zhou Jia. Her current feeling was more like wanting to gently scratch him with her fingernails. Zhou Jia asked, do teachers ever worry about their age? Chen Wanxin was deflated and stopped hiding it. Sometimes I think, wow, I've actually reached this age. It's inevitable that I'll feel self-conscious about it sometimes. I used to think that after 18 comes 19, and after 19 comes 18, and so on in a cycle. That's a line from Norse mythology. Chen Wanxin thought so many years ago, until one day she saw a job posting on her friend's social media, which required applicants to be under 25. Chen Wanxin realized that she had even lost the right to choose certain company positions. Her poetic ideas had been eroded by time, revealing the harsh reality. Zhou Jia roughly understood. Ms. Chun is being emo, which is unusual for her age, but Zhou Jia finds her rambling thoughts adorable. Teacher, I'm not joking or flattering you right now. What I'm about to say may not be something I say often, but they are my true thoughts. Chen Wanxin just watched as Zhou Jia's white bubbles floated upwards. No matter when Teacher Chen stands in front of me, I will look her in the eyes and say, Teacher, you are as beautiful as ever. No longer were they glib and flattering, no longer empty and obsequious flattery. Instead, they typed these words with unwavering conviction. The light projected from the screen made Chen Wanxin's amber eyes shine like jewels in the darkness. Words have power. The strength revealed in those sentences could be felt even through a screen. Chen Wanxin could even imagine Zhou Jia's expression right now. Her feelings gradually turned into a gentle smile. Why didn't she understand the problems so well when she was in school? What should we do now? She had a problem, but she wasn't bothered by it. She just stared at the sentence. As the light shone on her face, it also woke up another person. Luo Jiaying rubbed her eyes, opened them with difficulty, and muttered something under her breath. What's all this bright stuff? You're still awake? I had a whole dream. She moved closer to Chen Wanxin, shuffling like an insect. Hey beautiful, what are you looking at? Let me see. Chen Wanxin panicked immediately, covered her phone, and pulled the blanket over Luo Jiaying's face. There's nothing there. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. She held the blanket tightly, and Luo Jiaying immediately struggled to get up, suddenly waking up. Help! Help! Sis, what are you doing? This is murder. Luo Jiaying suffered an undeserved misfortune. Chapter 65, Full of Liver. Luo Jiaying was knocked unconscious and collapsed on the bed, her head tilted to the side, spitting out white phlegm from her mouth, as if she was still muttering something. What's so shameful that you're hiding it? Let me see what's wrong. Chen Wanxin covered Luo Jiaying's face with her pillow, pressing it back down along with the soul Luo Jiaying had exhaled, and a soft groan was heard. It's okay. As long as you're alive, you're not dead. That's normal. Chen Wanxin is taller than Luo Jiaying, so she's stronger. She usually looks gentle and mild-mannered, but when it comes to fighting, Luo Jiaying has never won once since they were children. Of course, I don't mean fighting, but it's inevitable to fight over the blankets when sleeping. Chen Wanxin won this battle, while Luo Jiaying trembled in her blankets. What's wrong with this Dayu girl? Is it really necessary to be in a relationship? Chen Wanxin's face was flushed, mainly because she had just made a scene and felt hot all over. Now she picked up her phone again. Zhou Jia's message was still there. Chen Wanxin tidied her hair and said something. You're so sweet. I'll make you something delicious later. Teacher's going to sleep now. You should go to sleep early too. Good night. Chen Wanxin has recently started saying good night to Zhou Jiafa every day, as if saying it will definitely help her get a good night's sleep. Zhou Jia sent a good night message, then put down her phone, yawned, and silently picked up her pen again. On Monday, Li Jintao was completely bewildered when he saw Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia was dressed in thick clothes, his down jacket wrapped around him like a dumpling, and he also wore a hat and a scarf tightly wrapped around his neck, making him look like he was about to hang himself. Before he even reached the office, Li Jintao spotted Zhou Jia and saw him following behind. He wanted to greet him, but then he saw Zhou Jia yawn and bump his head into the iron railing. Li Jintao was dumbfounded and followed Zhou Jia to the office. He walked over to Zhou Jia, who was drowsy. "Brother, are you all right?" Zhou Jia looked up, revealing 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. "Do I look like something's wrong to you?" As he said this, it seemed as if his eyes were saying, "I'm in great spirits." "You look like something's wrong." Li Jintao patted his forehead. "If you're about to faint, don't force yourself to stay awake." Li Jintao asked, "Where have you been? Did you break up with your boyfriend and stay up all night playing games?" This incident is also recorded in Zhou Jia's biography. Of course, it doesn't refer to a breakup, but rather to a time when he played games all night for 30 hours. He was a true internet addict. Even Li Jintao couldn't compare to him. After sleeping for a whole day, Li Jintao started to worry that his buddy might be going to die. Zhou Jia shook his head, unable to open his eyes at all, and gave a thumbs up. "I fixed the protagonist's attack animation. The previous motion blur was terrible, but now it's very clean and crisp. I also designed the first boss's appearance, referencing Frankenstein's style." Li Jintao now understood what this person had been doing these past 2 days. No wonder he couldn't get anyone to play games with him. He knew that Zhou Jia was just like that. Once he got into a passion for something, he would become so engrossed that he would forget to eat and sleep. This was a talent that many people envied. Zhou Jia's closed eyelids seemed to say, "Am I awesome?" Li Jintao quickly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wow, that's awesome. So how long did you sleep?" Zhou Jia did the calculations and found that even simple addition and subtraction had become difficult at this point. 2 or 3 hours. Li Jintao hissed and gasped. "People will die, won't they? You don't still think you're as invincible as you were when you were 14 or 15, do you? Even though it's almost holiday time and no one will care during the day, you can't act like this." Zhou Jia gave a thumbs up, as if to say there was no need to worry. "That's it. This guy has gone mad," Li Jintao concluded. Just then, a leisurely figure slowly walked past outside the office. The figure hesitated at the doorway for a moment, then slammed into the doorpost with a thud, drawing everyone's attention. That person was Lin Xuehue. Li Jintao was speechless. "Okay, here comes another one." Lin Xuehue slowly entered the house, greeted the 2 of them, and held her forehead with one hand, her eyes also closed. "Good morning." She was holding a hot fried dough stick in her left hand, which she put to her mouth and took a bite. Li Jintao, the most clear-headed person present, offered a ruthless critique. "If I didn't know you 2 had nothing to do with each other, I would have thought you went out partying last night. So what were you up to this time, you big sister who banged on the door?" Lin Xuehue, biting into a fried dough stick, looked at Li Jintao with her eyes closed. Li Jintao gave a soft roar. "Hey, don't look at me like that. Please open your eyes, okay?" Lin Xuehue opened her eyes just a tiny slit and stared at Li Jintao, as if trying hard to make out his features. Li Jintao slapped his forehead. "Forget it. These 2 are hopeless. They're birds of a feather." Lin Xuehue strolled leisurely to Zhou Jia's side, took out his earphones and phone from his pocket, and slammed them on the table. "Listen to it." Zhou Jia mechanically reached out and put the earphones on his ears. Lin Xuehue then played 3 songs in a row. The previous song was modified into 3 parts: the journey, the main character's song, and the princess's song. Zhou Jia and Lin Xuehue discussed it and decided to try it out first. They also sent the files to Lin Xuehue, who was a pioneer and worked tirelessly. After listening, Zhou Jia gave a thumbs up. Lin Xuehue looked at Zhou Jia's actions and gave him a thumbs up as well. Li Jintao held his head in his hands. "What kind of inhuman way are you communicating here? Is this some kind of pantomime? Where's my script? Can't you guys be a little more normal?" The 2 people turned around, stared at him, and finally slowly raised their thumbs in the air. Li Jintao fell silent. "They're hopeless, hopeless. These 2 idiots are beyond saving." In a sense, the fact that Lin Xuehue's eccentricities and Zhou Jia's thought processes could unexpectedly align makes them both extraordinary. Li Jintao sighed. On the contrary, he had been on tenterhooks all day, constantly reminding the 2 of them not to fall asleep while covering for them. He was just curious how long Zhou Jia's enthusiasm would last. What initially seemed like a rash decision is now gradually taking shape. Coupled with his understanding of Zhou Jia, he knows that Zhou Jia is someone who never gives up, can do something for a long time, and can go far on a path. Even if he is alone on that path, he can still keep his head down and move forward. Who knows? Zhou Jia might actually be able to create a game. Thinking this, Li Jintao suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. After all, it was his brother who made it. So even if it was just pushing boxes, he had to have a good time and see if there were any hidden Easter eggs. Time passed quickly. The company gave everyone a holiday, and everyone enjoyed a short spring break to reunite with family and friends. Of course, the most common thing at this time was a classmate reunion. The location was a large restaurant, and Zhou Jia drove there, so he could say that he had driven and therefore couldn't drink. He had just parked his car in the garage when his phone rang. Zhou Jia took it out and saw it was a message from Chen Wanxin. Have we arrived yet? Chapter 66. While others were eating, he and she were secretly texting. Chen Wanxin arrived more than 10 minutes ago. The teachers had actually arrived quite early. All three teachers were already seated, exchanging a few pleasantries and catching up on each other's recent situations. Students arrived one after another. As soon as they arrived, they were immediately made to walk around the teachers. Two male teachers put the students in the middle and asked them where they worked, where they studied, and whether they were dating. After all, 4.5 years have passed, and it's impossible for teachers to know every student's situation perfectly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the students found their own seats. The high school cliques had long been solidified. In fact, those who were close had already agreed to sit together when they had a meal together. Chen Wanxin sat there, with Teacher Su to her left and Teacher Zhang to Teacher Su's left. She hadn't seen Zhou Jia arrive yet and was worried about his safety, so she took out her phone and asked him. Zhou Jia engaged the handbrake and unbuckled his seatbelt. I'm here. I just got downstairs. There was a traffic jam when I was driving, so I came up. Zhou Jia walked up the stairs to the second floor, looking left and right. People were coming and going everywhere. Suddenly, he heard a shout. Over here, over here. As Zhou Jia looked up, he saw a white hand raised in the vast crowd. It was Chen Wanxin's snow-white down jacket and slender hand. The hand jumped twice in the air, beckoning to him. With the sunlight shining, Zhou Jia felt as if the dampness on his body was being dispelled. Now all eyes turned to Zhou Jia, accompanied by greetings. Zhou Jia, why do you seem different? Isn't this Zhou Jia? Hey, over here, over here. Zhou Jia was able to chat with anyone during her school days, so she had a good public image and was known as a social butterfly. Zhou Jia walked up to Chen Wanxin, and Chen Wanxin asked a question. Why are you so late? Was there really a traffic jam on the way? Before Zhou Jia could reply, he was caught by Teacher Su, who grabbed his arm and kneaded it hard. You're late again, kid. You're late for school, late for meals, and now you're late for work. Zhou Jia couldn't dodge in time, and Teacher Su, like a good buddy, held him tightly from behind. Chen Wanxin stood to the side and chuckled softly. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin exchanged glances silently in the air. Zhou Jia's eyes held a hint of pleading, while Chen Wanxin seemed to say, You've finally met your match. Teacher Su will have to teach you a lesson. If there were a course that tested Chen Wanxin's eyes, Zhou Jia could probably be the one to set the questions. Zhou Jia was being held captive, with Teacher Zhang and Teacher Su on either side of her. Hey kid, I heard you found a job? You seem a bit more mature now. Hope you haven't caused any major trouble at work. It's different when you become a working adult. Don't think you're still in school. Zhou Jia said. I've always been very mature, and everyone in the office likes to talk to me. A burst of laughter immediately erupted around them. Chen Wanxin laughed from within the crowd, while Zhou Jia silently kept track of the laughter in his mind. Chen Wanxin hadn't seen Zhou Jia make a fool of himself in a long time, so she was quite happy to see this scene. Zhou Jia chatted casually for a few minutes, and finally had a chance to sit down. He sat at the teacher's table, with Xie Yuding to his left. Xie Yuding had arrived earlier, and was next to Chen Wanxin. To Zhou Jia's right was Li Jintao, and a few places further on were the four pests. The atmosphere was quite lively, with everyone eating and drinking as usual. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Zhou Jia was texting Chen Wanxin under the table. Teacher Chen, were you just watching a joke? Chen Wanxin gradually learned to type with one hand. That's not true, my student. Their gazes were fixed both on the stacks of dishes on the table and under the red cloth covering the table. The atmosphere was so lively that no one noticed the two's little actions. Moreover, they weren't the only ones playing on their phones while eating. These days, phones are always on display at gatherings and even meetings. Zhou Jia asked, "Really not? You were smiling the whole time, without stopping, my dear teacher." Chen Wanxin has also seen this movie. Teachers are professionals. No matter how funny something is, they won't laugh out loud unless they can't help it, my silly student. He called her dear teacher, and she called him stupid student. Zhou Jia felt deeply dissatisfied. Couldn't the teacher call him dear student one day? The focus is on the students, not on what's happening in front of them. There's no room for idle thoughts. Chen Wanxin asked, "How is it? Is the food good?" Zhou Jia silently picked at the braised pork in front of her. It was fatty but not greasy, tender and bouncy, and covered with green scallions. "This dish isn't as good as the teacher's. It's just so-so." Chen Wanxin felt that the quality of this dish was actually higher than hers, and she knew that Zhou Jia was just flattering her. "Really? Then next time you eat at the teacher's restaurant, the teacher will have to charge you." Zhou Jia thought Chen Wanxin would call him a sycophant, but she didn't expect Chen Wanxin to say something like that. It seems that teacher Chen has been different lately. Zhou Jia asked, "Can I buy 3 meals a day?" Chen Wanxin pondered. "It's not impossible, but we don't include delivery." Zhou Jia said there was no problem. "I can pick it up myself." Chen Wanxin conceded defeat. "Leave your teacher alone. Your teacher doesn't have the energy to be tormented like this by you." There was Xie Yuding between the two of them, and Xie Yuding was eating quietly. Xie Yuding found it strange, feeling that her side of the world was the only quiet one. The two people on either side of her were not talking or eating much, and she didn't know what they were doing. The atmosphere in the room was clearly very lively, but these two people seemed detached from it. Zhou Jia was fine. He'd always been like that, so there was no need to worry about him. But when teacher Chen did the same, she found it quite puzzling. Xie Yuding turned to look at Chen Wanxin. "Teacher Chen, aren't you going to eat?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chen Wanxin's face. "Teacher isn't hungry. You should eat more." As Chen Wanxin spoke, she got up and served Xie Yuding some food, placing a piece of meat into Xie Yuding's bowl. Xie Yuding was flattered. "Hey, thank you, teacher Chen." Zhou Jia felt a pang of envy. How come Xie Yuding got all the good things while he never enjoyed that kind of treatment? Zhou Jia is typing. "We're all students, so why does it feel like the teacher is biased?" Chen Wanxin continued typing. "No, I'll put some on your plate next time too." Zhou Jia was feeling a little better, and Li Jintao patted him on the shoulder. "Hey buddy, what are you doing? Eat up." Teacher Zhang has eyes that see in all directions and ears that hear in all directions. "Zhou Jia, why aren't you eating? And teacher Chen, please pick some food for us too." Teacher Su looked at Zhou Jia and immediately understood. "I know, the kid's throwing a tantrum." Zhou Jia exclaimed, "No, what's wrong with me? Teacher Su, you have such a sharp eye." Teacher Su is like a detective solving cases. When Teacher Chen was serving food to Xie Yuding, Zhou Jia was jealous. "Teacher Chen, you stole Zhou Jia's job. I could tell there was something between them back then. Now that we've graduated, how are things?" Gossipy eyes shone from all directions, illuminating Zhou Jia and Xie Yuding like searchlights. Xie Yuding was still eating when she suddenly realized she had been called upon. She froze, unable to bring herself to eat. Zhou Jia silently patted her face. "No, don't just randomly pair people up." These words made the atmosphere at the table a little more lively, and the people who were talking about other things started to cheer and shout. "Oh." Zhou Jia glanced at Chen Wanxin out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 67. If eyes could speak, he would have said many words to her. Chen Wanxin didn't seem to understand what had happened for a moment. The surrounding noise suddenly increased. "I thought so too before, and these two are even sitting together now. Are they really together? Tell me about it. You've already graduated from university." The voices of the Ferpests are especially loud. Xie Yuding idly poked at the bowl with her chopsticks, finding it rather boring. Now some people think that if the two of them are arguing, then they must have feelings for each other. She and Zhou Jia are at most just able to get along, but some people just like to pair them up. As for teacher Su, well, these people have no friends. Amidst the jeers and commotion, A voice that seemed to enjoy the spectacle even more rang out. Why don't you two give each other a kiss? Xie Yuding frowned and took a deep breath. Someone from the next table arrived at that moment. What kiss? Zhang's eyes, with his pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, chimed in. Zhou Jia and Xie Yuding are together, didn't you know? I thought they were a perfect match back in high school. That person started jeering again, and this time the people at the next table joined in. The room immediately became lively, with everyone surrounding Zhou Jia and Xie Yuding. When people follow the crowd, their judgment is impaired. Xie Yuding frowned, a sudden surge of anger welling up inside her. That was just her temperament. Zhou Jia sighed, glancing at Chen Wanxin several times, wondering what she was thinking. She sat there, neither cheering nor laughing. She had laughed when she saw Zhou Jia make a fool of herself, but now she just sat there quietly, letting the applause and shouts surround her. Her gaze fell on Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia stood up, still looking relaxed and cheerful, and didn't say anything. The voices of the crowd gradually subsided. Although Zhou Jia's eyes were looking around, his peripheral vision kept lingering on Chen Wanxin. Give me another kiss. I still have my first kiss. Why does that sound a little hurtful? Zhou Jia's persona is activated. Well, first of all, I'd like to wish everyone a happy new year in advance, and all the best. Secondly, Xie Yuding and I really have nothing to do with each other. We're all buddies. It's one thing for you guys to make fun of me, but making fun of Xie Yuding? She's shy and has a bad temper. What if she gets angry and starts driving her car to stab someone? I'd be the first one to get hit. A burst of laughter immediately erupted around them, and even Xie Yuding's expression softened a bit. She silently rolled her eyes. She wasn't that short-tempered, was she? Zhou Jia held a glass, now a beer glass, filled with beer. Isn't today a class reunion? The teachers don't come often, so let me make a gesture of respect and offer a toast to them. Zhou Jia then walked up to Teacher Zhang, first offering a toast to Teacher Zhang, then to Teacher Su. After that, no one talked about Zhou Jia and Xie Yuding anymore. Finally, Zhou Jia took the cup and went to Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin stood up, still a little dazed, looking around as if she wanted to find some wine. Zhou Jia quickly stopped her. Teacher, please don't drink alcohol, just have tea. Zhou Jia knew Chen Wanxin's alcohol tolerance. If she drank a few cups, she would be drunk and unconscious in no time. Zhou Jia didn't dare to let Chen Wanxin drink. Zhou Jia filled the glass to the brim with wine, but with just a shake, the liquid would spill out. It was the same drinking session, but this time it was different from when they were at Chen Wanxin's house, where there were only two of them and they drank very casually. This time, it was a rare occasion. Zhou Jia earnestly toasted Chen Wanxin. The surroundings returned to their usual noisy state. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin stood facing each other, their eyes meeting. To outsiders, they appeared to be just ordinary teacher and student. In fact, at the moment the commotion started, Chen Wanxin's emotions changed somewhat. She felt confused and flustered, with a restless feeling pressing down on her, leaving her only able to stand there blankly watching. She didn't expect Zhou Jia to jokingly bring these things over. Zhou Jia stood in front of Chen Wanxin, but at this moment, she couldn't think of what to say. Their eyes met, and if looks could speak, they must have exchanged many words. Zhou Jia stood very straight, gripping his wine glass tightly. He seemed to take everything related to her quite seriously. A moment later, Zhou Jia's face displayed the smile Chen Wanxin was familiar with. The teacher can't think that I'm not focused on my studies during high school. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. Of course I don't think so. Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen Chen Wanxin so naturally before, when she was childish, carefree, and asleep. He had seen all those moments, so why did he still feel nervous at this time? The two looked at each other, and Chen Wanxin's heart was pounding. She pretended to be relaxed and asked, "What's wrong? Can't think of a good toast?" Sigh. All that teaching was for nothing. What's going on? Chen Wanxin blinked, waiting for Zhou Jia to speak. Zhou Jia always found Chen Wanxin cute at times like this. He thought the teacher was definitely doing it on purpose. When he met Chen Wanxin's mischievous gaze, he knew the teacher was teasing him. In any case, he would remember this. Zhou Jia coughed lightly and spoke quickly. Wishing you good health, all the best, smooth work, and a baby soon. Chen Wanxin silently glared at Zhou Jia, wondering what nonsense he was spouting. I don't even have a boyfriend. Who am I supposed to have a child with? Chen Wanxin is holding a teacup. Then I also wish my students success in their work and happiness. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with a smile and tacit understanding that was hard for others to detect. Zhou Jia raised his cup, tilted his head back, and downed the wine in one gulp, not a drop left. Chen Wanxin also finished her tea, drinking it clean as well, as if it were something very important. Everyone continued chatting about their own things, busy with their own lives, unnoticed by anyone, as if everything was normal. Zhou Jia returned to his seat, took out his phone, glanced at it, thought for a moment, and then, though he wanted to say something, said nothing. Li Jintao then came over, and Zhou Jia immediately turned off her phone screen. Li Jintao's eyes widened. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Zhou Jia put away his phone. I'm not in a relationship, you're overthinking it. We really didn't talk about it. There were other activities planned, but Zhou Jia had no intention of going. He quickly returned to his car. Although he had been drinking, he was fine as long as he didn't drive. He planned to stay in this small space for a while. Thin gray clouds piled up under the winter sky, with only a sliver of sunlight filtering through them. Zhou Jia sat for a while when a familiar figure walked over and gently knocked on the door. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, lowered the window, and looked at Chen Wanxin with a look on her face that said, "Why is the teacher here?" Chen Wanxin lay there, her eyes filled with tenderness. "I guess you were here. You can't drive home after drinking. Be a good boy and sit in the passenger seat. Your teacher will take you home." Zhou Jia was surprised. "The teacher can drive?" Chen Wanxin pouted. "Of course he will. Your teacher was even planning to buy a car." "Okay, that's over." Zhou Jia moved directly from the driver's seat to the passenger seat. Chen Wanxin opened the car door, got in, and slowly closed the window, sighing as she did so. "I have a really happy day." Zhou Jia hummed in agreement. "Okay, as long as the teacher is happy." Chen Wanxin pulled the seatbelt next to her. "I was a little worried about what might happen. I'm not very good at handling those kinds of situations." Zhou Jia smiled. "Nothing will happen. I'm not some idiot who loses his mind just because of the atmosphere." As he said this, he turned to look at Chen Wanxin and asked seriously, "Teacher Chen, were you worried just now?" Chen Wanxin's hand remained on the seatbelt, the buckle hovering in the air, just a step away from the latch. "What are you worried about?" Looking into Chen Wanxin's amber eyes, Zhou Jia, under the influence of alcohol, felt more inclined to speak. "Teacher, I really have nothing between me and her." Chapter 68, I would never trade this life. The car's audio system was connected to Zhou Jia's phone via Bluetooth, playing a gentle song, "This Life, No Regrets," from The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. It has been a long time since the TV series first aired, more than a decade has passed, but he still loves this song. Just as time quietly passes, yet he still loves that person. The gentle melody kept looping, surrounding the two of them. The drum beats were slow and steady, each one striking their hearts. Chen Wanxin sat there, gently enveloped by Zhou Jia's gaze. Zhou Jia felt he should explain to her that even though there was nothing between him and Chen Wanxin, he didn't want her to misunderstand. "Teacher, there is nothing between me and Xie Yuding. I don't like her, and I have never liked her." He spoke slowly and very earnestly. Some things need to be said very clearly so that the other party won't misunderstand. Zhou Jia then smiled again. Of course, the revolutionary friendship between classmates still exists. When Chen Wanxin met Zhou Jia's gaze, she did have a slight feeling that their relationship was unusual. Actually, Zhou Jia didn't need to explain anything to her, and she wouldn't believe those words were true, but when Zhou Jia said that, something seemed to settle down in her heart, and even her tense stomach relaxed. Chen Wanxin nodded slowly, then hummed in response to Zhou Jia's words. It was a slow, forceful hum, sounding very obedient. She finally managed to insert the seatbelt into the latch. "I know they're just making a fuss. Do you think your teacher doesn't know you? She knows you've been studying hard." Zhou Jia looked relieved, and his shoulders slowly slumped down. Yeah, I think I'll skip the class reunion next time. I always feel like it's bad for my heart." Chen Wanxin smiled and looked at Zhou Jia. "That's true." Zhou Jia turned his head away. "Oh, I'm so popular. I'm really sorry." "You call that being popular? Isn't it just being talkative?" "They're the ones who approach me to talk. I'm completely innocent." Teacher, why are you still calling me kid? I'm the same age as you. I'm used to it. Oh, by the way, I brought you a little something today. What little thing? Zhou Jia turned her head and saw Chen Wanxin's hand reaching into her small handbag, rummaging through it. Zhou Jia watched as she took out her wallet, then her lipstick, and finally a pack of black gloves. Tada! Chen Wanxin made a sound like she was opening a treasure chest. Zhou Jia said, Teacher, are you treating me like a kindergarten kid? So Teacher Chen teaches kindergarten students instead of high school students. That seems pretty good. Chen Wanxin took the item and turned around again, placing the small handbag on her lap. You're always being sarcastic. It's been cold lately, and I've noticed you're wearing very little. You're always wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt underneath a down jacket. When I ask you, you say you're not cold. You're so old, and you still don't know how to take care of yourself. She said to Zhou Jia, reach out your hand. Zhou Jia reached out his hand, and Chen Wanxin placed the stack of gloves in Zhou Jia's hand. You were quite witty during dinner today. Why don't you try wearing it? Zhou Jia thought Chen Wanxin was asking her to reach out so she could help her put on the gloves, but then realized she was overthinking it. However, I sometimes have these unrealistic fantasies. For example, when I get something from Chen Wanxin, I think about everything that follows, even the name of the child. Sigh downstairs. Zhou Jia put on the gloves and showed them to Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin adjusted the gloves as if checking them, and finally, under Zhou Jia's gaze, she grabbed Zhou Jia's wrists with both hands and pressed his gloved hands against Zhou Jia's face. The teacher's grip wasn't very strong, so it was more like Zhou Jia cooperating with Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin controlled his hand, gently pressing his face, and looked directly into Zhou Jia's eyes. This makes it a little warmer, right? Zhou Jia hummed in agreement. Chen Wanxin added, open your mouth. Zhou Jia opened his mouth. Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand, took out a piece of candied tangerine peel from her bag, tore open the packaging, held the candied tangerine peel in her fingers, and fed it to Zhou Jia's mouth. Inadvertently, her fingertips touched Zhou Jia's lips. Both of them sensed it, but neither of them said anything. Zhou Jia savored the sweetness on her tongue and mumbled indistinctly. Teacher, does this count as feeding them? Chen Wanxin rested her chin on her hand, sizing up Zhou Jia. I guess so. She suddenly remembered something and reached out to cover Zhou Jia's mouth. Don't bark like a dog. Chen Wanxin's face flushed slightly, and her delicate eyebrows twitched a few times, clearly showing that she was afraid. An embarrassed look appeared on Zhou Jia's face. No, am I really that kind of person in my teacher's eyes? It feels like I've left a significant psychological scar on her. Last time was purely an accidental lapse of judgment. When I stay up all night, my mind goes blank, and I do all sorts of things that I find unbelievable in retrospect. You would never do something like that a second time. No way. Zhou Jia let out two muffled woo-woo sounds. Chen Wanxin's hand was there, and she could feel his warm breath. Her palms felt itchy. She looked at Zhou Jia and nodded before slowly withdrawing her hand. Zhou Jia's gaze was firm. Teacher, I'm not that kind of person. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia. It was because of Zhou Jia's strange behavior last time that she was confused. Now that she thought about it, she wished she could run back and strangle herself. Chen Wanxin turned her head away. I know you're not. Let's go back. Chen Wanxin started the car and drove in the opposite direction from the hurried pedestrians. The two chatted and laughed as usual, and Zhou Jia slowly melted a piece of candied orange peel. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin's trip was scheduled for the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, and they planned to visit a neighboring city. After all, everyone has their own things to do on New Year's Eve and during the Spring Festival. If it's summer vacation, oh well, working stiffs don't get summer vacation. Zhou Jia then realized that she had been overthinking things. The only slightly longer holidays were May Day, National Day, and Spring Festival, but those were the busiest times, and everywhere was crowded. Traveling is torture. The most fun places are all at home. How sad. New Year's Eve. Zhou Jia was playing with firecrackers with her nephew in the countryside. Her nephew poured out all the firecrackers worth 1 yuan, broke a few in half to get the powder from the middle, and then surrounded the rest of the firecrackers. My little nephew excitedly told Zhou Jia that this was really fun. Zhou Jia chuckled, thinking to himself that these were all things that his brother Zhou Jia, no, his uncle Zhou Jia, had played with. I'm not clear about my kinship. Sometimes I think that my nephew is 4 or 5 years old and should call me brother at least. But in terms of relationships, I've already become a member of the previous generation. Zhou Jiao watched his nephew playing with the cannon. He realized that this was how it was for people younger than him. They had already tried all the things that others thought were novel. Zhou Jia suddenly worried that Chen Wanxin might have such thoughts when she looked at her. There would always be a gap in age and understanding. What Zhou Jia found novel, Chen Wanxin had already experienced. The group chat was in full swing, but no one was watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV. Lin Xuehui just shared his mahjong results, saying he went to a friend's house to play. His friend's house was very big and had everything, and he seemed to have a lot of fun. Li Jintao sent a New Year's greeting, and even Xie Yuding sent a New Year's greeting. Finally, news of Chen Wanxin arrived. Hey, you silly student, want to ring in the new year together? Chapter 69. What kind of person should you like? Zhou tapped on her phone and asked, how can we spend New Year's Eve together? Teacher, I can't teleport, and I don't have a portal. Doraemon, save me. After all this time, why haven't humans invented a 4-dimensional pocket, a super robot cat, or a teleportation portal yet? Zhou Jia thought to himself. Science fiction about interstellar travel existed in the 17th century, and now it's the 21st century, yet it still seems so far away. What can we do? But now is not the time to build humanity's future. Zhou Jia is more worried about the people in front of him. Chen Wanxin also went back to her hometown for the Lunar New Year. Although she was always urged to find a boyfriend, get married, and bring her boyfriend back to meet everyone whenever she went back, she was still met with constant questions like, when are you going to find a boyfriend? And when are you going to get married? Chen Wanxin wanted to say yes, she would bring him back tomorrow, but then a figure flashed through her mind. But it is precisely at times like these that you should not say such things. It is wrong to seek temporary warmth insincerely because of loneliness or the urging of those around you. Everyone feels lonely sometimes, and everyone thinks, it would be so wonderful to be held tightly in someone's arms. But acting rashly will only hurt both yourself and the other person in the end. Or is she simply getting old? Sometimes she worries that her ideas might be outdated, since things are different now than before, and young people's ideas change very quickly. A generation is supposed to last 3 years, but in reality, it's almost a year. With only a short 12-month interval, some differences in thinking can become as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Thinking about it this way, 5 years really is a very long number. While everyone was chatting and eating melon seeds, Chen Wanxin finally found a chance to slip away. The phone screen showed 11:40, with 20 minutes left until the new year. In the distance, a few fireworks rose. Chen Wanxin looked at the screen, wondering what Zhou Jia was doing at that moment. Zhou Jia handed his nephew over to his cousin, telling him to take care of him, and then slipped away to a path in the nearby woods, saying he was going to the toilet. Chen Wanxin couldn't help but smile every time she saw the messages from Zhou Jia. Stupid student. She was squatting on a small step, her face buried in her knees. And even so, Chen Wanxin exuded a gentle and graceful air. Some people are like that. Their temperament is ingrained in their very being. Chen Wanxin exudes the gentle grace of a girl from Jiangnan in every gesture and whatever she does. Some people are vulgar, obscene, and base in their every move. But I'm not talking about Li Jintao, of course. Some people seem clueless and out of touch with reality, staring blankly with their mouths open and clear eyes waiting to be fed. Of course, this doesn't refer to Lin Xuehui. Chen Wanxin's typing speed has increased significantly recently. Well, of course I don't mean that we spent time together. Zhou Jia was puzzled. What is that? Chen Wanxin paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and then said, when I was in college, I would call my roommates to celebrate the Chinese New Year if we couldn't see each other. But so many years have passed, and everyone is busy, so we don't do that anymore. Zhou Jia could fully understand Chen Wanxin's words. Teacher Chen was rather reserved. When she wanted something, she would often not say it directly, but would use other methods to talk about it. Would you like to make the call with me, teacher? Are you free? A faint, dark red flush appeared on Chen Wanxin's face in the darkness. Yes, your teacher is free, but I don't know if you'd be available. Zhou Jia said. Yes, of course. I'll call the teacher right now. Chen Wanxin sent a single word. Good. A single, simple word is more like handing the choice over to the other party. Zhou Jia dialed the number, and Chen Wanxin quickly answered it. Zhou Jia's voice came through the phone. Good evening, teacher. Can you hear me? Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. I can hear you. How does it feel to go back to your hometown? Is it fun? That's good. What are your New Year's wishes, teacher? Things like may your work go smoothly. I don't seem to have any particular wishes. What about you? Do you have any wishes? Make a fortune? Become rich overnight? Maybe buying a lottery ticket will bring good luck? Isn't there something more practical? So, how about finding a partner? After Zhou Jia spoke, Chen Wanxin suddenly didn't know what to say. She paused for a moment, then buried her head in her knees and lowered it even further. That's great. You're at that age, it's time to find someone. We discussed it on the autumn outing the other day, but I always felt you were being vague. What kind of person do you hope to have? Zhou Jia's throat was dry. He had just said it casually, but when asked, he found it difficult to describe. He looked at the heavy shadows of the trees in front of him and the stars in the rural sky that formed a Milky Way. It would feel strange to describe it using characteristics. Chen Wanxin didn't understand. What's the meaning? Zhou Jia began to explain. Although I gave a general explanation during the autumn outing, that was incorrect. Zhou Jia speaks a little fast, and she is often more nervous than usual at times like this. If I use words like gentle or good-natured to describe the person I'm looking for, and one day I actually find someone like that, it's more like I'm just putting that person into the framework I've set. But that's not actually the case. I think if I like someone, it has nothing to do with these things, and I shouldn't use words to limit that person. She can be gentle, but that doesn't mean she has to maintain that image all the time. She might throw a tantrum when things don't go her way, or she might suddenly say something like an overly enthusiastic child, that she wants to go eat at Haidaleo in the middle of the night. She should be herself, not a combination of words. Chen Wanxin pressed her ear to the phone, and the cold phone transmitted warm words. She buried her head even deeper and whispered, I see, that's great. She did think it was great. Zhou Jia's witty remarks were indeed beneficial in serious and conversational situations like this, as she could always say a lot when the time was right. If you don't say anything and become mute, you're doomed. Zhou Jia asked another question. And what about the teacher? Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. Since you've already put it that way, wouldn't it seem like I'm unemotional if I added any more words to limit it? Zhou Jia thought to himself, Teacher, do you really understand? But he kept talking. That's wonderful. Chen Wanxin sensed his perfunctory attitude and gave a soft hum. Yes, 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 that's really good. The two started chatting again, talking about this and that. At 11:59, Chen Wanxin looked at her phone, waited a moment, and then spoke into the phone. Happy New Year. Blessings accompanied by countless fireworks illuminated the night sky. Zhou Jia said the same thing. Happy New Year. His voice of blessing was almost drowned out, but Chen Wanxin still heard it and smiled. Come to think of it, over the years, she still calls someone alone to celebrate the new year, and that feeling seems quite nice. Once everything had quieted down a bit, Chen Wanxin paused for a moment before speaking. By the way, I have a question. I'd like to ask you. Zhou Jia was so nervous that she gripped the edge of her clothes with her fingers. Ask away, teacher. I'll answer whatever you ask, including Li Jintao's bad habits and what Lin Xuehui usually eats. I know everything. Chen Wanxin smiled. Who wants to ask that? She slowly opened her mouth, and the hot breath she exhaled turned into white mist and dissipated in the night. Teacher, did you feel warm? Chapter 70. The teacher is clumsy. Zhou Jia was quite surprised by this question. What's the meaning? The teacher's question left him somewhat confused. Chen Wanxin stammered. The sound of the fireworks is a bit too loud. Well, I just wanted to ask you something. I feel like you've helped me a lot these past few months, and I think you've worked so hard, so I was wondering if I'd been able to help you out. She seemed to have received so much from him, so she worried that she might have received too much from him and whether she had done anything for Zhou Jia. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia watched the fireworks bursting in the distance and thought, my teacher is so cute. He spoke with a smile into the phone. Teachers can be silly sometimes. Chen Wanxin, who was already in a fluctuating mood, blushed deeply upon hearing these words, and became both embarrassed and angry. What did you say? Well, now you're being disrespectful. Who's the stupid one? She was trying to be kind and caring towards him, but he actually called her stupid. And this was the first time. Although it wasn't exactly an insult, if he started calling her stupid now, what would happen in the future? Chen Wanxin thought this kid was really hateful, taking advantage of her not being there to talk nonsense. Chen Wanxin pouted, looking angry. But getting angry here would be pointless. Zhou Jiao wasn't around, so she couldn't scratch him. Chen Wanxin took a breath. Oh, I suddenly remembered. I seem to have something to do after the new year. Zhou Jia thought this was a threat, a blatant threat, and immediately lowered his head to admit his mistake. I was wrong, Teacher Chen. I'm clumsy. You're so cute, teacher. Chen Wanxin became even angrier, her right hand gripping the shoelaces of her white sneakers, her slender fingers twisting and turning the laces incessantly. What's cute? What nonsense are you spouting now? Well, you're asking for it. Zhou Jia said. She's just adorable. The teacher is beautiful, has a great personality, is gentle, and is cute. I'm just objectively describing the teacher's characteristics. I'm not making this up. She spoke the word objective very seriously, and then Chen Wanxin remembered Zhou Jia's words, students will not lie to their teachers. Her voice was low, and she felt her face burning again. Chen Wanxin actually thought Zhou Jia's voice was quite nice, and it was even a bit alluring when she was serious. Chen Wanxin gently bit her delicate lower lip with her pearly teeth. I'm not talking to you anymore. The teacher is busy. Zhou Jia asked. That year. Chen Wanxin snorted. You should make the arrangements, so that the teacher's holiday won't be ruined if it doesn't go well. Zhou Jia stood at attention. Sir, yes, sir. Chen Wanxin ignored him, said Happy New Year again, and hung up the phone. New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival passed quickly, and Zhou Jia spent them in a relatively simple way, working on his laptop. As he worked on it, some things became repetitive tasks. He was thinking about how many sections the map should have, and basically no one could help him with this part. He had to rely on himself. Zhou Jia's current planning process was very simple. The story is divided into 6 parts. The beginning, for chapters themed around the 4 seasons, and the final chapter, which unfold in a castle, a forest, a desert, a lonely city, a snow mountain, and hell, respectively. The prison where the princess is located is a similar mirror world. In the end, the two will meet at the gates of hell, fight a great battle, and then embrace. Want a kiss? Zhou Jia couldn't understand it. She thought about this question, but felt that it was really out of the ordinary. Wasn't kissing a bit too much? A hug would have been fine. Wait, I was talking about the game, not me. What am I thinking? With that thought in mind, Zhou Jia, still with the laptop on her lap, collapsed onto the bed, caught in a dilemma. Damn it. Why are you getting so worked up about something so trivial? It's just a game. But at this moment, all Zhou Jia could think of was Chen Wanxin's face, her gentle eyebrows and eyes, and her rosy lips. Down. He started making plans. He knew what Teacher Chen liked, what Chen Wanxin liked to eat, and what clothes she liked to wear, but he didn't know where Chen Wanxin liked to go. Zhou Jia took out his phone and searched for tourist attractions in the nearby city. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhou Jia drove to pick up Chen Wanxin, feeling that he should buy a car too. Anyway, cars aren't expensive these days. Everyone's engaged in a price war, and the expensive ones are on the verge of being phased out. With my salary, I can easily afford to buy a car. It's unbelievable how I've become rich without even realizing it. Zhou Jia didn't really have a real sense of work before. When she was a child, she stood at the gate of the elementary school and looked at the cards that cost 1 yuan a pack. She thought that earning 3,000 a month would be a lot. Now she can earn several 3,000. Although prices have risen, she can still save a lot of money every month if she is honest. I don't rent a place, I don't eat out much, and as long as I don't buy random things, I make a killing every month. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and Zhou Jia turned to look. Chen Wanxin skillfully opened the passenger door and got in. She was dressed casually today, wearing gray trousers, a white shirt tucked into them, and a dark gray knitted coat, exuding a literary and retro vibe. She was carrying a small black coach bag, and the whole outfit was absolutely perfect. Chen Wanxin always has this kind of temperament. Just by standing there, She can capture Zhou Jia's heart with that temperament. Her hair has even grown a bit longer recently, making her look more mature and charming. Chen Wanxin also took a black backpack containing toiletries, towels, and other items, which she placed in the back seat of the car. Chen Wanxin straightened her clothes. So, what's the arrangement? Zhou Jia was quite nervous. Okay, let's drive to the hotel first, then have lunch, then go see a stage play in the afternoon, and have dinner in the evening. Chen Wanxin smiled. Don't be nervous. The teacher isn't that troublesome. Chen Wanxin didn't really have any places she wanted to go, so she left it all to Zhou Jia. The 2-day, 1-night trip was very short, and afterwards, both of them had their own things to do and couldn't really find the time to go. Chen Wanxin was fine with going anywhere, but she didn't expect there would be a stage play. No wonder Zhou Jia secretly asked her that day if she had any vertigo, claustrophobia, high blood pressure, or cervical spondylosis. She was wondering if Zhou Jia was here to cause trouble again. Zhou Jia said, I was just afraid that if I didn't treat the teacher well, the teacher wouldn't be friendly with me anymore. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia. Is your teacher that kind of person? Honestly, you think I'm so petty. Chen Wanxin fastened her seatbelt. Your teacher trusts you. This, don't worry, seems to carry several implications. Zhou Jia, thinking about his schedule, slowly started the vehicle. Zhou Jia was much quieter while driving. Although he had a lot of things to say to make his teacher happy, safety was more important at this time. So Chen Wanxin took a nap in the passenger seat. An hour later, Zhou Jia woke Chen Wanxin up. Teacher, we've arrived. The car stopped in the hotel parking lot. Chen Wanxin, carrying her belongings, asked a question somewhat nervously. Zhou Jia, how many hotels did you book? Chapter 71 Teacher, don't get lost. Chen Wanxin felt that it was inappropriate to ask this question whether she wanted to or not, so she finally asked it anyway. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, not even understanding what was going on, and stood there rooted to the spot. Of course there are 2 rooms, teacher. Is it possible to book 1 room? The two stared at each other in silence, the air thick with awkwardness. Zhou Jia noticed that Teacher Chen could be quite unreliable at times, which made him start to overthink things. Chen Wanxin felt relieved, but the situation seemed strange, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. She pushed Zhou Jia to cover up her embarrassment. That's fine, let's go. Don't make any foolish moves right after you come out. Chen Wanxin, Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin sighed inwardly, berating herself. The hotel layout was nice. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin were right across the hall. The room was spacious and well soundproofed. Zhou Jia had previously stayed in a hotel near the school with poor soundproofing, and damn, it was noisy all night long, making it impossible to get any sleep. Dude, are you in a hurry to pay off your kidney? Because the impression was so profound, Zhou Jia later insisted on choosing hotels with good soundproofing. The two of us ate lunch nearby, which was decent enough for lunch. Scallion roasted pork, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and pork rib soup. Chen Wanxin actually has a small stomach. Zhou Jia and she can only eat 2 dishes and a soup at most. They can't finish more than that. Chen Wanxin usually eats a bowl of loose white rice quietly and gradually gets full, then drinks a small bowl of soup. Chen Wanxin gently blew on the bowl, feeling Zhou Jia's gaze. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? As Chen Wanxin was thinking this, Zhou Jia simply said one thing. I was just thinking, how come teachers eat with such elegance, even when it's just a meal? Chen Wanxin felt that Zhou Jia was mocking her, so she looked away from behind the bowl and glared at Zhou Jia. Can I step on your foot? Zhou Jia really liked the teacher's gentleness, and would ask this question before stepping on the ground. Zhou Jia said, if the teacher steps on my foot, I might learn my lesson. Zhou Jia seeks a reward. Chen Wanxin was even more annoyed. This shameless person never seems to suffer a loss. She didn't know whether to step on him or not, so in the end she could only lightly step on Zhou Jia, then quickly retract her right foot, and added a sentence. Don't blame the teacher if your shoes get dirty. She said this, then silently drank her soup. In the afternoon, we watched a stage play. We had tickets for the inner field. The stage play was amazing. The stage was rotating, and the audience seats were rotating too. Chen Wanxin didn't expect that stage plays have developed to this extent. She couldn't take her eyes off the stage while watching. She watched the people on stage dance and hum softly, while Zhou Jia, as always, looked at Chen Wanxin's profile, her amber eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Chen Wanxin turned around, suddenly met Zhou Jia's eyes, and said in a soft but cheerful voice, "That's so interesting. How did you know?" Zhou Jia thought about it and realized that she had simply found several travel guides online, compared each one, spent a little time planning the route, and thought that her teacher would definitely like it. What a coincidence, teacher. Everything was a coincidence. Meeting the teacher was a coincidence. Waiting for the teacher in the rain was a coincidence. And helping the teacher move was also a coincidence. Yes, it was all a coincidence. There are so many coincidences in the world. Even something as simple as humans being born in the magnificent universe can happen, so what's so strange about a few more? As Chen Wanxin listened to Zhou Jia's words and looked at him, time seemed to slow down. That moment seemed to freeze in time, and Chen Wanxin's eyes were almost filled with Zhou Jia's black down jacket, his carefree smile, his clean sideburns, and the rows and rows of spectators behind him. Then, Chen Wanxin turned her head and stared at the stage in a daze, her mind no longer on the play. In his chest, his heart was burning hot and pounding violently, unlike anything he had ever done before, almost as if it were about to burst out of his chest. In her heart, there was still a Chen Wanxin, who was now covering her face and screaming softly. "What's going on here?" Chen Wanxin moved her hands to adjust the scarf, wrapping it high around her neck, then shrank back, burying her blushing face and earlobes. In the evening, the two went to a nearby ancient town for dinner and watched a performance. Rather than an ancient town, it was more like a small, publicly accessible tourist attraction. These days, most places are like that, with a few alleys renovated in an antique style and various shops located within those alleys. Creative and cultural shops, specialty shops, ice cream shops, snack shops, and archery shops are fine, but what the heck is a VR experience center? What kind of cyberpunk collision is this? On the evening of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, there were more people on the streets than I had imagined. They were shoulder to shoulder. Two people walked through the crowd. Zhou Jia asked, "Is Teacher Chen happy? I did a good job preparing, didn't I?" Chen Wanxin followed beside him. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. Zhou Jia was quite surprised. "That's so high. Great. Is there any reward?" Chen Wanxin pointed to her profile. "Let me think. The full score is 150. Zhou Jia hissed and gasped. "Isn't that even lower than my score on the Chinese test?" Chen Wanxin smiled, seemingly quite happy while teasing Zhou Jia. "You're still bringing up grades? Bringing this up during the new year. Don't make your teacher have a heart attack." Zhou Jia patted his chest. "Really? Then I'll provide manual rescue for the teacher." Chen Wanxin suddenly thought of a strange scene, which flashed through her mind, and she softly spat out a pooey. "She doesn't need human rescue, okay?" Just as Chen Wanxin was about to speak, she was gently bumped on the shoulder, stopped in her tracks, and heard a sorry from the side. Chen Wanxin looked up and glanced around, but Zhou Jia was nowhere to be seen. There was only a huge crowd and endless silhouettes. She was stunned for a moment, looking left and right. Where was he? Sometimes that's just how it is. Before you know it, someone has disappeared. Chen Wanxin didn't expect that they could get separated like this, and she felt worried, so she took out her phone. A familiar hand reached out from the crowd, like light tearing through the darkness and landing on her wrist, gently grasping her. "Teacher, how did you get lost?" The hand didn't exert any force or overstep any boundaries. It simply served as a link, connecting him and her in the bustling crowd. Chen Wanxin looked up and saw Zhou Jia's back. He said, "Let's get out of here first. There are too many people here." Chen Wanxin glanced at his back for 2 seconds, then obediently hummed in agreement, letting Zhou Jia hold her wrist and move forward. She lowered her head, looking at Zhou Jia's hand, at the different styles of shoes passing by her feet, at the crisscrossing lines on the alley's brick surface, and at the undulating creases of Zhou Jia's black pants behind his knees. Amidst the fleeting shadows and the cacophony of voices, Zhou Jia seemed to have said a lot, but it was hard to hear clearly. Chen Wanxin moved her feet, watching the black toes of her shoes follow her forward step by step, until finally she reached a spacious place. Zhou Jia was very nervous. She felt that Teacher Chen had been silent until now, and wondered if she was upset because there were too many people and she wasn't having fun. Once they finally left the scenic area, Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Chun Wanxin's hand, finally having the chance to turn around and look at her. "Teacher, we're out. I never expected there to be so many people. Teacher, teacher." Chun Wanxin then came to her senses and looked up abruptly. Ah, indeed, there are too many people." Zhou Jia asked with considerable concern. "Teacher, are you all right? Should we head back first? It's getting late. Let's go back to the hotel and rest. Oh, by the way, I'm going to buy some bottled water. Do you want some, teacher?" Chun Wanxin simply nodded. Zhou Jia turned around and ran into the small shop next door. A moment after Zhou Jia turned around, Chun Wanxin slowly raised her hand, with only a sliver of her fair fingers protruding from her sleeve, and pressed it against her burning face, letting out a silent cry. "Ow!" Gently, gently, like snowflakes falling, full of shyness. Chapter 72. They fell together. Her face flushed and burning hot. She exhaled gently again, the breath turning into white mist in the air before dissipating. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. Her head was spinning in the middle of the first month of the lunar year, and she couldn't hear anything clearly amidst the bustling crowd. She looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, its slender eyebrows seeming to smile gently at her. Chun Wanxin was completely unable to calm down at this moment. When she closed her eyes, all she could see was the image of her wrist being grabbed, Zhou Jia's strong back, and those scenes, which were exceptionally clear for some reason. Zhou Jia bought 2 bottles of mineral water and quickly ran back, putting the water in a plastic bag and hanging it on her arm. She watched as the teacher pressed her hands against her face. He thought Teacher Chun was cold, so he took off his scarf. "Teacher, please wear this." As he spoke, he held up the scarf and wrapped it around Chun Wanxin's head. Chun Wanxin's hand was still frozen there. Her mind was a bit short-circuited, sparks were flying. She burned through the power strip, and her eyes were darting around like mosquito coils. No, how could you?" Zhou Jia asked. "Will it be warm now?" Chun Wanxin lowered her hands from the sides of her face, paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "It wasn't cold to begin with. I've noticed you like to act tough. If you catch a cold, the teacher won't come to see you." Zhou Jia handed over the water bottle hanging on his arm. "Is the teacher so heartless? I'm so sad." Chun Wanxin took it. If I have time, I can come see you, but I just don't want you to catch a cold. Let's go back to the hotel." She nudged Zhou Jia's hand with her elbow, signaling him to go back. Zhou Jia asked, "Is there anywhere else the teacher would like to go?" Chun Wanxin pushed him back. No, just enjoy the festive atmosphere. Your teacher is an old man. Unlike you young people, your energy is limited." She naturally pushed Zhou Jia's arm with her hand, thinking that she was already very happy today. "You can calculate how much it costs later, and the teacher will transfer the money to you." Zhou Jia waved. "No need, teacher." Chun Wanxin continued to push Zhou Jia. "How can we not use it? Okay, let's go, we must accept it." The two returned to the hotel. Chun Wanxin put her things down first, and then quickly knocked on Zhou Jia's hotel door. Zhou Jia opened the door and looked at Chun Wanxin, who was biting her lip. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Chun Wanxin held up her phone next to that face and asked, word by word, "Why won't you take the money I gave you?" The screen showed a transfer of 2,000 yuan from Chun Wanxin. Zhou Jia thought that the trip for the two of them, even if it was only 2 days, wouldn't have been that much. The most expensive activity was the stage play tickets, which cost over 300 yuan each. Chun Wanxin stepped forward and questioned Zhou Jia, almost shoving her phone into Zhou Jia's face, while resentment filled the air behind her. "Where's your phone?" Although Chun Wanxin knew that Zhou Jia had this kind of personality, she still felt helpless at this time and tried to persuade her with all her heart. "You just graduated and you usually have so many expenses, unlike teachers who eat in the cafeteria and don't spend much money." Zhou Jia scratched his head. "We receive a meal allowance, which is more than enough for our food every month. We also receive a housing allowance of 1,200 yuan a month, but I don't need it." Chun Wanxin fell silent. "What? Such good treatment?" She was even a little envious. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. "My teacher has helped me so much. How could I possibly ask him for money? It's just a drop in the ocean." Students can earn money now. When one plan failed, Chen Wanxin came up with another. She transferred money directly to Zhou Jia via Alipay. Zhou Jia heard his phone ringing on the bed, took it out, saw the 2,000 yuan that had been deposited into his account, and then transferred 2,000 yuan back. Seeing this, Chen Wanxin turned around again, and Zhou Jia turned around again, and this happened several times. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia, who stood upright and obedient, looking completely harmless. Chen Wanxin was annoyed. "Give me your phone." Zhou Jia stepped back, while Chen Wanxin stepped forward. "This is how we confiscated students' phones when we were in school." The teacher's authority was fully on display, but the students weren't the same as they were back then, so naturally they wouldn't give them back. Chen Wanxin then went to Zhou Jia and tried to snatch his phone. She grabbed it with one hand, and Zhou Jia tried to back away, retreating to the edge of the bed. With nowhere left to retreat, he sat down, but still held onto the phone. The two struggled, and although Zhou Jia didn't use much force, Chen Wanxin couldn't get the phone away from him. Chen Wanxin held Zhou Jia's phone with her left hand and pressed on Zhou Jia's shoulder with her right hand, completely unaware that there was anything wrong with her actions. The phone whirred as the two of them pulled on it. Does the life of a mobile phone not matter? Chen Wanxin's fingers slipped, causing her to lose her balance. The two of them were already in a semi-tilted position, and with this, Chen Wanxin fell straight forward, taking Zhou Jia with her. A cry of "ouch" came from somewhere, though no one knew who it was. Zhou Jia was pinned to the bed, a warm and soft body nestled in his arms, half of her body lying on his. Every part of her body was so soft, and her messy hair touched his right cheek, making him feel ticklish. In that instant, his hand shielded Chen Wanxin, protecting her. Zhou Jia opened his eyes, and all he could see in his peripheral vision was Chen Wanxin's hair. Her right hand was on his body, her fingers touching his chest. Zhou Jia was physically tense, but mentally very calm. He held her arm, as if he were carefully embracing her. He heard Chen Wanxin let out a soft call, then she turned her head, and their eyes met on the bed. Chen Wanxin opened her eyes and saw Zhou Jia through her disheveled hair. He was still the same, with a natural smile on his face as always. "Teacher, why are you so clumsy? Are you all right?" Chen Wanxin's right hand rested on Zhou Jia's firm chest. The black sweater felt smooth to the touch, and she could feel the rise and fall of his chest with her right palm. She could almost feel his heartbeat, which was neither fast nor slow. One sentence was enough to throw Chen Wanxin into a panic. She withdrew her right hand. "Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry, I stepped on you. Are you hurt? I'll get up right away." Chen Wanxin quickly got up, knelt on the edge of the bed, and then pulled Zhou Jia up. After pulling him up, she first habitually tidied her hair, her eyes full of worry. "Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Let me see." Zhou Jia got up easily. "I didn't bump into anything. Don't worry. Teacher, I'm very strong." Chen Wanxin stood upright. Because she was kneeling, she was taller than Zhou Jia, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. She gently brushed her fingertips across his forehead and checked him. He was indeed fine. Chen Wanxin was still worried. It would have been bad if he had bumped his phone. She let out a soft sigh of relief. "That's why you shouldn't argue with the teacher. It's just about money. Okay, stop making a fuss, be good." In short, as long as the word "good boy" is called, Zhou Jia is a bit helpless. This is completely against the rules. Chen Wanxin reached out and gently patted Zhou Jia's head. Zhou Jia said helplessly, "Teacher, I'm not a child." Chen Wanxin smiled, as if she had won this small battle. "Really? What are you if not a child?" Zhou Jia slowly grabbed Chen Wanxin's wrist with his left hand and moved her hand away. Chen Wanxin said, "Well, now you're actually rebelling." Chen Wanxin was naturally not as strong as Zhou Jia, and Zhou Jia didn't use much force, but he still managed to remove Chen Wanxin's hand from his head. Chen Wanxin stared at Zhou Jia, only to see Zhou Jia's right hand slowly extend out, and, before Chen Wanxin could understand what was happening, place it on her head. Chapter 73, Insubordination. Chen Wanxin froze on the spot. She even had difficulty understanding the situation clearly, and could only subconsciously pull her head back. "What are you doing?" Zhou Jia remained expressionless while his heart pounded. "I just wanted to let the teachers experience what it's like to be a student." Of course, Zhou Jia didn't actually have the guts to tug at Chen Wanxin's head. He just felt that he couldn't be so passive. His palm gently touched Chen Wanxin's hair. From this angle, the teacher seemed quite petite and delicate. He smoothed Chen Wanxin's hair for a bit, then let go of her hand. His heart was pounding, and he was extremely nervous. He didn't intend to just be a student in front of her, but that wouldn't work. Chen Wanxin felt Zhou Jia's hand stroking her head, and she felt completely powerless, not even knowing what to do. This was completely unexpected, and my brain completely shut down, causing me to give up on work. Zhou Jia released his left hand from Chen Wanxin's, feeling a little nervous, thinking that Chen Wanxin might scold him. But Chen Wanxin didn't say anything. Her heart was racing. She had experienced this many times today, so many that she couldn't even count them. Zhou Jia then said something to Chen Wanxin. "Teacher, I'm not a child anymore." Chen Wanxin couldn't look at Zhou Jia anymore. She tried to pretend to be calm, but she couldn't hold back and couldn't maintain her usual composure. She could only give Zhou Jia a resentful look. She was charming and alluring, yet also mysterious, which made Zhou Jia's heart skip a beat. Chen Wanxin took a deep breath and reached for her phone. "If it's not a child, we'll take the money. The teacher can go home now." Chen Wanxin got up and moved to her hotel room in quick, small steps. With trembling hands, she fumbled for a while before pulling out her room key, opening the door, and closing it quietly. Like a wind-up doll, Chen Wanxin moved step by step to the bedside, then pounced straight down and sank into the sheets. She reached for the pillow, covered her head with it, her face flushed, and muttered something under her breath. Insubordination. Insubordination. Zhou Jia's behavior today was different from usual. In fact, when Zhou Jia put his hand on her head, she neither resisted nor disliked it. She just kept thinking, how could he do this? How dare he do this? Chen Wanxin's mind went blank. Her hair was completely disheveled, and she casually tossed her glasses aside. What is she supposed to do now? Zhou Jia stared at the door, feeling uneasy. Half of her mind was foggy, and the other half was filled with the urge to attack. She even felt that she had been too brave. This time, they've overstepped their bounds. For once, Chen Wanxin suffered from insomnia. She looked out the window at the dark sky, where the crescent moon had vanished, and she didn't know where her heart had gone either. What exactly is this feeling of being moved? Is it that my longing for you is unfulfilled, or is my heart like a double-stranded net, with thousands of knots that I cannot untangle or understand? Or is it that you hate that I was born too late, and I hate that you were born too early? It's really strange, because she never thought about such questions before. It used to seem like I was only looking forward, but like tonight walking in that crowded place, out of so many people, there was just one back view in front of me, and before I knew it, that back view had filled my vision. His hands were bigger and thicker than mine. I always thought he was a student and looked like a child, but that wasn't the case at all. Chen Wanxin got tired of flipping through the pages, and finally turned around, looking at the ceiling with the pillow covering half her face, and slowly and reproachfully uttered 3 words. That's really going too far. The next day, the two of them got up at 10 in the morning. They should have gotten a good night's sleep before going on a trip. Zhou Jia had actually planned other activities last night, thinking that she could squeeze in with her teacher to watch a movie or something. But given what happened last night, the movie can't be mentioned anymore. Zhou Jia sent a message to Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin got ready and got up. The two of them threw their backpacks in the car. When Chen Wanxin saw Zhou Jia, she was still a little nervous, but after a night, her mood calmed down a bit. Chen Wanxin asked, "Where to go today?" Zhou Jia said, "Yes, let's go to the amusement park." It was a fairly standard choice. Zhou Jia felt that since they had never been to an amusement park before, it wouldn't be a bad idea. The two of them could have brunch and then go to play 1 or 2 rides. Chen Wanxin exhaled into her hands. "Really? I haven't been there yet. Don't take me to do anything dangerous." Zhou Jia didn't have that idea. "I will absolutely not take teachers on roller coasters, drop towers, or haunted houses." Chen Wanxin reached out and gently pinched Zhou Jia's arm. Zhou Jia hissed and gasped. "Teacher, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zhou Jia parked the car nearby, and the two of them lined up while playing a word-guessing game. Zhou Jia also took on the responsibility of taking photos. Chen Wanxin occasionally wants to take a couple of nice photos, but Zhou Jia's photos are, well, let's just say they're not great. How could you take a picture of your teacher like that? Are her legs too short? Chen Wanxin was quite dissatisfied. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. I have no experience taking photos for people. This is true, and Chen Wanxin found his explanation quite acceptable. Zhou Jia took many photos, and Chen Wanxin picked and chose a few that she was somewhat satisfied with. Zhou Jia actually wanted to ride a Ferris wheel, but not all amusement parks have Ferris wheels. There are several kinds of roller coasters, but no Ferris wheels. Moreover, in such cold weather, even the roller coasters are not fully open. If there's a long holiday next year, I'd like to take my teacher to the Ferris wheel if I have the chance. Of course, it doesn't matter if he can't ride it. Zhou Jia has no obsession with Ferris wheels. He doesn't want to express his feelings in the same way as others. He doesn't intend to make the sea turtle cry. The two rode the pirate ship, but for some reason, the slope of the pirate ship was unusually high today, and Chen Wanxin was so scared that she grabbed Zhou Jia's wrist tightly. The two went to the haunted house. Chen Wanxin wasn't that afraid of ghosts and didn't find it particularly scary, but Zhou Jia's wrist hurt from being grabbed. The two rode the roller coaster. Chen Wanxin thought the roller coaster was better than she had imagined. Zhou Jia was sitting in the chair, gently shaking her wrist, which was sore from being gripped. Chen Wanxin pointed to the side. Hey, there's a roller coaster over there. Zhou Jia put his hands together in prayer position. Teacher, please let me go. Your student's hand is about to be broken. It's so pitiful. Chen Wanxin coughed lightly. What should we do? The teacher wants to ride the carousel. At this moment, Chen Wanxin showed her childlike side. When she was little, she always saw this on TV. At first, she wanted to sit down but was too embarrassed to, thinking that it was just kids playing with that. Zhou Jia stood up. Okay, I'm safe now. Chen Wanxin glanced at him and gently punched Zhou Jia's arm with her hand. Now you dare to make fun of your teacher, don't you? As she spoke, she recalled what had happened last night. Zhou Jia's hand was on her head, so hot that Chen Wanxin felt a little embarrassed and turned around to pull Zhou Jia's arm. Let's go. The two boarded the carousel, and it started moving to the accompaniment of melodious music. Chapter 74. Zhou Jia decides to confess her feelings. There were too many children on the carousel, and Chen Wanxin would never ride it alone. But with others, she didn't care as much. When there were many people, even getting caught in the rain became fun. It was Zhou Jia's first time riding a carousel, and she felt that this thing was stranger than she had imagined, not as romantic as she had imagined, and even the music sounded a bit cheesy. As expected, reality and Korean dramas are always somewhat different. Sitting on the carousel, Zhou Jia couldn't think of Appas. He could only think of My Little Pony. My Little Pony, My Little Pony. Zhou Jia suddenly came up with a good idea. Where did the idea for LeBlanc come from? It's not as bright as my light. It's all dark and heavy little secrets. But he thought the idea was really good. Most of the save points in the game were benches. In the green fields, benches were covered with green vines. In the desert, benches were half broken. In the snow, benches were pure white. In the hell, benches were pitch black and surrounded by flames. He suddenly thought of adding a little Easter egg. After all, games always have Easter eggs. He placed a carousel above the map in the second or third chapter, where players could ride it and get a small item after going around once. It's interesting to think about. Players will definitely ride the laps many times to collect more items. Chen Wanxin watched Zhou Jia, who was lost in thought with her head down. She leaned forward and rested her head on the pillar in front of her, feeling a cool sensation coming from it. Sometimes I would see Zhou Jia like this, sitting at home with his eyes on the wall, but actually looking into the distance through the wall. At those times, I would ask him what he was thinking. Zhou Jia would suddenly come to his senses and say that he had come up with an idea. Chen Wanxin didn't quite understand some parts, so she rested her chin on her hand and looked at Zhou Jia, listening to him speak slowly. Words like enthusiastic, exploratory, and imaginative came to mind for Chen Wanxin. Although words alone cannot fully describe the person in front of her, Chen Wanxin undoubtedly understands Zhou Jia better now. She also had many moments when she looked at his profile, whether it was observation, understanding, cautiously reaching out her hand, and then withdrawing it, daydreaming, or questioning herself. She was someone with zero emotional experience. She didn't know what unrequited love was, what liking someone meant, or even what love between a man and a woman was. Perhaps it was Watanabe calling Midori's name repeatedly in the phone booth. or Jane Eyre pressing her lips to Edward's once bright but now dull eyes. Or perhaps it was Shen Fu and Yun. Zhou Jia. Chen Wanxin softly called out that name, and this time, even the way she did it seemed different from before. There are many things she may not understand, but there is one thing she will always understand. Zhou Jia is good to her, and she is not a fool. This should prove that he likes me. This was the first time Chen Wanxin had this thought on her own. Thinking this, she turned her head again and slammed her forehead against the pillar in front of her, wondering what she was thinking. She puffed out one cheek as if she was angry, then turned back to look at Zhou Jia, slowly biting her lower lip until she ate a large patch of lipstick. He's really daring. Zhou Jia finally came to his senses and looked at Chen Wanxin. Her amber eyes held a hint of resentment, and Zhou Jia was immediately stunned. What's wrong, teacher? What did I do? I think I just spaced out. Chen Wanxin just stared at him like that. I called your name just now, but you didn't hear me. Although the sound squeezed out from the throat was indeed barely audible. Zhou Jia felt like he had been called on by the teacher several times in class, but he was secretly reading a novel underneath, and he could even immerse himself in the characters and scenes. He coughed lightly. You're daydreaming, teacher. Chen Wanxin's resentful expression slowly changed, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. It's all right. I'm just a little sad. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, suddenly unsure how to respond. Would Teacher Chen really say something like that, all teasing and sarcastic? Zhou Jialing's tongue malfunctioned, and she couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Just as she was about to apologize, she saw Chen Wanxin pat the carousel with her left hand. I want you to take pictures for me. It'll be over soon if we don't take them, and I'll have come all this way for nothing. Just use your phone to take the pictures. Hurry up. Chen Wanxin urged. Zhou Jia took out his phone and pointed it at Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin turned to look at the camera, and in the photo, she naturally made a peace sign. Even the way she took the picture seemed a bit retro. As night deepened, behind her were the lights of the carousel, one after another, dazzling and connected. In the sky, the sun had already set, and endless dark red spread out from afar in a rich and vivid way, connecting with the dark blue overhead. Zhou Jia pressed the shutter button, capturing the moment. So beautiful, he thought to himself. Chen Wanxin changed her pose a few more times, resting her chin on her hand and leaning against the railing, looking elegant and refined. Zhou Jia kept taking pictures until the two of them got off the carousel. The two sat on a bench, and Chen Wanxin moved closer. Let me see. She moved very close, so close that Zhou Jia could feel something soft against his arm. Zhou Jia blushed. Sigh, little chef Nan. Zhou Jia opened the photos on her phone, and Chen Wanxin looked at them one by one, swiping her fingers left and right. These photos are pretty good. Send them to the teacher later. Zhou Jia hummed in agreement. Is there anything else you'd like to play, teacher? Chen Wanxin glanced at the time and stood up. It's getting late. Let's head back. It'll take more than an hour to drive back, right? Let's go. Zhou Jia then got up. What would you like to eat tonight, teacher? Chen Wanxin thought about it for a moment. Let's go downstairs and have some porridge. It's getting a bit cold. Zhou Jia was puzzled. Is that enough? Chen Wanxin nodded. That's enough. That's enough. Have some hot porridge. The two walked towards the exit of the park when Chen Wanxin suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia stood there motionless, and Chen Wanxin stared at him for a long time. Zhou Jia touched his face and asked, What's wrong, teacher? Chen Wanxin stretched out her right hand, paused in the air for 2 seconds, then lowered it, and said with a smile, Why are my students still as dull as before? Zhou Jia stood there, somewhat bewildered. Why does Teacher Chen seem different today than usual? Under the cover of night, countless vehicles travel along the wide highway, their headlights shining like fireflies moving along tracks. Chen Wanxin had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, a coat draped over her shoulders, and a strand of hair fell down to cover her cheek. At this moment, Zhou Jia certainly wouldn't look at Chen Wanxin. She had to pay close attention to the road while driving. It's already February, and in a little over a month, March 27th will be Chen Wanxin's birthday. Zhou Jia was thinking about what to prepare. He was, to some extent, planning to confess his feelings. Just thinking about it is a little scary. Some people have a crush on someone but don't dare to confess because they are already satisfied with the close relationship as friends while they are in a crush. Confessing and failing would basically mean ruining the previous relationship. Zhou Jia wasn't really sure what Chen Wanxin was thinking. Perhaps she seemed more hopeful than she had been 6 months ago, but it was hard to say. Zhou Jia didn't dare to make a hasty decision. However, Zhou Jia was always very determined, and he was going to confess his feelings. Chapter 75 What a Fool. The car stopped in front of a shop near the school, and Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin sat facing each other, drinking porridge. Zhou Jia's heart was wavering between cowardice and courage. What's frustrating is that many times, the hope seems high, but in the end, it's always, I only see you as a friend, or, I thought we were best friends. Whether you're brave enough to stick your neck out or not, you'll still get stabbed. So what's there to be afraid of? You want to hold your teacher's hand, but are too afraid to say it? I just want to hold on. I have to say it. I have to push forward. At worst, I'll just send it away. What's there to be afraid of? If I keep going like this, nothing will change. Do you expect the other person to understand that so easily? That's too unrealistic. Confessing your feelings means you have to confess, not that you don't. Chen Wanxin watched Zhou Jia sitting opposite her, seemingly in a complicated mood, nodding occasionally and frowning deeply. What's wrong with him today? However, Chen Wanxin also had something on her mind, so the two of them drank the porridge very quietly, almost too quietly. That was a Cantonese-style hot congee, mushroom, and beef congee. It was delicious and quite good with the side dishes. It was very warming. Normally, Zhou Jia would have a lot to say at this time of day, at least praising the restaurant for being really good and having authentic flavors. But today, he couldn't say anything at all. After the two finished their meal, which was eaten in silence, Zhou Jia escorted Chen Wanxin downstairs. Chen Wanxin turned around in the passenger seat and looked at Zhou Jia. The teacher had a lot of fun these past 2 days. Zhou Jia nodded repeatedly. Really? As long as the teacher is happy, that's fine, but it's all the teacher's money that's being spent, and I feel uneasy about it. The 2 days cost less than 2,000 yuan. Zhou Jia felt like she was just a companion, only responsible for planning and traveling, while Chen Wanxin was the employer. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia helplessly. When did you become such a polite person? Zhou Jia found these words familiar. How could he be considered polite? Zhou Jia thought that she was only good at calculating money, but in the end, she still ended up with a messy account. Chen Wanxin reached out and touched Zhou Jia's forehead as she had done before. It's getting late, go home early. Message me when you get there, okay? Zhou Jia was coaxed again. He always felt that Chen Wanxin was doing it on purpose. Recently, Teacher Chen has really changed a lot. Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand, took her bag, got out of the car, quietly closed the door, waved to Zhou Jia, and slowly left, finally disappearing into the dark stairwell. When Zhou Jia got home, his parents were watching TV and scrolling through their phones. They only asked him if he had filled up the car with gas, showing their hands-off attitude and lack of concern. Zhou Jia said, added, and then went back to lie down on the bed. Damn it. How am I supposed to confess my feelings? How about writing a love letter? Or a personal letter? Where did the traditionalists come from? Zhou Jia rummaged around in the corner of the room for a while, finally pulling out a ballpoint pen and a few sheets of paper. He started writing the 3 characters, Teacher Chen, each one crooked and illegible. He hadn't even been able to write properly since graduating from university. Zhou Jia stared at his handwriting in silence for a long time, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Instead of doing something he was good at, Zhou Jia went directly to Taobao and placed an order for a breadboard, an STM32 microcontroller, a small display screen, and a servo motor. This code is much easier to write than a love letter. Holidays are always short-lived. Once the Spring Festival is over, it's time to go back to being work like cattle. Zhou Jia sat at her workstation. Li Jintao and Lin Shuhui were not there. Both of them had taken leave after the new year, clearly enjoying themselves. For once, Zhou Jia felt a bit deserted. Although neither of them were physically present, they kept sending messages in the group chat, bombarding the chat with messages. Are there many people in the office, brother? Where did you go the other day? Please, just tell me. Wow, there's so much food here. Do you want me to bring some back for you? You can tell who posted the message just by looking at it, without even seeing the name. Zhou Jia started work, but the students hadn't started school yet, so Chen Wanxin was more relaxed than Zhou Jia. It's relaxing, but also a bit boring. Chen Wanxin dragged herself home, thinking as she walked that Zhou Jia seemed to have contacted her more often than she had contacted him. She didn't know what he was busy with these past 2 days. He was just very busy. Her heart suddenly felt a little heavy. Maybe it was because he had just started working and things had piled up, so he was definitely busy. Chen Wanxin returned home, sat at the table, and leaned on the table with her head resting on her arm. Lately, she had been calling his name more and more often in her heart. Zhou Jia. It sounds like a rather neutral name, simple and easy to remember. She had called out his name many times, but most of the time it was with a firm tone, the last syllable rising at the end, or she would grit her teeth and shout his name. But she never seemed to call his name gently. In the past few days, however, she would repeatedly and softly call his name in her heart, to the point that the name seemed to have become an imprint, constantly present in her mind. Chen Wanxin's face gradually turned red, and strands of hair fell from her head down her arm and onto the table. Is this feeling what we call lovesickness? But, no matter what, it's just too much to be lovesick for one's own student. She sat up, covered her face with her hands, and let out a dejected groan. Ah! This feeling is so annoying and irritating. After her annoyance subsided, Chen Wanxin took out her phone again, wondering if she should take the initiative to contact Zhou Jia. He was always the one asking her to go out, and maybe his enthusiasm would eventually wane. Unbeknownst to Zhou Jia, while he was playing a game with his left hand, he was making an electronic dog with his right. The electronic dog was a gift he had prepared for Chen Wanxin. It was palm-sized, had code burned into it, had various little expressions, and could even connect to a mobile phone via Bluetooth to move around. Zhou Jia now wished he had 2 more livers. He had just added a solder joint to the board with a soldering pin, and now the room smelled of solder, a little burnt and a little fragrant. He looked up and saw, "It's a message from Teacher Chen. Do you have time this weekend?" Zhou Jia certainly has time. "Yes, teacher, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with?" Chen Wanxin said. "Spring is here, so I want to buy some clothes, but I don't know what to buy, so I'd like to find someone to give me some suggestions." After typing this sentence, Chen Wanxin covered her face with her phone, feeling that every word revealed her guilt. However, she felt that she was telling the truth. Luo Jiaying was busy, and most of the teachers in the office were married. They usually spent their holidays with their families, so it was indeed difficult to find someone to go shopping with her. Chen Wanxin bought a new full-length mirror and placed it in the corner of the room. From this angle, she could see her own face perfectly. That was undoubtedly a girl's face full of affection, but she felt disgusted to call herself a girl. She wondered how such an expression could appear on her own face, so she moved her eyebrows, making them look sharper, like a snarling cat glaring at itself in the mirror. She felt a little stupid for doing that, so she simply turned her head away from the mirror and buried her head in her phone, waiting for Zhou Jia's message. What an idiot. Chapter 76. Teacher, can you grant me a request? Zhou Jia's news always consisted of a sentence of self-recommendation, a sentence of serious business, and several sentences of flattery. Then let me help you with your outfit suggestions, teacher. It's such an honor. I never thought I'd be able to help you with your dressing up. You're so beautiful. You look good in anything. Is this Saturday? Only the last 4 words of this sentence are the main point. Chen Wanxin thought that Manhwa must have made a mistake in the ingredients when she created humans. 1 gram of iron, 1 gram of zinc, 1 gram of nickel, 1 gram of sincerity, 1 gram of handsomeness, 1 gram of seriousness, 1 gram of intelligence, and 1 kilogram of flattery. Isn't all of this just flattery? Manhwa looked embarrassed. Oh dear, I added the wrong thing. Oh well, go on to your mother's belly. Chen Wanxin replied. Okay, this Saturday then. Zhou Jia understood. No problem, teacher. I'll be ready. Where do we meet? Do you need me to drive and pick you up? Chen Wanxin had no idea what to prepare. Times Square next to your house, right? Zhou Jia's reply this time was finally more concise. No problem. The two agreed on a time, and Chen Wanxin's heart, which had been pounding, finally settled down. She took a few steps inside the house, then lightly collapsed onto the bed, enveloped in the soft blankets. With her phone pressed against her chest, She cupped her face in her hands, looked at the ceiling, and thought about the weekend. Then she slowly turned over and buried her face in the blankets to hide the blush on her face. The room was completely quiet. 2 days passed quickly, and Li Jintao and Lin Xuehue returned to their workstations. Both of them looked somewhat listless, diagnosed with post-holiday syndrome. The longer the holiday, the stronger the symptoms became. Specifically, they would doze off at their workstations, want to reach for their phones whenever they looked at the screen, repeatedly check the time to see if it was time to clock out, and take frequent walks to the restroom, get water, or come to Zhou Jia's side. Lin Xuehue brought local specialties for Zhou Jia and Li Jintao. Coconut candies, coconut flakes, and coconut shortbread. You can tell at a glance where they went to have fun this holiday. Li Jintao also brought local specialties, red sausage and frozen pears, indicating that he was going in the opposite direction. Li Jintao shared the new information he had just heard. I heard there's a team-building event this weekend. Zhou Jia's fingers remained on the keyboard. Really? Li Jintao nodded. Yes, it's a team-building event organized by the company, plus the 14th anniversary celebration. Most e-commerce and internet companies are like this. They don't last long, and they're all young people, some even younger than Zhou Jia. 14 years is already considered a long time. There's a conflict, no problem. It's just a team-building activity. I can skip it and just pretend to be sick. Team building, cultivating good relationships with leaders, and getting to know colleagues may seem important, but none of these things are as important as spending time with the people around you. Although they are not yet close friends or family. Is team building as important as seeing the teachers wearing nice clothes? Obviously not. Zhou Jia didn't intend to tell anyone, but Chen Wanxin found out anyway. Lin Xuehue sent a message to Chen Wanxin. Sister Chen, it seems our company is having a team-building event this weekend? Lin Xuehue was unaware that Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia had arranged to go shopping together this weekend. Chen Wanxin was quite surprised when she saw Lin Xuehue's message. Zhou Jia hadn't told her about it. After going around in circles, Chen Wanxin went to ask Zhou Jia again. I heard your company is organizing a team-building activity this weekend? Zhou Jia is debugging the program. The legs of the electronic dog can already move under control. After all, it's not like he's learning from scratch, so making this thing isn't that difficult. As long as he doesn't burn out the microcontroller, it's fine. I had a friend who burned out several microcontrollers while participating in competitions in college. They were the more expensive K60 microcontrollers, which were quite pricey a few years ago. Each one burned out was equivalent to a week's worth of food for a college student who was short on money. Zhou Jia wondered how Chen Wanxin knew, then thought of her younger cousin. Chen Wanxin and Lin Xuehue probably chatted often, so it was natural that they talked about it. No, it hasn't been explicitly stated yet. Even if it were, it wouldn't affect my going shopping, getting my nails done, or watching the movie with my teacher. Chen Wanxin spat. There aren't any of those two at the end. I see. Chen Wanxin didn't say anything more, seemingly having her own thoughts and considerations. The team-building activity was confirmed in just one day. Most people were quite happy, as their post-holiday blues were cured, except for Zhou Jia. Lin Xuehue relayed this message to Chen Wanxin. Sister Chen, our team-building activity this week is confirmed. We can bring our families. Do you want to come with me, Sister Chen? Come on, food and accommodation are included. Let's have some fun together. Lin Xuehue acted cute and charming, begging for a hug. Chen Wanxin really wanted to go, but she felt it wasn't a good idea. Lin Xuehue threw out a straight hook. Sister Chen, aren't you curious about what Zhou Jia is like at the company? With a straight hook and salty bait, I caught Chen Wanxin. She was very curious. At times like these, you always want to know more about the other person, wanting to know all sorts of things, their likes and dislikes, what they usually do, and what they do when they can't see them. Chen Wanxin sat on the edge of the bed and sent a message to Zhou Jia. I heard you finalized your team-building plans. Zhou Jia also received the email. Oh no, I didn't receive it. I wasn't notified about the team-building event. I was ostracized. Chen Wanxin clearly did not believe it. If anyone ostracizes you, you'll be nagging about it. Oh well, then go to the team-building event on Saturday. Chen Wanxin lay down, holding the screen in her hand. After saying that, she could even imagine what Zhou Jia would say, just as she had predicted. Zhou Jia said, It's okay, teacher. Of course, I'll go shopping with you on Saturday. Chun Wanxin bit her lip, but the corners of her mouth turned up. She sat up again, making several movements in the middle of a single sentence. She looked in the mirror and thought, yes, Zhou Jia really does like me. I always feel like I'm a bit too ordinary. A popular phrase lately, ordinary yet confident. Chen Wanxin looked at herself in the mirror. I'm pretty, my skin is okay, my figure is good, and my eyes are quite nice. Of course, I'm a bit older. Chen Wanxin felt that Zhou Jia definitely liked her, but at the same time she also felt that it would be a joke if he didn't like her. He's invited me out so many times, we've gone out together, and he's even touched my head. Just thinking about this made Chen Wanxin's face burn. She felt like something was off with her mood lately. I'm sorry, I suddenly have something to do on Saturday. You can go to the team building activity instead. Go ahead, be good, listen to me. Since I broke my promise, I'll make it up to you next time by buying you something. Zhou Jia thought that he didn't actually need compensation. It was just that the teacher knew he was going to a team building event, so she gently lied to him. Of course, that might be one reason, but now Chen Wanxin had a second reason. Zhou Jia thought about it for a moment. Well, I don't need the teacher to buy anything. In return, could the teacher grant me a small request? Only the squeaky wool gets the grease. Chen Wanxin asked. What are the requirements? Chapter 77 Sneak Attack, a disregard for martial morality. Zhou Jia didn't actually have any strange ideas in his head. He was just saying, if one day I want to show something to my teacher, I hope that my teacher will be able to read it. Even if it doesn't succeed, it won't kill you, but at least you have to tell the story. That's what Zhou Jia thought. Chen Wanxin only posted one word. Good. It contained many meanings, some understood, some not. Zhou Jia felt that he had used up a lot of his strength after saying this sentence. Why does chatting sometimes take more energy than exercising? Zhou Jia didn't understand. Saturday. The team building activity was a 2-day, 1-night event. We went to a villa in the mountains on Saturday noon. It had billiards, computers, hot springs, and a karaoke room. There were about 40 people. Anyway, the department had funds, so everything was covered, and we didn't have to pay a penny. Zhou Jia and Li Jintao were in the same car. Li Jintao was driving, and there was no one in the passenger seat. This seat was reserved for Li Jintao's girlfriend, and no one else was allowed to sit there. Zhou Jia sat in the back row, her neck tucked into her collar. Where's your girlfriend? Li Jintao let out a sound of dismay. They had a fight, you know. Zhou Jia glanced at the passenger seat of the car, hesitated, and Li Jintao understood his brother's expression. Li Jintao reached out and turned on the small mirror above the passenger seat, and a note fell out. As usual, we're on guard. As he spoke, he picked up the note again, skillfully put it back in its original place, and turned off the mirror. Zhou Jia remained silent. The way the two interacted was rather somber. The love-hate relationship between Li Jintao and his various girlfriends, from grabbing each other by the neck to going from under the bed to the bed, is so exciting it could be a book. Zhou Jia stopped discussing Li Jintao's Yandere girlfriend and asked a question. Who else is in this car? Today was supposed to be the day he and Chen Wanxin went shopping, but now he has to go to a team-building event. What a waste. Li Jintao started the vehicle. Lin Xuehui, she has someone with her. They can go with her, and you can squeeze in from behind. Thump. Zhou Jiasen skipped a beat, suddenly realizing something. Chen Wanxin's face flashed through her mind, and she thought that there was no way that was possible. Even if Lin Xuehui were to invite her, Chen Wanxin might not necessarily agree. But as the car drove on the road, Zhou Jia, who was originally a little sleepy, gradually woke up. He thought about how Chen Wanxin's behavior had been a bit unusual these past 2 days, and that she would tell him, "You absolutely have to go. You can't fake being sick." She repeated these words many times, and Zhou Jia initially thought Chen Wanxin was more like a caring older sister entrusting her troublesome younger brother to someone else, so he didn't take it to heart. But now his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? The closer the car got, the more likely it seemed to Zhou Jia. Soon, the car arrived at the designated intersection, in front of Lin Xuehui's house. Li Jintao saw Lin Xuehui and the woman next to her from afar, and felt that the woman looked very familiar. Li Jintao's hand trembled slightly, and an instinctive fear rose within him, causing him to slow the car down to 10 paces. Zhou Jia, I think I saw Teacher Chen, right next to Lin Xuehui. Zhou Jia remembered that there was someone even more cowardly. At the class reunion, because he was at the same table as Teacher Chun, he basically didn't say anything. Zhou Jia silently took out his phone and looked at the message Chun Wanxin had sent him. "Good morning, my student." Surprised? Zhou Jia was caught off guard, and his mind went blank for a moment. This was a huge surprise, but it's not good for students' hearts. Chun Wanxin smiled slightly as she read Zhou Jia's message, a hint of joy in her satisfaction at having successfully tricked him. Lin Shuihui grabbed Chun Wanxin's hand and waved it a few times towards Zhou Jia. Li Jintao parked the car on the side of the road and then opened the back door. Lin Shuihui said to Zhou Jia, "Go in a little further, bro." The way she addressed Chun Wanxin would normally be perfectly normal, but now it made her seem like she was doing it on purpose. Lin Shuihui pushed Chun Wanxin to squeeze in, saying as she did so, "Sister Chun, I get a little carsick, so I'd like to sit on the side. I love you." Since Lin Shuihui was prone to motion sickness, there was nothing that could be done, so Chun Wanxin got in first, and Lin Shuihui happily followed her in, closing the door with a whoosh. Chun Wanxin sat next to Zhou Jia with her legs together, very close. After all, the space in the back row was limited, and her body was inevitably pressed against Zhou Jia's, with her down jacket rustling as it rubbed against him. At this moment, Li Jintao was the most panicked, not Zhou Jia. Li Jintao even started stuttering. "Teacher Chen, what brings you here? So you know Lin Shuihui?" Chun Wanxin patted her clothes. "Yes, I am Lin Shuihui's cousin." "What a coincidence." Chun Wanxin still remembers the time when Li Jintao called Zhou Jia's sister-in-law on the phone. At the last class reunion, due to an unexpected event, she didn't have time to say anything to him. In some situations, women can be quite vengeful, and this is one of those situations. Li Jintao swallowed hard, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind, but ultimately all turned into silence. Chun Wanxin was nagging Li Jintao. "I heard you changed girlfriends again." Li Jintao exclaimed, "Ah," and slowly started the vehicle. "Yes." Chun Wanxin wore a smile that was hard to decipher, but only Zhou Jia knew that she was holding a grudge. "Why do you keep changing them? Aren't the girls good enough?" Li Jintao was trembling. "No, it's my fault. In short, we just don't get along. It's all my fault." Chun Wanxin let out a soft sigh. "Well, that's how teachers are. They don't need to say anything. Just a sigh is enough for the students to think a million things." Even Zhou Jia couldn't utter a word. He kept his good brother in his heart and wished his brother good luck. Li Jintao was sweating profusely. Why did Chun Wanxin start pressuring him as soon as she arrived today? He hadn't offended her at all. Her sigh sounded like an accusation, or perhaps she was saying that he hadn't taught her well. But Li Jintao didn't dare to say anything more. He even glanced quickly at the rearview mirror before continuing to look ahead. Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin were very close. Zhou Jia could feel her arms and thighs, but his body felt somewhat stiff. Li Jintao struck up a conversation with Zhou Jia. "I didn't expect that Teacher Chun is actually Lin Shuihui's cousin, right, Zhou Jia?" Lin Shuihui huddled in a corner, holding a small steamed bun in her hand, eating it with great relish. It was her brunch. Zhou Jia said, Yeah. Chun Wanxin said, "What a coincidence." Lin Shuihui was eating a steamed bun when she poked her head out and made a peace sign at Zhou Jia. "Yes, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect that." The three men each had their own thoughts, but Li Jintao knew nothing about it. Chun Wanxin typed to Zhou Jia, "Did I disturb your normal fun?" She blinked, still a little worried, since she had come uninvited and wondered if Zhou Jia would be unhappy. Chun Wanxin didn't understand when she had become like this. She wondered if she had turned into the kind of troublesome and annoying woman. Chun Wanxin also has many little thoughts and random ideas. Zhou Jia was both surprised and delighted, and typed back, "No, it's just a bit of a shame that I can't help the teacher change clothes." Chun Wanxin corrected, "It's about helping the teacher choose clothes, not changing clothes. Your word choice and sentence structure are problematic." Zhou Jia pretended to be stupid. "Teacher, I've returned my Chinese textbook." Chun Wanxin, half annoyed, reached out and gently pinched Zhou Jia's waist. Chapter 78 Flower Name. She didn't pinch very hard, but Zhou Jia felt it very clearly. Zhou Jia's left hand gently gripped Chun Wanxin's right wrist. Chun Wanxin was slightly annoyed, feeling that Zhou Jia was becoming more and more natural in doing such things. Zhou Jia placed his right hand back on Chen Wanxin's thigh, lingered his left hand on her wrist for a moment, and then withdrew it. In a cramped corner in the back row, the two exchanged brief, physical words. After finishing her small steamed buns, Lin Xuehui happily joined in the fun. What are you two doing? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Wanxin coughed lightly. I'm afraid I'll disturb your trip today. Chen Wanxin spoke aloud this time, presumably to the other two people. Zhou Jia shook his head in response. No, welcome to visit, teacher. By the way, Li Jintao's barbecue is top-notch. You must try his cooking tonight. Li Jintao felt that his brother was messing with his mentality. It was a bit cold today, but he kept sweating. Sure. How can we not welcome the teacher? Of course we welcome them. Why is it so hot? Is the air conditioner set too high? At this moment, he thought of the scene when he discussed the autumn outing with Lin Xuehui that day. No wonder this girl spoke well of Teacher Chun. It turned out that they knew each other. Bringing her here today was probably a form of retaliation. Li Jintao wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand, wondering if Lin Xuehui had told Chen Wanxin that he had been talking badly about her behind her back. What Li Jintao didn't know was that there was another person who had already infiltrated the enemy and been bought off by them. He also didn't know that he didn't even need Lin Xuehui to speak ill of him. His own words had already been overheard. The group chatted casually for a while, and then Lin Xuehui fell asleep, seemingly genuinely suffering from motion sickness. Chen Wanxin was also a little sleep-deprived, having had insomnia last night and thinking for a long time about the scene when she came today. Actually, she didn't consciously think about it. She was just lying in bed when those images uncontrollably popped into her head. She would think about Zhou Jia's expression, what he would say, and as she thought about it, she would cover her head with the blanket or just stick out her eyes and stare at the ceiling. The curtains in the school's faculty and staff dormitory were thin, and the faint light of the city at night shone through them, allowing her to make out the outline of the ceiling light. When the lights are on, Zhou Jia sits on the sofa, sometimes serious, sometimes joking, walking around the room, leaving his footprints on every part of the floor. When the lights were turned off, he was no longer in the room, but his voice could still be heard. Teacher, teacher, teacher. They kept shouting like that, with such enthusiasm. It's all his fault. Thinking this to herself, Chen Wanxin muttered a resentful remark in her heart. It's all his fault. As she pondered, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Perhaps because someone was beside her, she slept very peacefully. Zhou Jia could feel Chen Wanxin leaning closer, her head resting on his shoulder. He was a little nervous, sitting very straight, trying his best to give Chen Wanxin support so that she could sleep more comfortably. Zhou Jia was a little worried that his shoulder might be too sore and that the teacher might be uncomfortable. At that moment, he felt part of Chen Wanxin's weight. She was so light. Although he didn't know the teacher's current weight, and it was normal for it to change over time, Zhou Jia always felt that the teacher was very slender and could be lifted up without much effort. He put one hand under her waist and the other under her thighs and lifted the teacher up in one go. Li Jintao wanted to speak, but after saying just the beginning, he was interrupted by Zhou Jia's "shu," and Zhou Jia spoke in a low voice. They're asleep. Li Jintao said, oh, and then stopped talking and obediently drove. After driving for more than an hour, we finally arrived at the designated team building location. Several small villas stood side by side on the hillside, surrounded by green hills and clear water, creating a very tranquil environment. In her dazed state, Chen Wanxin heard someone calling her from beside her. Teacher, teacher, we've arrived. Chen Wanxin opened her eyes groggily, feeling like she hadn't slept enough. Her pillow felt especially comfortable today. Chen Wanxin opened her eyes, looked around, and saw Zhou Jia smiling at her. His face was very close, and she woke up immediately. She quickly sat up, her face slightly flushed, and placed her hands on her knees. Zhou Jia repeated it to Chen Wanxin. Teacher, we've arrived. Lin Xuehui opened the car door directly, quickly rolled out of the car, and headed straight for the restroom. I can't take it. It's so painful. Zhou Jia realized that this person wasn't joking when he said he got carsick. He had thought Lin Xuehui was just kidding. That shouldn't be the case. Don't people who usually get carsick get motion sickness from 3D games? Zhou Jia didn't understand. Zhou Jia opened the car door on this side, and Chen Wanxin got out of the car with Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia said, "Teacher, if you feel awkward, just follow me." Chen Wanxin nodded and hummed in agreement. Just then, a voice rang out, calling out in their direction. "Lope!" Zhou Jia's body stiffened. Chen Wanxin wondered, who was being called? Whose name was so mysterious? Zhou Jia slowly turned around and looked at her colleague. "What's wrong?" Chen Wanxin was stunned, her face showing undisguised shock. "Huh? Wait, why is Zhou Jia called Luo Pei?" Zhou Jia immediately lowered his voice and explained to Chen Wanxin. A nickname, is like a code name. It's company policy. Zhou Jia always felt a bit out of place when she heard this name. It was an internet company where you had to be given a nickname upon joining, and everyone in the office would call each other by their nicknames. The original intention was to reduce class relations, but it still feels a bit strange. They were similar to the girls in the brothels. They didn't go home at night. They didn't have their own names, and they would come out to entertain customers whenever someone's nickname was called. They all relied on their youth for a living. In conclusion, internet companies are equivalent to brothels. You're quite the little genius. Lope was a name Zhou Jia chose arbitrarily. It refers to a stone sculpture in Jackie Chan Adventures that once sealed away the Saint Seiya. Most people don't recognize the name and don't bother to look into it. Li Jintao's nickname is Zeta. He originally wanted to use a character name from King of Fighters, but all the popular characters had already been taken, even Chun-Li. So Li Jintao could only use this. Every time someone shouted Li Jintao's name, Zhou Jia felt that Li Jintao would grit his teeth and shout, "Zestimere." Lin Xuehui's nickname is Mei Bao, the twin sister in Gravity Falls. Zhou Jia then quickly turned to her colleagues. "What's wrong?" My colleague came over and said, "I'll need your help washing the vegetables this afternoon. I'll give you your share then." Zhou Jia nodded. "Okay, that's how team building is. Everyone has to cook their own dinner and barbecue. Everyone has their own tasks, such as washing vegetables, washing dishes, or cooking." The task of cooking was handed over to a few older colleagues who were particularly good at making home-style dishes, so the assistant work was given to others. After finishing speaking, my colleague left to assign work to others. Of course, those who were driving didn't have to take on these tasks, as driving was also considered a job for them, as they were picking people up and dropping them off. After her colleague left, Zhou Jia silently turned around, wanting to escape the scene. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia, put her hand to her mouth, her eyes full of mischief, and called out softly, "Lope, Chapter 79, I think I like him." Actually, being called out by people at work isn't that embarrassing. Everyone had strange and unusual names, some even including Captain Dragonfly and Kabuto. All the Calabash brothers, from the 1st to the 7th, were gone, especially those from Journey to the West, where there were so many characters and not a single one remained. Zhou Jia looked embarrassed. "Teacher, can we not call you by that name? It's just a code name. It's kind of embarrassing. What's the difference between this and having your disguise exposed?" Gohan doesn't want others to know he's the Scion Masked Rider either. Chen Wanxin smiled again and looked at Zhou Jia. "Isn't it a nice name? I like it quite a bit. Besides, since you've already chosen this name, it's okay to say it out loud." Zhou Jia glanced at Li Jintao out of the corner of his eye, but Li Jintao disappeared as soon as he got out of the car. Zhou Jia remained silent. "Didn't you want to know who I usually spend time with? Why did they come and then run away?" Zhou Jia thought back for a moment. Why does spring rush by so quickly? Beast-like clouds swallow the setting sun, and the crescent moon shoots a shooting star. Chen Wanxin blushed. The first half of the sentence was her old online name, and the second half was her personal signature. Back then, she loved reading all sorts of miscellaneous books and thought it was really well written, so she wrote it down. Now, when she thinks about it, it just seems like she was being pretentious. But ironically, something from several years ago, which she had almost forgotten, was remembered by someone else. Zhou Jia didn't intentionally try to memorize it, but after reading it several times, he somehow managed to remember it. Chen Wanxin was extremely embarrassed and annoyed. Being reminded of her old online name made her feel uncomfortable. She raised her delicate eyebrows and glared at Zhou Jia. "How do you remember all these random things so clearly? Your memory is so good. How come you can't remember the lines from the classical poems you fill in the blanks for?" Chen Wanxin was angry. This kid was using all his brainpower on these improper things. Zhou Jia thought for a moment. If the signature were longer, and the teacher could fit the entire poem, Pipa Xing, into it, maybe he could remember it, and there would be no need to memorize it in a daze every day. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. What a poetic line, teacher. I don't know where I saw it before. Did you use it? But since we've already taken it, it's okay to say it out loud. Chen Wanxin became even angrier and reached out to pinch him. Oh, so you're always making fun of your teacher. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. Zhou Jia ran away. Teacher, I'm going to do my work, teacher. Chen Wanxin watched him run away quickly, bit her lip gently, and could only helplessly watch Zhou Jia's back. That kid. Inside the villa, Li Jintao was playing mahjong with someone, while Lin Xuehui and Zhou Jia were washing vegetables. Zhou Jia was already in the kitchen. Lin Xuehui finally came out of the bathroom, rubbing her stomach, and walked weakly into the kitchen, leaning against the wall. It feels so bad. Seeing that her face was pale, Zhou Jia took out his phone. They should have motion sickness medicine, let me ask. Zhou Jia sent a message in the group asking, does anyone have motion sickness medicine? He quickly received a reply, and someone even sent some over. Lin Xuehui took the gift from her colleague and said thank you, then said, thank you, brother, to Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia remained silent. What brother? Don't call me that. He took a bottle of mineral water from the living room next door and handed it to Lin Xuehui. Is it that serious? Why don't you go lie down for a while? I can do this job by myself anyway. Lin Xuehui accepted the bottled water, her face filled with emotion and tears welling up in her eyes. Wah, it's mainly because I played games last night and only slept for 2 hours, so my head and stomach feel terrible now. Zhou Jia was furious. You deserve it. No wonder, he said. How could he get so carsick? Lin Xuehui pouted, seemingly quite dissatisfied with Zhou Jia's ruthlessness. Zhou Jia waved his hand helplessly. Go ahead, go to your room and catch up on your sleep. I can do it myself. Lin Xuehui propped herself up on the table. Hee, it's nothing, just 2 hours. I even slept in the car just now. I'm super energetic now. As she spoke, a voice sounded behind them. Do you need my help? Chen Wanxin suddenly appeared. Big Cutie suddenly appeared. Lin Xuehui immediately turned around and fell into Chen Wanxin's arms, resting her head on Chen Wanxin's chest. Ah, Sister Chen, boo-hoo, Zhou Jia scolded me. Chen Wanxin patted Lin Xuehui's head and turned to look at Zhou Jia. What happened? Zhou Jia was picking vegetable leaves. What? Someone knew they were going to have team building the next day and were also carsick, so they only slept for 2 hours the night before, and then got told they deserved it. Is that considered being mean? Well, I'm sorry. Chen Wanxin understood, so that's how it was. She gently patted Lin Xuehui's back. Go to sleep. I'll help you, it's okay. Lin Xuehui nodded gratefully, then staggered away, holding a carrot that Zhou Jia had just washed, and took a bite. Zhou Jia suspected she was starved. They really aren't picky eaters. Chen Wanxin put her hands behind her back and moved next to Zhou Jia. How about it? Do you need the teacher's help? The kind you can't refuse. Zhou Jia's words seemed to have been anticipated, and he swallowed the words in his throat. He turned his head and saw Chen Wanxin winking at him. His previous noisy energy vanished instantly, and he slowly nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. Troublesome, Zhou Jia said, somewhat politely, even though they were past the point of using polite language. Zhou Jia still unconsciously said it that way. Chen Wanxin smiled and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate wrists. It's okay, I'm very good at this. Chen Wanxin is indeed very good at it. She's taken care of all the housework. Zhou Jia has been finding meals rather tasteless lately, and she misses the dishes her teacher makes. Once you've seen the ocean, you can't be satisfied with a river. Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia were washing vegetables together quietly, while the sound of mahjong could be heard outside. Bump. Bang. I won. I don't know whose lucky break it was, but it sounds like Li Jintao's. They got a winning hand right away. The outside and the inside are two different worlds. When he and she are together, he always feels like he is in another world. There was no need to do anything, no need to deliberately do anything. Even washing vegetables seemed infinitely beautiful. The winter sun shone through the open window, falling on Chen Wanxin's fair wrists, making her already fair skin even whiter and brighter. There were 2 iron bars inside the window, so the shadow formed a ring on Chen Wanxin's hand. Zhou Jia glanced at Chen Wanxin's wrist out of the corner of her eye, while Chen Wanxin was secretly observing Zhou Jia's profile. She looked at his sideburns, her heart skipped a beat, and a strange thought arose in her mind, which she then uttered to herself. I really do like him. As if confirming his own feelings, those words fell into his heart so naturally. No. Chen Wanxin finally realized what she was thinking, and her face turned bright red, even hotter than before. For a moment, she didn't know what to do and just silently picked at the vegetables. The warm water from the tap flowed out, water at a moderate temperature, not the lukewarm water that Yin used to drink. Chen Wanxin, her fingers still wet, placed the washed vegetables into the basket beside her, her actions almost synchronized with Zhou Jia's, wondering why she felt this way. She glanced at Zhou Jia again, then quickly looked away, her eyes filled with curiosity, attention, and complex emotions. How did it turn out like this? She never imagined that one day she would develop such complicated feelings for someone younger than her, someone she had taught. For a moment, she was at a loss as to how to cope with this sudden feeling. That feeling occupied her heart, restlessly throbbing and sometimes making her heart pound, leaving her unsure of what to do. This was the first time Chen Wanxin had ever felt this way. If being moved was the sudden rush of the heart when you saw that person, liking someone was more like a continuous series of heartbeats, strung together frame by frame. Chen Wanxin has been thinking about this a lot lately, and she kept her head down, too embarrassed to look at Zhou Jia again. Chen Wanxin reached out to take the vegetables from the plastic bag, and just then another hand reached out and landed on the back of her hand. Chen Wanxin looked up and met Zhou Jia's gaze. Both of them looked surprised and exclaimed softly in unison. "Oh, Chapter 80, sorry to have kept you waiting so long." Zhou Jia did not do it on purpose. His fingertips lingered on the back of Chen Wanxin's hand, her smooth, delicate hand damp with warm water droplets, briefly feeling her body temperature. This wasn't the first time Zhou Jia had touched Chen Wanxin's hand. He had even held his teacher's hand before, while hiking. But every time, he felt that his teacher's hand was so slender. Zhou Jia withdrew his hand. "Excuse me." Chen Wanxin blushed slightly. It's all right. She knew Zhou Jia hadn't meant it, but those thoughts and ideas had been lingering in her mind for the past 2 days, and she suddenly understood everything as if she had suddenly had an epiphany. The sensation of Zhou Jia's fingers lingering on the back of her hand was so clear, more pronounced than usual. It was just an ordinary touch, which would have been fine under normal circumstances, but it happened precisely when she was lost in thought. The girl in his heart had already covered her face and slowly squatted down, her ears filled with shyness. So much so that she now doesn't know whether to treat Zhou Jia as a student, a man, or both. Her identity was changing without her realizing it. Chen Wanxin would glance at Zhou Jia from time to time, watching his Adam's apple bob up and down as he spoke, which gave her an urge to press and touch it while he spoke. Is this feeling really love? It seems to be true. When I saw him, the sky suddenly cleared up, and I felt relaxed and happy. I couldn't help but want to look at him a few more times, and all sorts of random thoughts floated into my mind. Whether this feeling arose from attraction or sprouted from frequent contact with Zhou Jia, Chen Wanxin had no idea. However, if we insist on tracing the source, it seems a bit unreasonable. How can such a thing be explained clearly? Chen Wanxin seemed to understand and was certain of this. Yes, she had developed romantic feelings for one of her students. She silently washed the vegetables, calmly accepting her feelings, even though those feelings weren't what she had hoped for. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, the residual heat from her head subsiding. In the cramped space, only the sound of flowing water could be heard, flowing continuously and swirling into the drain opening. In the northern hemisphere, it rotates counterclockwise. The two quickly finished washing the vegetables. Zhou Jia handed the vegetables to her colleague and asked Chen Wanxin where she wanted to go. There were quite a few activities, but Chen Wanxin didn't have anything she wanted to do. She had come to see Zhou Jia in the first place. Zhou Jia asked Chen Wanxin if she played billiards, and Chen Wanxin shook her head and said she didn't know how. Zhou Jia then asked Chen Wanxin if she wanted to play mahjong, and Chen Wanxin said she didn't know how either. Zhou Jia then asked Chen Wanxin what she knew how to play. Chen Wanxin suddenly asked, cupping her face in her hands. Am I a really boring person? Chen Wanxin was filled with worry. How come she couldn't do this or that? She seemed to know nothing about this area. She was doomed. Chen Wanxin is worried that she and Zhou Jia won't get along. What should she do? Zhou Jia found it amusing that his teacher's eyebrows suddenly drooped, as if they had drooped onto his heart. Zhou Jia shook his head. No, I don't know either. I just happened to ask. Zhou Jia doesn't know how to play billiards. He played once with a friend, but he only knew how to play half of the game and how his friend played the other half. In the end, he played the black ball. Zhou Jia also doesn't know how to play mahjong. 3 is a pong, 4 is a kong, and 14 is a winning hand. Zhou Jia made a suggestion. Teacher, let's do something we can do. Chen Wanxin blushed and asked, what does kin mean? Her mind started racing with all sorts of random thoughts. She felt that Zhou Jia wouldn't say such frivolous things, but she just couldn't stop her mind from wandering. Zhou Jia said, Teacher, let's watch something together. Hearing this, Chen Wanxin breathed a sigh of relief and began to pinch herself with her fingernails. Zhou Jia brought a tablet, and the two of them chose a quiet spot, the room where Zhou Jia would sleep that night. They sat on the edge of the bed and started reading together. You could watch a show, but if you're reading a book, the two of you should sit closer together. It was a book that neither of them had read before. It was probably about mental illness. The subject matter was strange, but the content was quite interesting. After I became sensible, time always seemed to fly by, and such afternoons spent reading together felt excessively pleasant. The winter sun shone through the window, falling on Chen Wanxin's black trousers, her delicate profile, and her glossy black hair. Zhou Jia might be reading a book, or he might be looking at her. She might be reading a book, or she might be looking at Zhou Jia. Looking back on that afternoon, everything seemed so pleasant. In the midst of rushing around without knowing what I was busy with, such an afternoon was enough to make me content. Time passed, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Jia suddenly spoke. Teachers are not boring people. Chen Wanxin turned her gaze away from the tablet. What? Zhou Jia repeated it again. Teachers are not boring people. It's just that teachers like different things than others, and possibly different things than me. But that doesn't mean teachers are boring. Chen Wanxin pondered, feeling that there seemed to be another meaning behind those words. But I'm afraid I'll bore you. Chen Wanxin gradually confirmed her feelings. If he really liked her, then she might really like him too. This was something she should consider. When you actually get to know someone, you realize you can't play video games or say anything funny. You realize how boring life is. Zhou Jia said, How could that be? He suddenly stood up, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Reading with my teacher always gives me a sense of enlightenment, as if my meridians have been opened. If my teacher had sat next to me while I was reading before, I think I would have remembered everything. Chen Wanxin sat on the edge of the bed, looked up at Zhou Jia, neither annoyed nor scolding him for being cheeky, but simply said, Oh, without sounding perfunctory. Her voice was round, full, and obedient, carrying a hint of emotion. She looked at him, then lowered her head again. Zhou Jia's heart skipped a beat. That's strange. Teacher Chen is acting differently than usual. Zhou Jia scratched his head, then sat down next to Chen Wanxin, and the two of them continued reading. Chen Wanxin realized that this was what it felt like to be liked. Even a simple word from him was met with such consideration, and all so casually. It made her think, he's really handsome. Chen Wanxin stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, then saw Chen Wanxin jog into the bathroom next door and close the door. Chen Wanxin looked at herself in the mirror, her mind a complete mess. Her face wore an inscrutable expression, her lips pursed, shyness practically radiating from every corner. Who was this woman? She thought to herself, this isn't me at all. This is nothing like me. Chen Wanxin turned on the tap and washed her hands with ice water. She pressed her cold hands to her forehead, and her mind calmed down along with her heart. Chen Wanxin looked at herself in the mirror. Her bangs were wet, which made her look a little unattractive. So she took out a tissue from her bag, dried her face, and tidied her bangs. Her makeup wasn't smudged, but she felt that some of her lipstick had been smudged. So she took out her lipstick from her bag, applied it to her lips, pursed her lips, and finally, feeling that it looked acceptable, She pushed open the bathroom door and walked out in small steps. She sat down next to Zhou Jia and said something. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting here. Zhou Jia said with a smile. No, it didn't take long. Chapter 81 Feeding. Night. Li Jintao was grilling barbecue, and a group of people surrounded him. Li Jintao thought to himself that he had already taken on the job of a driver, but now he had to take on the job of barbecuing. Their fates are so uncertain. How pitiful. He shouted weakly. Lamb skewers, grilled gluten, grilled gluten. This delicious flavor will linger in your dreams. My roasted gluten will melt your heart. She started humming softly. Ahead of him, a group of colleagues were eagerly waiting for him to finish. Li Jintao had won 200 yuan from his supervisor that afternoon, which was a bit embarrassing. Although there are no hierarchy in the office, Li Jintao did not expect that his supervisor was both bad at the game and loved to play. He kept giving away points, and in the last round, he hit 3 people with 1 shot. He was a genius. Once the crowd thinned out, Zhou Jia went to join the fun at Li Jintao's place. Li Jintao looked at Zhou Jia, and their gazes met in mid-air. Li Jintao deftly flipped his hands around the barbecue grill, displaying remarkable skill. Where's your girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her with you? Zhou Jia shrugged. You didn't bring your girlfriend either, did you? Li Jintao glared, his eyes rolling like copper bells. All right, you finally admit it. Quickly tell us your name and where you're from. Zhou Jia shook his head. No, if I ever actually start dating someone, I'll definitely introduce you to them. Li Jintao had a flash of inspiration. This was another brilliant idea. Sure, we can go on a double date then. You bring your girlfriend, and I'll bring mine. We can go out and have fun. Sometimes it feels a bit crowded when it's just the 2 of us. Zhou Jia didn't say anything, but silently took a bunch of skewers from Li Jintao's hand and placed them on the tray. Zhou Jia took the string of beads into the room, where Lin Xuehui and Chen Wanxin were chatting at a small table by the window. I've already had dinner. I just ate a little something. My chef colleague's cooking skills are really good. Zhou Jia placed the tray on the table. Chen Wanxin said, thank you. And Lin Xuehui reached out and grabbed a lamb skewer, saying, thank you, boss, as she took a bite. Lin Xuehui said indistinctly while biting into a lamb skewer. Boss, when do we start work, boss? Zhou Jia was puzzled. When did I become the boss? Chen Wanxin knew that Lin Xuehui was helping Zhou Jia with his work, so she wasn't surprised. She just listened to their conversation. Lin Xuehui saluted. From the moment you started this production project, boss. Zhou Jia rubbed his temples with his fingers. Okay, let's continue starting tomorrow. But there's something I've always been curious about. Why did you help? Lin Xuehui made an 8 with her hand and placed it below her mouth. Because I don't have that kind of determination. I've tried before, but I felt it was too arduous, tiring, and not necessarily fun. In the end, no one might even play with it. Even if people criticize it as a terrible work, at least someone will play with it. But if no one plays with it, wouldn't all that work be wasted? Zhou Jia understood. That's how creation is. Often, the things you rack your brains to create go unnoticed. Sometimes, even negative comments feel comforting. That's just how it is at the bottom. Lin Xuehui said. You haven't thought about this, have you? Zhou Jia shook his head, then nodded. I thought about it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I just wanted to make it. Lin Xuehui gave a thumbs up. Yes, that's really amazing. Zhou Jia didn't think it was anything special. He just wanted to do it, and then did it wholeheartedly. Li Jintao sometimes mentioned this about him. Yes, that's really amazing. Chen Wanxin followed suit, offering a word of praise. She didn't eat anything, but simply rested her hands on the table, cupping her face in her hands as she looked at Zhou Jia, her eyes seemingly carrying something else, sparkling brightly. The same words evoked different feelings in Zhou Jia. When Chen Wanxin said those words, his heart would race. He turned to look at Chen Wanxin, their eyes meeting in the air, their gazes as gentle as flowing water, converging. Lin Xuehui glanced at the 2 men and then took a bite of her skewer. No one ate any of the skewers on the table. They were all hers. Lin Xuehui devoured the food in a whirlwind, then let out a small burp and patted her belly. I'm going back to my room now, Sister Chen. She shared a room with Chen Wanxin, which had 2 beds, so it was a 2-person room. Zhou Jia shared a room with Li Jintao. Zhou Jia went to get 2 more skewers of barbecue. This time there were hardly any people around. and Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin sat facing each other and quietly ate their skewers. Zhou Jia asked, "Does the teacher think it's fun?" Chen Wanxin nodded. "It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting in many ways. Sometimes sorting out your feelings is also an interesting thing. Going from not understanding anything to confirming these things is quite an unsettling thing." Her gaze towards Zhou Jia was now more natural. Zhou Jia nodded. "That's good." Zhou Jia also noticed some changes in Chen Wanxin. He braced his hands on the table, wondering if it was really as he suspected. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia's hand, but assumed he was hesitating about whether or not to eat the last skewer of mutton. "You eat it, the teacher can't eat anymore." Zhou Jia raised her head. "What?" Chen Wanxin picked up the skewer of mutton with her hand and handed it to Zhou Jia. "Here, eat." She intended to hand it to Zhou Jia, but Zhou Jia paused for 2 seconds. He looked at the hand in front of him, took the skewer with his mouth, and bit into it. Chen Wanxin blushed. "They really have no shame. Sometimes I really wonder how my brain works as a student. I didn't say I was going to feed him." As Chen Wanxin thought this, she tightened her grip and cooperated with Zhou Jia to pull him outwards. Zhou Jia ate the piece of meat happily, while Chen Wanxin, holding the rest, asked with concern and a hint of resentment, "How is it? Is it cold yet?" Zhou Jia shook his head. Chen Wanxin smoothed her hair behind her ear with her left hand, her slight shyness dissipating, and her tone became gentle. "Oh, that's good. I haven't finished eating yet." She then held the string of pearls to Zhou Jia's mouth again, this time not towards his hand, but clearly feeding him. Zhou Jia took a bite anyway, and Chen Wanxin cooperated with him, slowly eating the mutton on it. She put the bamboo skewer on the table, feeling that this was a truly shameful thing. Zhou Jia felt no shame. He thought the lamb skewers were delicious. Chen Wanxin wiped her hands clean. "Let's go back and rest, it's getting late." Zhou Jia hummed in agreement and walked towards his room. He opened the door and found that Li Jintao was already asleep. He took his phone out of his pocket and realized that Li Jintao had sent him a message. "The barbecue chef has finished get off work, and they're going to the hot springs, so I'm not going. It's not fun, I'm going to sleep now." Zhou Jia then tidied up a bit, lay down on the bed, and took the opportunity to calm herself down. Zhou Jia was a light sleeper, thinking about many things, and then fell asleep and woke up again. Chapter 82. The student's hands are warm. Zhou Jia woke up in the middle of the night, and when she did, Li Jintao was still snoring. Zhou Jia wondered if Chen Wanxin was upstairs next door, and if she and Lin Xuoe were in the same room. He wondered if they were chatting, and if they were talking about him. He hoped they were, but he was also worried about what they might say. When talking about yourself, do you say good things or bad things? He turned over, put on his trousers and the down jacket by the bed, glanced at Li Jintao, who was still fast asleep, and pushed open the door and went out. Li Jintao heard the door open. His snoring was interrupted, and he opened his eyes a crack. Zhou Jia walked down the stairs outside, step by step. The villas were connected. He could hear his colleague's voice coming from the next villa. It sounded like he had just returned from the hot springs. Zhou Jia walked down to the courtyard, where there was a small ping-pong table, a stone table, and several stone benches. Zhou Jia sat down next to the stone table. The stone bench was a bit cold, which made him a little more awake. He thought about what he wanted to say. Zhou Jia had also received love letters from young girls. They were very short, with the first sentence to Zhou Jia and the second by XX, and in the middle it said, "Although you talk a lot and are a bit funny, I like you." It doesn't sound like a confession of love. It sounds like someone's trying to pick a fight. Zhou Jia gradually realized that he was a comedian in many people's lives. He originally thought he was a serious person, but even the love letters he received were written with the word "ha" on them, with big smiling faces, mouths open, teeth showing, swaying up and down. What kind of cognitive difference is this? It's clearly not funny at all, okay? As a result, despite thinking this way, there wasn't a single love letter that could be used as a reference. As he was lost in thought, he heard a rustling sound of footsteps behind him. Sometimes, when you get to know someone a lot, even the sound of their footsteps and their scent can be imprinted in your mind. Before Zhou Jia could turn around, he felt a pair of hands touch him and cover his eyes, accompanied by a voice that was pretending to be slightly low. "Guess who I am?" Zhou Jia's mind was filled with that funny cartoon, poisonous ancient goo. our trusted mother chicken level, and praying Mia. Zhou Jia naturally knew who the owner of those hands was. Chen Wanxin didn't sleep, couldn't sleep, had a lot on her mind, and it's also possible that her sleep schedule was irregular during the holidays. She slept during the day and couldn't sleep well at night. Chen Wanxin woke up in the middle of the night to find Lin Shuhui sleeping soundly, sprawled out in 5 directions with his limbs and head outstretched, talking in his sleep, mostly about food. Chen Wanxin then went out onto the balcony, leaned against it, and enjoyed the cool breeze. The temperature had risen slightly recently, and although the nights were a bit chilly, they weren't bone-chilling, just enough to clear her head. Chen Wanxin was surprised to see a familiar figure walking in the courtyard. Just by looking at the way he walked, she knew who it was. Zhou Jia casually mentioned the name of an office colleague. "It's Emma," Chen Wanxin said in a deep voice. "You're wrong, you stupid thing." I almost blurted out something I was used to saying. Zhou Jia suddenly realized. "I know, it's Lilith. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Chen Wanxin was so angry she gritted her teeth. "Where did these names come from? Does anyone in your office have a name like Lilith? I'm giving you one last chance." Zhou Jia suddenly realized. "Oh, it's Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, what brings you here?" There was no response from behind. Chen Wanxin gently bit her lip, staring at Zhou Jia from behind. She felt a hand gently placed on her, tenderly grasping her hand and guiding it downwards. After pausing in mid-air, it seemed to pause for a second before slowly releasing her. Chen Wanxin was a little flustered. She sighed and sat down opposite Zhou Jia. Chen Wanxin sat on the cold stone bench, crossed her legs, turned to look at Zhou Jia, and her face showed dissatisfaction. "So when did you find out?" She probably knew all along, and she still grabbed my hand. It was definitely on purpose. Chen Wanxin pretended to be nonchalant, but her mind was in turmoil. That's too much. As Chen Wanxin thought about it, she felt more and more that Zhou Jia seemed to be shrewd and cunning, growing more and more wicked every day. But her gaze softened a little, since Zhou Jia hadn't gripped her hand tightly or done anything rash. He had simply gently put her hand down. Zhou Jia said, "I knew it when Teacher Chen was yelling at me. After all, Teacher Chen has always yelled at me like that. It's hard not to notice when he releases that kind of oppressive aura." Zhou Jia was talking nonsense. Chen Wanxin wondered where she had ever been mean to him, and why she had made him feel wronged. "Am I fierce?" Zhou Jia shook his head. "I'm sorry, teacher, I let it slip." Chen Wanxin realized that every word Zhou Jia used was meant to provoke him, and after saying a few words, she couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch his face. "Well, you're getting bolder and bolder." Chen Wanxin stood in front of Zhou Jia, pinched Zhou Jia's face, and gently pulled it to both sides. "Where did I go wrong?" Zhou Jia's gaze lingered on Chen Wanxin's hand. "What you're doing now, teacher, is very—" Chen Wanxin remained silent for a moment, then withdrew her hand and coughed lightly. "No, your teacher is usually very gentle. It's just that you provoked her." Zhou Jia wondered if this could be considered his fault. However, it seems that being pinched on the cheek by the teacher is quite enjoyable. Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand, sat back down, exhaled again, calmed herself down, and began to show concern. "What's wrong? Having trouble sleeping?" Zhou Jia said. "I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall back asleep, so I came down to sit for a while." "Teacher, can't you sleep either?" At this time, Zhou Jia would always think of Huai Min is not asleep either. Huai Min looked up in confusion and asked, "Old Deng, what's going on?" Chen Wanxin nodded. "I slept too much during the day, so I can't fall asleep." Zhou Jia thought so too, and asked, "What gift would the teacher like for their birthday?" Chen Wanxin then remembered that her birthday was coming soon. "No, not so soon. Wait, that means she'll be 28 soon. How heartbreaking. A way to regain youth." Chen Wanxin answered without hesitation. Zhou Jia smiled. "I'll go and develop a time machine right away, but teacher, there's no need to worry about age all the time." Chen Wanxin shook her head. "You don't understand. Before the age of 25, you always feel that you are growing up as you get older. But after the age of 25, you feel like you are getting older." It was getting a bit cold, and after sitting outside for a long time, Chen Wanxin gently rubbed her right hand together with her left. Zhou Jia sat down next to Chen Wanxin. "No, you can't think like that, teacher. You're being too anxious about your age. So what should we think? After all, Unexpected things may happen every day, so we can't assume that we're going downhill after reaching a certain point, but rather that we're always moving forward. As Zhou Jia said this, Chen Wanxin tilted her head in confusion. Is that so? Zhou Jia said. Yes. Yes, is the teacher cold? Chen Wanxin nodded. A little. Zhou Jia stretched out her hands, this time not a scarf or a piece of clothing, but her own hands, and wrapped them around Chen Wanxin's hands from both sides. Teacher, my hands are very warm. Please warm them for me. Chapter 83 Above the Heart. Zhou Jia's hands were indeed very warm. He held Chen Wanxin's two small hands protectively in his hands. Chen Wanxin was stunned, looking down at her hands. Her heart was burning, but she pretended that nothing had happened. It's warmer than the teacher's hands. She lowered her brows slightly, and the feeling of Zhou Jia holding her hand actually made her feel quite fond of it. Or perhaps, the feeling of being held by the hand of your sweetheart. No, no, no. How can you call your student your sweetheart? Chen Wanxin, what are you thinking? However, it's not wrong to call someone you like your sweetheart. The word sweetheart is not above or in the heart, but rather above or in the mind. It's as if there's a little person standing there pressing down on the tip of her heart, making her feel uneasy. Chen Wanxin stood there, silently scrutinizing the words. Once you become aware of your own emotions, everything becomes strange. Vinegar and sugar are poured into your stomach together, mixed with different emotions. I think I really like Zhou Jia. This hesitant thought had appeared in her mind many times. Every time such a thought arose, she would doubt it, and then accept it, repeating this process in a spiral, accumulating like sand. In the darkness, Zhou Jia couldn't see Chen Wanxin's hidden face, only the ends of her dark hair. So he continued to press his hand against hers, as if he really was just trying to warm her. Chen Wanxin bit her lip. Sending Zhou Jia to a team-building event, supposedly to see what he's like at the company, was really just a way of saying she wanted to see him. I want to talk to him, but talking on the phone isn't enough. Seeing him in person, watching him beam with joy, and listening to him speak in my ear, just that makes me happy. That's terrible. Chen Wanxin thought to herself, this is terrible. But she blushed secretly, and felt that this moment was really nice. Zhou Jia casually steered the conversation back, breaking the silence. What kind of small gift would the teacher like for their birthday? Does the teacher prefer something practical, something nice-looking, or both? It was only then that Chen Wanxin realized that Zhou Jia actually remembered her birthday. How could she remember such trivial things so clearly? Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. Let me think. I don't really want anything in particular. How about I bring a small cake to my house for dinner? The teacher will cook for you. What would you like to eat? Gradually, Chen Wanxin had figured out Zhou Jia's tastes, slightly spicy, home-style, and she liked her homemade pan-fried tofu with meat. The tofu was from the second stall on the right after you turn 2 streets into the vegetable market outside the school, and that's what Zhou Jia loved to eat. Some things you just remember without even realizing it. Gradually, based on habit, you remember everything. Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia remained in that position. Zhou Jia said, I love everything the teacher makes. Chen Wanxin responded with an, oh. Let me think of something to celebrate that day. She kept her head down, and the two remained silent. After a while, she slowly pulled her hand away from Zhou Jia's. Okay, that's warm enough. Go back and rest now. Thank you for your hard work. As Chen Wanxin spoke, she finally raised her head, looked at Zhou Jia gently, and her eyes revealed a hint of worry. Can you fall asleep? Zhou Jia nodded. Yes, I think I'm sure I'll be able to have a beautiful dream. Chen Wanxin smiled. That's good. Zhou Jia countered with a question. Can the teacher fall asleep? Chen Wanxin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but teachers don't dream often. As Chen Wanxin spoke, the two silently turned their heads away, looked at the ground, and walked towards the house, slowly climbing the stairs. But at that moment, another figure on the balcony quickly shrank back into bed. That's Li Jintao. He saw Zhou Jia wake up, get up to use the bathroom, and wondered what Zhou Jia was doing, lying in bed looking at her phone. Seeing that Zhou Jia hadn't returned, he leaned over the balcony to watch. The night was quiet, and those few words drifted into Li Jintao's ears. Li Jintao felt like his world had collapsed. His face was filled with terror, and his eyes rolled around in disbelief. Holy crap, Holy crap. Holy crap. WTF, what is this? What's this? What did he see? In an instant, a multitude of things connected in Li Jintao's mind, and he suddenly understood everything. Who does his good friend Zhou Jia like? Why did the teacher put pressure on him as soon as he came today? Why did Zhou Jia explain at the class reunion and even go on the autumn outing? This world has gone mad. Li Jintao clutched his head, wishing he could rip out his brain, dig out that piece of memory, and then stuff his brain back in. He actually dared to call me sister-in-law on the phone that day. He must have had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard to face death. This is absolutely absurd, absolutely absurd. I treated you like a brother, and you actually want to be my master's wife. Don't ask why. Seeing the two of them so lovey-dovey, if Li Jintao didn't understand, then all his years of dating experience would have been for nothing. But this was just too damn outrageous, too damn outrageous, too damn outrageous. Li Jintao felt that something must be wrong with this world. He actually invited Zhou Jia on a double date? What kind of crazy idea was that? Was he out of his mind? Zhou Jia said they're not together yet. Is that what you mean by not being together? Then what do we need to be together for that? Li Jintao shivered in his blankets. Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin said goodbye at the stairwell. Zhou Jia opened the door to the room, glanced at Li Jintao on the bed, who was still sleeping peacefully, and then nervously crawled into her own bed. Actually, he didn't intend to hide it from Li Jintao, but he hadn't succeeded yet, and he was afraid of making a fool of himself later, so he simply decided not to say anything, at least until after he confessed his feelings. Confessing one's feelings should always be done seriously, not casually. If you just say it on the phone in a moment of impulse, it always feels a bit insincere. Okay, of course, my heart is sincere, but Zhou Jia also wants to add a little bit of a sense of ceremony. He pinned all his hopes on Cyber Puppy. The model is assembled. It's a light blue puppy with white ears. I made the model myself and used a 3D printer. It's made of ABS material, and the head is a rounded square with beveled edges. It has small white ears and is hollowed out. It only weighs a few dozen grams, and the printing price wasn't high. There's a small black screen in the middle. The puppy is about the size of a palm, has a universal charging port, a small rechargeable battery that can support a certain amount of battery life, a Bluetooth module that can connect to a mobile app, and a voice module that can understand commands. Zhou Jia said to the puppy, "Sit down." The puppy's forepaws resemble paws or water droplets, and are stepper motors connected to a microcontroller, which can simulate different effects. The puppy lay down on its hind legs and stood upright on its front legs, clearly already sitting down. Zhou Jia said, "Climb." The puppy began to crawl forward. Puppies use their feet to distinguish sounds. There is a connection. Zhou Jia said, "Reach out your hand." The puppy stretched out its right paw, and its blue eyes blinked on the screen, looking very lively. At this point, almost all the functions are complete, Zhou Jia said again. 88. Chapter 84. Keep your back straight when walking. The small OLED screen has changed. The blue eyes on it have been replaced by a slowly unfolding love letter. The animation itself isn't that complicated to make. The important thing is what happens afterward. The love letter opened, and blue text appeared on the screen, slowly scrolling upwards. As Zhou Jia proofread the letter, she wondered what Chen Wanxin would think upon receiving it. He was very nervous at this moment. People always rehearse a scenario that has not happened, but Zhou Jia really found it hard to believe that Chen Wanxin would say something like, "Okay, let's be together." It means that even if the teacher agreed, they might not say such a thing. Zhou Jia also felt that Chen Wanxin might be. The teacher might even develop feelings for me. As Zhou Jia thought this, he tapped his forehead on the table. He could still tell that the distance between the man and woman had narrowed, but liking someone and agreeing to something are two different things. The inequality is solved instantly. If people could be together simply because they liked each other, there wouldn't be so many regrets in the world. Zhou Jia finished reading his love letter. It wasn't long, just a few hundred words. He didn't want it to be too cloying. Like cream on a cake, too much of it would make him feel uncomfortable. Zhou Jia wasn't good at writing, and at this moment, she began to regret not having paid more attention to the sentences that expressed her thoughts, wondering if the teacher would give her a grade. 37 points. That was the score he consistently scored around for his essays. After the text finished scrolling, Zhou Jia silently looked at his own signature at the end, then lowered his head again, his forehead pressed against the cold table. Why are you so nervous? I wasn't this nervous when I took the college entrance exam. On the actual exam, I didn't feel like there were any major problems. Everything was okay, and I just needed to perform normally. After all, that thing was still under control, but this thing is completely out of control, with too many uncertain factors. Will Teacher Chen like the gift I made? After thinking about it, I felt that this thing was too childish and not something that mature adults would like. He took out his phone and silently swiped the screen. When buying a gift, he still had to consider what the recipient liked. If he just gave the gift that he liked, the recipient might not be happy to receive it. Zhou Jia rummaged through the perfumes, looking at them, and felt they weren't very expensive. The more expensive ones were only around 4 figures. Zhou Jia's purchasing theory is that he is willing to spend a certain amount of money to buy something, and as long as the item is within his budget and not overpriced, he can accept it. When Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin chat, they sometimes talk about perfume. Chen Wanxin occasionally buys some, but she doesn't use it often. She likes scents that are more neutral and not too light. A friend once gave her a small sample bottle of Pamela Reagan, which smelled quite nice. Zhou Jia searched for this brand, watched the reviews from popular live streamers, and slowly made his choice. He felt that this was the only decent gift he could give, and the little dog on the table suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. But regardless, since it's already done, Zhou Jia felt it was best to send them out together when the time came. Soon, school started. Chen Wanxin returned to her familiar office. There was a lot of work to do when school started. At this moment, students were standing in the office being scolded. Many students had not finished their winter vacation homework and were standing in a row in the office. Some of them were already in tears from being scolded. How pitiful, Chen Wanxin thought. She felt both angry and helpless looking at the students who hadn't finished their homework. Winter break is only a short period of time, and there are countless test papers for each subject, far more than when she was in school. During winter break, she has to visit relatives and see friends, and there are so many other important things to do. It's normal not to finish. But that's how it is now, because someone will always put in more effort, and the rest of the people have to catch up. Roll. I'm busy studying, I'm busy working, but I'm not busy earning a salary. When the other subject teachers scolded the students too harshly, the students eventually came to Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin said to the students with a stern face, "Go back and finish your homework." But then she thought, how can you finish all the homework? In the end, you just copy whatever you want. It's all just a formality. You just go through the motions and waste your time and energy. She just saw things clearly. Not all teachers think this way. They all feel that not writing the entire page means a bad attitude. It's only been a week since school started, and Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia haven't seen each other much, as they've both been busy, and now they don't even have time for each other in the evenings. After get off work, Zhou Jia always goes straight home to take care of her own things. We can't just keep going to the teacher's house and talking without doing anything. Who knows when the game will be finished? The game development cycle is not short. Even if he slacks off, the overall workload will not be reduced much, especially the map drawing and action design. We can't do it without speeding up. Chen Wanxin didn't have time. At the beginning of the semester, it was a small week, with no weekend off on Saturdays and only half a day off on weekends. Sunday mornings were for students to study on their own, but fortunately, the task of supervising the study sessions was done in shifts, so Chen Wanxin still had a day to rest. When the two of them have a little free time, they can talk on their phones for a bit to ease their tension. Chen Wanxin placed her phone face down on the table and looked out the window. Her office was right next to the window, and when the window was open, she could see the corridor and the classroom. When the bell rang, students walked in 2s and 3s down the corridor, holding hands and putting their arms around each other's shoulders as they went to the restroom. As we all know, a person cannot go to the toilet alone. In the crowd, Chen Wanxin saw a girl with her head down, coming out of the classroom and walking towards the restroom. The girl's name was Ren Yuqing. She was an ordinary little girl, thin, with her hair tied in a single ponytail as required by the school. She was pretty and fair-skinned, didn't wear glasses, and usually spoke softly. She was always very well behaved in front of the teachers. Ren Yuqing is the class's art and literature representative, a position with little to do. In high school, art and literature representatives are basically just figureheads, only appearing during blackboard newspaper activities to fill the small blackboard at the back of the classroom. What bothered Chen Wanxin was that recently she had noticed Ren Yuqing almost always had her head down and looked dejected, even during class. Ren Yuqing walked slowly down the corridor alone. Chen Wanxin took a sip of hot water, called out softly, and waved to Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing. Ren Yuqing raised her head, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her red school uniform, and walked towards Chen Wanxin with a nervous expression. Teacher Chen, what's wrong? Ren Yuqing's first thought was whether she hadn't handed in her homework, or whether she had been caught behaving poorly in class recently. Chen Wanxin stood up and leaned against the windowsill. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if anything has been bothering you lately. Ren Yuqing paused for a moment, her face showing confusion, and then shook her head. Without. Chen Wanxin nodded. If anything is bothering you, don't keep it to yourself. You can talk to your teacher. Ren Yuqing simply nodded. Chen Wanxin gently patted the little girl's back. Yes, keep your back straight when you walk, otherwise your posture won't look good later. Go on. Ren Yuqing straightened her back and nodded as she listened to Chen Wanxin's words. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Although Chen Wanxin didn't know what she had done that deserved to be thanked, perhaps it was just the child's politeness. Chen Wanxin watched Ren Yuqing's departing figure, lost in thought. Chapter 85 Today's Plans. With the arrival of the second semester of the junior year, students face even greater pressure, with academics, interpersonal relationships, and family all weighing heavily on them. High school students are in their adolescence and are extremely sensitive to changes in their surroundings. Chen Wanxin wondered if Ren Yuqing was anxious, but the child herself didn't realize it, or perhaps she was just overthinking it. Should we call and ask the students' parents? However, some parents don't understand their children at all, which can become a source of pressure. If they make a rash phone call and everything is fine, the parents may think that the student is behaving badly at school and is being unreasonable, and they may start scolding the student. Headache. Chen Wanxin believes that some parents need education more than their students. Chen Wanxin sighed. The busy month of March had just begun with a series of challenges. Zhou Jia also sighed. Zhou Jia wasn't sighing because things weren't going well, but because someone was circling around him. That's Li Jintao. Every day, Li Jintao would walk past Zhou Jia, his cup clenched tightly, pause, put his arm around Zhou Jia's shoulder, and let out a sigh, leaving Zhou Jia completely bewildered. Li Jintao didn't think Zhou Jia was a bad brother. Rather, he found the whole thing utterly unbelievable. He finally couldn't resist any longer and dragged a chair to sit down next to Zhou Jia. Hey bro. Zhou Jia answered quickly. I have no money, I won't drink with you, and I won't play games tonight. You can use my account if you want, you know the password. Any other questions? Li Jintao wanted to say that the problem wasn't the one mentioned above at all. Why does my good brother have to like teachers? Dude, aren't you being a bit too reckless? Li Jintao held the cup in his hands and licked his dry lips. Hey bro, are you out of the single life or not? Give me a straight answer. Zhou Jia shook his head. No. Li Jintao panicked. How could this be nothing? How could it be nothing? They were so lovey-dovey, adulterers. Li Jintao slapped himself hard, and Zhou Jia's hand, which was typing on the keyboard, stopped in mid-air. Zhou Jia moved the chair and silently backed away. No, what happened to you? Did you get into another fight with your girlfriend and get beaten up? Li Jintao slowly shook his head. No, how could that be? I believe I can definitely marry my current girlfriend and grow old together. Zhou Jia looked at Li Jintao with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. That's what you always say. Li Jintao shrugged. That's what I always thought. Zhou Jia thought about it and realized it was true. This guy always confidently told him that he would definitely marry his current girlfriend and then break up with her at lightning speed. It was rare for Zhou Jia to want to ask such a question. Speaking of which, how did you usually establish relationships with the other person? Li Jintao immediately perked up and shared his experience. We went out together, and at night we squeezed into one room to watch a movie, a proper movie. After the movie, we weren't in a hurry to go to sleep. We listened to music and talked about how we felt about each other. I said I thought you were great, and she said she thought I was great too. So we got together. Zhou Jia remained silent. Why does it sound so easy? Li Jintao seemed to have thought of something and scratched his head. But I don't think my method is suitable for you, brother. By the way, do you want to find a professional team, like a dance partner? Images flashed through Zhou Jia's mind. Never mind, it's too embarrassing. Confessing his feelings in front of everyone might suit Li Jintao, but Zhou Jia didn't think it suited him. He didn't want Chen Wanxin to make an awkward answer because of that damn noisy atmosphere, like being surrounded by elementary school kids. His thinking was actually very simple, to sincerely tell Chen Wanxin and then wait for her rational reply. Li Jintao nodded, stammering slightly. Oh, okay. Then, if you need any help, just say so. He thought to himself that he really didn't dare to give Zhou Jia any random advice. Every time he saw Zhou Jia now, he felt that this guy was invincible. That's ruthless, a truly cruel person. Li Jintao slowly got up, stuffed the stool into the gap of the drawer, and quickly slipped away. March 8th, Women's Day. Zhou Jia was actually considering whether to send Chen Wanxin a short blessing message, but after thinking about it, she sent a sincere one instead. Happy Teacher's Day. The reply came very quickly. Thank you, student. Zhou Jia added a sentence afterward. Teacher, are you going out for dinner tonight? It's a holiday. Teacher, let me treat you to dinner. His little scheme was obvious. This time, however, Zhou Jia's expectations were dashed, a rare occurrence. Chen Wanxin answered. Sorry, teacher has plans for today. Thump. Zhou Jia was taken aback for a moment, but then she thought it made sense, since teacher Chen couldn't possibly have time all the time. Today is Women's Day, a Saturday. Normally, we would have to work, but because of the holiday, all the female teachers are off, and Chen Wanxin is very happy. But why is having a weekend off considered a huge blessing? So several female teachers in the office made plans to go shopping. The other 3 teachers are 2 in their 40s or 50s and 1 a recent graduate. The 4 of them strolled around the streets and found a small open space in the park, the kind of place specifically for afternoon tea and sunbathing. Several cups of water, chrysanthemum tea or green tea, and sunflower seeds piled up in small shells were placed on the transparent glass table, while shouts rang out from the side. The weather was lovely, with the sun shining brightly overhead, making it feel warm and pleasant. The 4 people sat and chatted, with work as the central theme and everyday life as the secondary theme. When Chen Wanxin complains about a colleague's attire and pretentious manner, she usually keeps quiet and quietly eats sunflower seeds. When gossiping about the students, Chen Wanxin would always feel that a certain student was acting strangely, and at this time she would join in and say a few words about how a certain student in her class was doing. Let's talk about some current events. The news reported that a student was under so much pressure that he jumped off a bridge. Kids these days have such good conditions that they don't focus on their studies, unlike our generation, where we couldn't handle even the slightest pressure. This is what math teacher Lu said. Sue, a geography teacher who is younger than him, said. You can't say that, Teacher Lu. Students are indeed under a lot of pressure now, mainly because of their families. What did the students do wrong? Some parents are acting like lunatics. Xiao Su speaks frankly. Chen Wanxin thought it was true. Children are obviously more confident when there is love in the family. How can you expect children to thrive in a broken family? That's really asking too much of people. Single-parent families and left-behind families are considered good. There are many worse cases. What did the children do wrong to deserve such suffering? At this moment, she thought of her students and of Ren Yuqing. She had asked her a few questions with concern before, and even called her over to chat during the break. The girl said she was doing well. Chen Wanxin worried that it would be great if all students were as optimistic as Zhou Jia. Her phone rang. It was a message from Zhou Jia. Chen Wanxin looked at the message and saw his invitation, feeling a pang of guilt. Zhou Jia is indeed an optimist. Really? Where did you go to play, teacher? The weather is so nice today, perfect for going out. Teacher, get some sunshine. It's good for your bones. Chen Wanxin smiled, thinking that Zhou Jia's family must be quite well off, and wondered what kind of parents could give birth to such a lively child, so troublesome, and how much they must worry about him. I'm sunbathing outside right now. Chen Wanxin took a photo that included tea, sunflower seed shells, and even the hems of several teachers' clothes, the style of which proved that the people next to her were all young women. Chen Wanxin, whether intentionally or unintentionally, captured all of these moments in the photos. Chapter 86, Does he like desserts? Of course, it didn't really matter to me. Zhou Jiafa. All right, then I won't disturb the teacher's rest any longer. I'll take my leave now. That was a cheeky remark, made on purpose. Chen Wanxin's words were filled with concern. You should get some rest too. Are you home today? Zhou Jia is at the company right now. No, I also work overtime sometimes. Don't let the student's situation fool you. I'm quite hardworking. Although Zhou Jia has always despised working overtime, he is sometimes forced to do so because he is in a position of power. Chen Wanxin was indeed very surprised. She always felt that Zhou Jia was like a magpie, only reporting good news and not bad. In front of her, she only talked about fun things and never mentioned the hardships. She never talked about overtime, unpleasant things, or troubles. How could anyone not feel tired at times? At this moment, Chen Wanxin realized that Zhou Jia was just putting on a brave face in front of her. Being an optimist is good, but I wonder if an optimist ever feels secretly depressed when they're alone under the covers. Chen Wanxin didn't say anything else this time, but instead said, You must be tired from work. Go home and get some rest after get off work. I'll bring you something later. Speaking of which, we have some small gifts at home recently. Nobody drinks the milk, so it's with my parents. They don't like drinking that kind of stuff, so we'll give it to Zhou Jia. We also have some tea from home. With that in mind, Chen Wanxin began preparing to move her belongings out of the house. Zhou Jia was completely defenseless against Chen Wanxin's gentleness. His teacher's gentleness always captivated him, making him feel that it was a very lucky thing to like her. Okay, thank you, teacher. You are so kind to your students. Chen Wanxin was thinking about how to handle this. You're welcome. Dumb student. Chen Wanxin smiled gently, a smile that was caught by the other teachers present. Their topic instantly shifted from food to Chen Wanxin. Teacher Lu asked with a smile, her wrinkles appearing smoother. Xiao Chen, who are you chatting with? Do you have a girlfriend? It's no secret that Chen Wanxin is single. People often chat about it, especially the older generation who are very concerned about the younger generation carrying on the family line. They often ask Chen when she's going to find a partner, and some even plan to arrange a marriage for her. But Chen Wanxin always used her busy work schedule as an excuse to decline. Chen Wanxin blushed slightly and waved her hand. No, I was just texting with a friend. I don't have a boyfriend. Chen Wanxin even found it difficult to say that she was chatting with her students, feeling that it was too shameful. Xiao Su then moved closer and stuck to Chen Wanxin. Really? Teacher Chen, I have a feeling something's fishy about this. It's okay, we're all family here, and dating isn't something to be ashamed of. When it comes to stirring things up, teachers are always the most enthusiastic, especially about other people's affairs. They are even more enthusiastic than about their own. Chen Wanxin was stared at by several pairs of burning eyes, so she quickly waved her hand. No, really no. As she explained, her mind suddenly wandered, wondering what others would think if she really got together with Zhou Jia. Gossip inevitably becomes fodder for conversation, but usually it's just people overthinking things. Just like when you have a hole in your clothes, you worry that people around you will stare at the hole, but in reality, most of the time others won't even notice. Of course, using a hole as a metaphor is also inappropriate. After all, it's not something shameful. Chen Wanxin gently pinched the flesh on her index finger with her thumbnail, feeling that her metaphor was disrespectful to herself and especially to Zhou Jia, and secretly blamed herself. Besides, even if she's overthinking things here, there's nothing between her and Zhou Jia yet. The teachers kept asking questions. Really not? Or is it just that you haven't talked about it yet? It's okay, you can tell us, and we'll give you some advice. Chen Wanxin kept waving her hands. Really, no, it's really not like that. She doesn't intend to listen to outside opinions, because sometimes even a single, gentle remark from outsiders can have an impact. This is her own business, so she plans to face her feelings squarely and think about how to deal with and resolve it. At least, she could no longer deceive herself into thinking she didn't like Zhou Jia. Yes. Once you think about it from a different perspective, instead of just looking at him as a student, you'll find Zhou Jia to be handsome, kind, and funny, even if he's just putting on an act for you. Of course, it wasn't because of these qualities that I liked him. Rather, it was after being moved time and time again that I discovered his qualities. Chen Wanxin was unaware that her changing expression was being observed by the others. The three remained silent, each letting out a soft sigh in their hearts. So youthful. The teachers sat for a while in the afternoon, had dinner in the evening, and then went home. At this moment, Chen Wanxin sent a message to Zhou Jia. Are you off work? Zhou Jia hadn't left work yet. She was sitting in her office, which was brightly lit. No, teacher, these unscrupulous companies are exploiting us. What's the difference between this and picking cotton on a plantation? Pure cattle and horses. Zhou Jia was still thinking about going back to catch up on the game's progress. Zhou Jia originally planned the game to last 2 to 3 hours, but only a small part of the first chapter has been completed. The knight can now accept quests and leave the village to fight monsters, but the workload is still too large. He is in charge of both programming and art, and the sound effects for monster attacks have not yet been designed. Although it's an indie game, there's never enough time. Zhou Jia's life is very simple now, going to work, sleeping, going out with Chen Wanxin, and spending the rest of her time making things. Chen Wanxin said, at least the salary is high. So what about teachers? Zhou Jia thought it over. Teachers are dedicated gardeners, burning candles. That's what the books say. Chen Wanxin ignored him, abruptly changing the subject in this indifferent society. When do you get off work? It seems like I can still go see him now. Zhou Jia glanced at the time. It was 7:30. It should be 8 o'clock. Does the teacher want to go out for a late-night snack? Great. I know a really good late-night snack place near the school. We used to go there often. The owner is a classmate's father. If you mention a classmate's name, you can get a 20% discount. Chen Wanxin thought to herself that she had been working at the school for 5 or 6 years and had no idea about this store. No, that's not it. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I went to see him secretly. Zhou Jia scratched his head in confusion, feeling like he might have missed some news recently. He was particularly puzzled, but he still sent a message. Okay. Chen Wanxin was walking on the street, not going home immediately, and happened to pass by a bakery. At 7:30, when the shop is still open, warm white lights shine through the window, making the cakes and desserts displayed in the glass look exquisite. Chen Wanxin went inside without hesitation. She took the tray and tongs and slowly began to select items. Does he like desserts? Chapter 87 Panda Toast. What should I buy? Chen Wanxin personally prefers matcha mini cakes. In fact, she's hesitant to try other novel flavors because she thinks matcha mini cakes taste really good. Chen Wanxin walked back and forth in the cake shop. First, she bought a blueberry cheese bread, then a donut, and then 4 cream puffs because the shop was having a promotion. They were 3 yuan each and 10 yuan for 4. Then she bought cream cookies, but then wondered if she had bought too much. Finally, she bought a bottle of fresh milk. Chen Wanxin went to the front desk to pay the bill. Seeing that there were still small cakes on the table, she asked the waiter to bring her an Oreo cake. She remembered that Zhou Jia had eaten the same cake on her first blind date. She remembered it very clearly because it was a flavor that she would be curious about, but would never try. The clerk settled the bill. It came to 75 in total. Chen Wanxin carried the bag and walked towards Zhou Jia's company. Chen Wanxin still remembered the location of Zhou Jia's company because Lin Xuehui also worked there. Chen Wanxin walked slowly, feeling that the two of them were doing quite well at the moment. It sounds like something a scumbag woman would say. Chen Wanxin grabbed her head with her hands. Chen Wanxin, you can't do this. It's not okay to think that things will be fine if this ambiguity continues. You are a teacher, and you should set an example. Chen Wanxin's mental journey is gradually changing, and she even feels that she should be more determined. The streetlights were on, their yellow light falling on the red and green ground. Chen Wanxin's shadow kept changing on the ground, stretching and shortening, receding backward, and finally disappearing, only to reappear under a new streetlight. As she walked, she stopped, and her shadow froze as well. Chen Wanxin had arrived at the entrance of Zhou Jia's company. The turnstiles were tightly closed, and a security guard stood there. Occasionally, people would come and go. The lights on the tall buildings were on, looking like small square grids, making it feel no different from a school. People used to say that junior high was easy after elementary school graduation, high school was easy after junior high, university was free after high school, and then, so the practice of drawing a pie in the sky is a tradition passed down through generations. Zhou Jia finally finished her overtime work and clocked out. Zhou Jia sprinted out of the turnstile and saw Chen Wanxin standing there, visibly stunned for a moment. What's the teacher doing here? Am I seeing things? Zhou Jia quickly stepped forward, made sure she wasn't seeing things, and hurriedly asked, Teacher Chen, what brings you here? Chen Wanxin held the bag in her hand and swung it beside her head, a gentle smile on her face. The light from the street lamp fell on her eyelashes, bright and warm. I was just passing by. Have you had dinner yet? Coincidentally, Chen Wanxin also gradually learned these words. Zhou Jia nodded. They've eaten. Students know they should eat properly. I had time to eat dinner, so I grabbed a quick bite and managed to get overtime pay just in time for my 8 p.m. shift. Chen Wanxin felt somewhat relieved. That's good. Although work is busy, remember to eat well. Oh, by the way, I bought some food on the way. Here, take this. Don't refuse. As she spoke, she handed the bag to Zhou Jia, who took it. It was full. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Jia glanced at it and found that it had almost every category, which was excessive. Teacher, you bought too much. Chen Wanxin smiled. No, eat more. Young people need to grow. Zhou Jia felt a warm current gradually flowing into her body, making even the somewhat chilly night feel warmer. Teacher, you are so kind to me. On a night like this, how could you not be moved if you suddenly received something from someone? Chen Wanxin only said one sentence softly. No way. As if to ease the romantic atmosphere, she gently waved her right hand in the air. Let's go back. Zhou Jia carried the bag, feeling a heavier weight on her heart than she had imagined. Teacher, I'll just have a small bread roll. You can take the rest home. Chen Wanxin pouted. What would I do with it? I bought it especially for you. Okay, I already said you can't refuse. Chen Wanxin appeared very assertive at this time. Zhou Jia couldn't refute it, and it wouldn't be appropriate to keep declining in public, so Zhou Jia nodded and accepted it. The two walked in the same direction, habitually heading towards Chen Wanxin's residence. Chen Wanxin tucked her hands into her sleeves. I didn't know what you liked to eat, so I just bought some random things. What do you like? Zhou Jia carried the bag, the plastic bag occasionally rustling against his pants. Yes, I love them all. If it's something from a bakery, I prefer it that isn't too sweet. Teacher, do you know about panda toast? Chen Wanxin shook her head. Zhou Jia began to gesture. It's shaped like a normal loaf of toast, with a brownish-black outer layer that looks like chocolate and white toast inside. It has 2 ears, making it look like a panda. Chen Wanxin thought this thing sounded cute. So cute, where can I buy one? Zhou Jia pointed in the general direction with his left hand. Yes, there's a store behind my house. I'll buy it for you next time, teacher. Chen Wanxin nodded and said, Then why do you like it? Zhou Jia began to explain. When you first bite into it, you bite into the outer chocolate bread, which is rich and mature. But as you eat it slowly, you will taste its white center, which is soft, white, and gentle. I really like that layered experience. I especially love eating this. Chen Wanxin first looked at Zhou Jia, then turned her head to look at the road ahead. Oh, I didn't know that. It does sound pretty good. Chen Wanxin was momentarily incoherent, her words sounding almost identical. She seemed to understand the meaning behind Zhou Jia's words, and then asked hesitantly, So how much do you like that panda toast? Zhou Jia said, I wish I could get up every morning and buy that to eat. The two walked and talked, and quite tacitly avoided going into the subway station. Wouldn't that be too cloying? I don't think so. What's that saying again? It's like you feel so thirsty you could drink the whole Pacific Ocean, but in reality, you can only drink a few cups. But I don't feel thirsty at all, teacher. As Zhou Jia said this, Chen Wanxin suddenly paused in surprise. Yes, it wasn't because he felt lonely. He's always been like this, but I misunderstood him. Chen Wanxin lowered her head slightly, watching her white sneakers lightly trace the lines on the ground, stepping onto the center of the square brick surface, as if praying for good luck. But if you eat too much, you'll eventually get tired of it. Zhou Jia's voice came from the side. If it's food, then maybe that's true, but apart from food, I don't think we can generalize. Chen Wanxin was about to say something when Zhou Jia suddenly spoke. Teacher, wait for me a moment. Chen Wanxin then raised her head and looked at Zhou Jia. What's wrong? Chen Wanxin noticed that Zhou Jia had turned and walked towards a shop facing the street, a flower shop. Zhou Jia was talking to the owner there, and then Chen Wanxin saw a tulip fall from the shop owner's hand into Zhou Jia's hand. Zhou Jia took the flower and quickly ran back. That's great. There are still flower shops open at this hour. The owner is a dedicated office worker. I was worried about this before. Teacher, this is for you. Zhou Jia gently handed the tulip to Chen Wanxin. Happy holiday, teacher. Holding the flowers in her hand, Chen Wanxin thought about what had just been said, her heart in turmoil. Chapter 88, Gradual Progress. Chen Wanxin accepted the tulip. It was still a tulip. She looked at Zhou Jia, tilting her head up to look at him, the streetlight illuminating his profile. With his angular face, he wasn't the soft-spoken pretty boy type, but rather had a roguish charm. He spoke with a touch of charisma, his unpredictable manner reminiscent of those gang henchmen in Hong Kong movies from the last century, always jumping around in black jackets. Even when he got serious, he would stand there and subtly raise an eyebrow. But even so, I still find him very handsome. It's over, there's no hope. I've never felt this way before. Chen Wanxin turned her head away. Thank you so much, but you don't need to go to so much trouble, always sending flowers to the teacher. Zhou Jia was no different from usual, speaking in a relaxed tone. It's just a bouquet of flowers. Holidays should be celebrated with a sense of ritual. I will keep sending them. Sending flowers doesn't require much effort or money, but sometimes it's precisely this small gesture that touches people's hearts. Chen Wanxin nodded, unable to say anything more, only softly humming in agreement. She touched the pink tulip in her hand, feeling the exquisite outer packaging. It was truly beautiful. Tulips are subtle and elegant flowers. Different colors have different meanings, and the feelings of liking and blessings are all hidden inside. They don't say anything, so the person who receives the flowers can interpret them on their own. The two walked quietly down the street and entered the subway. Zhou Jia escorted Chen Wanxin downstairs, and the two waved goodbye. Chen Wanxin went upstairs, her steps light, slowly walking up the dark stairwell. After turning a few corners, she arrived at her own door, skillfully took out her key from her bag, opened the door, and closed it. She reached out and turned on the wall light, found an empty bottle in the corner of the storage shelf, filled it halfway with water, and then stuck the flower inside. Water droplets slid down the side of the bottle. She walked to the bedside, lay down, and was enveloped in the soft blankets. Honestly, why are you so good at talking? Chen Wanxin's face was sullen, but her thoughts became even clearer. The holiday is over, and busy work begins. The school is preparing for the monthly exams recently. Students are quite nervous about each exam, constantly reviewing and preparing, and taking tests with their friends. Everyone wants to get a good score, climb up the rankings, and beat thousands of others. The monthly exam papers are set by the school itself. They are not difficult, but the questions are usually selected from various materials, and some good questions are chosen. The 2-day exam period is actually more relaxing than usual. When I was a student, those exam days were always tough. After finishing one exam, I would wait for the next one and for the results. Being a teacher is more interesting in these situations. Of course, this only applies before the students' papers are released. After they are released, looking at the questions the students answered incorrectly is incredibly agonizing, as it's impossible to understand why points were deducted. The Chinese language teachers were all right, but the science teachers were the worst off, grumbling and cursing as they graded the papers. How could I still get this question wrong after I've explained it countless times? Chen Wanxin quietly sipped her tea, appearing serene and content. Thinking about it, her emotions seemed quite stable most of the time. Only recently they had undergone some changes. During breaks, Chen Wanxin would chat with Zhou Jia. The conversation between the two was actually quite ordinary. Chen Wanxin asked in general, "What did you eat for breakfast?" Zhou Jia will then reply, "Breakfast is homemade porridge, which is so white and tasteless. Lunch is stir-fried green peppers and pork at the cafeteria, where salt is free. If this continues, my hair will be ruined." Chen Wanxin would secretly smile every time. "You're so handsome, you'd still look good even if you lost all your hair." Speaking the truth as if it were a joke, Zhou Jia asked, "Really? But I think it's better to have hair. Hair is a man's life, teacher, especially for those of us in this line of work. We need to plan ahead. It's a miracle his hairline hasn't widened. Li Jintao keeps nagging him about it." When he was in college, he could fit 3 fingers under his forehead, but now he can fit 4, and his hairline has become an M shape, like Scion Prince Vegeta. At this moment, Chun Wanxin touched her head worriedly, and when she felt it was okay, she felt a little relieved. The conversations were mostly like this, everyday stuff. There's not much to talk about in daily life. It's just 3 meals a day and work. Some people might think, I eat the same things every day. What's there to talk about? Talking about repetitive topics is so troublesome. However, even if Zhou Jia ate the same thing for a whole week, he could still describe the different flavors. Deannie gave me an extra spoonful today because she liked my appearance. The plating today is more refined than yesterday's. I've decided I'm going to have omelet rice tonight. When are you free, teacher? A new Japanese restaurant recently opened, and I heard they draw hearts on their omelets. Chun Wanxin realized that it was actually quite interesting to chat about ordinary things with someone she liked. Chun Wanxin will also try to post a few more words like Zhoujia. Really? I haven't tried Japanese food much. Maybe I'll take you to try it next time. It seems like some new shops have opened around the school recently, like hot pot restaurants. Your teacher Sue said they were pretty good last time. After sending the message, Chun Wanxin held her phone in her left hand and pressed the screen against her cheek. The cold touch made her smile slightly. He's so cute. Recently, Chun Wanxin and Zhou Jia met once, during a weekend holiday. Zhou Jia really went and bought that bread, panda toast, and brought it to Chun Wanxin. Chun Wanxin tasted the bread and found it more interesting than she had imagined. As Zhou Jia said, the outer layer has a richer flavor, while the inner layer has a fresher flavor. However, Chun Wanxin didn't think it was to the point where she wanted to eat it every day, and besides, she wasn't toast. Why can't it be a refreshing matcha cake? Although Chun Wanxin did not intend to analyze Zhou Jia's words, she still felt that there was no difference between what he said and what he said about himself. So annoying. Chun Wanxin ate her breakfast silently, biting into her toast, and hurried to school to hand out the graded papers. The monthly exam results are out, and some are happy while others are worried. Chun Wanxin is on stage going over the papers and comforting the students. She says that the monthly exam only reflects the current results, and those who did well should not be too anxious, while those who did not do well should not worry too much. Although grades are important, Chun Wanxin is still willing to talk to her students about other things. Live a healthy life, study healthily, and get plenty of rest. Although such a schedule may sound a bit funny, there are always things in life that are more important than work and study. As time passed, Chun Wanxin's birthday drew closer. Zhou Jia's anxiety grew. He had already arranged to have dinner with Chun Wanxin at her home on Thursday evening, where he planned to present the carefully prepared gift. The gifts for Chun Wanxin are almost ready: perfume, puppy, and more. All that's left is to order a cake and buy a flower the day before Chun Wanxin's birthday. This time, Zhou Jia doesn't plan to buy tulips. Zhou Jia decided to buy a rose. Chapter 89 Missing. The week was filled with tension, and Zhou Jia was even somewhat absent-minded at work. Li Jintao and Lin Xuehui seemed to sense the atmosphere, which resembled the prelude to a world war, and walked around Zhou Jia from time to time, but they were more restrained than usual. Lin Xuehui has been much quieter when eating lately, silently lowering her head and munching on her waffle. Li Jintao seemed more anxious than Zhou Jia. Every few days, Li Jintao would come over and ask, "How have you been lately? How's your progress? Urgent. How come you're so calm, buddy?" Li Jintao looked at Lin Xuehui several times, each time only saying half of what he meant. Do you know? He figured Lin Xuehui definitely didn't know. After all, it was such a big deal. Zhou Jia couldn't possibly have told Lin Xuehui, right? How could she be as familiar with Zhou Jia as he was? Lin Xuehui and Zhou Jia, who had been good friends for over 10 years, only bumped into each other by chance. Looking at the innocent-looking little fool, how could she possibly know? However, it's possible that Chun Wanxin might talk to Lin Xuehui, but it's probably not possible. He would only say half of what he was going to say each time, then stop talking, thinking that such a big thing shouldn't be said by himself. Besides, Zhou Jia was still silent. Their way of getting along was to not ask what shouldn't be asked, and to keep their privacy as brothers. Lin Xuehui couldn't take it anymore after being questioned by Li Jintao several times, and finally spoke to Li Jintao. "Dude, are you crazy? Can't you just say what you mean?" Instead of getting angry, Li Jintao apologized, scratching his head and looking guilty. Yes, I'm sick, I'm really sick. Upon hearing this, even Lin Xuehui thought that Li Jintao had gone hysterical and was beyond saving. Li Jintao slapped his own face. If I wasn't sick, why did I wake up that day? I should have just gone to sleep. Why did I have to wake up of all times? It's fine if you're awake, but wouldn't it be better to just lie in bed and play on your phone? Why did you have to go out to the balcony to take a look that day? It might have been a good thing if he hadn't known anything. Li Jintao was filled with regret. He should have had someone knock him out on the head with a baseball bat that day. Li Jintao muttered something about me being sick and walked away, leaving Lin Xuehui standing there dumbfounded, with waffle crumbs still on her lips. What exactly triggered this person's reaction? Zhou Jia, on the other hand, was making his own preparations. Everything is proceeding smoothly and hopefully. This filled Zhou Jia with determination. March 26th, the day before Chen Wanxin's birthday. As soon as Zhou Jia finished work in the afternoon, she ran out of the office, leaving Li Jintao still in a daze. Zhou Jia arrived at the familiar cake shop, the one where he bought the panda toast. He pushed open the glass display door, and a shop assistant came up to ask him what he needed. Zhou Jia looked around. I'd like to order a cake. As he said these words, a slight tension arose in his heart. After the spring equinox, the sun sets around 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m. now, and the sun is just setting. The distant sky is ablaze with red, casting a dark golden light into the shop window, and the ground is bathed in the red glow of the sunset. The closer the time got, the more nervous he became, imagining himself sitting at that table tomorrow night, saying happy birthday to Chen Wanxin, handing her the birthday present after the cake, guiding her step by step to use the puppy, and finally opening the love letter. I suddenly feel so awkward. Now he finds it hard to judge whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. This idea is more than he imagined, and he always feels it's very straight man, a term used to describe someone who is overly masculine or inflexible. It's all right. If the atmosphere is really awkward, he can always get through it with his quick wit and unwavering principles. The shop assistant asked, "How many people are eating? How big of a cake do you need? What flavor do you want? You can take a look. We have mango cream, fresh fruit red velvet, caramel cream, and this green grape secret." Zhou Jia looked at the row of cakes displayed in the shop window. It's for 2 people. The shop assistant then took out another information sheet and handed it to Zhou Jia. Then we recommend a 6-inch cake. Which flavor would you like? Zhou Jia had actually made up her mind before she came. Matcha cream flavor. Chen Wanxin does indeed have a preference for matcha. Zhou Jia knew this since high school, and would occasionally see her eating matcha-flavored snacks when passing by the office. So sometimes I feel that the teacher smells fresh and pleasant, like matcha. That sounds kind of weird. The 6-inch matcha cream cake cost 168 yuan, and Zhou Jia paid for it. Can it be made tomorrow afternoon, and I can come pick it up at 6 p.m.? The shop assistant nodded. No problem. Zhou Jia returned home. I tidied up, organized, and prepared, and then texted Chen Wanxin as usual. What did you eat tonight, teacher? Chen Wanxin said. I had beef noodles, but lately I've been craving congee. What did you have for dinner? Zhou Jia said. I made these steamed dumplings myself, but my memory has been bad at night lately, and this is the 3rd time I've realized I forgot to put the lid on the pot. I guess I've been too busy lately, so I've forgotten some things. Chen Wanxin said with a smile. You're so forgetful at such a young age. What will you be like in the future? Zhou Jia said it jokingly. I wish someone could remind me. Chen Wanxin seemed to realize what he meant. Then next time you make steamed dumplings, you can say, teacher is reminding you. Zhou Jia was flirted with, and became even more nervous. At 10:40 p.m., Zhou Jia would send another message to Chen Wanxin. Has the teacher left work? Chen Wanxin is sometimes busy at night, and won't be able to reply to Zhou Jia's messages until 11 o'clock. As time passed, Chen Wanxin did not reply to Zhou Jia's messages, which made Zhou Jia uneasy. 11:05, 11:10, 11:20. Chen Wanxin still did not reply. Zhou Jiaxing was worried. That shouldn't be the case. Has something happened? Zhou Jia sat next to the computer, the light from the screen illuminating his face. Zhou Jia took out his phone and, after some hesitation, dialed Chen Wanxin's number. After a while, the call was connected, and before Zhou Jia could ask any questions, he heard Chen Wanxin's slightly anxious voice. Zhou Jia, something bad has happened. Zhou Jia asked with concern. What's wrong? Chen Wanxin spoke faster than usual. One student still hasn't gone home. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up. What? Is she missing? Have you called the police? Chen Wanxin was searching around the school, circling it again and again. The student's parents have already reported it to the police and said they would help look for him. By the way, Zhou Jia, are you free now? I'll give you the photos, and could you contact someone you know to help look for him? Chen Wanxin paced back and forth around the long street, her mind filled with thoughts of the students who hadn't yet returned home. Zhou Jia stood up abruptly. No problem. Teacher, send it to me, and I'll go right away. The phone call between the two was brief and concise. After the call ended, a student photo was sent over. It was of a slightly pretty girl wearing a red school uniform, with her name written below, Ren Yuqing. Chapter 90 Searching. Zhou Jia quickly got up, grabbed her coat, and called Li Jintao while putting on her clothes. Hello. The call was immediately answered, and Li Jintao's voice came through. What's wrong? I'm outside, not playing games, and it'll be midnight by the time I get back. Zhou Jia sent the photos, concisely and directly to the point. It seems like one of our high school students has gone missing. I sent you his photo. Could you help me find him? See if you can contact anyone you know. Li Jintao was still taking a walk outside. He had just parted ways with his girlfriend and stopped walking, abandoning his usual carefree attitude. Gone? No problem. Wait a minute. I'm right outside your house. You drive, we'll go together. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the complex. Li Jintao quickly sent the photos to a group chat with acquaintances, including friends, classmates, and even his ex-girlfriend. Zhou Jia walked into the living room, where her parents were watching TV. Her mother had recently become obsessed with a romantic drama about conflict, and her father was sometimes dragged to watch it as well. Zhou's father turned his head and looked over. What's wrong? Zhou Jia picked up the key from the table. A female student from my old school went missing. I'm going to help look for her. I've already driven the car away. Zhou Ma sat up straight, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Really? Zhou's parents are both very simple and honest people. As the older generation, they maintain the enthusiasm for helping each other in the neighborhood. This is mainly because they worked in a machinery factory when they were young, and there were close relationships within the factory. Everyone was like that back then. I heard about this kind of thing more than 10 years ago. Some people take their children out, and in the blink of an eye, the children disappear and are taken away by human traffickers. Back then, some of my co-workers in the factory almost lost their children. So, I immediately became alert when I heard the word missing. Mr. Zhou got up. Do you have a photo? How old do you look? Are you going out? I'll go with you to look for it. Zhou Jia forwarded the photo and quickly added an explanation. It's in the group chat. You guys take a look. It's a high school student. I'm heading out now. I've driven the car away. Zhou Jia was quite anxious. Zhou's parents exchanged a glance and decided to go out and help look for her. The elevator moved towards the underground parking garage, and Zhou Jia glanced at his phone. Li Jintao posted the photo in the group, and the message quickly went viral. I hope I won't get kidnapped. What era are we living in now? It's hard to say, it's so late. What if he does something drastic? That might be possible. I'm going out to buy something and take a walk around while I'm at it. Some people expressed shock, some started discussions, but some actually went out to look for it. In such a large city, finding someone is indeed like finding a needle in a haystack. Which class is this? Wait, my cousin seems to be in that class. The world is vast, so vast that there's no chance to travel to every corner of it. Yet the world is also small. As the 6 degrees of separation theory states, 2 strangers can be connected through a maximum of 6 intermediaries. And in the land where Zhou Jia once grew up, this connection became even closer. Soon, more information came out. My cousin also mentioned this. The teacher asked in the group if anyone walked home with Ren Yuqing after school. That student is a day student and usually walks home with another student named Lu Xijia. Their homes are both in the direction of Tianshan Square. It seems that the other student didn't go home either. Zhou Jia started the car and drove to the entrance of the residential area. He saw a familiar-looking person waving at him. It was Li Jintao. Zhou Jia parked the car on the side of the road, and Li Jintao opened the passenger door, getting in the car breathlessly. Where to look? Zhou Jia shook his head. I don't know. Let's just drive around randomly. Someone should be looking for us over at Tianshan Plaza. Let's look this way. With the headlights on, the vehicle slowly drove through the pitch-black night, both men scanning their surroundings, looking at the closed shops and streets. Zhou Jia felt a little relieved. If one person didn't go back, it sounded like a suspense film, but if two people didn't go back, it sounded like a youth comedy. Li Jintao suddenly said, I used to walk this road every day, and I walk it again now. It feels like I'm still in school, like a revolving lantern. He sensed the tense atmosphere in the car and said something to ease the tension. Zhou Jia chimed in. 5 years have passed. Time flies when you think about it. Back in high school, he and Li Jintao walked home together, and they were really good brothers. They talked about everything under the sun, and Li Jintao happened to be a perfect match for him. Li Jintao always walked with a grin on his face, and people liked to put their arms around his shoulder. This street leading to the school was filled with Zhou Jia's past. Li Jintao asked, You're a student in Teacher Chen's class, right? The topic shift was a bit abrupt, and you could even guess what he was going to ask next. Zhou Jia nodded. Yes, I'm a sophomore in high school. Li Jintao finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. So the person you like is Teacher Chen, right? He'd been holding it in for so many days, and finally couldn't take it anymore. Today he was finally facing reality and determined to get to the bottom of things. Zhou Jia paused for a moment. The fast food restaurant on the street was still open, its yellow signboard glowing softly. Yes. This time, Li Jintao fell silent, and after a long while, he said something. Ox. The simplest word expresses the deepest admiration. What's the situation for you now? I haven't confessed yet. I was planning to confess tomorrow. You haven't confessed yet? I thought. When did you start liking Teacher Chen? I'm afraid it will scare you if I tell you. Got it. I'm really impressed. If the other classmates knew, they'd probably be terrified. Good luck. That girl should be fine. Maybe she was just thinking about going for a walk in the middle of the night. I hope so too. It would be good if nothing happened. My family is just too anxious. You know, girls, back in the day, we could walk along the river embankment until midnight and nobody would care. Don't you and I both raise our animals free range? That's true. It's been a long time since I walked along the river embankment. I remember something happened once before, and the two of us walked along the river embankment all night. What's wrong? It's just that you're having Mercury retrograde those few days, right? In the middle of the night. As Zhou Jia was saying this, something suddenly flashed through her mind. Li Jintao kept scrolling through the messages on his phone. Someone said they saw two girls wearing Anqing No. 7 middle school uniforms on their way back from a walk along the riverbank. Both of them were stunned for a moment. There are some things that teachers don't know, are unclear about, or are unfamiliar with, but these are things that students do know. This land has nurtured many students, generation after generation, class after class. Zhou Jia and Li Jintao are two of them. They once shared the same troubles as most students, studying, relationships, exams, and family. After leaving Anqing No. 7 middle school, walk south, cross a main street, and continue down the street until you reach a flowing river. The river is very long and wide. In the evening, many people like to take a walk in this spot. Zhou Jia and Li Jintao used to do the same. No matter what it was, as long as they told the river, good or bad, it would be absorbed by the great river. The two looked at each other and said, Let's go take a look. The message conveyed in Chapter 91. Zhou Jia turned the car around and drove towards the river. He parked the car on the side of the road, and the two of them ran up the river embankment. The river shimmered under the night sky, and the bridge spanning the river in the distance twinkled like fireflies, making the early spring weather feel slightly warm. Zhou Jia said to Li Jintao, You go towards the second bridge, I'll go in the other direction. Li Jintao made a gesture, and the two turned and jogged in different directions. In recent years, the river embankment has been renovated to be more and more exquisite. There is a plastic running track on the embankment, and there are cobblestone or wooden paths along the river below the embankment, where cruise ships travel on the river. Zhou Jia didn't spend much time finding the target he was looking for. Two girls in red school uniforms sat on wooden chairs on a small platform by the river, whispering to each other as they looked out at the water. One of the girls was curled up in a ball. Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked down the steps to the two girls. The girl on the right looked up and recognized Zhou Jia. "Senior Zhou, what are you doing here?" The girl was Lu Sijia, one of the students who had egged them on. Zhou Jia remembered her. Zhou Jia let out a soft breath. "Is this considered a walk? Is that Ren Yuqing next to you?" Ren Yuqing looked up, her face streaked with tears. What? Zhou Jia glanced at her. The pretty girl looked exactly like the one in the photo. Lu Sijia nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?" Her mind raced, and she raised both hands to her mouth, exclaiming in surprise. "Oh no, is it because we stayed out too late that our family called the school? I didn't even notice the time, senior." As she said this, she took her phone out of her pocket. "At 11:55, my mom called me several times. I sent her a message. Senior, please don't expose me." Zhou Jia thought to herself, "Oh, you have a cell phone. But it's normal for high school students to have spare phones these days. The school takes one, and you still have one left. Anyway, I'll give them a call first. It's good that everything is all right." Zhou Jia first called Chun Wanxin, who, along with many others, was conducting a thorough search in the direction of Tianshan Plaza, asking around. Chun Wanxin's worried and concerned voice came through the phone. "What's wrong? Any news?" Zhou Jia said. Found it. It's right next to Wanjiang. I don't know exactly where it is. It's in the opposite direction from the second bridge after coming down from the school. I'll send you the location." Both girls looked uneasy. Ren Yuqing was a little better, still in a daze, while Lu Sijia looked like she was doomed. "The teacher didn't call the police, did she?" Zhou Jia said with a smile. "Don't worry, the teacher didn't register it." Lu Sijia breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jia looked at Ren Yuqing. "Her mother has already registered." Ren Yuqing let out an ah, tears still streaming down her face. It's over. Zhou Jia sat down next to them, keeping a certain distance between them. "It's nothing, it's not a big deal. As long as everyone is all right. You didn't do anything wrong." Zhou Jia started calling Li Jintao, and then she called her parents. Suddenly, the two girls realized how many people were looking for them. High school students see anything related to the police as a big deal, feeling like they've gotten themselves into serious trouble and are panicking, unsure of what to do. Zhou Jia leaned forward. "What's wrong? Is something on your mind?" Zhou Jia enlivened the atmosphere. "Your senior Zhou is the best at solving emotional problems. If you tell me, he might be able to help you," Ren Yuqing said with her head down. "It's so painful. It's so heartbreaking." She wiped away her tears again. The little girl was unguarded and just cried. Ren Yuqing then cried softly and spoke slowly. "I did very poorly on the exam, and no matter how hard I tried, my grades wouldn't improve. I could only watch helplessly as the gap between myself and others widened. I didn't know what to do, how to study, or how to work hard. I had memorized what I was supposed to memorize, done what I was supposed to do, and practiced all the questions, but my head was still buzzing. I realized the gap between myself and others. It's really upsetting. I've been trying so hard to be a good student, but the stark reality of grades and rankings seems to be mocking me. Is all that effort really worthwhile? Why are some people so talented that they can learn something just by looking at it once, while I have to work on a single problem countless times? School is so tiring, and I don't get along well with my classmates. Some people are really annoying. It seems like nothing is going right for me, and I don't know what to do." Zhou Jia also fell silent at this point. Everyone has their ups and downs, and everyone has their sad moments. When you're caught up in something, you don't know what to do. Zhou Jia spoke slowly at this moment. "It will be all right, really." He repeated what he had said. "It will definitely get better, really." Zhou Jia leaned on the chair, looking at the girl in front of him, as if he were looking at the shadows of himself and his friends. He seemed to be speaking to Ren Yuqing, but also to people from the past. However, high school is full of all sorts of troubles. Even someone like Zhou Jia finds it really annoying at times. Some people have even asked why there are no more classmate reunions now. Someone commented below, saying they wished they could write them all in the death note. High school students face immense pressure from both academics and daily life, and some of them truly struggle and suffer. Even those who appear cheerful and carefree may secretly shed tears under their blankets at night. Perhaps some people have had a smooth life and feel that they haven't experienced any of these things, and that studying and learning are enough. But people are different, and generalizations cannot be made. Rin Yuqing lowered her head, clearly indicating that her words had no effect. Zhou Jia said, "High school life isn't everything. Once you go to university and leave this small town, you'll have many more choices. There will always be someone you get along with, someone you can talk to. Although it may not be that great, college is tiring and there are a lot of things to do." It sounds like a motivational quote, but things will definitely get better. At this point, you can't just say that life is terrible. Even if life is full of hardships, you still have to comfort the girl in front of you. If I said that my grades were terrible before, it wouldn't comfort you. After all, your goal is to improve your grades. I was just like you back then. I didn't know anything. Then a teacher appeared out of nowhere and told me that hard work is definitely useful. The image of Chen Wanxin appeared before Zhou Jia. It seemed that education had been successfully passed on at this moment. Chen Wanxin shared her courageous and positive words with Zhou Jia, who then shared them with Chen Wanxin's students. He believed her deeply, and he believed everything she said. Effort is definitely worthwhile. Sometimes you just don't feel it as obviously. Keep working hard, day after day. Even if you take a path that you didn't expect, one day when you look back, you'll find that you've come a very, very long way. If you run every day, your stamina will always increase. If you exercise every day, your body will always become stronger. If you memorize a word and it is mentioned in a show, you will think, "I've heard this word before." If you memorize a poem and a friend says that he recently saw this line, you can say, "I've heard that line too." Even if you eventually find that, "Oh, it still didn't achieve the result I wanted, it still didn't succeed, it's really disappointing, but it's still different from before." Zhou Jia made a victory sign with 2 fingers next to her cheek, teasing the little girl. Don't be too discouraged. A teacher once told me that if you've tried your best, it's okay even if you don't do well in your studies. Just eat more rice, keep a good mood, and remember that your health is the most important thing. As Zhou Jia spoke these words, he thought about what Chen Wanxin had told him. What were the teacher's feelings when she said these gentle words? It's true, there's no way I can't like her. Lu Xijia also comforted Rin Yuqing. It's okay, I'm here with you. From the moment she heard Rin Yuqing speak, her nose began to sting and tears streamed down her face. Zhou Jia stayed with the 2 girls and took care of her students. Rin Yuqing finally calmed down a bit. A figure approached them. It was Li Jintao. As soon as he arrived, he started talking to the 2 girls. Li Jintao was quite good at coaxing the girls, and he soon made them happy. The little girl stopped crying and felt much better. Then, as if sensing something, Zhou Jia turned around. He saw Chen Wanxin standing on the river embankment. The river breeze gently blew her hair and skirt, her figure graceful and dreamlike. Chapter 92, A Special Gift. A white chiffon maxi dress with black floral prints, like ink paintings gently floating and unfolding in the air. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin's eyes met briefly in the air. Chen Wanxin lifted her skirt and quickly stepped down the stairs, walking behind the 2 girls. Rin Yuqing and Lu Xijia heard footsteps behind them, turned around, and immediately stood up when they saw Chen Wanxin. Rin Yuqing's face was filled with panic as she hurriedly spoke. "I'm sorry, teacher." Chen Wanxin reached out and hugged Rin Yuqing. The teacher is the one who should apologize. Rin Yuqing had stopped crying, but upon hearing these words, she started crying again, tears streaming down her face. Chen Wanxin's eyes were red as she gently stroked Rin Yuqing's hair, comforting the child in her arms. "It's all right. If anything happens in the future, please tell your teacher, okay?" Rin Yuqing nodded in Chen Wanxin's arms, while Lu Xijia quietly put away her phone. Then Rin Yuqing's mother arrived, along with the police. After exchanging information, Zhou Jia and Lu Xijia explained the situation, and everyone said it was good that no one was hurt. Ren's mother thanked everyone and took her child home. Rin Yuqing's mother seemed to be a reasonable person. She didn't hit the child, or slap her, or scold her. In this respect, she was better than many parents. Zhou Jia said, "I'll drive you back." Most of the people had left, but Li Jintao and Lu Xijia were still there. Li Jintao looked embarrassed, while Lu Xijia looked like she knew nothing at all. Chen Wanxin nodded. "I'll go with you. You take them both back first." First, the name Chen Wanxin was pronounced more clearly, reaching Zhou Jia's ears. Chen Wanxin got into the passenger seat, while Li Jintao and Lu Xijia climbed into the back. Li Jintao didn't say anything. The girl was sleepy, or perhaps she sensed that it wasn't appropriate to talk, so she pretended to be asleep and didn't say anything either. Zhou Jia first took Lu Xijia home, then took Li Jintao home, and finally only he and Chen Wanxin were left. Under the night sky, the car headlights illuminated the road ahead, cutting through the darkness on the asphalt road. After a long silence, Chen Wanxin looked at her phone. When she finally received the message that Lu Xijia and Rin Yuqing had arrived home, she breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Chen Wanxin calmed down a bit. It was really a false alarm today. Fortunately, the person was found in the end. She put away her phone and turned to Zhou Jia. Thank you for today. Zhou Jia shook his head very slightly. No, teacher, I didn't help much. Chen Wanxin smiled and looked at Zhou Jia's profile. There was no change in his face. I always felt that I had unknowingly relied on him a lot, and I even felt more at ease when I knew that he was helping me. Really? What did you say to her before I arrived? Zhou Jia thought for a moment. So you just repeated what the teacher told me to her? Chen Wanxin asked blankly at this moment. What did you say? What did I say? Chen Wanxin really didn't remember. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, but then immediately understood. Yes, that's actually quite normal for a teacher. She may not remember everything because she's just focused on teaching each student. What she remembered was just a small thing to her, part of her diligent work, but it was this small thing that helped her, saved her, or helped many other people. This made Zhou Jia feel that Chen Wanxin was a really good person, and it was hard not to like her. Zhou Jia smiled, but said nothing. A rare look of panic crossed Chen Wanxin's face. What exactly are you saying? Don't tell my students anything weird. Zhou Jia skipped over this topic. What are the teacher's plans after this? Chen Wanxin rested her face on her hands. Well, I can only do what I can. I'll talk to her more later. Zhou Jia hummed in agreement. It must have been really tough, teacher. Chen Wanxin shook her head. Thankfully, it's best that everyone is all right. She didn't mind the hardship. She just didn't want anything to happen to her students. Zhou Jia was driving. By the way, teacher, would you mind taking a detour? It's getting late, but I'd like to take you home first. Chen Wanxin seemed to understand something. She looked at Zhou Jia, whose expression was different from usual, as if he had made up his mind. The car was quiet. No music was playing today, and the night was peaceful with almost no other vehicles on the road. A soft sound drifted down. Good. Zhou Jia drove the car to his building, stopped, pulled the handbrake, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to look at Chen Wanxin. Teacher, I need to go upstairs to get something. Could you wait for me? Chen Wanxin gave a gentle smile, just like always. Whether it's a short while or a long time, I'll wait. As she said this, Zhou Jia's heart skipped a beat. She's so wonderful, so adorable, so gentle, so lovable, I can't wait any longer. Zhou Jia quickly went upstairs. His parents had already gone home. Zhou Jia said he was seeing someone off, and then left. Zhou Jia retrieved her items and came downstairs, carrying a small, exquisitely crafted blue-black bag. Zhou Jia got into the car and handed the small gift bag to Chen Wanxin. Zhou Jia said, Happy birthday, teacher. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment before accepting the birthday gift. She sat there, her eyebrows gently raised. Can I watch it now? Zhou Jia nodded. Of course, teacher. Chen Wanxin reached out and grabbed it. Inside were 2 boxes, a bottle of perfume and a black box. Chen Wanxin glanced at the perfume and then put it back. She became more interested in the other box, opened it, and saw that it contained a white electronic dog. She held the puppy in her hands and placed it on the front interior panel. What's this? Zhou Jia turned to the side. I made this myself as a little gift for my teacher. Teacher, please turn it on. At Zhou Jia's signal, Chen Wanxin turned on the switch on the side. The screen of the electronic puppy lit up and blinked. Chen Wanxin thought it was so cute and let out a soft exclamation. Oh! Zhou Jia shouted at the puppy. Sit down. The electronic puppy sat down. Zhou Jia said, Reach out your hand. The electronic puppy reaches out its paw. Chen Wanxin looked at the little thing and became interested. The little gadget really appealed to her. Did you make this? It's amazing. Zhou Jia nodded. Yes, teachers can give it a try too. Chen Wanxin then called out. Reach out your hand. The electronic puppy reached out, and she reached out and grabbed the tiny wrist, a smile on her face. This gift was so special, and more importantly, he made it by hand, which made her very happy. Shen Wanxin played for a while. Zhou Jia said, "Teacher, it has another special function." Chapter 93 Confession Love Letter Kiss. Shen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia, tilting her head, her eyes revealing confusion. "What functions?" Zhou Jia coughed lightly. "It contains a letter I wrote to my teacher." Shen Wanxin seemed to understand something, and her face gradually turned red. At this moment, she remembered what Zhou Jia had said. She had promised him that if one day he wanted to show her something, she would definitely read it carefully. Shen Wanxin asked, "How can I see that letter?" Zhou Jia scratched his face. "Shout out 88. Shen Wanxin glanced at Zhou Jia with a mixture of helplessness and affection, then picked up the electronic dog, held it in front of her, and called out to it. 88. The images on the screen changed, the puppy blinked, the screen went dark, and then a blue letter slowly appeared. It was Zhou Jia's love letter. Shen Wanxin's amber eyes reflected the image of the love letter, filled with surprise and anticipation as she stared blankly at the blue words slowly scrolling upwards. "Happy birthday, dear Teacher Chen. Actually, I had a lot to say, but after thinking about it, writing it down, deleting it again and again, I ended up not knowing what to say. Sometimes I feel that there shouldn't be any unnecessary emotions between students and teachers. I use reason to restrain myself and wash my face with water to cool down my feverish head. Sometimes my emotions overflow, like the clouds before a summer rain, constantly churning, spreading, and filling my entire heart. I then walk around the room, back and forth, thinking that this is really not good. It won't work. It's inappropriate. This feeling had been brewing for a long time, and it even made me feel sorry for my teacher. I want to write a lot of interesting things, like asking the teacher to give me a grade after reading them, or saying something silly like usual, so that the teacher can smile knowingly. But as I was writing this letter, my mind went completely blank. Oh no, my usual cheerful self was less than a tenth of what it used to be. I was so nervous that my hands were shaking as I typed, and it took all my strength to type each letter. I can no longer say those interesting things. I can only say what I think and what I feel. I want to stay by my teacher's side forever, to hold her hand, to hug her. I don't want to just be a student by her side, but to advance to another kind of relationship, to always be there for her. Thinking about it this way, I felt like I was committing a heinous crime. But that's just how I feel. When I close my eyes, my teacher's face appears in my mind. Her gentle eyes and brows always seem to be smiling at me. I think to myself, how beautiful my teacher is. Yes, I sketched out the image of my teacher in my mind. Charming, lovely, beautiful. These words all seem to be able to describe a teacher, but none of them are enough to depict her. Over this long period of time, my mind was already made up. I made up various excuses to go to the teacher's house, wanting to meet the teacher and talk to the teacher. But I was also worried about what the teacher thought, whether the teacher would find me annoying, or whether the teacher would only treat me gently. Perhaps maintaining the status quo isn't so bad. Maintaining the status quo is already enough to make me happy. But I'm too greedy, so greedy that I'm destroying myself. I can't wait any longer. There are some things I want to tell my teacher in person. Your student, Zhou Jia. This letter doesn't contain a single word that says, I like you. But every part of it reveals that I do. Moreover, if you like something, it's not enough to just write it down. You have to say it out loud. After reading the special letter, Shen Wanxin turned around and looked at Zhou Jia, her student. Zhou Jia's eyes were filled with seriousness as she used all her strength, her eloquent tongue speaking clumsily. Teacher, I love you. My most sincere love surpasses everything. He spoke each word slowly and carefully, word by word. He uttered those words with all his might, his body trembling slightly, not from fear or terror, but from a physiological tremor. Zhou Jia took a deep breath, trying to control her body and stop trembling. Her dark eyes simply stared at Shen Wanxin, waiting for her answer. The car was still very quiet. There was no sound at all. The night was still very quiet, and you couldn't hear anything. Zhou Jia looked at Shen Wanxin, staring directly into her eyes, amber eyes, as gentle as the night. She simply looked at him, something seeming to flicker in her eyes. Zhou Jia understood that Chen Wanxin might have feelings for him, but there was no doubt that being together was a difficult decision that required Chen Wanxin to make a firm decision. Time seemed to slow down drastically at that moment, so slow that every second felt incredibly long. It was as if I had suddenly gained the superpower to stop time. My senses were incredibly sharp, and I could hear my own heart pounding like the roar of an accelerator. Chen Wanxin remained silent. Zhou Jia scratched his head, then suddenly smiled, returning to his usual demeanor. "Ah, teacher, you don't need to make things too difficult. I'll take you home." Chen Wanxin was still looking at Zhou Jia, and she looked at him for a long time. She actually had many questions she wanted to ask, such as when he started preparing, when he started liking her, and what he liked about her. The letter was a bit short, and there were too many questions. Now was not the time to ask questions. Chen Wanxin's feelings were mixed together, her thoughts and determination over the past few days, and her current thoughts. Ultimately, all these thoughts were reduced to a short sentence. Chen Wanxin said softly, "I'm such a despicable adult." She tilted her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips, and said this as if she were blaming her own personality. Her jet black hair slid down her neck and landed at the neckline of her chiffon dress, with a white Peter Pan collar hanging in front of her, making her look pretty and a little cute. Chen Wanxin slowly placed the electronic puppy she was holding aside. Zhou Jia didn't understand what Chen Wanxin meant at first. She was just wondering if she had messed up. Chen Wanxin stretched out her right hand, leaned forward, and instead of touching Zhou Jia's forehead, she covered Zhou Jia's eyes. Zhou Jia was completely dazed and confused, unable to see anything except the softness of Chen Wanxin's right hand. This scene was just like when Chen Wanxin covered his eyes out of shyness in the internet cafe. At this moment, Zhou Jia completely abandoned her work and asked a question without understanding what was going on. "This is—" He heard a soft, rustling sound, as if Chen Wanxin was moving her body. Then came a warm breath, close to his ear, the heat of the breath tickling his ear. Chen Wanxin parted her red lips slightly, her breath sweet and fragrant. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of feigned adult shyness, which reached Zhou Jia's ears. "This is the teacher's kiss, so remember it well." The small lights on the roof of the car were on, casting an orange glow that fell upon the two people. Before Zhou Jia could react, a soft, delicate breath covered his lips. It was Chen Wanxin's lips. She kissed him. "Is there another chapter, chapter 94? She covered his eyes with her hands, then covered his lips with her own, and kissed him gently. This was Chen Wanxin's first kiss. She was a little clumsy and didn't know how to kiss, so it was more like she simply pressed her lips to Zhou Jia's lips. Chen Wanxin's face was completely red, and shyness crept up her cheeks to her earlobes. It was burning hot. She could clearly feel Zhou Jia's lips. His lips were rather thin, and although he was a boy, they were softer than she had imagined. She had expected him to be as strong as his back, his hands, or the lines of his cheeks, but she never anticipated that he would be so different from what she had imagined. Yeah, what am I thinking? Chen Wanxin's feelings were slowly churning. She thought about many things, including many practical issues such as age, status, and how others would perceive her. But at this moment, her mind was clearer. If she was going to reject him now, why didn't she reject him in the first place? At the very least, as his teacher and someone with more experience, I shouldn't hesitate. When her feelings were made up, Chen Wanxin's affection for Zhou Jia was equally undisguised. It was affection, praise, and a lingering kiss. Chen Wanxin covered Zhou Jia's eyes with her hand for the same reason as before. She didn't want Zhou Jia to see her blushing face. Zhou Jia couldn't see anything except a sliver of orange light shining through his fingers. He gripped the edge of the chair with both hands, his body stiff. When the eyes cannot see, the body's senses become more acute. The teacher's lips are soft and moist, full of her tenderness. Even at this moment, she seems a little too gentle. As time passed, he seemed to be able to hear the teacher's soft breathing and his own heartbeat. Thump thump, each beat making a solid, muffled sound. The fragrance of Chen Wanxin wafted from my nose, the delicate scent of her hair filling my heart. Zhou Jia's mind went completely blank. He'd just been kissed. This wasn't really a successful kiss. Chen Wanxin didn't know when it would end, and she didn't have any special skills. Only when she realized she should stop did she slowly separate from Zhou Jia. Chen Wanxin's hand was still covering Zhou Jia's eyes, and the two of them were breathing lightly, not wanting to appear too out of line. Zhou Jia was puzzled. "Teacher," Chen Wanxin said in a low voice, extremely embarrassed. "Can we stay like this for a little while? Please don't look at me now." Under the cover of night, the two figures stood frozen in place. Zhou Jia simply hummed in response and remained motionless. Time passed second by second, and Chen Wanxin finally calmed down, withdrew her hand, and said softly, "Let's go back." Zhou Jia's eyes were illuminated by the light, the orange light falling on Chen Wanxin's face, making her blush, her hair falling on both sides of her cheeks, and her amber eyes filled with shyness. Chen Wanxin forced herself to exchange a glance with Zhou Jia, forcing a smile that suggested composure. In the end, she could no longer resist her panicked heart, silently turned away, and looked away. Let's go back, it's getting late." Zhou Jia felt too embarrassed to look at Chen Wanxin, thinking that her teacher was really cute. Both of them started fastening their seatbelts, and the sound of buckles and pins engaging could be heard inside the car. Zhou Jia started the car and drove towards Chen Wanxin's house. Zhou Jia's mind wasn't quite clear at that moment. She'd been kissed by her teacher. Zhou Jia had assumed he was the one on the offensive in this battle of love, but the sudden turn of events caught him off guard. Chen Wanxin's feverish head gradually calmed down. The tip of her right palm touched her lips, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "So this is what kissing feels like. It's actually quite amazing," Chen Wanxin suddenly asked in a soft voice. "Any thoughts?" Zhou Jia exclaimed, "Ah, soft." Chen Wanxin's face flushed red instantly. "That's not what I was asking. Who asked you what it felt like to kiss? Are you an idiot?" Zhou Jia wondered what the question was if it wasn't about that. He suddenly realized it was about what Chen Wanxin had promised him. The car stopped downstairs at Chen Wanxin's building. Zhou Jia turned around and looked at Chen Wanxin. The teacher looked a little annoyed and was gently biting her lip, the one he had just kissed. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. "I think." Chen Wanxin picked up where he left off. "You want to?" Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin and said, "Now I can openly cut my teacher's hair. That's great." The subtle words of love made Chen Wanxin blush and feel shy all over, and she simply said, "Oh, where did this kid learn to talk nonsense and deceive people?" Chen Wanxin said, "Want to cut the teacher's hair? That's quite a bold idea. What else?" The two started chatting in the car, the silence dissolving into conversation, as if they had inexhaustible energy. "I want to make breakfast for the teacher." "What are you saying?" "But if you want, I can make you breakfast next time. I've only made lunch and dinner before. What do you like to eat for breakfast?" "Yeah, I like the fried dough sticks from the stalls outside the school. I used to buy them all the time when I was in school." "Then you don't need the teacher to make it for you. You can just buy it yourself. Eating fried dough sticks all the time is not good for your health. But I can try making it next time. The school doesn't allow students to eat outside now, for fear of something happening. We seem to have implemented a similar policy before, so why are we still doing it now? The students are so pitiful. There are many concerns, and our school cafeteria is all right, right? What else?" "I want to take a walk with my teacher." "That sounds interesting, but my legs aren't as long as yours, so I'll have to ask you to walk slowly when we go for a walk." "Anything else?" Chen Wanxin asked anything else several times in a row, and Zhou Jia answered each one. Although Chen Wanxin felt that this was not the right time, she still wanted to ask him. She started by talking about everyday things and the things that Zhou Jia had wanted to do in the past. Finally, Zhou Jia said something. "I want to hold the teacher's hand." This statement was rather blunt. Chen Wanxin blushed, coughed lightly, and turned her head away. Next time the teacher will hold your hand. It's getting late today, we should go home." Ultimately, I felt a little embarrassed. Chen Wanxin turned her head again to look at Zhou Jia. He didn't seem disappointed, he just nodded. Zhou Jia was indeed not disappointed. He was already very satisfied with today. Chen Wanxin, feeling somewhat guilty, reached out and gently patted Zhou Jia's head. "Okay, now we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Go back to sleep." Chen Wanxin gently patted Zhou Jia's head with her palm and rubbed it twice with delight. This time, the feeling is different from before. Before, I was touching my student. Now, I'm touching my boyfriend. Naturally, The feelings cannot be generalized. Both of them were feeling a bit off, but Zhou Jia was the one who reacted slowly. Chen Wanxin withdrew her hand. Then the teacher went back. Thank you for today. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin. No, it's all right, that's great. It's so late. Teacher, you should get some rest. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. Would you like to come to my house for dinner tomorrow night? The school recently changed its system, and teachers are taking turns supervising evening self-study sessions. I'll be free tomorrow night. Zhou Jia nodded. Okay, I'll bring a cake and flowers. Chapter 95 Aprons are the most alluring. Chen Wanxin wondered why there were still flowers. It wouldn't matter if she didn't bring any. The two maintained a respectful distance at this moment, even though they had just kissed. Neither of them could fully process their current feelings and situation. After a pause, the two spoke at the same time. Teacher. Zhou Jia. With the words stuck in her throat, Chen Wanxin gestured for Zhou Jia to speak first. Zhou Jia slowly began to speak. Good night, teacher. Chen Wanxin smiled and spoke slowly. Good night, my little boyfriend. With a gentle smile, she almost stole Zhou Jia's soul. After realizing her own feelings, Chen Wanxin acted more naturally than Zhou Jia. Chen Wanxin, carrying the small gift bag Zhou Jia had given her, closed the door, waved to Zhou Jia, leaving Zhou Jia alone in the car. Zhou Jia lightly tapped his forehead on the steering wheel. It seemed that his shamelessness and lack of limits were just empty words. At this moment, he was completely blushing. How come Teacher Chen has such a charming side? I love it so much. Chen Wanxin walked slowly down the stairwell, her steps light and graceful. The bag was placed in front of her, gently bumping against her knees and thighs as she moved step by step up the stairs. She suddenly felt a pang of worry, picked up the bag, and hugged the gift Zhou Jia had given her. She looked back several times and saw that the car was still there. She thought Zhou Jia would be very surprised, but when she thought of Zhou Jia's blank look, Chen Wanxin found it quite interesting. Chen Wanxin took out her keys, closed the door, and reached out to turn on the light by the door. She placed the handbag on the table, put the perfume bottle directly in front of her, then took out the puppy and placed it on the table as well, before pulling out a chair and sitting down. Actually, it's already time to sleep. It's 1 a.m. But Chen Wanxin was inexplicably not sleepy. In fact, she was quite energetic, her mind filled with the image of her kissing him just now. They really kissed. She reached out and tapped the puppy's head, her slender fingers stroking it back and forth, while her legs, clad in white socks, crossed under the chair. This gift was so special, she loved it. She had considered that Zhou Jia might confess his feelings, and she had also considered how Zhou Jia would confess, but in the end, it was completely different from what she had imagined. That's wonderful, she thought. So cute. I don't know if they're talking about Zhou Jia or the gift. Chen Wanxin opened the puppy screen again. On the screen, blue eyes blinked. Chen Wanxin called out to the puppy. 88. Unfold the love letter again, and Chen Wanxin slowly read it. Something seemed to require more than just one reading. Chen Wanxin read it several more times, silently giving the love letter a score in her mind. Zhou Jia had just arrived downstairs. He stopped the car, then slowly opened and closed the door, stiffly walked upstairs, and finally returned to his room, collapsing onto the bed. The teacher kissed me. The teacher kissed me. Zhou Jia covered his head with a pillow and suddenly started giggling. Hee hee hee. He chuckled foolishly and got up, still clutching his pillow. Hee hee hee. Zhou Jia even vaguely recalled Fei making a monkey-like sound, as people tend to revert to their primal state in such situations. Zhou's mother opened the door and looked at Zhou Jia, who was jumping around on the bed. What's all the noise about in the middle of the night? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Zhou Jia grinned. The next day, Lin Xuehui sat down next to Zhou Jia, holding a bag of potato chips. Spring has arrived, and Lin Xuehui's snacks have gradually changed, switching back from hot food to something else. Lin Xuehui tilted her head and asked Zhou Jia, "What's wrong with you?" This person started occasionally letting out a couple of laughs in the morning, which was rather frightening. Zhou Jia said, "No, everything went smoothly. By the way, I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Lin Xuehui said, "Oh," her little mind working very fast. "So that's how it is. That's great, boss. There's already a pathetic thick barrier between us." Zhou Jia wondered what these words meant. He used to resent couples and love when he was single, but now he was just as immersed in this sweetness. Lin Shuehui ate potato chips, making muffled mmm sounds. It's pretty good, so what do you want to eat? I'd like to have cold chicken noodles, cold tripe salad, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried pork, braised beef with potatoes, braised donkey meat, stewed pigeon eggs with wild game, braised soft-shelled turtle, and seafood fried rice. Thank you. Someone had already started ordering food, and she looked up at Zhou Jia and asked, "And when will I be able to eat at the wedding banquet? I'm hungry, I need food." Zhou Jia had every reason to suspect that Lin Shuehui simply wanted to eat. Her bright eyes were practically drooling. Zhou Jia rubbed his forehead. "I'll treat you to a meal, but I can't just make things up about wedding banquets or anything like that. It's not that serious yet. The relationship isn't progressing that quickly yet." Lin Shuehui muttered a couple of things and left. The advantage isn't big enough, or it's not stable enough. Right now, I just want to see the wedding and the base explode. There's someone who does abstract things. As soon as Lin Shuehui left, the stool was quickly taken by another person. Li Jintao rubbed his hands for a long time, not knowing how to ask the question, and finally stammered out a few words. "So last night," Zhou Jia nodded. "My teacher and I are together." Li Jintao gasped in shock. The sky, which hadn't collapsed yet, finally seemed to have crumbled at this moment. Compared to his own speculation, seeing those ambiguous moments made Li Jintao more panicked by Zhou Jia's own admission. "This world is terrifying, it's outrageous," Zhou Jia said. "Oh, and remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone." Li Jintao also understood that if he told his former classmates about this, he wondered what their expressions would be. He's still in shock. "Okay, don't worry, don't worry." As he spoke these words, he walked away in a daze, seemingly lost in thought, muttering to himself. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Chen Wanxin chatted with Rin Yuqing in the office. After crying yesterday, Rin Yuqing had calmed down a lot and was quite embarrassed. Chen Wanxin carefully learned the cause and effect. The main reason was that the pressure in the top class was too great. The people around her were all academically excellent, but she didn't talk to them much and was not bullied. Chen Wanxin said she could help with anything at school. Rin Yuqing had originally wanted to transfer classes, but after talking with Lu Sijiao last night, she decided to try harder for a while longer. This reassured Chen Wanxin somewhat, and she added a few more words of advice. If she felt stressed, she should come to her for help. In the evening, Zhou Jia finished get off work and ran off with cheerful steps, picking up the cake from the cake shop and buying a bouquet of roses before arriving at Chen Wanxin's house. Chen Wanxin opened the door. Even though Zhou Jia had come many times before, she was a little nervous today. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin, who was still wearing an apron and looked like she was cooking. Her hair had grown out, revealing her fair and slender nape, making her almost too beautiful. Especially aprons, which are extremely dangerous. She looked at Zhou Jia, then at her current boyfriend, and said with a slightly flushed face, "Ah, you've come. Come in quickly." Chapter 96, Don't Push Your Luck. Chen Wanxin wore a yellow long-sleeved shirt and slim-fit jeans, which gave her a fresher look than her usual outfits. She was wearing a cotton linen apron that was somewhere between off-white and light brown, and it was exceptionally beautiful. Their eyes met briefly in the air, filled with joy and enthusiasm, yet also with a touch of shyness. After all, what happened last night, the image of the kiss is still vivid in my mind, and the thought that I had been trying to suppress resurfaced uncontrollably when I saw the other person. Zhou Jia interrupted the sensations and aromas that were surfacing in her mind by picking up the cake and flowers in her hand, and handed the roses to Chen Wanxin. "Teacher, I'm here. Happy birthday, teacher." Chen Wanxin accepted the rose, feeling shy but not wanting to appear too timid, so she pretended to be calm and said, "Thank you. Please come in and have a seat. Wait for the teacher." The two, who had just started dating, were even a little reserved when they greeted each other. Zhou Jia walked in, sat cross-legged on the carpet in the room, and watched the teacher, wearing an apron, put flowers into a bottle filled with water. "That's fantastic. How is this any different from married life?" "Cute. I like it. I'm a die-hard fan. I want to marry it." Zhou Jia's state of mind has also changed. Now he is no longer sitting in this room as a student, but as her boyfriend. "I'm so happy," Zhou Jia thought. Teacher, do you need my help? Chen Wanxin shook her head. It's okay. You sit and wait for me. Chen Wanxin was arranging the stir-fried dishes. Pan-fried tofu with pork, braised pork, and winter melon meatball soup were laid out on the small table. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere more awkward than expected, filled with the awkwardness of first love. White steam rose from the steaming dishes, lying between them and obscuring their slightly shy faces. The two were at a loss for words, and Zhou Jia spoke first. Teacher, how is that student from yesterday? Chen Wanxin raised her head. It's all right now. I've already talked to her, so at least for the time being, everything's fine. Rin Yuqing has indeed improved a lot. Her mental state has changed significantly, and she is much more energetic. She said that she was inspired by her senior and will work hard. Chen Wanxin's answer caused another brief silence in the room. With a ding, the rice cooker sounded, saving the mood. Chen Wanxin asked, Would you like to eat first? Oh, right. I'll get you some rice. It's ready. Chen Wanxin got up, took 2 small bowls from the side, and served Zhou Jia rice. Although it wasn't the first time she had done this, she still felt a strange feeling, and even felt happy and shy at this moment. We kissed in a moment of passion last night, so what are you worrying about now? Chen Wanxin served the rice, placed the bowl on the table, and sat down to the side. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin, her eyes as gentle as ever, a hint of her fair collarbone showing through her collarbone, and her hair seemed to have grown a little longer. Chen Wanxin noticed Zhou Jia's gaze. What are you looking at? Zhou Jia stared directly into Chen Wanxin's eyes without flinching. I'm looking at the teacher and also at my girlfriend. The teacher is really beautiful. Chen Wanxin's head started to spin. The word girlfriend was more destructive than she had imagined. Although she had made up her mind to be with Zhou Jia, she still felt strange at this moment. Chen Wanxin said, embarrassed and annoyed. You chatterbox, let's eat. Zhou Jia was rewarded. Zhou Jiaguang could eat 3 bowls of rice just by looking at his teacher. The two ate their meal in silence. Chen Wanxin kept her head down, occasionally glancing at Zhou Jia to confirm what seemed unreal. After looking up several times, he realized that Zhou Jia was still staring at him. Chen Wanxin held the chopsticks, feeling lost and unsure of what to do. Why are you always staring at me? Eat first. How long will it take to see this? Zhou Jia's somewhat roguish and alluring demeanor reappeared. Because I was always too shy to look at the teacher's profile before, now I can finally see the teacher's face directly. I feel so lucky, so I want to look at it for a while longer. Simple and sincere words of love are the most touching. At this moment, Chen Wanxin's heart was filled with the emotion of liking someone, and her heart trembled. She also wanted to look at Zhou Jia a little longer. Just as Zhou Jia said, when she liked someone, she would unconsciously look at his profile without even realizing it. So Chen Wanxin tried to look Zhou Jia in the eye, but she couldn't withstand his burning gaze. In the end, she lowered her head and silently ate her food. There's nothing he can do, he's just a bit thick-skinned. The two were eating, and the room had a warm and cozy atmosphere. Actually, since yesterday, Chen Wanxin has had many questions to ask and many things to say to him, she said softly. From now on, you can watch it for as long as you want. You don't have to keep staring at it like you do now. Chen Wanxin gently brushed her hair behind her ear with her fingers. I hope I didn't make you too tired? Zhou Jia was puzzled. What's the meaning? Chen Wanxin used her chopsticks to pick up a slice of meat from the plate and put it in Zhou Jia's bowl. Exactly. The teacher is a bit slow to grasp these things. It seems like it's been a long time since she realized your thoughts. I'm wondering if that's making things difficult for you. Zhou Jia shook his head. No, because I like my teacher, I'm happy no matter what. Chen Wanxin simply said, oh, and remained silent, realizing she couldn't argue with him. The two quickly finished their dinner, and Zhou Jia took out the small cakes and placed them on the table. Happy 28th birthday, teacher. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia, then changed her position, slowly crawled to Zhou Jia's right side, put both knees on the ground, reached out and gently pinched his waist. Don't reveal your age. Chen Wanxin sat to the side, and at this moment, worry arose again. By the way, I've been wondering, I'm so much older than you. Why do you like teachers so much? Chen Wanxin braced herself on the ground with both hands. Although she had kissed him, the distance between them didn't seem to be so easy to bridge. At this moment, Zhou Jia stretched out his right hand and covered Chun Wanxin's left hand. Chun Wanxin's heart contracted rapidly, and she was clearly flustered and at a loss for what to do about Zhou Jia's actions. How did he end up leading her? Zhou Jia said, "It has nothing to do with age, teacher. Liking someone is irrational. Even if I can come up with 10,000 arguments to refute myself, the moment I see you, those 10,000 arguments are like a piece of paper thrown into a fire, burning away in an instant." He kept spouting, "I like you," over and over, which Chun Wanxin found a bit unbearable. This student just happened to know how to say those things when he was trying to coax someone. Zhou Jia asked, "Teacher, may I hold your hand?" A relentless offensive. Chun Wanxin's ears felt hot. "Weren't you already holding my hand? You idiot. Seriously, you're still asking me now? That's so shameless of him." Chun Wanxin took a deep breath, feeling as if Zhou Jia was leading her by the rhythm. Zhou Jia moved over a bit. "No, that's not how I meant to hold your hand." Chun Wanxin wondered what that meant, and then she quickly understood what Zhou Jia meant. Indeed, this certainly doesn't count as holding hands. A moment later, Chun Wanxin changed her left hand, palm up, and took the initiative to meet Zhou Jia, holding his hand together. Although they weren't holding hands, they were still holding hands. It was the first time they had held hands, and Chun Wanxin's heart was beating very fast. She wasn't a little girl anymore, so why was she so nervous? As a teacher, she calmed herself down. She felt Zhou Jia's palm. It was larger and thicker, but not rough. She gently stroked the back of Zhou Jia's hand with her fingers. It was quite nice. Chun Wanxin looked at the cake on the table at this moment. The cake hasn't been unwrapped yet. As she spoke, she tried to let go of her left hand, but Zhou Jia gently grabbed it. Chun Wanxin turned her head and looked at Zhou Jia. "What's wrong?" Zhou Jia stared at Chun Wanxin. "I thought I'd just hold the teacher's hand like this, so?" Chun Wanxin understood Zhou Jia's meaning, extended her right hand, gently touched Zhou Jia's forehead, then turned her head away, her face flushed, and spoke softly. "Honestly, don't push your luck." Chapter 97, I want to hear my teacher say, "He likes me." As Chun Wanxin spoke, she did not let go of Zhou Jia's hand that was holding hers. She could feel the intense emotion emanating from that hand, holding her tightly, which made her feel so safe and secure, and she even enjoyed being held by him. With her left hand held by him, as if bound and teased by him, Chun Wanxin stretched out only her right hand and slowly and skillfully untied the cream cake. Zhou Jia held Chun Wanxin's left hand, and even at this moment, he felt that he liked her very much. Holding her hand felt like possessing her, like controlling a part of the teacher's body. Things he never dared to dream of before had come true at this moment, so much so that he was unwilling to let go, greedily grabbing Chun Wanxin's hand, wanting to stick with his teacher more, wanting to hold her hand for longer. Zhou Jia finally had the opportunity to truly feel the teacher's hands slender, delicate, and soft. Liking someone sometimes seems to involve possessing their time, body, and everything about them. Seeing Chun Wanxin's slightly flushed face, Zhou Jia thought, "The teacher is so cute. I find the teacher adorable because of my affection and pity for her." Although he felt a little embarrassed, after all, this was the first time he had ever truly held hands with a girl he liked, aside from ballroom dancing. He's used to being carefree and jovial, which is why he can remain expressionless at this moment. Chun Wanxin untied the ribbon on the cream cake, then awkwardly dragged the cake out and placed it on the table. "How long is this stupid student going to hold my hand? Is it that easy to hold hands?" Although she herself was reluctant to let go, it was just too strange. Chun Wanxin felt her whole body start to burn, entirely because of Zhou Jia. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Jia, thinking that this guy's shameless manner was just like a little dog. Cute, yet annoying. But there's nothing I can do. I've already fallen for him. She reached out her right hand and touched Zhou Jia's head. It actually felt quite comfortable to touch his head. Chun Wanxin coaxed Zhou Jia. "Okay, it's time to let go. I'll hold your hand again in a bit. The teacher is right here. We still need to cut the cake and make a wish." Zhou Jia was coaxed into obedience and let go of the teacher's hand. Sometimes he wondered if the teacher thought he was younger than her, so she would listen to him as long as she said that. However, Zhou Jia was willing to cooperate with Chun Wanxin, as he was indeed worried that going too far might displease the teacher. Zhou Jia went to rummage through the plastic bags on the table. There are candles in the bag. Let me help the teacher light them. Zhou Jia took out 2 colorful candles, one with the Roman numeral 2 and the other with the Roman numeral 8, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Chen Wanxin bit her lower lip and turned to look at Zhou Jia. Other things were one thing, but women were extremely concerned about their age. Aren't there any other number candles? Why not the kind with individual candles? Zhou Jia answered. One by one, more than 20 of them. Even a 6-inch cake might not be able to fit them all. Chen Wanxin's voice immediately rose an octave. What did you say? Well, this kid, we just held hands, and he's already making fun of himself. Zhou Jia covered her mouth, looking as if she had said something wrong. Chen Wanxin's earlier embarrassment dissipated at this moment, turning into a faint, unvented anger, and she bit her lip lightly. Zhou Jia coughed lightly. Teacher, this is all we have. It's okay. No matter your age, I will always love you and stay by your side. Chen Wanxin gave a soft snort. Rhetoric. He said this, but he no longer cared about what Zhou Jia had just said. She seems a bit too easy to appease. Chen Wanxin reached out and stuck the 2 candles on the small cake. So much had happened that day that it all seemed magical to her. Zhou Jia took out the same birthday hat that was also inside and folded it into a ring. Teacher, let me put this on you. Chen Wanxin glanced at it, and before she could say no, Zhou Jia had already put the little hat on Chen Wanxin's head. Chen Wanxin felt an itch on her head and thought it was incredibly childish. Zhou Jia stood up. Should I turn off the lights? Chen Wanxin looked at him and nodded gently, making sure the little hat didn't fall off. Shut it down. It was a bit childish, but it was his way of showing his affection. Zhou Jia got up and turned off the light. The room was plunged into darkness. Chen Wanxin struck the match that had been given to her and lit the 2 candles. The small firelight illuminated the small room, reflecting on the faces of the 2 people. Zhou Jia put her hands together. Then I'll sing a birthday song for the teacher. As Zhou Jia spoke, she began to sing the birthday song, swaying her head. Normally, a birthday celebration should involve inviting 2 more people to make it more lively, but Chen Wanxin had her own little plans, so at this time, she only invited Zhou Jia. Even if Zhou Jia didn't say anything to her, she would still say something. Zhou Jia sang a birthday song. Happy birthday, teacher. Happy birthday, teacher. Chen Wanxin clapped along with him, looking at Zhou Jia, whose image was imprinted in her eyes as the firelight flickered in the darkness. Passionate, energetic, and dazzling. Chen Wanxin felt that she had actually received a lot of help from Zhou Jia and had gained the strength to work hard from him, but she had only recently realized it. I really like him. After Zhou Jia finished singing, he pointed at the cake with his palm. The teacher won't let us blow out the candles? Chen Wanxin said. I haven't done this in a long time. No need. Making a wish and blowing out candles is too childish. Even if you do blow out candles and make a wish, the wish may not actually come true. However, upon hearing Zhou Jia's words, Chen Wanxin still chose to put her hands together, close her eyes, and let the image appear in her mind. Chen Wanxin silently made a wish. Then she opened her eyes and carefully blew out both candles. Zhou Jia turned on the light. What did the teacher wish for? Chen Wanxin said with a smile. No, you can't say it. Won't it stop working if you say it? I want to spend more time with someone and get to know them better. But can this be considered a wish? Chen Wanxin didn't know either. Chen Wanxin took out a plastic knife and cut the cake into 6 perfect pieces. Actually, she wasn't very hungry anymore. She had a small appetite to begin with, and at this point, she couldn't eat much. Chen Wanxin handed one of the pieces to Zhou Jia. Is there anything you want to do? Regarding what the teacher said. Chen Wanxin felt that her words were somewhat ambiguous and that something was off about them. Zhou Jia spoke slowly, and Chen Wanxin was worried that Zhou Jia would say something vulgar. But Zhou Jia said, I want to hear my teacher say that she likes me. Chen Wanxin blushed deeply. What? Zhou Jia, seemingly unafraid of being scalded by boiling water, stared intently at Chen Wanxin. I've said so many times that I like my teacher, but I've never heard my teacher say that they like me back. The enthusiastic gazes made Chen Wanxin half cover her face and turn her head away. It seems. I really didn't say that. Chapter 98. The teacher likes you too. Chen Wanxin thought. Didn't I kiss you? But sometimes, when you like someone deeply, you become speechless. Your eyes are like still water, and you open your mouth for a long time, but you don't know how to express the feelings that linger in your heart. Chen Wanxin wasn't going to let Zhou Jia lead her around. Many things flashed through her mind. Finally, she raised an index finger and gently tapped her still red face, tilting her head slightly to look at Zhou Jia. Let's eat the cake first. Her eyes revealed a mixture of resentment and an irresistible liveliness. Her eyes are so beautiful, Zhou Jia thought. Just by looking into her eyes, I can tell what the teacher is saying. Chen Wanxin scooped up the cake with a spoon and then held the spoon up in the air. Zhou Jia looked at the spoon with a puzzled expression. Teacher, what's this? Chen Wanxin exclaimed, Ah, open your mouth. Will the teacher feed you? Or do you not want to be fed by the teacher? If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. She smiled, her hair falling along her cheek, and her eyes held a mischievous glint as she deliberately swung the spoon filled with cake in the air twice. Zhou Jia is shameless and his head is full of dog-related literature. He's just short of barking. He opened his mouth to take it, and Chen Wanxin gently placed the spoon on Zhou Jia's tongue, watching him gently smear the cake and slowly chew it, finding it really fun. Chen Wanxin asked happily, Is it tasty? Zhou Jia nodded repeatedly. It's delicious. Of course it tastes good when the teacher feeds you. Actually, all cakes taste the same. They're just a mixture of cream and bread. But the feeling of being fed by the teacher was just so wonderful. Chen Wanxin took back the spoon, scooped up another spoonful, and then held it up into the air. The white cream was dazzlingly white under the light. Is this what dating is like? Chen Wanxin didn't know, and she had never been in a relationship with him. She didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but she liked it and found it very interesting. Zhou Jia opened her mouth again to take it, bit the spoon, and then ate the cake on top. Chen Wanxin fed Zhou Jia spoonful by spoonful, and the room was quiet. She had always felt that Zhou Jia was sometimes like a dog, and she wanted to keep him by her side, stroking his head every day. Wait, isn't there a specific term for this? Kept. Chen Wanxin was secretly embarrassed and annoyed that she had such thoughts, but then she thought that it wouldn't hurt to support him. Zhou Jiashang had no idea that his teacher was having strange thoughts running through his head. Teacher, I've almost finished eating. Shall I feed you? Zhou Jia scooped up a piece of cake in front of her with a spoon and then held it up in the air. Chen Wanxin paused for a moment, then said quietly, But I'm your teacher. Chen Wanxin wanted to take the initiative in this relationship and did so instinctively. Because she was Zhou Jia's teacher, she felt that this was more suitable for her, even in the way they interacted. Being fed or pampered was too embarrassing. Zhou Jia's hand froze in midair. Really? The teacher doesn't like being fed. After Zhou Jia became certain that Chen Wanxin liked him, he gradually became more proactive. Chen Wanxin thought that this was not a matter of liking or disliking. She stared at Zhou Jia for a long time, feeling that she was being manipulated by him. She smoothed her hair behind her ear with her left hand and gently opened her rosy lips. Oh. Chen Wanxin took a bite. Zhou Jia held the spoon, seemingly able to feel the teacher's soft tongue even through it. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia's smug expression, gave him a helpless glance, and ate the cake. It does taste quite good. The aroma of cream spreads throughout the mouth, accompanied by the fragrance of bread. Chen Wanxin actually loves sweets, but sometimes she still cares about her weight. The older she gets, the more she struggles with this, and she will consciously or unconsciously restrain her intake of sweets. I feel like I've been eating out a lot lately. Before I even started dating, I was already eating and drinking everywhere. This is really not a good sign. Being fed by Zhou Jia wasn't as unbearable as she had imagined. A feeling of shame mixed with amusement rose within her. After all, he was her little boyfriend. My boyfriend. Whenever she thought of this, Chen Wanxin wanted to cover her face, lie down on the bed and roll around. But unfortunately there were still people at home. Zhou Jia scooped up another spoonful. Chen Wanxin made an X with her hands in front of her. I'm not eating anymore. You can eat it yourself. This is unacceptable. Zhou Jia was quite disappointed, so he just ate in silence. Chen Wanxin breathed a sigh of relief at first, but then felt that something was wrong. I bit into that. Zhou Jia didn't seem to notice this, and Chen Wanxin thought there was no need to make a fuss about it, so she looked down at the spoon in her hand. This spoon was just used to feed him. She took a deep breath and said again, "What's there to care about? I'm not a little girl anymore. Why should I keep getting hung up on this?" Chen Wanxin scooped up a spoonful and ate the cake silently. How is this different from an indirect kiss? It seems to be more serious than that one. Chen Wanxin felt complicated. Zhou Jia suddenly asked a question. "Teacher, are you free this weekend?" Chen Wanxin nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?" Zhou Jia stared at Chen Wanxin. "I want to invite you on a date, teacher. Please go on a date with me, teacher. Please do me the honor of going on a date with me." 3 different versions of the story. Whose battlefield is this? Chen Wanxin said. "Okay, where would you like to invite the teacher?" Zhou Jia did not hesitate. "I went to buy clothes because I had wanted to go shopping with my teacher before, and it was a pity that I couldn't help her change her clothes." Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia. Why was it changing again? It was definitely on purpose. "Can I step on you?" Zhou Jia's words should be thrown out. "Please step on me, teacher." Should I lie down now?" Chen Wanxin blushed. She couldn't stand it anymore. This student was becoming more and more shameless. This is how it is now, and I can't even imagine what will happen to him in the future. Chen Wanxin chose to skip this topic altogether. "When are you going?" Zhou Jia thought for a moment. "How about Saturday? It'll be 2 p.m., so the teacher can have a good rest before coming." Chen Wanxin nodded. "Okay." So the 2 of them slowly ate cake and chatted. Zhou Jia washed the dishes and put the leftovers in the refrigerator. Later that evening, Chen Wanxin picked up her phone from the table and glanced at it. It was 11 o'clock. Zhou Jia noticed Chen Wanxin looking down at the time, her mind racing. "Teacher, I'll head back now." Chen Wanxin exclaimed, wanting to say that wasn't what she meant, but then realized it was indeed getting late, and nodded. Neither of them had ever been in a relationship before, so at this moment they both seemed clueless and naive, like young girls experiencing their first love, not even knowing how to arrange the time to say goodbye. Zhou Jia stood up. "Don't forget on Saturday, teacher." Chen Wanxin responded. "Good." Zhou Jia added. "Then I'll be going now." As he said this, he got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Chen Wanxin followed her to the doorway. "Be careful on your way back." Zhou Jia nodded, but showed no intention of leaving, as if he was waiting for something. Chen Wanxin coughed lightly, struggling internally. "Send a message to the teacher when you arrive." Zhou Jia nodded again, looking at Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin steeled her heart, stepped forward, and whispered in Zhou Jia's ear. "Some things really need to be said, and these are my feelings, my truest thoughts." Chen Wanxin whispered in Zhou Jia's ear. "Teacher, likes you too." Her eyes and brows were full of shyness. Chapter 99. Your husband. Saturday. As we entered the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, the temperature rose slightly, the weather changed from cloudy to sunny, and the roadside trees looked greener than usual, making it a perfect time for outings and picnics. There are also dates. This was their first date after they started dating, so Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin made thorough preparations, taking showers, changing clothes repeatedly. Zhou Jia started learning about various outfits. A dark baseball jacket, a white long-sleeve top, and khaki cargo pants. It was a natural yet stylish look, and seemed like a pretty good outfit for a date. Chen Wanxin was wearing a 2-piece off-shoulder shirt, with a thin white turtleneck sweater underneath and an outer shirt with the top few buttons undone. The black sweatpants had a slit on the side of her left thigh, revealing a section of her fair thigh, which looked extremely beautiful with her tall figure, exuding a powerful aura. Chen Wanxin also has her own little schemes. Sometimes she buys pretty clothes, although she doesn't usually wear them to work. She used a curling iron to style the ends of her hair slightly, making it look more voluminous. So this is what women dress up for those who appreciate them means. Sometimes, things we've heard before will somehow find their way back into our heads later on. Before leaving home in the afternoon, Chen Wanxin turned around in front of the mirror several times to admire herself, thinking that she looked quite pretty and indulging in a little self-admiration. Times Square. Chen Wanxin, holding a small bag, searched for Zhou Jia. Although Zhou Jia said he would pick her up, it was still a date, so Chen Wanxin thought it would be better to meet in one place. She gently touched her bangs. Zhou Jia would probably be startled if he saw her like this. Chen Wanxin looked at her phone. Zhou Jia said he had arrived at McDonald's door, so Chen Wanxin looked for the golden sign. Chen Wanxin quickly spotted a fool looking around, glancing down at his phone, looking up left and right, but he just couldn't see her. Chen Wanxin, with her hands behind her back, quietly moved behind Zhou Jia and poked Zhou Jia's back with her finger. Stand up straight. Zhou Jia immediately stood up straight, his whole body stiffening. He turned to look at Chen Wanxin, wondering when she had suddenly appeared behind him and poked him. What's going on? Why is Teacher Chen suddenly talking about his walking posture? Zhou Jia usually doesn't have a proper posture when standing or walking. Of course, he's not hunchbacked, he's just not very strong. Chen Wanxin was mainly thinking of Ren Yuqing, so she reflexively corrected herself. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin's outfit. Today, she had completely changed her style, and every part of her was extremely eye-catching from head to toe. Sparkling earrings, fair and pink shoulders, and a hint of thigh. A well-designed outfit. Pink lips that clearly showed she was wearing blush, and the teacher was even wearing contact lenses today. Her new makeup and styling were simply too captivating. Zhou Jia answered without hesitation. Teacher, you look so beautiful today. Teacher, you're so pretty. I like you, teacher. At times like these, he never hesitates to offer his praise. Chen Wanxin was pleased to be praised, but the compliment was too direct, and she blushed. She looked up at Zhou Jia, her cheeks unconsciously puffing out. This sycophant only knows how to flatter. His first words were all flattery. Zhou Jia never expected Chen Wanxin to make such a move. The teacher is so cute. Chen Wanxin reached out and straightened Zhou Jia's collar, acting like a doting girlfriend, and said softly, You look good too. Let's go, the teacher also likes you. Chen Wanxin tried to learn from Zhou Jia, learning his way of expressing love. Her excessive gentleness caused Zhou Jia's affection to rise continuously. This feeling seemed to have no limit. Every time he saw her, he couldn't help but think to himself, I like her so much. I like her even more than yesterday. The two walked into the mall. Lacking experience, they went straight to the point, as if they really were there to buy clothes. The two browsed the shops in the mall, and Chen Wanxin picked out several outfits. A pink coat, a white long-sleeved top, and jeans create a youthful and stylish look. Chen Wanxin stood there, hands on her hips, a smile on her face. How are things going, students? Zhou Jia sat upright, admiring Chen Wanxin as she changed into her new clothes. She's like the friendly older sister next door, perfect for a teacher. I'll buy her. Chen Wanxin took off her coat and held it in her hand. You have an older sister living next door, huh? Why haven't you told the teacher? How old is she? Is she pretty? She asked the question very softly and naturally, and it was definitely not out of jealousy. Zhou Jia said, I don't know, I didn't look closely. Zhou Jia's answers are always watertight, and no matter how good or bad they are easy to be countered. But saying he doesn't know proves that he doesn't care. Chen Wanxin was joking, but she was genuinely pleased to hear Zhou Jia say that. She pretended to be choosing clothes, secretly lowering her head and burying her gaze among the garments. She realized that she was too easily moved. She felt happy just because he said one sentence, but after realizing it, she wondered what kind of strange feeling this was. What's wrong with me? Is it really possible that liking this feeling is so simple, so easy to satisfy, and so unlike myself? I'm even starting to complain and berate myself for being such a fool. Chen Wanxin glanced at Zhou Jia out of the corner of her eye and noticed that he was sitting there watching her. She quickly looked away and focused on the clothes in front of her, noticing the fabric material on the label. The sales assistant came over at that moment. Beautiful lady, are you looking for spring clothes? How about taking a look at this outfit? It's very flattering, and with your tall and great figure, it will definitely suit you perfectly. On the recommendation of the sales assistant, Chen Wanxin decided to give it a try. Zhou Jia was sitting there, holding Chen Wanxin's small bag in his hand. Chen Wanxin quickly changed into that outfit and came out. It was an outerwear piece with an overall blue hue. The top was blazer-like, and the bottom was a multi-layered skirt. At the sales assistant's recommendation, Chen Wanxin changed her inner layer and pants, replacing them with shorts and a white shirt, revealing her long, fair legs. It doesn't quite look like spring clothes. It's a bit chilly. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly began to look forward to summer. The coat had a cinched waist, with the belt tightly fastened, outlining Chen Wanxin's slender figure. It's not suitable for everyday wear. It's more like an idol outfit. But it looks good. Chen Wanxin stood in front of Zhou Jia. What do you think? Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin, but felt embarrassed to stare at her for too long. His gaze wandered, and finally met Chen Wanxin's eyes. It looks great, I'll buy it. Chen Wanxin also thought the dress was quite nice, but it was a bit too light, and the style was too new. It was only suitable for going out, and definitely not suitable for wearing at school, so she was quite hesitant. Sales staff are rushing to meet their sales targets at this time. Beautiful lady, this outfit really suits you. It would be even better if you wore a pair of white boots with it. You can also wear white sneakers normally. She helped Chen Wanxin tidy her clothes. And your husband said he'd buy it. Isn't that great? A single sentence from a sales associate dealt a heavy blow to two people. Husband, husband, husband. The voice echoed in both of their heads. Neither of them refuted the sales assistant's words. Instead, they exchanged a glance, then looked away, staring into thin air, their faces silently flushing. The sales assistant's voice still echoed in their ears. We also have a discount here. You can get 20% off when you wear these shorts. Chen Wanxin bought it. Chapter 100. He's so handsome. The total cost, including the shorts, was 640 yuan, even with a 20% discount. Zhou Jia insisted on paying. After all, the shop assistant had said he was the teacher's husband. There's nothing wrong with the statement itself, but I feel that it has a huge problem when taken out of context. Chen Wanxin felt it was a bit expensive, but nowadays everything is expensive. Prices are constantly rising, while wages remain as stable as Mount Tai. Life is tough. As Chen Wanxin walked out of the store, she felt that the outfit was too light and airy, and it seemed a bit strange to wear it even on a holiday. The main reason was that Zhou Jia kept praising how beautiful it was, which made Chen Wanxin lose her judgment, and that's why she was tempted. Normally, she would never have bought this kind of thing. She prefers more mature styles. Chen Wanxin felt even more guilty because Zhou Jia had to pay the bill. The sales assistant's smile grew even more friendly as she saw the two out. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit again next time. You two have such a wonderful relationship. The two walked out somewhat awkwardly, their steps stiff, even moving in unison. After walking past two shops, Chen Wanxin reached out her hand. Thank you. Please give me your bag. Zhou Jia was still carrying Chen Wanxin's small bag, completely transforming into her boyfriend's shape, and he handed the small black bag over. No, that's not true. It's my honor to help the teacher carry her bag. The two exchanged polite words, behaving very courteously in this situation. Chen Wanxin tried to think of that name in her mind. Husband. Chen Wanxin mentally started banging her head against the wall. She sighed, her pale shoulders slumping as she thought about all the random things she was thinking about every day. I feel like I've become a bit stupid lately, and even my brain isn't working properly. But she couldn't help thinking about these random things. If things went well between them, she might actually end up calling him that. Husband. The shop assistant's voice kept echoing in Chen Wanxin's head, buzzing like a temple bell, coming from all directions. It's all that clerk's fault. Chen Wanxin gently raised her eyelids, glanced at Zhou Jia quickly and secretly, then turned her head back to look at the road ahead, trying to comfort herself. There's really nothing to worry about, isn't there? This is all just common sense, and it's just a form of address. He still calls himself teacher now. However, Chen Wanxin felt that this was actually quite good. She found it hard to imagine Zhou Jia calling her in any other way. If he called her by her name directly, or used a more intimate term of endearment between lovers, Chen Wanxin would find it strange. Treasure or something. Oh my God. Chen Wanxin's expression shifted between a bright smile, a furrowed brow and pursed lips, and a sudden realization, as if she were oscillating between understanding and not understanding. Although Zhou Jia didn't know what Chen Wanxin was thinking, she could sense the changes in her emotions. Teacher, what's wrong? Chen Wanxin looked up, her expression somewhat flustered. Ah, it's nothing, it's nothing. She gave a smile to conceal her true thoughts. Oh right, let me pick out a couple of outfits for you too. Spring is here, and it's not often that I get the chance to help you choose clothes. Zhou Jia shook his head. No need, teacher. Chen Wanxin reached out and grabbed Zhou Jia's wrist, leading him into the shop next door. Let's go take a look. Her attitude was very assertive. and this seemed to be the first time that Chun Wanxin took the initiative to grab Zhou Jia's wrist. In fact, there would have been no problem with simply holding hands, since the two were already a couple. However, when Chun Wanxin reached out her hand, she still lacked some courage. You could also say it's shyness. Chun Wanxin dragged Zhou Jia forward, using decisiveness to cover up her wild thoughts. Zhou Jia was somewhat stunned. He rarely stood behind Chun Wanxin, looking at his teacher's back. The teacher's back was very straight, tapering from her shoulders to her waist like an inverted trapezoid, making her appear extremely slender, as if one could easily embrace her. Her long, smooth, jet-black hair, with slightly curled ends, swayed gently in the air, utterly captivating. Zhou Jia was led into the store by her. The store was large and there were quite a few people, but there seemed to be fewer sales assistants. Everyone was picking out clothes in the store. Chun Wanxin pulled Zhou Jia straight to a row of shelves with various styles of tops hanging on them. Chun Wanxin turned around, let go of Zhou Jia's wrist, and started picking through the pile of tops. Look, the teacher personally recommends this kind of windbreaker or hoodie. It looks very stylish. What do you think? She rummaged through the clothes rack and pulled out a garment, displaying it to Zhou Jia. Cargo pants are also a good choice. You're so tall, they should look great on you. Before Zhou Jia could even refute, several sets of clothes were already being stuffed into her hands. Zhou Jia was then forced to go to the fitting room to change clothes. He stood there dumbfounded in the fitting room, wondering what had happened. But thinking of the teacher's appearance, Zhou Jia couldn't help but smile. How could the teacher be so cute? Zhou Jia changed into several outfits, in various styles, including a black windbreaker paired with a gray hoodie and light black cargo pants, giving him a casual, youthful look. Wearing a white-gray jacket over a white top and beige cargo pants, he stood there, exuding an air of confidence and high spirits. Wearing a dark blue denim jacket, black pants, and a white short-sleeved shirt tucked into the pants, along with a pair of glasses of unknown origin without prescription, he looked somewhat refined. As Chun Wanxin watched Zhou Jia come out, she felt even more that Zhou Jia actually had a good appearance, but she hadn't paid attention to it before. After all, students are all the same. Is this a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder? Zhou Jia felt like a mannequin, being dragged around by Chun Wanxin and changed into several outfits. By the end, he was completely dizzy. Zhou Jia's approach to buying clothes is actually quite simple. She goes online to look at styles, prices, and sizes, and then checks the sales volume. She doesn't buy clothes that sell too much because she might run into someone wearing the same thing, nor does she buy clothes that sell too little because there must be something wrong with them. Finally, she places an order. He stood in front of Chun Wanxin, showed off his clothes, adjusted his glasses which he was not used to wearing, and asked, "Teacher, what do you think? I don't think we need to change it. I really don't need it. This outfit is so alluring," Chun Wanxin thought, her mind in turmoil, but she pretended to be calm. "I think they're all fine. Why don't you change back into your clothes first?" Zhou Jia said, "Oh," and then walked towards the fitting room. Chun Wanxin watched Zhou Jia's back as the curtain gradually closed, and then watched Zhou Jia smile at her before closing the curtain. Her face gradually turned red. She touched her face with both hands and felt that Zhou Jia's appearance was very good, and even said it out loud in her mind. "He's so handsome." Chun Wanxin's shyness slipped through her fingers, falling to the ground like scattered flower petals. Chapter 101 Tightly Clenched Fingers. Chun Wanxin was ashamed that she could have such thoughts. Physical appearance and physical form are all illusions. But the more she looked at her boyfriend, the more handsome he seemed, completely beyond her control. Upon closer inspection, she realized he had regular features, was quite tall, and had a good physique. She hadn't thought about these things at all before. On one hand, she felt that she didn't need to dwell on these feelings, and on the other hand, she said that it was an objective fact that he was indeed handsome, and she wasn't wrong. Chun Wanxin sighed inwardly, gently patting her knees with both hands. She was very unhappy with herself for overthinking things outside. It was one thing to do at home. While Zhou Jia was changing clothes, Chun Wanxin took deep breaths to calm herself down, and her mind became much clearer. Zhou Jia bought 2 sets of clothes in the end, and Chun Wanxin paid for them, spending 870 yuan. What exactly is this consumer trap? Both of them felt they had spent a lot of money recently. Chen Wanxin didn't have much savings, while Zhou Jia had only graduated less than a year ago and was gradually becoming strapped for cash. Normally, Zhou Jia would never spend money on such a place. He always uses his money wisely. Graphics card, headphones, speakers, games. Of course, he'd be an idiot to spend more money on Rebirth. Chen Wanxin spends her money on things she likes, such as food, books, and flowers. Food costs a little money, but physical books are much more expensive than before, costing a lot of money. Flowers are cheap, but buying them in physical stores is more expensive. Buying them online is always very inexpensive and a great deal. Both of them felt that the Engel coefficient had risen sharply recently. However, Zhou Jia believes that the Engel coefficient cannot be used as a standard for measuring wealth in China, since the food needs abroad and in China are completely different. What are some good foods to eat in Europe? Every child who stays behind is clamoring to eat food from home. Eating is of utmost importance. In the evening, Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin had a simple beef brisket hot pot dinner outside, which was quite suitable for a date. The flavor wasn't as strong as regular hot pot, and the taste was acceptable. In those tiny shops, there's a small square table, a clay pot on a small stove, steam rising slowly, 2 drinks, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, 2 people sitting opposite each other, chatting idly, talking about everything under the sun, looking each other in the eye, the hustle and bustle of the surroundings completely shut out. During their casual conversation, the girl he liked would occasionally chuckle softly. Excellent. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin, thinking to himself, she looks so beautiful even when she's eating. I love it. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia. He kept staring at me. How silly of him. After dinner, Zhou Jia, as always, escorted Chen Wanxin downstairs. However, this time, Chen Wanxin did not go straight home. She followed Zhou Jia as they walked around downstairs, thinking about the one thing she hadn't accomplished today, holding hands. Last time, Zhou Jia boldly took her hand, and Chen Wanxin knew that it was at home, so it was still a little different. The two walked slowly down the street, talking slowly. Chen Wanxin actually wanted to hold Zhou Jia's hand, or rather, have him hold her hand, but she felt a little embarrassed. She was his teacher, and this was her first time falling in love, so she was ultimately inexperienced in this area. Moreover, Zhou Jia had quite a few things in her hands. Both hands were filled with bags of clothes, one belonging to Zhou Jia and the other to Chen Wanxin. Zhou Jia took on these tasks at this time, just like a responsible boyfriend. It's not just a resemblance, it's my boyfriend. Chen Wanxin pointed to herself and looked at the ground. She felt this was a bad habit. When she was embarrassed or annoyed, she always liked to look at the ground. I should take the initiative. After all, there's nothing shameful about taking the initiative in a relationship. In any relationship, one person has to take the initiative. Zhou Jia has already taken the initiative so much, so it's even more appropriate for me, being older, to take the initiative as well. Chen Wanxin's thoughts began to stir, and she kept glancing at Zhou Jia's hand out of the corner of her eye. Besides, I'm already 28. Why be so coy in a place like this? Just be natural and generous. Chen Wanxin clenched her right fist, gently exhaled, her eyebrows straight and firm, as if cheering herself on. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin's profile and asked a question. What's wrong with the teacher? The teacher seems quite determined. Chen Wanxin moved closer to Zhou Jia. The distance between them was about 20 or 30 centimeters, which was the distance between friends. Now, her arm was almost touching Zhou Jia's arm, which was the distance between lovers. Chen Wanxin turned her head. Oh, it's nothing at all. Zhou Jia was puzzled and felt that the teacher was acting strangely. Chen Wanxin coughed lightly. Hey, Zhou Jia, could you give me the bag on your right? Zhou Jia understood in an instant. I know. It's because this is in the middle and it's hurting the teacher, right? It's my fault for not noticing. I'll put this on the left right now. Zhou Jia then changed his posture, holding 2 bags in his left hand, seemingly not understanding. Chen Wanxin wanted to say that's not the case at all. That's not what she meant at all. It would make her seem like she was bossing Zhou Jia around and was dissatisfied with him. She didn't want to be a vicious woman. At this moment, Zhou Jia was showing her thoughtfulness, or rather, She was intentionally or unintentionally showing this side of herself. Chen Wanxin muttered something under her breath. Stupid student. Zhou Jia looked completely bewildered. Why? Why is my teacher saying I'm stupid? Although I was happy to be called a stupid student by the teacher, it felt like a term of endearment. Usually, I would know why the teacher called me stupid, but why today? Zhou Jia was puzzled. Chen Wanxin was quite happy that he took care of her feelings, but she also felt that Zhou Jia was being too stubborn. Chen Wanxin slowly extended her left hand, and under the streetlight, her small hand swayed and grasped Zhou Jia's right hand, her face slightly flushed. Do you understand now, you stupid student? Zhou Jia understood, so that's what the teacher meant. Zhou Jia was surprised that her teacher was so proactive, and her heart fluttered instantly. Chen Wanxin gently grasped Zhou Jia's hand, her fingers touching the back of Zhou Jia's hand. Similarly, Zhou Jia also grasped Chen Wanxin's hand in return. It was soft and boneless. On the red and green brick surface, two shadows shifted back and forth, their hands always clasped together, tightly connected. After a while, Zhou Jia asked in a deep voice, Teacher, may I hold your hand in a way that's more like a couple holding hands? Chen Wanxin was still feeling shy when she turned around, looking somewhat confused, her eyes filled with doubt. What's a more romantic way of behaving? Zhou Jia said. That's not how you put your fingers together. Chen Wanxin understood. Her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, annoyed at herself for being unable to compete with him in this aspect. Of course you can. Your teacher is your girlfriend now. As I forced myself to speak like an adult, my heart started racing and my head felt even heavier. Zhou Jia's right hand started moving, and Chen Wanxin's left hand cooperated with Zhou Jia's. Their palms gently touched, and their fingers seemed to be searching for each other. Finally, they found the right position and held each other together. Their fingers were intertwined and held tightly. Chapter 102 is truly unbelievable. Zhou Jia was a little reluctant to hold hands. When you hold hands, you'll find that the teacher usually has a commanding presence, but is actually shorter than you. At this moment, she seems charming and adorable. Her hand is slender and smooth, like a bar of soap that would slip away with the slightest touch. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the collar of the shirt over her layered top curved into a beautiful arc, and her smooth shoulders were somewhat alluring, making it difficult for him to look directly at her, as he didn't want to appear too lewd. Although this doesn't stop him from saying strange things on a whim. Teacher, your hands are so small. That's truly my honest opinion. Chen Wanxin paused for a moment, her face turning even redder. What nonsense is this student spouting at the teacher? Who asked you? Chen Wanxin placed her thumbnail on the back of Zhou Jia's hand and gently poked him, but without applying any force. He's making witty remarks again. Chen Wanxin didn't really care about those words, so she pretended to be angry. Zhou Jia didn't feel pain when she was pinched. Instead, she thought the teacher was really cute. In fact, she felt happy even though she was being pinched. The pain of happiness. Where did this pervert come from? Chen Wanxin was worried about another issue. Would their hands sweat if they held hands so tightly? That would be too embarrassing. Of course, having sweaty hands is not a shameful thing. Some people are born with it, and their test papers get completely soaked from pressing their hands during exams. It doesn't affect daily life much, but it seems to make dating less romantic. Fortunately, the two did not have such a problem. Chen Wanxin gently stroked Zhou Jia's hand with her fingers. Before, it was unconscious, but now it was casual and free. After all, this was her boyfriend. Although the two still maintained a certain degree of distance. Chen Wanxin finally asked the question she had always wanted to ask. So, when did you start liking your teacher? Zhou Jia was unusually nervous. 4 years ago, it's hard to say exactly when, but one day I suddenly realized it, probably around the turn of spring and summer. I came to my senses and realized, oh no. Chen Wanxin said something in a low voice. It's truly unbelievable. I don't know whether to feel frustrated or happy. My feelings are a bit complicated, and I can't be completely happy. Zhou Jia lowered his head. I'm sorry, it was my mistake to like the teacher. Chen Wanxin suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at Zhou Jia, raised her eyebrows slightly, and bit her lip resentfully, looking a little angry. Zhou Jia's face showed confusion. What's wrong? Chun Wanxin slowly extended her right hand, raised it high, and the small bag she was carrying slid down her forearm to her joint. She placed her right hand on Zhou Jia's nose. Remember, if it's really a mistake, then it should be a joint offense between you and me, understand? It's not yours, it's not mine, it's ours together. Chun Wanxin is serious, that's what she thinks. Zhou Jia suddenly froze. He had previously felt that it was a little unreal for his teacher to be with him, as if his pursuit had coerced her. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Chun Wanxin's words gently touched Zhou Jia's heart. Zhou Jia did not answer the question, but instead smiled. Are you free tomorrow, teacher? Chun Wanxin withdrew her hand and said with an ah. Sorry, my grandparents are coming back from the countryside tomorrow, so I have to go back there for a meal. How come? You're thinking of inviting me on a date? Zhou Jia nodded. Yes, I wish I could spend 25 hours a day next to my teacher. Chun Wanxin thought there was no such thing as 25 hours, but she just happened to like him talking nonsense. Am I becoming more and more hopeless? Zhou Jia really wanted to spend more time with her teacher. Chun Wanxin coughed lightly. It's not that it's impossible. Let's schedule a date another time, excluding tomorrow. But I'm really busy with work, so? As Chun Wanxin spoke, she began to mutter to herself. Why is there never enough time? She gripped Zhou Jia's hand even tighter. We'll have time to meet eventually. I'll ask you when I have some free time. Chun Wanxin realized that she also wanted to see Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia was not discouraged by this. No matter when the teacher calls me, I will go to see the teacher. It's like a 24-hour convenience store, always available. Chun Wanxin hummed in agreement, feeling very happy. So the two of them held hands again and walked around in circles. That's what dating is like. Even if you don't say anything or go anywhere special, just walking around with a burst of energy is enough to make you feel satisfied. As it was getting late, Zhou Jia escorted Chun Wanxin downstairs. Chun Wanxin stood at the entrance of the building and waved to Zhou Jia. Remember to message your teacher when you get home. Zhou Jia nodded. Teacher, get some rest. Chun Wanxin turned and went upstairs. When she reached the second floor, she glanced out from the stairwell and saw that Zhou Jia had already walked several steps away. However, he also turned around and saw Chun Wanxin in the stairwell. Most of the stairwells in old residential buildings are like this, with a stone wall that is more than half a person high as the railing. Chun Wanxin leaned on the stone railing and waved to Zhou Jia again with a smile. Zhou Jia smiled and waved to Chun Wanxin. The two of them didn't say anything, and just waved their arms several times. Chun Wanxin felt it was so childish. How could she be so childish? Even her farewell was so immature. Chun Wanxin went up another floor and saw Zhou Jia at the entrance of the building. She waved to Zhou Jia again. Go back quickly. That's what she shouted. Zhou Jia also shouted. Okay. Teacher, please don't stand so close. Be careful. Chun Wanxin then stepped back slightly, waved to Zhou Jia, and finally turned around, went upstairs, opened her own door, and closed it. Zhou Jia heard the door close before continuing to walk forward. Before I knew it, the number of times I said goodbye had increased. Chun Wanxin returned home, closed the door, collapsed onto the bed, hugged her pillow, pressed her forehead tightly against it, and rolled around on the bed. I love it so much. The next day, Chun Wanxin's home. She thought back to how it had been 3 months since she last went home. As soon as she opened the door, her grandparents were sitting on the sofa, greeting her. She closed the door and quickly sat down next to them on the sofa. My grandparents are getting on in years, but they are in pretty good health and come to visit every now and then. Time seems to be constantly chasing after us, leaving age spots and wrinkles on my grandparents' faces. So every time my grandparents come back, Chun Wanxin tries her best to make time to spend with them. The topics of conversation were no different from usual. They asked about Chun Wanxin's work, urged her to find a boyfriend, and even gave her a red envelope with the money they had saved from their retirement pension. Chun Wanxin declined repeatedly, so the two elderly people began to tell stories about the village from the past. Mr. and Mrs. Chun finished cooking and called out to them. Let's eat. The topics of conversation at the family dinner were the same old ones, and in the end, they all came down to Chun Wanxin. At this point, Chun Wanxin changed the subject. Dad, does that mean we won't drink milk anymore? Mr. Chun nodded. I don't want to drink it, but you can have it. It's fresh. Chun Wanxin responded with an oh. So, Besides milk, are you also not going to drink that box of tea? Dad asked. What? Do you want to take it and drink it? Chen Wanxi nodded, having her own considerations. More or less. Unbeknownst to Chen's father, the little girl had secretly developed a fever. Chen Wanxin asked again, what about the wine? Mr. Chen exclaimed, liquor. Chapter 103 Everyday Life is a continuous journey of miracles. Mr. Chen was suddenly stunned. He looked at the 2 bottles of Matai in the house, which had been there for a long time, and he hadn't been willing to drink them himself. Mr. Chen tentatively asked, what's wrong? Is it because you're giving someone a gift for the holiday or something? What festivals are there in April? It's either April Fool's Day or Tomb Sweeping Day, and neither of those is a good time to give gifts. Chen Wanxin shook her head and uttered a single word. Without. She has no plans to announce her relationship to her family yet. She quietly sipped her crab roe and tofu hot pot, the delicate fragrance spreading across her taste buds. She was still thinking about how to bring these things over, and whether she should call Zhou Jia over. She suddenly realized that she was relying on Zhou Jia. If it were before, she would have just taken these things and hailed a taxi and left. But now, the first person she thought of was him. Although it was a request to him. But can this also be considered part of being a couple? Chen Wanxin held the small bowl, and under the chair, her small feet, clad in white socks and slippers, gently glided across the floor tiles. Chen's mother then said, here you go. Your dad doesn't usually drink anyway. Is this a gift? Here you go. Chen's mother was happy, but she was annoyed by the 2 bottles of liquor left at home. Chen's father would always take out the 2 bottles of Matai, touch them, and then put them back. Mr. Chen originally planned to save it for when guests came, but he never expected that his own daughter would covet it. Mr. Chen got anxious. Why give alcohol as a gift? People can't give alcohol as a gift these days. It's considered bad. Chen Wanxin thought she didn't really need this, but her mother thought it was just right and waved her hand in the air. Take it. Don't listen to your father. You have to deliver the wine. Take it, take it. Chen's mother holds an absolute position in the family, and her grandparents also side with Chen Wanxin. It's just a few bottles of wine. Why are you hiding them? If Wanxin wants them, just let her take them. Why are you being so stingy? Chen Wanxin waved. It's all right, no need. Using baijiu, Chinese white liquor, is useless since you can't cook with it, but at least you can use cooking wine. Chen Wanxin was deep in thought, and this appearance naturally caught the eye of her father. Mr. Chen always knew his daughter very well, and at this moment, he suddenly understood something. You're not dating anyone, are you? While feeling like the sky had fallen, Chen's father was also eager to know who it was. Chen Wanxin looked up. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Although they did talk, Chen Wanxin pretended to be calm. No, I just need to deliver something. Dad, why did you always give me things before, but now you're reluctant to give them to me? Chen Wanxin took the initiative and became the host. Chen's mother nodded. Exactly, what's wrong with a few gifts? We should give them what we should. Besides, Chen Wanxin is already 28. Do you understand? She should have been married long ago. The reason she's still not married is because of her, and the reason is because of you. Do you understand? Chen's mother kept nagging. While attacking Chen's father, they also deeply hurt Chen Wanxin. What's wrong with being 28? What's wrong with being 28? Then Chen's mother turned to look at Chen Wanxin. So who is your boyfriend? Where does he work? Is he handsome? When are you going to introduce him to us? Chen Wanxin thought that Zhou Jia was indeed quite handsome, but she was a little embarrassed to introduce him to her parents yet, since the two had only been dating for a short time and there were many things to consider. My mother is a rather open-minded person, even more so than I am, but my father is more traditional. Once her father finds out that she has a boyfriend who is 5 years younger than her, he will probably say something and nag incessantly. Chen Wanxin is filled with worry at this time. Although dating is her own business, she does not want her father to give Zhou Jia a hard time when she gets married. Although Zhou Jia would probably laugh it off and not take it seriously, Chen Wanxin ultimately didn't want him to feel wronged. In that case, what's the difference between treating him badly and doing him a bad job? Chen Wanxin shook her head. No, Mom, don't rush me. Don't ask unnecessary questions. After much deliberation, Chen Wanxin decided to take a slow and indirect approach, first giving them a heads up. What if I actually start talking about it? Chin's mother clapped her hands. That's definitely a good thing. We should have talked about it a long time ago. Mr. Chin's expression was solemn. Of course, we don't object to you dating, and we fully support you. But this is a big deal. Considering marriage, it's best to meet the man in person. You're still a teacher, so there are some things you need to be careful about. Chun Wanxin knew her father's rhetoric all too well, and an invisible pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on her shoulders. Chun Wanxin shrugged. There are things we should be careful about. We can't just consider the other person's profession and age, can we? Mr. Chen nodded. Of course, the other person should at least have a respectable profession, such as a doctor or lawyer, and preferably be a bit older than you. If they are younger than you, it'll be hard to hear the gossip. Chen Wanxin knew it. She looked disgusted. Why bother talking about doctors and lawyers now? Teachers are already busy, and doctors and lawyers are busy too. Will the two of them only see each other once a month? Are they going to be living like widows? Mr. Chen remained silent, feeling that this made sense. Chen Wanxin added, the older ones are all over 30, and they're all divorced with 2 kids. That's great. I'm a painless mother now, and tomorrow you can take care of other people's grandchildren. Chen Wanxin is actually a bit sharp-tongued. Working in an office, one can learn a little bit about being sarcastic, but usually he is mild-mannered and never shows it in front of Zhou Jia. He is more natural in front of his parents and lets up a little bit of his temper. Mr. Chen fell silent again, unable to think of anything to refute him. Okay, a smaller size is fine too, but at least someone close in age, and someone who's been single for a long time is also acceptable. Chen Wanxin didn't say anything this time. One should eat one bite at a time. She had already won a small victory in this conversation and was not in a hurry to conquer the enemy's city gate. If she directly said that she was 5 years younger, she estimated that her father would not be able to accept it. Grandparents acted as peacemakers. Why are you so concerned about your granddaughter dating? The two were scolding their father, while Chin's mother sensed something was amiss and remained silent. After dinner, Mr. Chun was washing the dishes when Mrs. Chen called out to him. Wanxin, come help me with my computer. Chen Wanxin walked into the bedroom with a puzzled look in her eyes. There was an old computer in the room. Sometimes her family members would ask her for help if they didn't know how to use it. Chen Wanxin didn't actually use the computer that much, but she was still better at it than her elderly parents. Chen's mother closed the door immediately and asked in a low voice, are you already dating someone, and is the other person younger than you? Chen Wanxin was immediately seen through. Her face flushed red, and she stammered for a long time. No, that's not true. Chen's mother knew her daughter too well. Chen's mother clapped her hands. It's all right, it's good that you talked. Mom supports you. Mom isn't as old-fashioned as your dad. Tell Mom quickly, who is it? How old are they? As Chen Wanxin straightened her hair, she felt that it was indeed difficult to say these words, but she also felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to say them to her mother. The guy I went on a blind date with, he's 5 years younger than me. He's my student. Chen's mother suddenly realized. Oh, I remember now. See, Mom has such good taste. When I went to the matchmaking market, he looked familiar in the photos. Then you said he was your student, and I remembered he'd come to our house a few times. What a coincidence. As Chen's mother continued her rambling, Chen Wanxin paused for a moment, realizing that this was how it was. So, in fact, there were some things beyond fate. Those unconscious actions had provided feedback in the shadows, ultimately leading to the current outcome. She looked at her mother. Don't tell my dad. Chen's mother patted her chest. Don't worry, I understand things better than your dad. That old-fashioned dad doesn't understand romance at all. He gets angry every time I think about it. How did you two get together? Tell me quickly. Do you want Mom to give you some advice? I'll tell you, don't rush into getting pregnant. Chen Wanxin immediately interrupted her mother's speech. Mom, what are you saying? After a moment of thought, Chen's mother seemed to understand something. It's all right, you go ahead with your work. Chen Wanxin gritted her teeth and left helplessly. Chen Wanxin sat on the sofa, took out her phone, and pretended to be calm as she sent a message to Zhou Jia. Is my boyfriend free later today? Chapter 104, Student, Not Boyfriend? Zhou Jia certainly had one. He didn't wait intentionally. It just happened to be a coincidence. He sat in front of the computer, and the game entered its second chapter. The knight left the castle and stepped into the forest, where monsters roamed. The princess ran in the mirror world, quickly passing through thorns, with the mountains roaring behind her. Zhou Jia's hands remained on the keyboard as he pondered how to refine his idea. A notification sounded on Zhou Jia's phone, and he picked it up to reply. "What's wrong, teacher?" "Of course your boyfriend is free." The word small was quietly removed. "When will I finally muster the courage to call her little girlfriend?" I imagine the teacher's expression would be quite interesting. But I'm bound to get pinched eventually. On the other end of the phone, Chen Wanxin was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt, her left hand tucked into the cuff, using the cuff to cover the slightly upturned corner of her mouth. "Could your boyfriend come to my house to help me pick up something?" "Oh, the old house." He kept calling her little boyfriend, leaving Zhou Jia completely bewildered. Who wouldn't be flustered by this? Zhou Jia said, "Of course, no problem. It's only natural and our duty for a boyfriend to help his girlfriend carry her things." Intentionally, Chen Wanxin made her judgment while looking at the screen. She pursed her lips slightly, her heart trembling every time the word girlfriend appeared. "Now that we're at home, we can't roll around on the sofa. We have to be careful," Chen Wanxin said. "It might be a little after 5. Can I message you then?" "Okay, I'd be happy to help." After typing this, Zhou Jia hummed a song softly. As he hummed, his tune changed. "Wait, are the teacher's parents and grandparents at home? If so, wouldn't that be the same as meeting the parents?" Zhou Jia suddenly couldn't hum anymore. Oh no, he wasn't mentally prepared. What's the difference between this and a surprise quiz? That's life. I thought the next class was English so I could slack off, and I just took out my novel illustration book when the teacher walked to the front of the class, pulled out a thick stack of papers, and slammed them on the table. "Come on, let's take the test." Zhou Jia's mind sharpened, and his thoughts became clearer. Although dating always involves meeting the parents, and an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, it was a bit too fast for his ugly daughter-in-law to even think about what pretty clothes to wear. Zhou Jia turned around, leaped onto the bed, and scrambled over to the wardrobe to start looking for clothes. The clothes were thrown into the air one by one, and time flew by. 5:30 p.m. Chen Wanxin sent a message to Zhou Jia, and Zhou Jia came. Zhou Jia drove to Chen Wanxin's building. He had driven this road many times before, but his mood was completely different today. He even went to a nearby fruit shop to buy some tangerines. They were very sweet, so he tried them. He said that the tangerines he usually bought were as sour as lemons, and he could just not come to this shop next time. There was no need to get angry. If the tangerines he bought today aren't sweet, he'll immediately complain to the shop owner. After buying the tangerines, I noticed there was a chain store selling fruits and snacks nearby, so I went in and bought some more. Carrying the 2 bags, I skillfully arrived at Chen Wanxin's house. After all, they are adults, and they know how to bring gifts when visiting someone's home. Some of that knowledge came from Li Jintao. Last time Li Jintao came to their house, he bought a bag of fruits and melons. His mother praised him, saying he was really good. Zhou Jia was amazed. Bro, who usually makes funny faces, would he do something like this? As expected of a social butterfly, Zhou Jia memorized the little trick and put it to use. Zhou Jia knocked on the door, and when it opened, Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin and smiled. When Chen Wanxin saw Zhou Jia arrive, she was initially happy, but then she noticed the bag he was carrying and gave him a quick, disapproving look. Another expense. Does money grow on trees? Zhou Jia immediately understood what Chen Wanxin meant and said softly, "I bought it when I saw it on the way." Chen Wanxin didn't believe it at all and gave a slightly coquettish humph, unlike her usual self. Then Zhou Jia saw Chen Wanxin's parents behind her. Chen's mother had a smile on her face, while Chen's father looked serious. "Who are you?" Chen's mother had met Zhou Jia before and now knew everything. Looking at the boy, she saw admiration and the look of someone looking at their son-in-law. Chen's father, on the other hand, looked at Zhou Jia as if interrogating him, scanning every part of his body, not even missing a single thread on his clothes. Zhou Jia felt a mixture of welcome, like the warm spring sunshine of March, and murderous intent, like the cold winter wind cutting into his face, chilling his head to the bone. What's going on here? Zhou Jia didn't answer immediately, but looked at Chen Wanxin instead. After all, the two were still in the early stages of dating, and Zhou Jia didn't know whether to tell her family or not. Chen Wanxin stepped forward. When Chen Wanxin blocked the doorway, Zhou Jia had a fleeting thought. If the teacher said he was her boyfriend, he would step forward as her boyfriend, pat his chest, and say to the man in front of him, "Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely take good care of her." Although what follows may be a major battle between men. However, Chun Wanxin's voice reached his ears at that moment. "This is one of my former students." Chun Wanxin pushed her father in a wheelchair. "He's nearby, he came to help me." "Dad, what are you doing?" Mr. Chin's expression changed instantly. His imposing aura dissipated, and he became much more amiable. "Oh, come in and sit down. You don't need to take off your shoes." He was all right, but Chun Wanxin felt a sudden unease. After saying the word student, she suddenly felt that something might be amiss. Would saying this make me seem insincere? There was no sound behind her, so she didn't know what Zhou Jia was thinking. Zhou Jia paused for a moment. Actually, he also felt that this was normal. It shouldn't be that fast, right? It's only been a few days, but he himself is always thinking about strange things. With a considerate and polite smile on his face, he greeted Chin's mother and father at this moment. "Hello, uncles and aunts. I am teacher Chin's student, and I'm here to help out." Standing ramrod straight, he truly looked like a helpful student. Mr. Chin nodded. "Sit wherever you like. Sit wherever you like. Would you like some water? I'll get you a glass." As Chin's father spoke, he walked towards the kitchen. Zhou Jia was about to say that it was all right, and that she would just carry her own things and leave, when Chun Wanxin's grandmother reached out and beckoned to Zhou Jia. "Come in and sit down. Come in and sit down." The two elderly people sat at the dining table, both looking at Zhou Jia. He was seeing these two people for the first time. "Teacher Chun, what's this?" He confirmed with Chun Wanxin. Chun Wanxin explained. "These are my grandparents." Zhou Jia greeted the two of them politely. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." It's a local custom. People here call elderly people, even those who aren't their own family, Grandpa or Grandma. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's definitely not because they have ulterior motives. Grandpa and Grandma greeted Zhou Jia warmly, calling out in their unclear, somewhat hoarse, accented words. "Have you eaten yet? Come and have something to eat." Chapter 105. Teacher, may I hug you? Zhou Jiayan said. "I've eaten. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa and Grandma." Chun Wanxin whispered in Zhou Jia's ear, "Come in." Standing at the door, I felt as if I had bullied him. She saw that Zhou Jia's face didn't change, but she was still a little worried. Zhou Jia then went inside and placed the things he was carrying on the dining table next to him. "I bought something for the teacher when I came, just a small token of my appreciation. I'll leave it here." Although the small gift didn't cost much, it clearly improved Mr. Chin's expression after he brought it. In addition, Mr. Chin's worries did not come true. This was not his daughter's boyfriend, but his daughter's student. Chin's father found Zhou Jia much more agreeable. People often say that first impressions are very important, and sometimes the first impression often determines the subsequent perception, regardless of the person's personality. Humans are sometimes such simple creatures that they are easily deceived by themselves. Mr. Chun made a cup of hot coffee and placed it in front of Zhou Jia. "There aren't many drinks in the room. Have some of this and enjoy your time." Zhou Jia accepted the coffee, her feelings complicated. Her father-in-law had made her coffee, and although he was treating her like a student, she still felt a little embarrassed if he found out she was a teacher's boyfriend. Grandma got up, picked up a piece of shredded beef, and handed it to Zhou Jia. "Since you're here, have some. This beef is delicious, you should try it." Zhou Jia took it with her hand, being exceptionally polite and well-behaved at this moment. "Thank you, Grandma. You're so kind." Chun Wanxin could tell at a glance that Zhou Jia was just being coy. It was exactly the kind of thing he would do. Zhou Jia was very good at this. She was good at reading people's expressions and winning their favor. In short, she tried her best to make a good impression on people. Next came the small talk, with people asking Zhou Jia how old she was and where she worked, to which Zhou Jia answered one by one. After Chun Wanxin had moved all the things onto the table, she spoke to her family. "We'll be going now. I have class tonight." Zhou Jia helped carry things, holding milk in her left hand and tea leaves in her right, while chewing on the hand-shredded beef jerky that her grandmother had fed her. "Why do I feel like I'm always being fed?" Chun Wanxin was holding the 2 boxes of wine in her hands. Her father's eyes revealed reluctance, as if he were watching someone he once loved leave. Although the person he once loved is now right beside him, She's hiding a huge secret from him. Chen's mother waved goodbye to the two with a smile, and Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin quickly left the scene with their things and went downstairs. Zhou Jia put the things in the back seat, tilted his head back and swallowed the shredded beef whole, then took a tissue to wipe his mouth and asked, "Is the teacher going to give someone a gift?" He came back to life. Chen Wanxin, carrying the 2 bottles of wine, sat naturally in the passenger seat, placed the bottles at her feet, and looked at Zhou Jia. Guess who the teacher is going to give it to? She lay lazily on her side, her hand resting on the shoulder of the chair, looking at Zhou Jia with tender eyes. Zhou Jia had already guessed about 70–80% of it. He felt that some of these things were probably for him, since Chen Wanxin had said last time that she would bring him something next time. Zhou Jia entered the driver's seat, closed the door, turned to look at Chen Wanxin, and started chatting with her. "I think it must be a friend of the teacher. By the way, doesn't the teacher have a very close friend?" Zhou Jia often heard Chen Wanxin mention something like, "My best friend has done something heinous again." She didn't really try to remember it, but because it was her brain worked extra hard at that moment. The two people looked at each other and talked while sitting in the cramped car. Chen Wanxin gently shook her head. "No, you idiot." The word idiot was uttered so softly, it sounded almost like an affectionate term. Zhou Jia hummed in agreement and began to ponder deeply. "Ah, I see. If it's not for a friend, then it must be for a colleague. Who is the teacher on good terms with?" Zhou Jia shook his head from side to side. "Is it Teacher Wei?" Ms. Wei was Zhou Jia's chemistry teacher before. She was an older female teacher, but this year she and Chen Wanxin were not in the same class, and Ms. Liu became their chemistry teacher. Chen Wanxin shook her head. "No, I'm giving you one last chance. There's a prize if you guess right." Zhou Jia clapped his hands. "I know, since the teacher likes me so much, it must be a gift for me, right?" Chen Wanxin blushed. This student already knew he was just messing with him. Chen Wanxin gave a soft snort and turned her head away. "I'm angry, no reward. Does Teacher Dou want a reward?" Zhou Jia's face showed regret. "Is that so? I really didn't expect that, and even if I had, I wouldn't dare to say it that way, right?" Chen Wanxin felt that what Zhou Jia said made some sense. Zhou Jia reached out, his fingers passing in front of Chen Wanxin and around her shoulder. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment. Her heart raced, and her fingers curled slightly. She looked at Zhou Jia's profile, very close, wondering what he was suddenly doing. She hadn't fully adjusted to this distance yet, and even though she already knew Zhou Jia was her boyfriend, her heart still raced at this moment. Zhou Jia was actually pulling on the seatbelt. He pulled the seatbelt over and fastened the thing to the latch. "Teacher, let me take you home first." Zhou Jia sat back down and gave Chen Wanxin a smile, the same smile as before. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement, a sense of worry rising within her. The car slowly drove away, and the interior was quiet. Through the car window, the setting sun cast a crimson glow, like spilled ink, falling onto the thin, continuous clouds and covering half the city. The mirror-like surfaces of the skyscrapers reflected this ink-like beauty, creating a scene of profound and weighty beauty. After a while, Chen Wanxin suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the car. "Were you a little disappointed just now?" Zhou Jia was puzzled. "What's disappointing?" Chen Wanxin looked down at her thighs. "I said you were my student, not my boyfriend." After Chen Wanxin finished speaking, the car fell into a brief silence again. At that moment, Chen Wanxin felt a brief worry, and even a little regret. She didn't really know how to talk about the relationship, and of course, she didn't care too much about the gossip, but ultimately, there were some things she just couldn't say. She looked at Zhou Jia's profile, but Zhou Jia was only looking at the road ahead. Of course, he couldn't possibly be looking at her at this moment. Zhou Jia drove familiarly toward Chen Wanxin's small residence. "No, teacher, I'm not the kind of person who would fuss over something like this, and there's really nothing to worry about, is there?" Chen Wanxin thought that although that's what she said, she was still worried. When in love, one can't help but think about many things. Think about whether you said something inappropriate, or whether the other person dislikes some of your behavior. Of course, we often say we should be ourselves, but once we get caught up in it, it's like being tangled and pulled by a spider's web. How easy is it to be yourself? It is precisely because of liking someone that many of one's emotions are influenced by that person. Zhou Jia said. Really, no, teacher. Actually, I am a little disappointed, but really only a little, just a tiny bit. After all, we've only been together for a few days. If I were to announce it to your family so soon, it would put you in a difficult position, right? The more reasonable Zhou Jia was, the more Chen Wanxin couldn't help but blame herself. It's because she always has a sense of responsibility, and also because she feels sad when Zhou Jia is sad. Although it is a very small thing. Chen Wanxin then realized that this was what liking someone meant. It wasn't just about being happy, it also meant feeling down when the other person was down. Chen Wanxin didn't speak, but Zhou Jia suddenly spoke. Teacher, if I weren't driving right now, I would definitely hug you. Chen Wanxin suddenly looked up, her face turning bright red, just like the clouds outside the car window. What are you saying? Zhou Jia said earnestly. Teacher, I want to hug you. Can I hug you when we get home? Chapter 106 Hug. Zhou Jia wasn't flirting with the teacher. Sometimes, falling in love doesn't require guidance from others. When your feelings reach your throat, they naturally transform into sentences. I think the teacher is worrying too much. The relationship between the teacher and me is different from that of ordinary couples. There's no need to rush, we can take it slow. I'm happy to see that the teacher cares about my thoughts, so I wanted to hug the teacher and say, it's okay, it's all right. As Chen Wanxin listened to his sincere words, her heart melted like butter being held in someone's hands. I really like him. I like him to an extreme degree. Chen Wanxin didn't say anything more, and simply uttered two words. Okay. Zhou Jia didn't hear clearly, or perhaps she heard clearly but couldn't be sure, so she asked another question. What? Chen Wanxin repeated what she had just said. Okay. The two of them quieted down considerably. Zhou Jia drove silently towards the school and Chen Wanxin's residence. Suddenly, they both felt that the road was a bit long. The car stopped downstairs at Chen Wanxin's building. Chen Wanxin said, You don't need to take the things upstairs. They're all for you anyway. It'll be a hassle if you have to carry them back later. Zhou Jia asked with some doubt. What about the wine? Chen Wanxin tilted her head. Take it back too. Zhou Jia waved his hand. Teacher, please take this to your home. I don't think I need it at home. Or we can have it together next time we have dinner at your home. Chen Wanxin nodded slowly, and Zhou Jia reached out to take it. Let me help the teacher carry it up. Chen Wanxin glanced at Zhou Jia. Are you trying to help me? But if it's just holding him, it doesn't feel like anything special. What's the difference between holding him in your arms and holding a baby? Zhou Jia took the 2 bottles of wine, and the two of them walked upstairs. But at this moment, even their conversation became somewhat stiff. Is the teacher at work tomorrow? Of course I'll go. No, wait. I have to go to school tonight for evening self-study and collect homework. Your teacher works so hard. Why is there still homework even during a long weekend? The students are so pitiful. Isn't your teacher pitiful too? Teachers are pitiful too. I was just thinking about my school days. Thinking about it this way. High school was a time when you could never stop working. The two continued their conversation until they finally climbed the long flight of stairs. Chen Wanxin took out her key and opened the door. Chen Wanxin went inside, and Zhou Jia followed. He suddenly felt like a thief. Zhou Jia placed the 2 bottles of wine on the table by the entrance and closed the door. Chen Wanxin stood at the door and turned to look at Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia's face still showed confusion. Chen Wanxin gently tidied her hair behind her ear, her face gradually turning red. Don't you want a hug? Zhou Jia stretched out his hands, stepped forward, and gently embraced Chen Wanxin in his arms, starting with 0 frames. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment. Wait, this isn't what I expected. Chen Wanxin originally planned to hold Zhou Jia herself, never expecting him to hold her, even though Zhou Jia was already taller than her, and this position was normal. Zhou Jia wrapped her arms around Chen Wanxin, but not tightly. Chen Wanxin lowered her head almost resting on Zhou Jia's shoulder. When she was hugged, Chen Wanxin was a little flustered. It seemed that this was the first time she had been in such close contact. Although kissing is also intimate, it's not like this where bodies are pressed together so closely, making her heart flutter. Zhou Jia held Chen Wanxin in his arms, his fingers resting on the teacher's back. He felt that the teacher's body was so soft. His fingertips touched the back, and even the area around the shoulder blades felt soft. When he picked the teacher up, she looked so small and cute, like a little animal. The second and third feelings were mixed together. Chen Wanxin reached out and slowly placed her hands on Zhou Jia's back. She gently tightened her grip, slightly raised her toes, and pressed her entire body against Zhou Jia, leaning on him. Chen Wanxin's soft face pressed against Zhou Jia's shoulder, her hair tangled around his neck. How about this? Is this okay? She felt a heavy, steady aura emanating from Zhou Jia, and asked the question softly, her mind a jumble of panic. He hugged me, but I also really like it. During the hug, Chen Wanxin could more clearly feel Zhou Jia's tall stature. She usually treated him like a child, but at times like this, she realized that he was not small at all. Zhou Jia whispered in Chen Wanxin's ear, "Teacher, I want a tighter hug." His soft breathing came from beside her ear, tickling it. At that moment, he seemed to be full of aggression. Realizing once again that men and women are always different, Chen Wanxin lowered her head even further. "Okay, teacher is your girlfriend." As Chen Wanxin spoke, the two hugged even tighter, feeling each other's body temperature. Time passed, but neither wanted to let go. Chen Wanxin asked, "How does it feel?" She found herself constantly asking Zhou Jia how he felt, out of curiosity and worry, but also wondering if she was being too nagging and developing a professional habit. Zhou Jia pondered for a moment. "I want to hold her forever. I don't want the teacher to go to school." Chen Wanxin said with a smile, "What? You're acting like a sulking child. Darling, darling." As she spoke, she gently touched the back of Zhou Jia's head, stroking his slightly prickly hair. When you like someone, you sometimes unconsciously feel a surge of maternal instincts, even if Chen Wanxin herself doesn't realize it. Zhou Jia hugged Chen Wanxin even tighter. "Teacher, you smell nice." The two people were inside the room, and although there was no one else around, they began to talk quietly. "What's that nice scent? Is it perfume? I've actually been using the perfume you gave me sometimes lately, and I quite like the smell." "No, it's not quite like that. It smells more like shampoo." "What? That's so rude. It's like you're talking about cured meat that's been marinated to perfection. Does the teacher have that strange smell?" "That's not what I meant. I just think the teacher smells nice, especially her hair." As Zhou Jia spoke, she gently stroked Chen Wanxin's hair. Although Chen Wanxin had touched Zhou Jia's head many times, Zhou Jia rarely touched her hair, so when Zhou Jia did this, it made her body stiffen and her face turn even redder. In addition, she was in Zhou Jia's arms, so she didn't know what to say. "Don't touch me. I have to go to class soon." That's all she could say, offering a small act of resistance, which seemed to have a hint of coquetry in it. Zhou Jia then gently touched the ends of Chen Wanxin's hair, bravely and cautiously touching her. "I wish we could stop teachers from giving lessons. The students will be angry, and I will be angry too." "I know. I'm just saying that because I always feel like it's hard to see my teachers once I start working. I'm usually very busy. I'll call you when I have some free time, and we can go out for a meal together." "Okay, I'll be looking forward to it." Chapter 107 Close Male Contact. The two of them hugged each other and chatted, their fingers gently tracing each other's backs. Chen Wanxin was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt today. It felt like pure cotton, and the smooth texture was felt from her fingertips. Clothes, once worn, seemed to become a part of a person's body, becoming soft and warm. Zhou Jia said, "Also, teachers are very perceptive, but please don't overthink things." The topic has returned to what it was before. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. "I know, it's my fault." "Yes, teacher. Of course, it's good. I just don't want to grow any unnecessary branches." The two were originally of one heart, but extra branches and leaves grew. That was a saying about Baoyu and Daiyu. Zhou Jia had a deep impression of this sentence and thought that she must never be like that when she was in love. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. "I'll be careful. Besides, you're so straightforward." "I understand." "Understand what?" "I understand, you like me." "Teacher, you seem to have changed a bit. I always felt that you wouldn't have said such things before, that you wouldn't have spoken so bluntly." "I still will, and I will point out problems directly, though I rarely say such things. It's mainly because of your influence. You become like those you associate with." "So am I Zhu or Mo?" "Then I'll have to think about it carefully." Neither of them. You're my boyfriend." A straight ball, and Zhou Jia was sunk. "Teacher, I like you so much." Chun Wanxin's lips curled up slightly, and she hugged him even tighter. I know, you've already said it, you idiot. I like it very much. Okay, you idiot. And what about my teacher? I really, really like it. As Chun Wanxin spoke, she buried her head even deeper. After a long time, the two finally let go of each other and looked at each other. Liking someone and being in love seem to be two different things. If you like someone, you can just be yourself and stand far away watching that person. Nothing will change. Even if the person you like ends up with someone else, you can still be yourself as always. But being in love is different. Before you know it, you've become a little less like yourself. In the past, Chun Wanxin would never have said such a thing, nor would she have done such a thing, let alone snuggled in someone's arms and refused to let go. The two looked at each other. Zhou Jia seemed a little more at ease, while Chun Wanxin appeared somewhat embarrassed. She quickly looked away, took out her phone and glanced at the time, which clearly showed 6:55. It's 6:55. I have to go to the classroom now. I can't go any longer. How time flies. Chun Wanxin felt dizzy and for a moment couldn't comprehend how it had already come to this. Time had passed too quickly. It had slipped away so quickly. It was too cruel and heartless. Chun Wanxin actually wanted to spend more time with Zhou Jia, but she was clearer about what she should do now and what she needed to accomplish. She has her own job. She is a teacher, and she cannot be so immersed in the joy of being in love. She smiled at Zhou Jia and reached out to smooth Zhou Jia's hair. Sorry, I'll accompany you next time. Okay, let's go. Zhou Jia looked at Chun Wanxin and said something. Good. Chun Wanxin quickly opened the door, and the moment she did, she saw a familiar figure. Teacher Su. Teacher Su was walking down the stairs with a cigarette dangling from his lips, surrounded by swirling smoke. Teacher Su turned around and saw Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin come out at the same time, and exclaimed, "Hey!" In an instant, the sweet atmosphere vanished, and two words popped into Zhou Jia and Chun Wanxin's minds. Not good. Teacher Su looked at Zhou Jia, whose face was hidden behind the rising white smoke, and asked in confusion, "Isn't this Zhou Jia? What are you doing here?" Both of them panicked, their hearts pounding in their throats. Although there was nothing to panic about, it was just a relationship neither of them was ready to tell anyone. The advantage of having a quick mind was immediately apparent. Zhou Jia quickly came up with a polite answer. I saw Teacher Chun on my way here, so I gave her a ride. Teacher Chun insisted on treating me to an orange, so I got on. Teacher Su, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Chun Wanxin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, her relationship with Zhou Jia was too complicated and needed to be taken slowly. Teacher Su was holding a stack of test papers in her right hand. Oh, I'm here to pick up something. Come on, let's go for a walk around the school. And could you help me grade some papers tonight? I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Teacher Su was not polite at all. Zhou Jia said, Teacher Su, I would be happy to help, but your student is a bit busy lately and has some things to do, so I won't go with you. Teacher Su was just saying it casually, holding Zhou Jia's shoulder and blowing cigarette smoke into Zhou Jia's nose. Okay, you scared me. Have you eaten? The first gesture to greet someone. Have you eaten yet? Zhou Jia followed Teacher Su forward, looking just like good buddies. He realized that he and his teacher were the ones who were startled. While saying they had eaten, he glanced back at Chun Wanxin. Chun Wanxin's right hand, which had been clenched into a fist in front of her, relaxed as she did. She gave Zhou Jia a gentle smile, and the two of them understood each other without saying a word. It's like a secret between the two of them. However, happy times are always short-lived. After the holiday, we'll have to work like oxen and horses. Monday, in the office. Boss, I'm starving. I need food. So many days and so many hours have passed, and I still haven't eaten. Do you know how hard this has been for me? Knowing the secret, Lin Shuhui protested and felt dissatisfied. You get to eat your fill, but what about me? Zhou Jia quickly stuffed snacks into Lin Shuihui's mouth. Big sister, please don't talk nonsense. Whoever eats until they're full only ate once and didn't even understand what they were eating. It's really disappointing. Lin Shuihui ate the beef tendon and finally quieted down. After finishing the beef tendon, Lin Shuihui wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and looked at Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia pointed to the drawer. You have paper? What kind of sloppy elementary school student are you? Lin Shuihui opened the drawer to get tissues, making a little noise. If you've eaten, then you've eaten. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're all adults. I can teach you anything you don't understand. This person got really excited, his eyes shining as he stared at Zhou Jia, and suddenly he said something. Don't worry, I understand everything, from the highest to the lowest levels. Someone was silenced by a mysterious force. Zhou Jia glared at Lin Xuehui. Do you think I lack theoretical knowledge? Who do you think you are? I've already learned most of the theoretical knowledge from various games. But can those be the same? Strange images flashed through Zhou Jia's mind, and he couldn't help but want to hit his forehead with something. Zhou Jia lay on the table and banged his forehead against it. Since force is reciprocal, banging is the same as being banged. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and Li Jintao will be there too. You can all come together. Lin Xuehui clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. Yay! Chapter 108. Are you going to make it public? Lin Xuehui did not leave immediately, but instead took out her phone. I'll send you the new piece, see how it goes. Don't skip the morning court session. Zhou Jia felt the second half of the sentence was completely superfluous. His relationship with his teacher was indeed very distant. In fact, it was so distant it was heartbreaking. He looked helpless. Thank you. I'll listen to it in a bit. The game's development is proceeding smoothly. Since the second chapter takes place in a forest, the boss has been designed as a little sprite. The sprite will try to dissuade you from going there, chattering incessantly, and eventually gather together to form a monster. New problems arose, such as the art and sound effects. Zhou Jia felt that it should have been designed as a bullet hell game instead of a side-scrolling battle game. Fortunately, the combat method is simple, which can reduce a lot of workload. Lin Xuehui gave a thumbs up and skipped away happily. When Zhou Jia had some free time at noon, he put on his headphones and listened carefully. Lin Xuehui was indeed quite accomplished in this area. The incessant buzzing sound was like countless elves flapping their wings, ruthlessly surging into the room from outside and invading someone else's dwelling. However, this buzzing sound is not unpleasant white noise. It is a rapid fusion of various musical instruments, which is perfect for a tense and exciting battle. After all, games need to be optimized, and the player's experience and physical well-being need to be considered. You can't just use a flashbang that's too bright and might even affect people's eyesight. The three of them sat in the cafeteria. Zhou Jia looked at Li Jintao sitting opposite him. Li Jintao had been looking dazed lately. Even when eating, he was completely out of it, scooping at his pasta with a spoon, his eyes glazed over, not knowing where he was looking, and the pasta slid off his spoon. Zhou Jia wondered what Li Jintao was thinking. Perhaps he was having relationship problems with his girlfriend. Are you free for dinner tonight? Li Jintao came to his senses. Oh, you're free? Who's here? Zhou Jia said. You Lin Xuehui, are gone. In a small group of three, a triangle is the most stable shape. Li Jintao suddenly shouted. Lin Xuehui found out too. Lin Xuehui was eating nearby when she turned around and glared at Li Jintao. Idiot. Li Jintao asked. What do you mean? Lin Xuehui was unusually aggressive towards Li Jintao, for reasons unknown, perhaps because she disliked his playboy lifestyle. Although Lin Xuehui was sometimes quite aggressive towards Zhou Jia, when Zhou Jia messed up in the game, every word Lin Xuehui uttered needed to be muted, as if someone's buzzer had gone off. Li Jintao finally realized what was going on. So she already knew? Li Jintao pointed at Lin Xuehui and looked at Zhou Jia. You're such a bad brother. You told her first, but didn't tell me first. Zhou Jia waved his hand. It's not what you think. Rather, it's more accurate to say that she guessed it first. Li Jintao looked at Lin Xuehui, but Lin Xuehui looked down on him. Li Jintao took out his phone. Okay, I'll send a message to my girlfriend that I won't be having dinner with her tonight. I still need to send her photos later. Zhou Jia thought Li Jintao's way of dating was amazing. Why didn't the teacher ask him to send out the photos himself? Zhou Jia sent a message to Chen Wanxin. Teacher, I'm going out to dinner with my colleagues tonight. Chen Wanxin's message came quickly, but briefly. Okay, what do you want to eat? This is how Chen Wanxin usually speaks. She doesn't interpret things in a strange way and thinks Zhou Jia is simply sharing with her. Zhou Jia actually quite likes Chen Wanxin's way of speaking. He's a bit naive and cute, straightforward and honest. When the teacher is angry, sad, or happy, it's all written on his face, and he can easily read it. Let's go out for hot pot next time, teacher. Just the two of us. Chen Wanxin said. Okay, teacher, please. Chen Wanxin insisted on paying. That's cute too. Li Jintao looked at Zhou Jia and immediately understood who his good brother was chatting with. He felt a mix of emotions. He seemed to have something to say, but after holding it in for a long time, he still couldn't say a word. That evening, Zhou Jia took photos of the store and sent them to Chen Wanxin. Aren't the teachers worried about anyone? I couldn't help but ask. Chen Wanxin said. I get it. You want to see the teacher get jealous, right? Zhou Jia's little scheme was exposed. Chen Wanxin smiled as she looked at her phone and asked another question. Who is it? Zhou Jia typed silently. Li Jintao, Lin Xuehui, that's all. Teacher, how did you know what I was thinking? Chen Wanxin said. Because the teacher is your girlfriend. The despicable adult seemed quite at ease at this moment. As Chen Wanxin spoke these words more and more naturally, Zhou Jia was stunned and silently lay down on the table. An excited voice came from beside Zhou Jia, interrupting his emotions. Double pepper beef. Wow, their beef even has a raw egg on it. After stirring it, just blanch it and it's ready to eat. It looks delicious. Lin Xuehui has already started taking orders. Pork intestines. These pork intestines look delicious. I want to order these. Only one person was excitedly ordering food, while the other two were somewhat distracted. However, at this time, one person ordering was enough, and the other two were somewhat superfluous. Lin Xuehui asked again. Would you two like some milk tea? Zhou Jia raised his head, glanced at Li Jintao, and the two slowly nodded. Zhou Jia put away his phone and got back to the main topic. By the way, I'd like to consult someone about some art-related issues. Do you know anyone like that? Li Jintao exclaimed, Ah. In that case, perhaps I can help. Zhou Jia was puzzled. You're good at art? I've never heard of that before. Li Jintao shrugged. No, my boyfriend goes to the Communication University of China. Didn't I tell you that? Zhou Jia shook his head. No, I don't remember. You keep changing your partners. Today it's someone from the Communication University of China, tomorrow someone from the School of Foreign Languages, and the day after tomorrow a medical student you met online. How could I possibly keep track of them? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Jintao's face. Okay, I'll ask around for you later. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just let me know if you need any help. The oil in the hot pot boiled, and the three of them ate their hot pot in silence. Li Jintao finally managed to blurt out the question he wanted to ask. When do you plan to go public? Zhou Jia's chopsticks were holding tripe, something that would disappear quickly if she wasn't careful. I haven't thought about that yet. Li Jintao is cooking a piece of tripe. After all, you're already in a relationship, right? How should I put it? Make it official or something, or post something on social media? That would be. Well, you. Li Jintao hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to call her teacher or your girlfriend, and after thinking for a while, he felt that neither way was appropriate. Damn it, I don't know how to address people anymore. He changed his story. In situations like this, women usually feel more secure. Of course, some women don't like to go public, but my girlfriend will grab my neck and make me post it. Zhou Jia wondered if there was such a saying, and what was going on with Li Jintao's new girlfriend. Zhou Jia's chopsticks remained in the bowl. I really hadn't thought about that, and I don't know. Li Jintao put the tripe into the bowl. Okay, that's not what I wanted to say. Of course, I congratulate you. But how are you going to announce your relationship to others? Although I find it a bit shocking, there will always be some gossip, right? Zhou Jia rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Chapter 109 The Way of Kissing. Zhou Jia has always been easygoing. Society shouldn't be so critical of teacher-student relationships now. Back in junior high, there were teachers who were in relationships with their students. The teachers would tell us these stories as little anecdotes to keep us engaged in class. His chopsticks slowly circled inside the bowl. Besides, it doesn't matter if you're not familiar with them. Just let them say what they want. However, if someone you know well objects, it can be a real headache, like the teacher's family. They feel that Teacher Chin's father seems rather traditional. Even though the two have only just started dating, these are things that still need to be considered. Li Jintao nodded. I know. I'm just worried about gossip. It's okay, I'll definitely support you. Lin Xuehui ate her meal quietly, listening to the two chatting. She was a person who only wanted to eat, and finally, During a break in her meal, she managed to say something. If you love me, and I love you, then nothing can separate us except death. Have you heard? Zhou Jia turned his head. What kind of language is that? Lin Xuehui tilted her head. It seems to be from and of Green Gables, but I forgot. It's okay, boss, I'm a conservative. Conservatives who believe radicals are too conservative. If all else fails, let's elope. Find a quiet place, escape together. How romantic. Zhou Jia thought it wasn't that serious. It wasn't a forbidden love, and the two were currently in a secret relationship. Of course, if they were to get married, they would definitely make it public. No, it's a bit too early to talk about marriage now. Zhou Jia gently pounded her thigh. It didn't seem too early, considering the teacher's age. In short, she still had to ask the teacher's opinion. Li Jintao looked at Zhou Jia with a helpless expression. They were just discussing the problem, but now this person looked blissful and was immersed in a fantasy world. He was completely hopeless. What exactly is so good about the teacher? Li Jintao couldn't figure it out. Zhou Jia suddenly said, if we get married, we have to make it public. Li Jintao remained silent for a long time, looking at Zhou Jia. You were just thinking about this? She's already thinking about getting married. Zhou Jia nodded seriously. Since you're dating, you should start thinking about marriage. What's wrong with that? Li Jintao was convinced that people's IQs do indeed decrease when they fall in love. Li Jintao touched his forehead. Although he wanted to say that many people have a period of adjustment in their relationships, even people who like each other at the beginning may not be able to stay together in the end. They may have a fight at some point and eventually break up. It would be too jarring to say anything at this moment, so Li Jintao could only offer a casual reply. It needs to be considered. He wondered if Zhou Jia got married. Wouldn't he have to attend his wedding? What kind of nightmare would present such a scene? I feel so hopeless. Zhou Jia was already imagining what her teacher would look like in a wedding dress, a pure white wedding dress. Her teacher turning around and smiling sweetly at her, the white skirt fluttering gently behind her. However, the teacher's temperament is indeed more suitable for a traditional Chinese wedding. Wearing a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, radiant and elegant, exuding a scholarly air, just thinking about it makes me love it. Holding the teacher's hand, she slowly walks to the front of the crowd, her delicate steps exquisite and unparalleled, and thus they enter the hall of marriage. Ow! Zhou Jia collapsed because of his delusions. Li Jintao was speechless as he watched his good buddy's head sprout pink bubbles again. It's hopeless. Even though this is his first time dating, he's hopeless. Lin Xuehui poured the vegetable platter into the pot. Can I order another serving of double pepper beef? After the three finished eating, they parted ways at the intersection. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Zhou Jia stood at the intersection, the streetlights illuminating his shadow. Zhou Jia took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Wanxin. Teacher, we've finished eating. Chen Wanxin was still busy and didn't reply to the message immediately. Zhou Jia had actually asked her earlier if she wanted him to pick her up, but Chen Wanxin said that it was only a 5-minute walk away and that Zhou Jia didn't need to pick her up. But thinking about it this way, I feel like we see each other much less often. Zhou Jia bumped his head against the street lamp, looking somewhat melancholy. Zhou Jia noticed it the instant he tapped. I actually felt lonely. I'm in a relationship, yet I, a 22-year-old man, am having these lonely thoughts. Wait a minute, something's not right, is it? Dude, what are you doing? Zhou Jia knocked on the street lamp again, and passers-by assumed it was a drunk man who was about to vomit. Zhou Jia considered himself to be a calm and collected person, so the fact that he was now feeling lonely seemed a bit unlike himself. We do have less and less time to meet now. Of course, Zhou Jia wasn't the only one who felt lonely. Chen Wanxin did too. We didn't meet on Monday, and we didn't meet on Tuesday. On Wednesday evening, Chen Wanxin returned home and laid down on the bed. Although she now has some free time in the evenings, she is still too busy during the week and not so relaxed. She had just told Zhou Jia that she was back home and was scrolling through videos to clear her mind. Chen Wanxin has been seeing some strange things lately, like the way they kiss. Lip kisses remember to avoid the side of the face. Eye kisses they're sure to make your heart pound. And sweet kisses. Chen Wanxin blushed. She was thinking to herself that she wasn't actually studying. Zhou Jia's news arrived at this time. Thank you for your hard work today, teacher. No, it's not hard, but my shoulders have been feeling a bit heavy lately. Really? I'll give the teacher a shoulder massage later. Was he trying to massage Zhou Jia's shoulders? Chen Wanxin was too embarrassed to call Zhou Jia out on it, but she also felt that she couldn't keep looking at him with prejudice. Don't worry, I've been using the massager you gave me recently, and it's really quite good. Really? That's great, but it still can't compare to doing it myself. Really? You're so eager to give your teacher a massage. Chen Wanxin changed her position, lying face down on the bed, looking at her phone, waiting for Zhou Jia's message. Zhou Jia answered without any hesitation. Yes. In such places, he never concealed his desires. Chen Wanxin liked this about him. She always felt happy after just a few words. I really want to see him. Chen Wanxin suddenly had this resentful thought. They were supposed to be dating, so why did they see each other so little? She has now come to accept that she has these thoughts and is gradually accepting the current situation. Thinking about him is nothing to be ashamed of. But both of them are adults, people who have entered society, so they know how to restrain their emotions and remain rational. However, their emotions are like water that is gradually boiling, slowly overflowing and gurgling out of the kettle. Chen Wanxin's fingers hovered over the virtual keyboard as she suddenly wondered if she could also send a message like, I want to see you. It seems she hasn't said this to many others, which explains why Luo Jiaying often says she has a heart of stone. Zhou Jia said, I haven't seen you for 3 days and 72 hours. Teacher, can I invite you to dinner tomorrow night? I want to see you. Chen Wanxin blushed even more. Some idiot blurted it out without thinking. At this moment, she began to appreciate Zhou Jia's straightforwardness. He was always direct, which was wonderful. Chen Wanxin said, Okay. She imagined what their date would be like, and the things she had just seen kept replaying in her mind. There seemed to be quite a few ways to kiss. Chapter 110, He's so cute. Moreover, the two of them have only kissed once so far. It's been almost a week. She was even a little worried that perhaps Zhou Jia's first kiss had been a bad experience, which was why he had never mentioned it. Of course, she wasn't that eager to kiss him. Besides, the two of them haven't seen each other much, so I shouldn't overthink it. Chen Wanxin typed slowly with both hands. Great. The teacher is free tomorrow night. Let's go tomorrow. Chen Wanxin stopped here, suddenly unsure of what to do next. Watch a movie, have a meal, or go shopping. She felt it was fine with either option. Dates are pretty much the same few things, but she didn't have much time, and she didn't really want to eat out. She only recently learned that newly dating couples brush their teeth, chew gum, and drink water to moisten their lips before kissing. She realized that kissing is an art, something she had never thought about before. So if we eat out, we won't be able to prepare properly. Chen Wanxin hesitated for a moment and then made some changes. How about we go for a walk tomorrow night? I have a feeling that something like kidnapping is involved. Zhou Jia wagged its tail. Okay. Chen Wanxin was pleased to see that he agreed so quickly and slowly started typing. I also kinda want to see you. She typed the sentence with trembling hands. It was 7 words plus 2 punctuation marks, and she spent a long time searching for each one. She blushed and thought for a long time before finally sending the short sentence that had been sitting in the chat box. Some things need to be said. Only by expressing your feelings of liking and missing someone can you let the other person know. Zhou Jia's message paused visibly, as if he was startled, and then the message changed. Teacher, I like you. Chen Wanxin wondered what kind of reply this was. She turned off her phone screen, lay face down on the bed, and didn't lift her head. Everything in front of her was pitch black, and her hair was pressed under her face, but she didn't want to pull it out. After a while, she finally turned her head and looked at her phone. The black screen reflected Chen Wanxin's flushed face, and she whispered something. Fool. She turned on the screen and changed the subject. I like you too. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Do you have to say, I love you so many times when you're in a relationship? Chen Wanxin didn't understand, but she secretly bit her lip and curled up the corners of her mouth. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin discussed their date location again and decided to take a walk in Anqing Night Market, which is a well-known small attraction in the area. The whole street is decorated with lanterns, and at night it is a dazzling and bustling place with people performing shows. That's a good place. Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia said goodnight to each other, then went to take a shower, dried their hair, lay in bed, and opened their phones to browse what they had recently seen. One of the short videos had a particularly eye-catching title. Do you really know how to kiss? Kissing tips and tricks. This was a push notification from before. Sometimes it's like this. It's like your phone can monitor you. I just wanted to eat something recently, and my phone started sending me food recommendations. I just started dating recently, and my phone started sending me tips and tricks. It's all a problem with the phone. Chen Wanxin slowly reached out her hand and clicked on it. Even if you may not use it, it's always good to take a look. It's better to be prepared. Chen Wanxin watched the video and silently took notes in her mind. Oh, I see. What? You can actually do that? That's really something. The next day, the two arranged to meet at 7 p.m. because they could each have dinner separately and then meet together. Chen Wanxin returned home, took a shower, and brushed her teeth properly. This time, she didn't wear lipstick, but lip balm. Is this edible? Thinking of something strange, Chen Wanxin finally picked up the chewing gum on the table and went out. The tips echoed in her mind. She read them several times last night, and now she remembers each one very clearly. Since parking was difficult nearby, the two decided to take the subway. Chen Wanxin went downstairs and looked at Zhou Jia waiting there. Her hand nervously gripped the strap of her bag, wondering if she had brought any chewing gum, just like whether she had closed the door when she left the house. Today she wore a white shirt dress, the pure and bright white color, the simple and elegant style, with a section of her fair calf and ankle exposed, fresh and eye-catching, making her skin look fair and rosy, and her delicate and round face bright and charming. Chen Wanxin took a deep breath, walked up to Zhou Jia, brushed her hair behind her ear, and whispered, "Let's go." The two people are standing together, holding hands. It looks more natural than before. Zhou Jia extended his hand, and Chen Wanxin took it. Zhou Jia said, "Teacher, your dress is so pretty and suits you so well. I've missed you so much these past few days." He spoke frankly and directly, immediately unsettling Chen Wanxin's resolve. That's a bit too much. It seems like he could say such things very easily, but it's a bit difficult for him. It's not fair, so it's a bit too much. But the degree of longing is the same. Actually, a few days isn't a long time. I haven't had 100 hours. I've spent so much time like this before. I've been alone for over 20 years, and I've never really felt like seeing anyone. But now, even a few seconds apart, I miss him terribly. My mind is filled with memories of holding his hand, hugging him in his arms, and taking care of him. It's almost unbearable. The night was beautiful, with a thin layer of clouds stretching into the distance under the deep blue sky. I heard that Jupiter and the moon will be in conjunction around 8:20 p.m. tonight, which will be the waxing crescent moon. The moon will look like a small boat hanging in the sky, while Jupiter will look like a bright pearl falling beside it. It must be a very beautiful sight. Using scenery to express feelings, being moved by the scenery, blending feelings into the scenery, achieving a fusion of emotion and scenery, and concluding with the scenery to express feelings. Chen Wanxin secretly fell into her professional habit. Sigh. Don't think about work when you're resting. Chen Wanxin thought about the scene and said to Zhou Jia, "I miss you so much too." Zhou Jia smiled sheepishly. "Really? How much do you want to?" Chen Wanxin glanced at Zhou Jia with a longing look. "I was thinking of you when I texted you. I was thinking of you when I ate that I could make this dish for you too, and it would taste even better than the cafeteria food. I was thinking of you before I went to sleep. Okay. There's just no way to deal with him. But sometimes it really is like that. I can't fall asleep easily at night. I toss and turn with my pillow in my arms, listening to the sounds of motorcycles outside. My heart is even more agitated. At this time, I think of Zhou Jia and his smiling face, which makes me feel at ease." Chen Wanxin asked softly, "And you? What level are you at?" Zhou Jia's voice became a little lighter. "I often think about whether I should wait for the teacher to get off work to see her. I want to walk with her even for such a short distance, but I'm worried that it will disrupt our normal lives and make things inconvenient for her." Chen Wanxin also knew why Zhou Jia said it was inconvenient. If they suddenly ran into an acquaintance, it would indeed be a bit awkward. After all, the last time they met Teacher Su, they were both scared out of their wits and had to rely on Zhou Jia. The night breeze blew through Chen Wanxin's hair, tossing her strands and landing on her cheek. She seemed a little dissatisfied and went to fix her hair. "I see. The teacher hasn't figured out what to do about this either. One day she'll have to tell everyone around her. You can't keep a secret forever, can you?" One day she'll have to come out of hiding. She doesn't know if she's giving Zhou Jia a title or giving herself one. It sounds weird. At this moment, Zhou Jia remembered the question Li Jintao had asked him. Teacher, speaking of which, would you like to make it official? I mean, go public with it. Or do you feel insecure if you don't make it official? Chen Wanxin tilted her head, clearly somewhat puzzled. What's the meaning? Chen Wanxin was ultimately slow to catch on in this regard. A sense of security. What kind of sense of security? Zhou Jia touched his face. Is the teacher going to get jealous? Are they worried that I'm secretly seeing other girls while I'm not making it official, or that I'm having affairs with multiple girls in private? Chen Wanxin suddenly covered her face with her right hand. He's so cute. Chapter 111. Do you chew gum? Would he normally ask such a question? Chen Wanxin unconsciously felt this way, and then asked a question. Do you have affairs? Zhou Jia shook his head hurriedly, like a rattle drum. Of course I wouldn't do that. I'm just worried about what the teacher might think. Chen Wanxin shook her head in response. To be honest, I've never thought about it. I really haven't thought about it. So would you? When pressed further, since the topic had come up, Chen Wanxin couldn't help but be curious. Although she had previously thought he was popular with the opposite sex, after getting to know him better, she realized that he wasn't that kind of person. Zhou Jia patted his chest with his left hand. I swear on my life, I will never do it. Chen Wanxin paused for a moment, then spat out two pooey sounds. Don't say anything about death or life, or anything unlucky like that. What nonsense are you spouting every day? Now it was Zhou Jia's turn to be puzzled. He simply asked, why is the teacher reacting so strongly? No, I'm just saying that to prove it's absolutely impossible. Chen Wanxin gripped Zhou Jia's hand even tighter. I understand, I get what you mean, but there's no need to say that again. Even if one day you don't like your teacher anymore, it's okay. She said it softly. While Zhou Jia felt that the teacher was very gentle, her heart also felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia. What's wrong? Perhaps she did say something she shouldn't have, something inappropriate for a couple deeply in love, but that's really what Chen Wanxin thought. He must be angry. Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia, then closed her eyes and shrank back. Go ahead and get angry if you want. Zhou Jia released his grip on Chen Wanxin's hand. Chen Wanxin thought Zhou Jia was particularly unhappy, so she opened her right eye a crack to look at him. He probably wouldn't hit anyone. Chen Wanxin saw Zhou Jia reach out and hug her. Her body stiffened, and her eyes widened as she looked at Zhou Jia, somewhat at a loss. She gripped the strap of the small bag on her shoulder tightly with her right hand. Even though it was nighttime and there was still a short distance to the subway station with few people around, Chen Wanxin's face still turned red, showing some panic. Wait a minute. What are you doing all of a sudden? We're outside. She felt Zhou Jia's solid body, his body heat radiating through her, and her neck began to feel hot. But Chen Wanxin quickly understood and slowly reached out, placing both hands on Zhou Jia's back. It's the teacher's fault. The teacher shouldn't have said those things. Zhou Jia whispered in Chen Wanxin's ear. I understand, teacher. Chen Wanxin was now confused. Zhou Jia spoke slowly and gently. It's normal for the teacher to feel uneasy, thinking that my feelings are temporary. I can understand that. After all, we are different from ordinary couples. The teacher usually takes extra care of me, and I understand that. He whispered these words in Chen Wanxin's ear and hugged her more tightly than usual. Chen Wanxin even felt that the hug was a little too tight. His breath on her ear was excessively hot, but her hand only gently brushed across Zhou Jia's back, as if to comfort him. Zhou Jia's voice continued to come from Chen Wanxin's ear. But take it slow. As time goes by, I believe these doubts will disappear. I will like you more and more, and I will never let you say such things again. Chen Wanxin blushed. This student was too blunt. But this time she didn't say anything. Instead, she buried her forehead in Zhou Jia's shoulder and gently hummed in agreement, hugging him tightly. Before the date even started, the two were already embracing each other under the night sky, expressing their feelings for each other. Much later, Chen Wanxin realized that Zhou Jia had no intention of letting go. Well, isn't that enough? I already know, I won't say those kinds of things again. Chen Wanxin was actually a little touched, and she would occasionally have such thoughts, But Zhou Jia could easily sense her feelings and comfort her at this time, saying that he was so kind, gentle, and considerate. Like a puppy that smells things, its nose is incredibly sensitive, Zhou Xiaogo. Maybe I should change the note to this later. Zhou Jia coughed lightly and said, I just want to hug the teacher a little longer and take advantage of her. This tofu is really tofu. The teacher was so soft, it felt so comfortable to hold her in my arms. I even wanted to rub my face against hers. The touching atmosphere instantly turned into a cheerful, lewd, and pink one. Chen Wanxin silently withdrew one hand, gently pinched Zhou Jia's waist, looked at Zhou Jia coldly, and stared back at him with a flushed face. This little puppy. I changed the note for him later. A small act of revenge from Chen Wanxin. Zhou Jia finally let go of Chen Wanxin, looking silly and happy with a grin on his face. Chen Wanxin looked at him helplessly and muttered something to herself. You idiot, my idiot. The two arrived at the night market. The night market here is more like a tourist attraction, perfect for a leisurely stroll in the evening. The night market stretches out from the square in the north and extends in a straight line to the south, forming a commercial axis. The ground is paved with bluestone steps and is quite long from front to back. On both sides are small stalls that resemble retro Chinese architecture. The bright storefronts display various trinkets and gifts. There are also small ponds along the way, surrounded by white LED lights that reflect light on the water. The two relaxed a bit more, since there shouldn't be anyone they knew here, so they could hold hands boldly and freely, like any ordinary young couple. Chen Wanxin and Zhou Jia blended into the crowd and watched the performance on stage. The small stage was set up like a live house, complete with everything. A new era dance group was singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. The leader was Wu Ku, who had a great stage presence. Although he follows the influencer route, his basic skills are very solid, and it has to be said that he has already surpassed many of today's idols. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin watched for a while, then went to another place. The two stopped in front of a shop selling round fans. It was still April, and summer was still a while away, so there wasn't much need for a fan. But Chen Wanxin was thinking of buying one. Chen Wanxin whispered in Zhou Jia's ear, Did you know that a round fan is also called a double happiness fan? Zhou Jia only knew about the Hahuan umbrella, not the Hahuan fan, and commented that he learned it from watching the animation. Zhou Jia shook his head, his face clearly showing his illiteracy. Chen Wanxin said, There is a poem that says, Cut into a fan of reunion, round like the bright moon. Although this poem was originally used as a metaphor for women being carried when needed and abandoned when not needed. Zhou Jia didn't know, and could only say ABA. The teacher is amazing. The teacher knows so much. No wonder he is a teacher. He really knows everything. Chen Wanxin felt that explaining the meaning now would be a bit of a mood killer, since Zhou Jia had just said those things, so she didn't intend to elaborate on that aspect. She just wanted to buy one. Chen Wanxin shook her head. No, I just know what I know. The lines sounded somewhat familiar, like those of a class monitor. Chen Wanxin spent 10 yuan to buy a small round fan. The two people took self-service photo booth pictures at the roadside. This was the first time Chen Wanxin had ever taken a photo like this. Looking at the photos that came out so quickly, she thought she could put the photo in her wallet and open it to see the picture of the two of them together. The two of them went to open a blind box. The blind boxes are 55 yuan each, which is a bit pricey. No, thinking about it carefully, it's a bit too expensive. But when you're out having fun, you can't help but spend money, and the designs of the blind boxes are also very nice, with little figures themed around the seasons. Chen Wanxin drew a blue little girl with a white hat and a small snowflake on it. She was cute and pretty. Zhou Jia drew a white little girl with a fan-like thing behind her head. Although Zhou Jia knew that it was the sun, he felt that it was a merit ring. It looks good, but it seems a bit too martial. The two walked slowly, but Chen Wanxin's thoughts drifted to her bag. After a while, Chen Wanxin finally asked in a soft voice, Want some chewing gum? Chapter 112 Jupiter Conjunction with the Moon. At this moment, whether Zhou Jia was pretending to be stupid or doing it on purpose, he said something. Okay, I'll go buy it. Chen Wanxin rummaged through her small bag, took out a pack of chewing gum she had prepared, and handed it out. I didn't ask you to buy it. I already bought it on my way here. Zhou Jia accepted it. Thank you, teacher. It's rather polite, Chen Wanxin thought. He can't possibly say thank you, teacher, when we kiss. Chen Wanxin watched Zhou Jia put the chewing gum in his mouth, then took one herself, tore open the packaging, put it in her mouth, chewed it slowly, and glanced at Zhou Jia again. He should understand what he means, right? Chen Wanxin always felt that Zhou Jia should have noticed. He wasn't the oblivious type. It was obvious that he had the desire but not the courage. If they were really going to kiss, she thought at least the experience would be better for both of them. Even adults who consider themselves mature have their own little schemes in these matters. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them tacitly spat their chewing gum into the wrapper and threw it into the trash can, Chen Wanxin said. I heard there's a conjunction of Jupiter and the moon tonight. She took out her phone and glanced at it. It was 8 o'clock, about 20 minutes to go. Let's find a quiet place to sit. She felt her face getting hot, and the phrase, few people, basically explained her thoughts. Zhou Jia was puzzled. Jupiter conjunct the moon, what does that mean? I feel like I know nothing in front of the teacher. Chen Wanxin simply smiled slightly. How could that be? But what you know is different from what I know. Isn't that perfect? We can share things that the other hasn't heard of. As Chen Wanxin said this, she took Zhou Jia's hand and walked away. The two left the bustling commercial street and walked along the moat. There were few people along the moat, and various small landscapes and pavilions were built along its banks. Chen Wanxin walked deeper into the area and saw a deserted pavilion. She pulled Zhou Jia to sit down in the pavilion. Let's sit here and take a look. Her face was a dark red in the night. Jupiter conjunct the moon. Both of them were silently repeating the name of the celestial phenomenon in their hearts, as if they were trying to hide something. Zhou Jia looked up at the sky, a gentle breeze blowing from behind him, which felt very pleasant. The wind blew his hair, and his thoughts began to drift away with it. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, and the pleasant aroma of chewing gum lingered on the taste buds. Should he understand? Should he interpret this as a subtle hint between adults? But Zhou Jia was worried that she might be wrong. What if she ruined the atmosphere and made herself seem like she didn't understand romance? Is this some kind of romantic comedy tug-of-war? Chen Wanxin tilted her head back and peeked out from under the carved eaves, seeing a crescent moon with a bright star opposite it. So it didn't appear out of nowhere. Because the prediction was written with the precise time of 8:23 a.m. on April 3rd, even down to the second, Chen Wanxin thought she had seen it suddenly. Chen Wanxin gently patted Zhou Jia's shoulder. You can already see it. Zhou Jia leaned back against the bench, his gaze also peering out from under the eaves, scanning left and right. I only saw the moon, teacher. The crescent moon was so prominent that, behind a thin layer of mist, it resembled a beautiful woman veiling her face. Or perhaps it's like the static vision of apex gamers, like a frog, only able to see things that are moving. Chen Wanxin whispered in his ear. No, look across from the moon. Isn't there a star there? That's Jupiter. They're both on the same ecliptic longitude at this time, so they can be observed together. Zhou Jia saw it now and thought, so that's how it is. It is indeed quite beautiful. I thought it would be like a solar eclipse, but it just happened all along. Turns out it was already there all along. Chen Wanxin hummed in agreement. Yes, it might have been there when we were shopping. Sometimes this kind of celestial phenomenon can last for a long time, and it is said to last until dawn the next day. Zhou Jia thought for a moment, and then said, How romantic. Chen Wanxin echoed this sentiment. Yes, how romantic. Zhou Jiashang never imagined that such an astronomical spectacle was not a fleeting moment. The tiny jade bead and the golden string gazed at each other in the sky, and this scene would actually continue until the next morning. And in the days to come, there will be such magnificent, splendid, magical, and beautiful scenery from time to time. He felt his left hand being gripped even tighter, and the force emanating from that hand seemed to convey the tension in Chen Wanxin's heart. Chen Wanxin had glanced at Zhou Jia several times, and even after mentally preparing herself, she had collapsed again and again. Zhou Jia said this at this moment. Teacher, you are so cute. The sudden words shattered Chen Wanxin's mental defenses in an instant. Wood and bricks shattered on the ground. Her defenses crumbled, revealing the lovely girl behind them. Chen Wanxin was embarrassed and annoyed. You're saying that again. Zhou Jia turned to look into Chen Wanxin's eyes. I will keep saying this, every day, until you get tired of it. Chen Wanxin lowered her eyes and brows. Will you still tell me this when I'm old? It's not romantic when you get old. Zhou Jia nodded. Of course I talked about it, but I think what the teacher said is incorrect. Getting older doesn't mean you're not romantic anymore. Although the passion between young men and women can be even more intense, getting older doesn't mean you don't love anymore. Romance doesn't disappear because of that. Chen Wanxin spat softly. Pa, stop with the nice words. Tell me, what do you want from the teacher? Zhou Jia asked earnestly but softly. Teacher, may I kiss you? When Zhou Jia asked that question, Chen Wanxin gripped Zhou Jia's hand even tighter. So that's what you were talking about all this time? Zhou Jia pondered. Well, I'm the kind of person who openly admits my feelings. Because I like the teacher, I want to kiss her, but I'm afraid she won't like it, so I'll ask her. Chen Wanxin felt that her intentions were indeed too obvious, and was quite embarrassed. She quickly glanced around and saw that no one was there. I'm just a little shy. She held a round fan in her left hand, using it to cover her face. But, next time, there's no need to ask. Chen Wanxin paused for a moment as she spoke, having mentally prepared herself. She leaned forward and slowly approached him. Seeing that Zhou Jia didn't move, her heart pounded. She felt that those 10 centimeters seemed excessively long, as if an eternity had passed. Finally, Chen Wanxin's lips touched Zhou Jia's lips, and she used her left hand to hold a fan to cover their faces. Zhou Jia touched Chen Wanxin's soft, delicate lips once again, but this time, he didn't cover his eyes. He never expected that his teacher would take the initiative, nor did he expect that his teacher would say such things. He realized once again that the person he liked also liked him in the same way. Jupiter and the moon will be in conjunction. These two celestial bodies, which are extremely far apart, will move along their respective orbits and reach a very close position with each other at 8:23 p.m. on April 3rd. Zhou Jia didn't close her eyes immediately. Chen Wanxin's amber eyes were so beautiful in the deep blue night, revealing shyness, affection, and resentment. I was thinking to myself that this was completely against the tips for kissing. It clearly says on the label that you should close your eyes when kissing. Her heart trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttered, and finally she closed her eyes, seemingly offering her lips to Zhou Jia. But that fan held aloft in the air was her last act of defiance. Zhou Jia looked at Chen Wanxin, feeling the touch on her lips. She gripped her hand even tighter, and the teacher's delicate red lips seemed to move up and down slightly as if on purpose, using her lips to kiss his lips. It was a bit awkward and clumsy, but Zhou Jia liked it very much. Zhou Jia liked the teacher's inexperienced but hard-working manner. Zhou Jia closed her eyes, feeling Chen Wanxin's kiss. He reached out his right hand and naturally wrapped it around Chen Wanxin's waist. The teacher's slender waist was so delicate that it could be encircled in one hand, and he pulled her into his embrace. Chen Wanxin felt Zhou Jia's hand, and her body visibly stiffened. His hands are so hot. My head feels so hot. Is this kind of kissing really okay? Chen Wanxin opened her eyes a crack, slowly opened them, and saw that Zhou Jia had already closed her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief and closed her eyes again. She felt Zhou Jia's lips. They were even more comfortable than she had imagined. Indeed, there's nothing wrong with being honest about your own thoughts. Their lips met, tightly closed, gently moving up and down to touch each other, tenderness and affection spreading between them. Chapter 113 Kiss Everywhere. Zhou Jia had no formal training, yet he was self-taught, to the point that Chen Wanxin felt her boyfriend seemed quite skilled. The night was quiet, and the two people in the pavilion felt each other's presence. The night breeze blew, and the thin clouds in the sky were dispersed. After a long while, the two finally separated and looked at each other. Chen Wanxin's face was serene and natural, with a hint of shyness hidden deep in her eyes. After each time she finished doing this, she would hypnotize herself into thinking she was an older adult and pretend to be calm, even though her heart was beating very fast. She even somewhat enjoyed the feeling of kissing Zhou Jia. However, sometimes you have to express your liking and love in certain ways. Because words can't express it, you touch the other person with your hands, kiss them with your lips, or press your cheek against them. It's all about telling them one thing: I like you. The night breeze was gentle, and Chen Wanxin's gaze towards Zhou Jia was also gentle. How did I become so delicate? Chen Wanxin thought to herself. Haven't I already completely fallen for him? Why are you so disappointing? Although she didn't know what she was struggling with, she would always have the thought, I'm very troublesome. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily. She covered her face with the fan again, her eyelashes fluttering. How about it? Zhou Jia's hand was still around Chen Wanxin's waist. The teacher is very cute. Chen Wanxin blushed deeply. Zhou Jia said, my girlfriend is lovely. I really love her. Chen Wanxin shamelessly leaned against Zhou Jia's chest. Zhou Jia's voice was gentle and deep. But once doesn't seem enough. Chen Wanxin was stunned for a moment. What? Once wasn't enough? How many kisses would be enough? Chen Wanxin moved the fan and gently tapped Zhou Jia's chin with a hint of coquettishness. This is outside. She quickly glanced around. Although no one was coming, she had deliberately chosen a dark and secluded place. Besides, social attitudes are more open now, and kissing in the street is not considered a big deal. Of course, that still wouldn't work. Not that it was fake, it was genuinely impossible. Chen Wanxin felt she couldn't do it, and kissing in public was just too embarrassing. Zhou Jia whispered in Chen Wanxin's ear. Teacher. Chen Wanxin thought to herself. They really are young people full of passion. She said it in a low voice. Rogue. Zhou Jia didn't feel scolded at all. She even wanted to write down the sentence and play it over and over again. After a while, Chen Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia again. Don't be too greedy. I don't know if I'm talking about Zhou Jia or myself. Chen Wanxin moved the fan away and waited. Zhou Jia gradually moved closer. Before, she was always the one who took the initiative to kiss him, but this time, it was Zhou Jia who took the initiative. His eyes looked so gentle, so full of love, so irresistible at that moment. It's being immersed in love, it's liking, it's kissing. Chen Wanxin closed her eyes, appearing completely at his mercy, and then she felt Zhou Jia's lips cover hers. He still held her with his left hand, but his right hand hugged her even tighter, bringing her even closer to his chest, where she could feel his burning body. Chen Wanxin's hand no longer reached for the fan, but gently rested on Zhou Jia's shoulder, feeling Zhou Jia's kiss. She could feel her consciousness sinking, falling into his boundless love, falling, being embraced by him. Zhou Jia's kiss wasn't rough, it gradually became more skillful, gently touching Chen Wanxin's lips without being overly greedy, but filled with tender affection, leaving Chen Wanxin's mind in a daze. Gradually, wispy clouds drifted again under the deep blue sky, obscuring the moon but letting out a faint glimmer of light, as if the world itself had quietly become shy. As time passed, Chen Wanxin realized that Zhou Jia didn't seem to be letting go. She silently grumbled to herself. They've been kissing for way too long. As she thought this, Zhou Jia finally let go. The two looked at each other, remained silent, turned their heads, and then each let out a soft breath. Chen Wanxin breathed heavily, as if she were short of oxygen. The sensation of the kiss lingered on her lips, shaking her heart. As feelings slowly developed, she realized that this wasn't quite enough. It seems that just once or twice is not enough. When this thought arose, Chen Wanxin felt that she was completely hopeless. She gently rested her head on Zhou Jia's shoulder, and Zhou Jia, feeling a little stiff, sat up straight. What's wrong, teacher? Chen Wanxin said with a smile. Didn't expect me to lean on you? We've already kissed. Are you still embarrassed about this? Zhou Jia explained. I guess it's because I'm not used to the breakthrough and change in intimate relationships. I always feel like there's always a barrier between me and others, and then the teacher stepped in. Chen Wanxin said with a smile. Excuse me for barging in. Zhou Jia corrected. No, I left the door specifically for the teacher. It would open with just a gentle push, but I never thought the teacher would actually push it open. Why do you say that? Your teacher isn't bad at directions. Because that path doesn't seem so sweet. It always feels unequal. What's the meaning? Zhou Jia thought of a scene in Norwegian literature where Watanabe, Nagasawa, and Hatsumi go out to eat. Hatsumi wants to introduce Watanabe to a college girlfriend, but Watanabe declines, saying he is too poor and not good enough for the female college students at her school. Hatsumi said that it didn't matter, everyone was just an ordinary girl eating a 250 yen lunch at school. Watanabe said that his school had 3 kinds of lunches: 110 yen, 100 yen, and 80 yen. Watanabe would get glared at if he ate the 110 yen one. That was the level of his school. While not everyone wants a boyfriend with a sports car, sometimes men just want someone who stands tall and doesn't make the girl who likes them suffer with them, right? Zhou Jia told Chen Wanxin about it. I just feel that if a teacher and I were to date, we might face some problems that ordinary couples wouldn't encounter. Chen Wanxin understood perfectly, but she gripped Zhou Jia's hand even tighter. And now you're saying this again? Chen Wanxin raised her eyebrows slightly and glared at Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia panicked for a moment. What's wrong? Chen Wanxin gently raised her chin. If you had known earlier, you wouldn't have flirted with me. After flirting with the teacher, you said such things. That's really irresponsible, Zhou Jia. Before Zhou Jia could explain, Chen Wanxin continued speaking, covering Zhou Jia's hand with her other hand and gently drawing circles on the back of Zhou Jia's hand with her fingers. Don't worry too much, silly. She had more courage at this moment. Chen Wanxin said, if that path doesn't lead me, I'll come to you myself. If that door is closed, I'll gently knock on the window and call your name. Reality isn't like a detective novel, where everything is so logical. Some things just happen irrationally, like how I've come to like you. I like it to an unreasonable degree. Chapter 114 Double Dating. Chen Wanxin also had something to say and something to confide in, so she sat up straight. If you think your teacher is a static beauty who only knows how to go about her daily routine, staying at home reading books and growing flowers, then you are mistaken. His words carried a hint of self-praise. Your teacher will have many minor flaws. She might fight over the blanket with her friends when sleeping, forget to set her alarm, or be forgetful. She's not like what you imagine, sitting there reading all day long. She would say, this book is so boring today, then throw the book down and go for a walk. She wouldn't always walk slowly. When she was feeling down, she would think about running. She even rolled up her sleeves and went to play volleyball for the school team in junior high, although she hasn't played for many years. She would also gossip about people behind their backs. She was mean, ruthless, and sharp-tongued. More importantly, she might also like someone and then take the initiative to go to him. Chen Wanxin also had some things she wanted to say to Zhou Jia and wanted him to know her inner thoughts. She reached out with her other hand and gently patted Zhou Jia's head. Do you understand? She didn't want Zhou Jia to think of her as a professional or a girl who liked reading and gardening, but simply as Chen Wanxin. Zhou Jia grabbed Chen Wanxin's hand, which was touching her head, and pulled it over to overlap it. I understand, teacher. Please marry me. Chen Wanxin blushed. What on earth did this stupid student understand? I don't think he understood anything at all. She glared at Zhou Jia. After saying so much, did he think it was all over with just one word, marriage? She suddenly felt like she was talking to a brick wall, just like when she was in school, and he would answer her questions in the same way, though he wouldn't say anything strange back then. The scene seemed familiar, but the emotions were completely different. Perhaps he understood, and hearing him say such things made him quite happy, but Chen Wanxin rolled her eyes and gave a soft snort. You idiot, you just can't explain yourself. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste my breath arguing with him. She thought. So be it. I was the one who brought this on myself, and then slowly leaned into Zhou Jia's arms, feeling his warmth. The night was beautiful, and Jupiter and the moon were still facing each other. The distant skyscrapers shimmered with colorful lights, and the overhead obstruction lights on their rooftops flashed like stars in the sky. The two remained silent, simply sitting there. Later that evening, Zhou Jia, as usual, took Chen Wanxin home, then went straight to his own bedroom and rolled around on the bed a few times. With a girlfriend this cute, who wouldn't want to leave? Zhou Jia took out his phone, intending to send a message, only to see that his good friend Li Jintao had already sent a series of messages, constantly messaging him. Poke it, then throw it into the frying pan, and after that, throw the durian. Zhou Jia was in a good mood and didn't care about Li Jintao's cyber harassment. She replied to Li Jintao's message with some doubt. What's wrong? What happened? Zhou Jia could understand if it was because he hadn't played games lately and missed them more. He was also planning to check how other games handled certain content, like the latest TGA game of the year, to learn from them. What was the latest edition again? Wow, it's a space robot. It looks so fun. Is this the game of the year? That sounds great. A game for the whole family. Zhou Jia silently opened Animal Well, a game full of imagination, rich in original elements, and capable of forever satisfying players' curiosity. Li Jintao's message has arrived. Last time I asked my girlfriend about that. She agreed, but she had one condition. Zhou Jia was puzzled. What are your requirements? No discount, Li Jintao said. She said she wanted to invite you on a date. Zhou Jia slowly typed out a punctuation mark. Question mark. When I type this letter, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you have a problem. Li Jintao realized that his expression was ambiguous and explained it. She heard that you also have a boyfriend, so she wants to invite you to a double date with your boyfriend. Li Jintao was drenched in sweat after typing those words. Zhou Jia slowly typed another one. Question mark. What kind of strange request is this? He didn't know Li Jintao's new girlfriend at all and felt that it was some kind of trap, especially after hearing Li Jintao talk about his new girlfriend. He felt that there was danger in it. However, Zhou Jia thought it was time to gradually reveal her relationship with her teacher, and perhaps this was a good opportunity. And with the Qingming festival approaching, which means a 3-day break and a leisurely holiday, Zhou Jia inquired about it. When Li Jintao said, Zhou Tian, if you can come, don't you need to ask him? Li Jintao trembled at the thought of who Zhou Jia's girlfriend was. Would the teacher really agree to such an absurd thing? Li Jintao didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Jiaxue. Lately, she had been looking him up and down. She had even found a third listening device and GPS tracker in the car. This was really dangerous. Every time I asked Zhang Jiaxue, she would look at the sky as if nothing had happened, indicating that she didn't know who put it there. Li Jintao added, It's okay. If you really can't come, I'll help you find a way. Some people have already started thinking about escaping. Zhou Jia decided to ask anyway, so she sent a message to Chen Wanxin. Teacher, are you free on Sunday? Chen Wanxin had just finished showering, wearing a white silk nightgown, drying her wet hair with a towel. When she heard her phone ring and saw the message, she smiled. Why do you think about seeing the teacher every day? Is it that much you miss me? Zhou Jia said. I guess so. Chen Wanxin wondered what kind of answer this would be. An invitation that is not sincere at all. Zhou Jia quickly began to explain. No, it's because, well, Li Jintao invited me and my teacher to hang out together, along with Li Jintao's girlfriend. The four of us went together. Chen Wanxin was suddenly stunned, never expecting that her mind would turn so quickly. Wait, Li Jintao found out. Zhou Jia explained. On the day of our team building activity, he saw me holding his hand, and he guessed what was going on right then and there. Zhou Jia had talked to Li Jintao before and figured out why Li Jintao suddenly asked her about her love life. Chen Wanxin's hand, which was wiping the towel, froze, and she slowly typed a question. Does anyone else know? Is their secret relationship about to be exposed? Chen Wanxin's inner thoughts are very complicated, though she doesn't necessarily have to hide them. Zhou Jia thought for a moment, and then said, Well, the only other one is Lin Xuehui. Li Jintao is currently in a state of shock and disbelief, and he is keeping his mouth shut, so no one else should know for the time being. Chen Wanxin breathed a sigh of relief. Wait a minute, this feels a bit like students secretly dating and not letting anyone around them know, even though they're adults. However, some things must be faced eventually, Chen Wanxin thought. This relationship will eventually have to be made public, and I'll have to interact with Zhou Jia's friends eventually, right? I can't keep this secret forever. Let's just treat this as a rehearsal. Chen Wanxin secretly resolved. Zhou Jia thought Chen Wanxin would refuse and felt there was no need to trouble the teacher. She had just typed 2 words when she saw the teacher send a message. Okay, I'll go. Zhou Jia was dumbfounded, thinking he had misread it. What's going on lately? Why is the world becoming more and more different from what he imagined? Chapter 115 teasing him? It rained naturally on Qingming Festival. Sometimes I feel that the solar terms are really cleverly chosen. When the corresponding time comes, it really does rain, and it seems to happen every year. At this time, the temperature drops slightly. A light drizzle fell on the window pane, and the world was peaceful and serene. Zhou Jia snuggled in bed, sleeping in late. On such a rainy day, she unconsciously slept a little longer. Zhou Jia has gradually adapted to having a girlfriend, and that his teacher is his girlfriend. There are quite a few differences between being single and being in a relationship. What kind of nonsense literature is this? When you're single and don't have much contact with people, phone messages aren't that important, and you can sleep all day with your phone off. When you're in a relationship, you always have a little bit of hope that your partner will send you a message while you're asleep. The accumulated unanswered messages are like little surprise gifts, making you curious to unwrap the ribbon and find what's inside. However, sometimes what working people receive in the morning is not a small gift, but a landmine. The crazy boss always likes to send them on weekends, saying things like, "The project is urgent. Come in and work overtime in the afternoon." Zhou Jia picked up her phone from the bedside table and glanced at it. Chen Wanxin's message was sent at 8:30 in the morning. "Good morning, my little boyfriend." Well, it seems that little boyfriend has gradually become a fixed term. It's 9:30 in the morning, an hour since Chen Wanxin sent the message. Zhou Jia rarely replies to messages this late. He was still half asleep when he replied to a message. "Good morning, teacher. When I first woke up, my mind wasn't very sharp, so I just said whatever came to mind, without even thinking to change how I addressed people." Chen Wanxin said, "I got up a little later than usual today. Sleeping in is nice, but don't linger in bed too long." Zhou Jia's witty remarks came faster than her brain. It's still teacher Lian's bed at home. Chen Wanxin remembered that Zhou Jia had stayed overnight at her house last time. "Huh, what's there to be in love with? The teacher's bed isn't that comfortable to sleep in." Zhou Jia is typing. "But I really like the fragrance that the teacher smells like." Chen Wanxin blushed. She had only said a few words to him this morning, and he had already annoyed her. What a pervert. What's so great about a fragrance? The two of them can chat for quite a while. What is the teacher doing now? "I'm doing laundry. I just threw the clothes into the washing machine." "Won't the clothes get damp when you hang them out to dry in this weather?" "The teacher is so hard-working. I like the teacher so much." Zhou Jia's words were half questions and half flattery. Chen Wanxin sat at the table and glanced outside. It was indeed drizzling. "It's okay. I checked the weather forecast. It should be sunny tomorrow. It will dry in the sun." Conversations filled with everyday routines are typical of conversations between couples, sharing life experiences and adding a touch of romance. After saying good morning, Zhou Jia got up and started doing her own things. Now that the first part is finished, Zhou Jia is wondering whether to make a PV or a game trailer video. Zhou Jia has a Steam creator account, on which he also has his own free fan-made game. Not many people play it, and the discussion is mostly filled with fan art, as well as some comments in Japanese, Korean, and English. The translation software roughly translates to, "I love it, but it's a bit short. And the CG images of the defeat are so erotic, I love them." It seems that people all over the world are pretty much the same in these situations. Zhou Jia was busy, sharing lunch at noon, and then continuing to work in the afternoon. He actually enjoys immersing himself in his own things, playing games, listening to the rain tapping on the window outside. Everything in the world is irrelevant to him. Only himself and the screen in front of him remain. This small 10 square meter space is his battlefield, with the sounds of the mouse and keyboard constantly ringing in his ears, intertwined with the sound of the rain. There's no such fiery passion, no hair standing on end as you furiously write grand pronouncements, no fists clenched as you shout, "I must become number one in the world." Some efforts are inherently silent, and some pursuits of goals are inherently quiet. Zhou Jia simply typed silently on the keyboard, repeatedly adjusting the game's content over and over again, until he was satisfied. His eyes reflected the light from the screen, sometimes serious, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes with a relaxed brow, as he struggled with himself, only eating one dinner in between, and then continuing to do the same thing. As night quietly fell, Zhou Jia stretched and realized that it was already quite late. At this time, Zhou Jia started chatting with Chen Wanxin. Their relationship was actually very measured. They would both be busy with their own things, but would take time to be with each other in their spare time. At night, the two of them would talk in bed and then say goodnight to each other. It was past midnight, but Chen Wanxin was still awake, which surprised Zhou Jia, so Zhou Jia asked her a question. "What is the teacher doing?" Chen Wanxin said, "Isn't Zhou Tian going out to play? So I'm picking out clothes." Zhou Jia immediately felt awake. "I'll choose for the teacher." Chen Wanxin looked at herself in the mirror. "I'm a little embarrassed to post this." Sparks flew from Zhou Jia's phone. It's all right, teacher. I'm your boyfriend. Let me help you. He had an air of duty and integrity. Chen Wanxin actually knew Zhou Jia's little thoughts. She hesitated for a moment, then thought, well, it wouldn't hurt to show it to him. If he likes her, he'll actually be happy. Chen Wanxin looked in the mirror and thought she was quite pretty. Chen Wanxin took several photos in front of the mirror, selected one that looked good, and sent it. Zhou Jia's eyes widened as she looked at the photo. The outfit is casual, featuring a black tank top that reveals a 3-finger width of midriff, a pinkish sweatshirt over it, and white trousers. The phone is covering the face, making it almost too fashionable. Zhou Jia stood up. It's so beautiful, teacher. Can I use it as my phone wallpaper? Chen Wanxin was a little shy. It's not that pretty. Please don't use this as your wallpaper. It's embarrassing. Being praised is always a happy thing. No matter how cold and aloof you are, if someone you like praises you for being beautiful, a princess, or cute, your heart will quietly rise. Zhou Jia asked. Then, could the teacher give out more? Zhou Jia's mind was beginning to stir. Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. Actually, she also had photos of pretty clothes, and even more sexy ones, but she was too embarrassed to post them. However, it would be nice to tease him a little. Want to see photos of the teacher? Chen Wanxin sat on the edge of the bed, pretending to be calm. Zhou Jia nodded repeatedly, completely hooked. Yes, I'm willing to do anything I can. This was followed by a photo of Nagasaki Motoyo kneeling on the ground, holding Mr. Daisho's hand. Eugene. Contemporary abstract youth are characterized by a proliferation of memes. But Chen Wanxin clearly didn't understand these things. She was surprised by Zhou Jia's determination, but thought that there was no need to be so exaggerated. Chen Wanxin slowly scrolled through her phone and sent Zhou Jia a few more photos. She wore a denim jacket over a floral dress, and her hair was styled like a girl from an old movie, with 2 braids. Zhou Jia used to think that braids were a bit old-fashioned, but later she realized that braids were both artistic and refreshing, and they looked really good. This photo was clearly taken during a previous trip. The waterfall splashes and leaps down behind her, while she stands on the stone path, leaning against the wooden railing, like a girl from another era, smiling at the camera. Too beautiful to be true. Zhou Jia said. The teacher is so beautiful. I like her so much. Chen Wanxin was a little dizzy from the praise, and after searching again, she couldn't help but send Zhou Jia a few more. Zhou Jia's reply was basically the same. I love it. It's so pretty and cute. It's practically a praise-boosting bot, maximizing emotional value. Chen Wanxin found those slightly sexy photos, which lay quietly gathering dust in her phone's photo album. There are a few more, but I'm a little embarrassed to post them. Zhou Jia wanted to see it even more, so he shamelessly pestered her. Teacher, let me see. The student is well-behaved and will definitely not say anything. Someone here is trying to play the innocent. Chen Wanxin gave a soft humph. Is that so? You lecherous little Zhou, you really want to see that much? I couldn't help but say it out loud. It sounded like a term of endearment. Zhou Jia sent another emoji. I can do anything. A second time. Chen Wanxin thought there wasn't much to see, but if it was just for him to see. Chen Wanxin's finger hovered over the screen for 2 seconds. Then she clicked and sent. In the photo, she is wearing a cropped tank top and a white mini skirt, squatting in front of a full-length mirror. Her long, white legs outline a beautiful curve, making her eye-catching and attractive. Zhou Jia woof. Let's film it together from chapter 116 onwards. Zhou Jia patted his face with both hands to calm himself down. Despite being a sexy photo, it carries a tranquil atmosphere. Warm orange light shines through the thin white curtains, falling on Chen Wanxin, casting a soft golden glow on her black hair and fair skin. The background is Chen Wanxin's original room, which was meticulously and cleanly tidied. She looked at herself in the mirror with gentle eyes and a hint of self-admiration. Young women sometimes feel that their bodies are really beautiful and want to take a photo or two to record it, but they never thought they would post the photos online. Chen Wanxin was holding her left hand in front of her face, her fingertips touching the tip of her nose. She wasn't as calm as she'd imagined. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she wondered what stupid thing she'd done. Would Zhou Jia think she was too frivolous? These are all photos from last year, kept at the bottom of a drawer. Before posting, I felt like Marilyn Monroe, mature, sexy, and charming, vibrant and beautiful. After posting, I just wanted to hide away and pretend I didn't know that person at all. Chun Wanxin turned off the screen, lay down on the bed, covered her face with her phone, and let out a soft, shy ah. But young boys would probably like that. Chun Wanxin rolled around several times, gurgling back and forth, before finally picking up her phone and silently typing quickly. It really doesn't suit a teacher, does it? I wore this a long time ago when I was trying on clothes at home. I would never normally wear something like this. Maybe I should just take it back. Chun Wanxin wanted to click retract, but then Zhou Jia's message arrived. How could that be? I'm just so surprised that I don't know what to say for a moment. Chun Wanxin asked, "What's so surprising?" The two talked, word by word. I was amazed by the teacher's angelic beauty. Her skin is so fair and her figure is amazing. I love her so much. You're all talk and no action. I don't believe you. I always think of you as a little hooligan from an old TV drama. Teacher, may I eat rouge? Zhou Jia started learning to be a hooligan. Eating mouth is eating mouth. Why say you're eating rouge? Chun Wanxin thought to herself that this guy really put himself in her shoes. Thinking about it, a single angry remark. Zhou Jia changed the subject. Teacher, I have saved the photo. When I no longer live at home, I will print it out, frame it in gold, and hang it on the wall so I can see it every day. Chun Wanxin blushed even more. You. A mix of shyness and the thought that her student was so perverted overwhelmed her. She sat on the bed, silently curling up her legs and hugging her knees, feeling somewhat helpless. Oh well, I'll just save it. Anyway, I sent it to him myself, so there's nothing wrong with not being able to see it. Chun Wanxin switched the input method to voice, pressed her thumb on the input key, and then said 2 words into the phone. Send. Zhou Jia looked at the voice message from Chun Wanxin and was a little confused. Why did the teacher suddenly send her a voice message? Zhou Jia clicked play, and Chun Wanxin's soft, embarrassed voice came through. Abnormal. He spoke each word slowly and deliberately, almost too cutely. Zhou Jia silently saved the voice message. Perhaps Chun Wanxin would regret sending it to Zhou Jia when she heard it in the future. Zhou Jia became more serious. No. Teacher, I just like my girlfriend. Chun Wanxin gradually got used to Zhou Jia's shameless approach to pursuing her. After all, he was thick-skinned. Yes, I understand. Okay, now it's your turn. Zhou Jia was puzzled. What's my turn? Chun Wanxin typed, somewhat annoyed. The teacher can't just send you photos and you don't send them back, right? Hurry up and send me 2 photos. Zhou Jia looked embarrassed. Teacher, I don't take many photos. My photo album only contains landscape paintings, food, games, and pictures of teachers. Why am I at the very back of the line? Because the most important things are often said last. Okay, what about the photos? Really, no. Didn't you ever have your picture taken at a photography studio when you were a child? I haven't really been there much. My family isn't very enthusiastic about it, so I really haven't. I didn't mean to lie to the teacher. Oh, I have a good idea. What's a good idea? Let's take photos together when we have time later. Chun Wanxin took the initiative to extend an invitation, which was like a date. The relationship between the two became more and more natural, and they could easily make invitations to each other. Sometimes, it's always good to maintain a sense of distance. For example, you might ask the other person if they're free, if it's convenient, or if it's okay, and use polite language. Gradually, you'll tell them that you want to do something, which is ultimately a bit different. Zhou Jia also realized this. Because before this, Chun Wanxin would basically never say such things to him. Say, I want something. Such words are actually more intimate than one might imagine. They are a request, a form of coquetry. I want you to eat a bite of the pancake on your plate. I want you to stay with me. I want to hear you talk and say goodnight. These words are gradually built up in a close relationship. They come naturally because of liking and trust. Zhou Jia was very happy with Chun Wanxin's change. Okay, teacher, let's go together. Chun Wanxin's reply was concise and lovely. 2 words are always cuter than one, like nodding vigorously on the other side of the screen, saying you absolutely have to go. Zhou Jia searched for a long time before finally finding a photo. It showed her wearing a suit for an event, standing at the back door of a university classroom, looking out the window with a somewhat melancholic and sad expression, exuding a melancholic beauty. Photographed by Li Jintao. It's a pretty good shot. My best friend has a crush on me. Zhou Jia was heartbroken because he had just finished playing a game and the loneliness of everything being overwhelmed him, not because of anything else. Zhou Jia sent the photo over. Teacher, there aren't any good photos. This is the only one I have. Chen Wanxin opened the photo, examined it closely, zoomed in again, and zoomed in again. After realizing what she was doing, her ears turned red silently. He's quite handsome. Chen Wanxin left and replied. Not bad, just a bit too little. Send more next time. Feigning calm disdain, skillfully concealing her true feelings, and with a hint of annoyance, she thought, why don't you take more pictures of someone who looks so photogenic? Zhou Jia said, okay, let's take more pictures together next time. It's getting late. Teacher, you should get some rest. Okay, good night. Good night. Good night, teacher, I like you. Okay, I like you too. The affection that was once difficult to express gradually turned into farewell words, a casual phrase used to tell the other person about one's feelings at all times. Although the two said good night, they didn't go to sleep immediately. Zhou Jia had planned to go to sleep, but he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He silently picked up his phone from the bedside table. In the darkness, the faint light from the phone screen illuminated his face as he looked at the photos his teacher had sent him. The teacher is truly charming, with a radiant smile. Standing there gracefully, she resembles a gardenia, and even her slightly revealing tank top and short skirt exude a pure and innocent beauty. Thinking about it this way, gardenias are quite astringent. Something's not right. Why is everything astringent? But even boiled water tastes bitter, so thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem like there's a problem. Chen Wanxin was also awake. She turned on her phone, looked at Zhou Jia's photo, and after a while, turned it into her desktop wallpaper. Anyway, Zhou Jia said he was going to do it this way, and I was just following his example. As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black, and one who stays near a boyfriend gets stained red. The next day, 2 p.m., Anqing Film and Television Cultural Park. Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin had already arrived and were waiting outside the park entrance. Zhou Jia took out his phone. Let me ask them where they are. Chen Wanxin was wearing a black midi skirt, a white round neck top, and a beige coat today. She looked elegant and beautiful, standing next to Zhou Jia very close, and nodded. The thought of who was coming today filled her with mixed feelings. At that moment, a figure appeared quickly. A girl rustled through several cars and came to Zhou Jia. Hello, you must be Zhou Jia, right? Chapter 117 Doubt. The girl was wearing sunglasses, had short hair, and wore a denim overall dress with a white inner layer. She wasn't tall, even shorter than Lin Xuehui, only a little over 1.5 meters. She moved nimbly like a small animal to Zhou Jia, carrying a plastic bag filled with something in her hand. Zhou Jia took half a step back. Who are you? Zhang Jiaxue took off her sunglasses. I am Li Jintao's girlfriend. Hello. Zhou Jia is like artificial intelligence. Nice to meet you. Zhang Jiaxue answered quickly. Nice to meet you. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask you. Zhou Jia grunted in response. Speaking. Zhang Jiaxue looked at Zhou Jia with a serious expression. I suspect Li Jintao is having an affair. Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment. Cheating? Then, what about Li Jintao? Zhang Jiaxue held up the plastic bag in her hand and took out 2 bottles of water from it. He went to find a parking space, and I just happened to come out to buy water first. Here, take this. Zhang Jiaxue handed out 2 bottles of water to the 2 women, and Chen Wanxin said, thank you. Zhou Jia took the bottle of water and glanced at it. There's no truth serum or anything like that in here, is there? Although it wasn't appropriate to say such things to someone you were meeting for the first time, he couldn't help but worry. Zhang Jiaxue shook her head. Li Jintao said you are a very interesting person, and it seems that is indeed the case. Don't worry, I would never do such illegal or criminal things. I haven't gone that far yet. Zhou Jia remained silent, unsure of what to say for a moment. Is it legal to plant GPS devices and eavesdropping devices? Li Jintao had already told Zhou Jia about his girlfriend. Zhou Jia was worried, so she checked the bottle thoroughly. There seemed to be no suspicious ingredients inside. The production date was within the last 2 months, and the cap had not been opened. Zhou Jia opened it and took a sip. He felt no discomfort for the time being. So you've come to ask me if he cheated on you? Zhang Jiaxue nodded, then shook her head. Zhou Jia didn't understand what this meant. Zhang Jiaxue slowly began to speak. That's true, but I think you're his good brother, so he might not be willing to tell me the truth, even if he's having affairs with 3 women at the same time. Why is it based on having 3 relationships at the same time? Shouldn't it usually be 2 relationships at the same time? Zhou Jia said. No. Although Li Jintao is a bit of a womanizer, a scumbag, fickle, and a womanizer, he is still a loyal person. Zhang Jiaxue tilted her head. What kind of grammatically incorrect sentence is this? Zhou Jia coughed lightly, trying his best to save face for Li Jintao. What I mean is, although he falls in and out of relationships quickly, he's still very loyal when he's in a relationship. He's not the kind of scum who's always looking for something better. I mean, even scum has different levels, and even burnt pancakes have their bottom and the edges. Listening to Zhou Jia's explanation, Chen Wanxin silently stood next to Zhang Jiaxue. I'm standing here with this girl. Zhang Jiaxue turned to look at Chen Wanxin and reached out her hand. You must be Zhou Jia's girlfriend, right? Hello, I'm Zhang Jiaxue. The two are currently concealing their teacher-student relationship. Li Jintao hasn't mentioned it, and Zhang Jiaxue is unaware of it. Chen Wanxin said with a smile. My name is Chen Wanxin. Hello. I fully support your efforts to find the truth. Keep it up. Clearly, they shared a common hatred, their faces showing a hint of excited anticipation. No. Teacher, why are you getting involved? Zhou Jia's face showed helplessness. Chen Wanxin blinked, her eyes revealing amusement. Zhou Jia knew that Chen Wanxin could also be childish at times. Actually, the teachers are quite gossipy. In the past, when I was being scolded in the office, I could always hear the teachers talking about all sorts of things, especially love stories. At that time, Zhou Jia was very observant and even secretly watched Chen Wanxin. My dear teacher loves to listen to gossip, but he listens quietly in the corner without getting involved, only his lively eyebrows moving up and down with the gossip. At this moment, Li Jintao came running over excitedly, looking at the group with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you? The 3 men looked at Li Jintao with hostile expressions, and Li Jintao stood at attention. What's wrong? I just parked for a little longer than usual. You guys don't have to treat me like this. There's just too much people here. I couldn't find a parking space for ages. Li Jintao looked flustered, facing pressure from both his girlfriend and teacher, and complained incessantly. Who can withstand this? Li Jintao turned to Zhou Jia for help, winking and raising his eyebrows to send a coded message. Dude, what's wrong? Help me, bro. Zhou Jia raised an eyebrow in response. You've been fooling around and causing trouble outside. How can I save you? Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll be punished severely. Think about it carefully and tell me the truth. Li Jintao really didn't understand, so he raised his eyebrows even more vigorously. I've been behaving myself lately, staying indoors all the time, and I really don't know what I did wrong. Zhou Jia raised an eyebrow coldly. I don't believe you for a second. Chen Wanxin looked at the two of them. This scene was just like when she caught them in the office before. When the two of them were punished by standing, their faces were full of little expressions. What are you two playing at, speaking in riddles? The familiar passive trigger made both of them tense. Li Jintao could barely speak. No, that's not true. Zhang Jiaxue keenly noticed the word again that Chen Wanxin used, and a question arose in her mind. Isn't this their first meeting? Li Jintao greeted Chen Wanxin. Hello, I'm Zhou Jia's friend. Chen Wanxin smiled. Hello. Chen Wanxin thought it would be awkward before she arrived, but her instinct to scold people kicked in, and the awkwardness was left behind. Li Jintao turned around stiffly and waved ahead. Let's go. We're already here. Let's not wait outside. He chose to change the subject and escape reality at this point. The two girls walked ahead. Friendships can sometimes form quite quickly between women. Li Jintao looked shakily at the two men's backs, and finally asked the question like a thief. So what exactly happened? Zhou Jia shook his head. Have you been flirting with any girls lately? Li Jintao turned his head. How could that be? I haven't even spoken to many girls lately. Why would they suddenly suspect me? Zhou Jia shook his head. No, it's not suspicion. Suspicion is making something up out of nothing. This is called speculation, which is based on evidence. Li Jintao patted his chest. No, you know me. I would never do such a thing. Really? But others don't trust you. Oh, is that so? But I really didn't. Real? Really? If it's fake, I'll immediately pray for a thunderbolt from the sky. Forget it, don't swear. We've been brothers, and I still hope you're doing well in my heart. Or you can swear from a distance, or even swear during a video call. Damn it, you're saying this because you don't believe me at all. You just want me to be okay, and you're afraid I'll get caught in the lightning strikes, right? Li Jintao stared wide-eyed at Zhou Jia, thinking about the trust between brothers. They used to be inseparable, but now Zhou Jia was saying such things. It was as if the world had gone to the dogs. Did the world still have any humanity or conscience? Li Jintao was unusually anxious. Are you even human? Our friendship of over 10 years can't even compare to a single word from her. I know she must have said something about me, but I've really been clean lately. You can't not believe me either, can you? Zhou Jia asked. Then why does she suspect you? Chapter 118 is about to. Gap doesn't just appear out of nowhere. As the saying goes, flies don't land on eggs without cracks. I think your girlfriend is great now, and you should turn over a new leaf. Zhou Jia tried to persuade him, but he still hoped that his friend could settle down. Although Zhang Jiashua's affection seems too heavy, too troublesome, and too yandere, dating is inherently a troublesome thing that requires a lot of time and energy. And some people might actually like this kind of yandere. Li Jintao rubbed his messy curly hair. I feel like you're becoming more and more like a different person. Zhou Jia was puzzled. Who does he look like? Li Jintao stared at Zhou Jia. Don't you think you're becoming more and more like Teacher Chen? Your tone of voice, the content of your speech, and the way you just spoke were almost exactly like when she holds class meetings. Li Jintao ultimately used the title Teacher Chen. Zhou Jia remained silent. Is there? I've always been like this, don't change the subject. Li Jintao glanced at Zhou Jia again, then turned his head away. To be honest, I don't know either. The two stopped at the entrance of a cave set up like a spider demon's lair, and the two beautiful girls had already gone inside to take pictures. Even at 28, she's still a beautiful young woman. The cave ceiling was wrapped with coils of white thread, the knotted white thread hanging down like spider silk, obscuring half of Li Jintao's face, which looked somewhat lonely at that moment. Li Jintao glanced at the two figures as they disappeared. She's been stuffing things into my mouth lately, and I'm practically developing counter-surveillance skills. Zhou Jia thought that Li Jintao must have had a tough time. Well, I should have sympathized with you, but when I think about it being you, I don't feel so sympathetic anymore. It feels like it's only natural. Someone should come and teach him a lesson. Li Jintao's face fell. However, Zhou Jia felt that even if the two people were deeply in love, if one side monitored and exerted so much pressure, the other side would eventually reach their breaking point. Zhou Jia asked, So, do you like her? In Zhou Jia's view, whether you like someone or not is still very important. Although people compromise with life after they become adults, sometimes being with someone is often because it's a good fit. They were of similar age, shared similar interests, and had compatible jobs, so they lived together as a couple, but that wasn't love. Some people might say, two people who like each other but are not compatible may end up in a mess if they live together. So what? The world isn't as wonderful as we imagine. Work, school, and future plans often don't go as planned. Now, to have to compromise even on the person you like seems a bit cowardly. So Zhou Jia couldn't help but ask Li Jintao this question. Li Jintao was unusually silent for a while. Then he touched his head. Is this a question that absolutely needs to be answered? He sighed, his face showing helplessness. I like her, and if I didn't, I wouldn't be with her. I'm not the kind of person who's easily swayed by lust, as you might think. You're saying that if you don't like someone, you should just let them go, right? I really haven't been flirting around. Zhou Jia believed him for a moment and slowly nodded. Zhou Jia understood Li Jintao quite well. This guy was essentially not good at lying. He might say something very flattering, but it was hard for him to lie so calmly. Men are sometimes simple and foolish creatures. When they don't like something, they will sometimes say something else to cover it up. They would say, she's so cute, has a great personality, and is exactly my type. But at times like these, it's mostly just that he thinks she's nice, nothing more. Zhou Jia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You didn't have a listening device installed on you, so you're saying this on purpose, did you? Li Jintao was unusually silent for a long time, then glanced at Zhou Jia. You have such scheming thoughts? Don't you think too darkly of me? Zhou Jia coughed lightly. All right, I'll find out for you. When the two beautiful girls stopped taking pictures, Zhou Jia secretly sent a message to Chen Wanxin. Teacher, could you find out why Li Jintao's girlfriend thinks he cheated on her? Chen Wanxin replied quietly. No problem, leave it to me. The four of them strolled around the park, and Chen Wanxin secretly inquired and roughly understood about 70–80% of the situation. When they got tired of walking around, the group sat down in a large screening room with long benches from front to back, like the layout of an old-fashioned open-air damn movie theater, but with a roof. Right in front of the screening room, the screen was showing A Chinese Odyssey, and it was playing a classic line. He will appear in a grand spectacle, clad in golden armor, riding on auspicious clouds of 7 colors, to marry me. Zhou Jia finally had the chance to sit next to Chen Wanxin. Because the seats were empty, Li Jintao and Zhang Xuejiao were sitting a little further apart. Zhou Jia didn't ask for the reason right away, but instead asked, Has the teacher seen this movie? Chen Wanxin placed her hands on her knees. Of course I've seen it. Zhou Jia was somewhat surprised. Do teachers watch this type of movie? Chen Wanxin glanced at Zhou Jia with a longing look. Yeah, this movie was really popular for a while. What kind of caveman do you think the teacher is? As if I'm someone who never leaves the house. She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming. I used to think this was too tragic and a little sad. When I watched this movie, everyone around me said it was a comedy, but I felt it was a bit too sad. But sometimes comedy is like that. It presents sad things to people in a funny way. It's like someone keeps falling down, and if the falls are funny, it becomes a comedy when it's on the screen. Of course, you don't need to think about these things when watching a movie, but Chen Wanxin is very thoughtful in this regard. Zhou Jia reached out and naturally took Chen Wanxin's hand. Chen Wanxin shook her hand back a little shyly, as there were other acquaintances present today, and her feelings were somewhat complicated. Zhou Jia whispered in Chen Wanxin's ear. The teacher's little things are so endearing. Chen Wanxin said softly. Such empty words, not real at all. This kind of personality will be troublesome. Zhou Jia asked. What trouble? Chen Wanxin thought for a moment. I might get angry for some reason, argue with you, and sulk for a long time. When I'm sulking, I don't say anything. That's how Chen Wanxin and Luo Jiaying act when they argue. When they're sulking, they cover their heads with something and go to sleep. Zhou Jia whispered in Chen Wanxin's ear. Oh, I see. If the teacher gets angry, I will comfort her, but I will kiss her while I talk to her. Chen Wanxin blushed. What is this guy talking about now? I'm angry. We're still outside. A look of astonishment appeared on Zhou Jia's face. What? Teacher wants to kiss me now? I was thinking of waiting until tonight, when we're alone together, to kiss. Chen Wanxin blushed even more. Who can argue with him? She could only glare fiercely at Zhou Jia, her shy expression catching his eye. Zhou Jia gave a polite smile, and Chen Wanxin gently pinched the back of Zhou Jia's hand with her left hand. Zhou Jia didn't feel any pain at all, but instead asked, So we won't kiss tonight? Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia, then lowered her head. After a while, she raised her head again and whispered in Zhou Jia's ear. A tiny, barely audible mosquito buzzes softly. Want? Chapter 119, Li Jintao's Troubles. Zhou Jia's heart was pounding. Chen Wanxin lowered her head again, looking at Zhou Jia's pants, his thighs, and counting the wrinkles on his pants. There's nothing shameful about kissing, especially since we've kissed several times already. It's easy to feel shy when you say it out loud. She prefers silent kisses, something more subtle. When Chen Wanxin asked Zhou Jia before that they didn't need to kiss, she was just too embarrassed to answer every time. In the end, she was still like a little girl who hadn't grown up. Some people have experienced all of this much earlier, and eating is as simple as eating and drinking. But every time, she has to be mentally prepared for a while. Chen Wanxin's gaze wandered. Above you are reddish-brown beams and a tall ceiling. Movie sounds are playing from the sound system. To the left of the entrance to the screening room is a row of cultural and creative gifts. On the transparent glass is an old-fashioned radio, which doesn't contain cassette tapes. but rather small, crystal ball-like landscapes. Everyone around was absorbed in their own world, chatting with the people next to them and watching movies. At times like these, she can't help but look to the side to distract herself. I really want to kiss him or be kissed by him. It's hopeless. The two of them didn't say anything this time, but watched the movie and tried to calm themselves down. Zhou Jia changed the subject. Does the teacher know why Li Jintao's girlfriend suspects him of cheating? Chen Wanxin coughed lightly, calming herself down a bit. Well, there are quite a few reasons. One is that Li Jintao was doing something for a while and wouldn't answer my calls. The other is because of our cohabitation. Zhou Jiaxing was puzzled. Living together? Chen Wanxin has already gotten a hint from her girlfriend. It's said that she has invited Li Jintao to live together for the third time, but Li Jintao refuses no matter what. Li Jintao keeps saying that he has something to do recently and can't agree. That's about it. Living together, Zhou Jia thought. Their relationship was developing quite quickly. Well, eventually, couples will all end up living together. Zhou Jia unconsciously thought about living with her teacher. If we lived together, I could see the teacher's sleepy face every morning, sit next to her at night watching the nightlight illuminate her profile, and hug her when we got home. The imagination is quite good. However, this topic is still a bit too early for the two of them. They even hesitate for a long time before kissing. Why didn't Li Jintao agree? Zhou Jiaxing was puzzled. Zhou Jia felt this didn't make sense. Was it really just a matter of lust without any emotional connection? Because living together inevitably leads to a loss of freedom, the inability to party every night, and the loss of independent personal space, even making it difficult to play games freely. The movie Supreme Treasure is still playing on the screen. Some things evoke completely different feelings when watched again compared to the first time. When I watched it back then, I always felt that the dialogue was too colloquial. It was supposed to be a period drama, but the conversations were too modern. It was a complete parody. When he saw Supreme Treasure save Fairy Zixia, he was so anxious that he said, "Why didn't you say something? Why did you have to say such hurtful things?" He was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. Later I realized that what seems easy to outsiders is sometimes impossible to say, as if wearing a golden headband, making one's speech even more clumsy. Zhou Jia kept observing the two of them out of the corner of his eye. Li Jintao held Zhang Jiaxue's hand, yet it seemed as if Zhang Jiaxue was holding it tightly. It's really strange. What's wrong with these two? They seem so close. After sitting for a while, the group went outside. The scenery inside the film and television park was better than I imagined, with a feeling of a vast desert wilderness, perfect for taking grand and majestic photos. The sun gradually formed a red glow in the background and slowly set. Zhang Jiaxue asked, "Why do you look so nervous today? You're definitely hiding something from me." Li Jintao became anxious. "Grandma, what am I hiding from you? You even know my phone password." Zhang Jiaxue pointed to her nose with her finger. "You're lying. I can tell you're lying right away. You don't usually talk like this. When you're feeling guilty, you change how you address me, calling me grandma or good sister. You only do this to coax me into playing games." Li Jintao remained silent for a moment, feeling as if he were being completely controlled. The situation has become quite complicated recently. Zhang Jiaxue looked at Li Jintao. "Can't you just tell me? If you don't like me anymore, you can just say so." "No, that's not it. What's wrong with me? It's just that girls like me are too troublesome, right? I'm not the same type as the ones you liked before, and I'm not good enough. If you don't like me, just change. Anyway, that's just the kind of person you are." "What do you mean by saying that I am this kind of person?" "Yes, I admit you're right. I can't have it both ways. I have my own difficulties. So why do you like me?" The two gradually started arguing, and when Li Jintao asked this question, Zhang Jiaxue fell silent. Why do I like him? The reason why Zhang Jiaxue likes Li Jintao is actually very simple. Last summer, a family tragedy struck. She stood by the river, watching the surging water flow, and thought that if she jumped in, she would float on the water the next day and forget everything. Just then, a boy walked by and stood next to him, smiling as he asked him a question. "Can I treat you to dinner? I know a nice restaurant where the desserts come with little parasols. They're so cute." That boy is Li Jintao. After dinner, Li Jintao took her home and stayed with her all night, just sitting on the sofa doing nothing. Before leaving, he said something to her. "Let's have dinner together tonight." Zhang Jiashua fell in love with Li Jintao around that time. The dessert with the little parasol was so cute that it made people want to cry. After she finished the dessert, she carefully kept the little parasol. She couldn't help but like him. Even though the person said his past was a bit messy and he had a lot of romantic relationships, she still longed to hug him. She looked at Li Jintao, her eyes gradually reddening, and said softly, "Yes, that's why I like you." She bit her lip. "What else is there to say? You're usually so talkative, aren't you? Now you're not saying a word, as if it's my fault, because I've been watching you too much." Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin had never experienced a young couple arguing before, so they were momentarily stunned, like cat memes, staring blankly with their mouths open, shaking their heads from side to side as the two argued. What's going on? Zhou Jia wondered if this meant admitting to surveillance. That whole thing was problematic, wasn't it? Li Jintao shook his head. That doesn't matter. Zhou Jia fell silent. Of course, this mattered to a couple of extraordinary people. Zhang Jiashua's tears fell, and she turned and ran away, like the heroine of a romance drama. Zhou Jia was stunned. Chen Wanxin realized what was happening. I'm going to find her. Chen Wanxin chased after Zhang Jiashua in the direction she had run. Li Jintao remained where he was, and Zhou Jia slowly walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. So what happened? I heard she invited you to live together several times, but you didn't agree. What? Li Jintao sat down on the chair next to him. So that's what it was about. He clasped his hands together. Because my mom is currently hospitalized. Chapter 1:20 Future Planning. Zhou Jia's heart skipped a beat. How is Annie's health? He had been playing at Li Jintao's house since he was a child and had seen many sides of Li Jintao's mother. She was warm and kind. Every time the two of them played Blue Eyes White Dragon against the Black Wizard and did some retro things, the aunt would bring over a plate of snacks and drinks. Zhou Jia asked hurriedly, "Is it serious? Does it require money?" Li Jintao waved his hand. "It's not what you think. My mom is going to have a minor surgery soon. She's eating and drinking well, but she needs someone to bring her food and take care of her." Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief. It was all for the best that no one was hurt. What's so hard to talk about? Li Jintao supported himself on his legs with both hands. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, and I didn't think there was anything to talk about, so I said that we should live together again after a while. I never expected it to be this reason. You know, we often fight, and there are many reasons for the fights, so I really didn't know she was angry about living together. Zhou Jia responded with an, "Oh. What were you doing for a while?" She said she couldn't get in touch with you. Li Jintao was bewildered. What? Which period? Li Jintao completely forgot that he had once followed Zhou Jia for a period of time, during which he acted strangely. Zhou Jia and Li Jintao stared at each other blankly. How should I know? So you really don't want to live together? Yes, I did say I've been a bit busy lately, but maybe I subconsciously had some resistance to it. Resist what? When it comes to advancing intimate relationships, like living together or meeting the parents, don't you feel that this kind of intimate relationship will change your previous lifestyle? Haven't you ever worried about that, Zhou Jia? I don't understand what you mean. Being in a relationship means that person gradually becomes an important person in your life, a part of your life, and your future plans include them, including work, living location, and the future. Isn't this how it should be? Many people don't think about this now, unlike you, buddy. A lot of couples break up right after graduating from college. Fast food relationships, you know? Really? You sound like Kenichi Mikami to me. You bastard. Kenichi Mikami is a character from the classic pure love trilogy, Tokyo Love Story. Zhou Jia once read the entire Tokyo Love Story because of a book that is still unfinished. The second male lead, Kenichi Mikami, is a typical playboy. Although he likes the second female lead, he often flirts with girls. He is one of the catalysts for the ups and downs of the plot, and is also a remarkable person. Li Jintao scratched his head. Actually, the world is quite divided. Only children see things as 1 and 2. Zhou Jia looked into the distance. The sun had completely turned into a red sun, and the blazing fire seemed to be about to engulf the world, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. You're acting like you're already very mature, but you're only 22. It's not that big, it's not that small either. Some people at this age already have plenty of social experience, while others are still a blank slate. Li Jintao sighed. But you're still not a child. Some things are taken away after you reach a certain age, while some things are just natural for you to do now. Smoking, drinking, doing construction work with a beer belly, socializing every day, and then sitting in your car without going upstairs. Zhou Jia thought it was true. There was a colleague in his department who was a year younger than him and was already married. He would smoke in the smoking room downstairs during his rest time every day. He looked very mature. Zhou Jia said, "Is it really that bad? Life hasn't gotten to that point yet. Are we even discussing emotional topics right now?" "No, I just mean you're really amazing." "Shut the hell up. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, where am I supposed to find you?" "Wait, so you just went through all that trouble to get her to help you, right?" After Li Jintao finished speaking, neither of them said anything. After a while, Zhou Jia said, "Don't always be so confused and hesitant. You can't arrange everything. The fact that you've been in so many relationships doesn't mean you're popular or that you're happy and fulfilled. It just proves that you don't have the ability to build a future with another person." Zhou Jia rarely spoke harshly, and it sounded like he was disciplining himself. Li Jintao watched the clouds for a while, his eyes reflecting the red cloud, which slowly drifted and rolled, eventually dispersing into a single mass. He stood up, stepping on his own shadow, as if forcefully stamping his determination. "You're right, I'll go find her." On the other side, the two girls had just stopped running. Chen Wanxin grabbed Zhang Jiashue's hand and pulled her to sit down on the bench. "Wait, don't run away." Chen Wanxin was panting. "The young people these days have such good stamina. They don't even consider the elderly like us. We can't keep up at all." She felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen after jogging for just a few steps. Although she usually does jogging exercises, Chen Wanxin has special paddling skills, and she really couldn't handle running at full speed. Zhang Jiashue's eyes were already red and swirling with tears. Chen Wanxin is actually quite good at dealing with the emotional problems of children younger than herself, since these issues are also resolved at school. Chen Wanxin patted Zhang Jiashue's shoulder and naturally pulled her into her arms. It seems this young girl really likes Li Jintao, even though she doesn't see what's so good about him. Zhang Jiashua cried, crying for Li Jintao's heartlessness and infidelity, her tears streaming down her face, and she said she wanted to take a knife and stab him. Chen Wanxin was startled. The next one was unacceptable. Chen Wanxin asked, "Why do you like him?" Chen Wanxin was still a little curious about this. There's always a reason behind everything. Zhang Jiashua then told Chen Wanxin the story of jumping into the river and the little parasol. Chen Wanxin thought about this matter. "Oh, it's an act of bravery. It doesn't seem so bad. But isn't this development a bit too stimulating? Why start with jumping into a river and stuff? Kids these days are under so much pressure." "No wonder. So this could be considered love at first sight." Zhang Jiashua put her feet together and placed them on the bench. "I know I'm a bit neurotic, and I know he has a lot of ex-girlfriends, but I don't think it really matters. I just don't know what to do." She said it in a low voice. "I've never been in a relationship, so I don't know what's right, but I need to know what he's doing on a regular basis, who he's chatting with, and what time he goes to bed and gets up." Chen Wanxin was dumbfounded. "Wait, is this how you date?" Zhang Jiashue's tone was tinged with sadness. "But he took apart my listening device and GPS device." Chen Wanxin rubbed her forehead, her professional instincts kicking in at this moment. Distance is very important in a relationship. You need to give your partner some space. Everyone has things they don't want others to see, so you have to be mindful of boundaries. While comforting Zhang Jiashua, Chen Wanxin also located Zhou Jiafa, telling him to stay calm and come quickly. "Don't worry too much. I'll help you discipline him if anything happens." The two people arrived very quickly. Chapter 121, I want to touch the teacher's face. Li Jintao slowly squatted down in front of Zhang Jiashua and took her hand. "Listen to me." Zhang Jiashua remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Go ahead and tell me." Li Jintao said, "Regarding cohabitation, my mother recently got sick and needs to have surgery, so I said I'd think about it later. Also, please don't transfer money to me." Zhang Jiashua asked, "Why?" "Because I have money." Li Jintao rubbed his forehead. "This is not about money." Zhang Jiashua bit her lip. "Okay, so what were you hiding from me all this time?" Li Jintao was dumbfounded. "What do you do?" Zhang Jiashua glared at him. "For example, what were you doing last Christmas?" "I couldn't reach you all day." Li Jintao remembered everything. He opened his eyes wide instantly, his back soaked with sweat, and glanced at Zhou Jia and Chen Wanxin. Zhou Jia glared back. Why are you looking at me? Speak up. Are you pretending to be mute? Li Jintao touched his head, looked at Zhang Jiaxue, and pointed at Zhou Jia. I followed him. Now the other three people all looked puzzled. What? Zhang Jiaxue glanced at Zhou Jia, then looked at Li Jintao. So you like him? Zhou Jia panicked. You can't just say that, young lady, it's really scary. Zhou Jia turned to Li Jintao. Why are you following me? Li Jintao said hesitantly. During that time, I thought you were dating someone, so I wanted to see who you were dating. I lost you at the subway station, and when I came back, I found that there was a parking ticket on my car. It was so embarrassing that I didn't say anything. I never expected that you were dating your teacher. Zhou Jia remained silent for a moment, then finally uttered two words. You deserve it. Chen Wanxin remembered that the person she was dating that day was herself, and she sneered. You seem to have a lot of free time. Li Jintao swallowed hard, wondering why he had ever followed Zhou Jia. He must have been bored out of his mind. Zhang Jiaxue exclaimed, Ah, teacher. Li Jintao gestured with his eyes to the two people over there. Yes, this is my high school Chinese teacher. Now it was Chen Wanxin's turn to fall silent. There's always a sense of awkwardness when you reveal your true identity. Zhang Jiaxue suddenly understood everything. Oh, no wonder, she said again. No wonder she always felt that Li Jintao was afraid of her. She suddenly understood everything. Zhou Jia also felt awkward and held Chen Wanxin's hand. You two can continue your conversation. Now that the matter is resolved, we'll be leaving. The two quickly made their escape. Zhou Jiaqin thought about it all, but he never expected that he was being followed by this amazing Li. Zhou Jia also called Li Jintao's mother to inquire about her health. The aunt was indeed doing well and was watching a TV series. Zhou Jia said he would visit her tomorrow, and the aunt agreed. After finishing the call, Chen Wanxin, standing next to Zhou Jia, fell into deep thought. Is there something wrong with my approach to dating? At this point, she began to have some doubts. Compared to other people, her relationship with Zhou Jia seemed much more ordinary, as if there were no thrilling stories. Zhou Jia slowly shook his head. Teacher, don't act like a teenage girl who cries her heart out over some melodramatic novel and then tells her friends. That's what love is all about. Chen Wanxin keenly grasped the key words in Zhou Jia's words. You mean I'm not young anymore? Zhou Jia immediately stood up straight. No, teacher, let's go. What would you like to eat tonight? This time, Chen Wanxin didn't pinch him, but instead let out a sigh. I always feel like I'm out of touch with the times. I don't understand anything. I've become a boring adult. I'll eat anything. Zhou Jia turned around and looked at Chen Wanxin. That's not true. He reached out and gently touched Chen Wanxin's head. Teacher, please don't think about strange things. My hand ran down Chen Wanxin's hair. The smooth strands felt wonderful to touch. Chen Wanxin froze, her face turning red. You. Chen Wanxin sometimes thinks that couples do a lot of things together. They hug, kiss, hold hands, and get their heads patted. Actually, it was a very ordinary and natural action, but Chen Wanxin still felt a little embarrassed in front of so many people. Zhou Jia's movements were gentle, but Chen Wanxin's mind was in turmoil. The last time she was touched was in a hotel, with just the two of them. She ran away that time. Now, she remembered that phrase again. This was blatant bullying by the inferior. Zhou Jia touched her for a long time, and Chen Wanxin felt like her head was about to burn through. Are you petting the cat for so long to smooth its fur? Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia, who then slowly withdrew his hand, and the two fell into a brief silence. Chen Wanxin was embarrassed and annoyed, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she grabbed Zhou Jia's hand and walked out. Honestly, you should at least tell them beforehand before doing something like this. Zhou Jia followed behind Chen Wanxin, feeling the lingering warmth and smooth touch on her hands, and still felt her heart beating a little fast. After dinner, Zhou Jia escorted Chen Wanxin home. The two held hands, and this time did not part downstairs, but naturally went to Chen Wanxin's home. Zhou Jia sat on the sofa. It feels like it's been ages since I last visited my teacher's house. Chen Wanxin pretended to be calm and smiled. It hasn't been that long. It's just that they haven't come to me to discuss work matters in a long time. Zhou Jia made the correction. Making games isn't work, Teacher, doing something out of interest or hobby certainly doesn't count as work. In fact, Zhou Jia found the process of making the product very enjoyable, and even enjoyed sitting in front of the computer in that silent, solitary world. He's like that most of the time. When someone becomes interested in something, like the original work of a game, they will first experience the game thoroughly, and then check the walkthrough to see if they have missed anything. That's how terrifying a complete collector is. In the end, they expand their interest to the production process and even fan works. The quiet moments during exploration, learning, and creation are very comfortable. With music playing in his headphones, he feels disconnected from the real world. Chun Wanxin sat on the edge of the bed, cupping her face in her hands as she looked at him. Really? That sounds just like you. By the way, would you like some water? Zhou Jia nodded and then stood up. It's okay, teacher, I can do it myself. Anyway, this place is pretty much like my own home. Zhou Jia's words were loaded with meaning, but Chun Wanxin glanced at him without calling him out on it. Zhou Jia got up, poured Chun Wanxin a glass of water, placed it on the small table, and the two started chatting. Chun Wanxin let out a natural sigh. It's so good that things can be resolved. Yes, but it wasn't a very serious matter to begin with. So different people date in different ways. I never thought of that before. Do you want your teacher to monitor your whereabouts? Okay, please make sure you put an anklet on me, the kind with a tracking function. Like Neil, the male lead in White Collar, who was originally a thief, and Pete, an FBI elite. It's a show with two male leads. After Pete catches the male lead, he puts a tracking shackle on him. This part is what my female friends are crazy about. Wait, Zhou Jia was just giving an example. He just happened to know these things. Chun Wanxin looked at Zhou Jia with a helpless expression. It's no fun to tease someone who's shameless. Zhou Jia turned around and looked at Chun Wanxin. Does the teacher prefer something more exciting? Chun Wanxin blushed. Well, now you're not even hiding your foul language anymore, huh? Zhou Jia hadn't actually thought of anything strange at all. I wasn't referring to any particular aspect. Teacher, you're thinking incorrectly. At this point, I have to bring up Foyin and Su Shi again. Chun Wanxin spat. They're just trying to glorify themselves. I didn't have any wild thoughts. Zhou Jia shook his head, indicating that he did not believe it. Just as Chun Wanxin was about to say something, she saw Zhou Jia suddenly become serious. He moved closer to her and sat down next to her, holding her hand as he spoke. If you feel that what I said made you uncomfortable, please tell me. Chun Wanxin tilted her head in confusion. What's the meaning? Zhou Jia said. Different people have different levels of acceptance for different things. If I say something that makes the teacher uncomfortable, the teacher must not secretly compromise in their heart, because I am his girlfriend, so I have to put up with it. If there is anything that you feel is inappropriate, I hope the teacher can speak directly. Chun Wanxin liked Zhou Jia very much because he was always very thoughtful. Why do we have to think so much about these kinds of things? She was too gentle. Chun Wanxin lowered her eyebrows slightly and asked, blushing. So, is there anything you feel is inappropriate? Anything you want to say or do to the teacher? Chun Wanxin became curious. Communication is also an important part of a relationship. Zhou Jia looked at Chun Wanxin's profile and mustered up her courage. Can I touch the teacher's face? The image involuntarily flashed into Chun Wanxin's mind, and her heart skipped a beat. What kind of strange request was this? But she finally raised her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her eyes filled with tears, and looked at Zhou Jia, whispering, Is that so? Go ahead and touch it. Chapter 122 The Girl's Face. White light fell from above, illuminating Chun Wanxin's hair. She sat upright, her right hand resting on her knee, looking fully prepared. Her silver earrings reflected the light from the chandelier and swayed gently twice. Her face was flushed, and her soft lips were slightly parted. At this moment, Zhou Jia stretched out his right hand, which took a long time to traverse the short distance in the air before finally landing on Chun Wanxin's cheek. Zhou Jia's heart raced as he felt Chun Wanxin's soft, smooth cheeks, which felt incredibly comfortable. The teacher's face is so soft. The actual feel of it was completely different from what I had imagined. It was a warm water bag, mutton fat, and jade. I couldn't put it down. Chun Wanxin, with Zhou Jia cupping her face, felt extremely embarrassed, frozen in place, feeling weak and passive. I really got touched. His hands are so big. I always felt like one hand could completely cut my profile. It's so hot. However, Chen Wanxin had difficulty distinguishing whether it was Zhou Jia's hand that was hot or her own face. The two remained frozen in place for a moment. Chen Wanxin raised her eyes, glanced at Zhou Jia, and then slowly lowered her gaze again. Zhou Jia started moving his hand, gently stroking Chen Wanxin's cheek, feeling every inch of her skin. His fingers slid down the soft lines from beside her eyelashes to her chin. Chen Wanxin's face turned even redder. No, it's one thing to touch, but why is he touching her so meticulously? And why was his method so strange and vulgar? Thinking about it carefully, what's the difference between that technique and petting a cat? Every time she pets a cat, she does it like this, touches the side of its face, and then extends 2 fingers to scratch its chin. Chen Wanxin secretly bit her lip, thinking that if Zhou Jia scratched her chin with his fingers, she would bite him. She thought it was some strange game between couples, and just like that, all the powder was ripped off. Chen Wanxin's heart seemed to be controlled by his large hand, turning up and down. Zhou Jia touched her for a while, and Chen Wanxin's face got hotter and hotter. It used to be the teacher touching the student, but now the student was touching the teacher. It was so strange. She didn't move, nor did she say no. She was just a little confused. After touching her left cheek, Zhou Jia switched to touching her right cheek with her other hand, still with meticulous care and gentleness, but also with a touch of lewdness. Chen Wanxin didn't understand. It always made her face seem like something worth cherishing. Chen Wanxin let Zhou Jia touch her face, occasionally glaring at him. After a while, Zhou Jia stopped stroking her face, cupped Chen Wanxin's face in his left hand, and looked at him with tender eyes. If this continues, it will eventually turn into kissing. Although I really want to. She looked at Zhou Jia, thinking she should put up a fight, and whispered something. What kind of perverted hobby is this? I never thought you could touch me for so long. It felt like 10 minutes had passed. Zhou Jia shook his head. No, it's normal. Couples are all like that. And to be honest, this is the first time I've ever touched a girl's face. Chen Wanxin was completely bewildered. Oh, really? What do you mean by girl? Who taught you to use that word? You mean you haven't touched other girls before? Her tone rose subtly, as if she were somewhat pleased. Zhou Jia shook his head. No, how could such a thing happen? I've never been in a relationship. Besides, I don't really have this kind of weird fetish. I just want to touch the teacher. Chen Wanxin spat. I don't believe it. But she was drawn into Zhou Jia's rhythm. Chen Wanxin asked, would you be happy doing this? I don't quite understand some things, and I want to know his thoughts. Zhou Jia nodded. Of course I'm happy. Besides, if I said I wasn't happy, I'd get pinched right away. I'm not going to do something like getting the benefit and then acting innocent. A hint of helplessness flashed across Chen Wanxin's face. I wouldn't pinch you. It makes it seem like I'm always bullying you. Why are you so happy about this tea? Zhou Jia thought for a moment. Overall, I'm not just happy because I touched her face, but because I saw another side of my teacher. I'm happy because I possessed her, and at the same time, I'm able to do more things with her. Chen Wanxin's mind was completely blank. What else is that? Zhou Jia cupped Chen Wanxin's face and gently lifted her head slightly. Teacher. Chen Wanxin was forced to look at Zhou Jia with resentment. Rogue. More importantly, his assertiveness made Chen Wanxin a little uncomfortable. Where is my silly, adorably clumsy student? How did it become like this? Chen Wanxin was being teased, and her heart was in turmoil. Everything was self-evident, and an enchanting atmosphere slowly spread throughout the room. Chen Wanxin gave Zhou Jia a resentful look. He didn't ask, and indeed, there was no need to ask. Chen Wanxin closed her eyes. Zhou Jia leaned down and kissed Chen Wanxin. His hands were still cupping Chen Wanxin's face, his fingers gently gliding across her cheeks, a tenderness that stirred her entire heart. Chen Wanxin's lips were taken. Zhou Jia's kiss was more passionate and possessive than before. First, he used his lips to occupy Chen Wanxin's lips, and then he began to gently bite her lips, using more force than usual. Chen Wanxin's lips were being teased, and she couldn't help but let out a soft sound. When she realized that her voice was coming from nowhere, her head turned even redder. This is entirely Zhou Jia's fault. Chen Wanxin thought to herself, it's all his fault. He made her make strange noises, and when did his kisses become so skilled? Chen Wanxin's right hand moved, grabbing Zhou Jia's clothes. Her fingers, like a rock climber, slowly climbed up Zhou Jia's clothes, finally landing on Zhou Jia's back, grabbing his shoulder blades and squeezing that part of his back into a ball. Zhou Jia's left hand was still holding Chen Wanxin's face. While kissing, she unconsciously wanted to keep stroking her. The teacher was different at this time. Although she usually pretended to be an adult, she appeared delicate and cute when kissing. The house was very quiet, and the temperature in April was just right, warm and pleasant. Occasionally a breeze blows through, and with the window open, the thin curtains flutter in the wind. After a while, Zhou Jia released his lips, but his hands were still cupping Chen Wanxin's face. Chen Wanxin's eyes were glazed over as she glared at Zhou Jia with a reproachful expression. Is it really that nice to touch? How long are you going to keep touching it? Perhaps because of the kiss, her voice had become sweet and coquettish, with a higher pitch and a softer volume. Zhou Jia pinched Chen Wanxin's cheek. Chen Wanxin was even more annoyed, taking an inch and wanting a mile. Zhou Jia answered in Chen Wanxin's ear. They are unwilling to let go and want to possess their teacher forever. Chen Wanxin could understand Zhou Jia's thoughts. She felt she couldn't remain passive, so she looked at Zhou Jia and kissed him. The two kissed and hugged again, pressing themselves tightly together. The kiss grew more and more passionate, and Chen Wanxin lost her balance and fell onto the bed. Chapter 123, How Much Do You Like Me? Both of them were enveloped in this tender affection. After all, they were a couple deeply in love, and at this moment, they naturally couldn't help but want to kiss each other more. Zhou Jia's hand touched Chen Wanxin's clothes, messing up the hem of her round neck shirt. Chen Wanxin's face flushed red as she felt his aggressiveness at that moment. I haven't said yes yet. But Zhou Jia seemed to have heard Chen Wanxin's words, and his hand remained on Chen Wanxin's waist without moving. The once gentle and mature teacher now lies on the bed, shyly leaning against him, her fingers gripping his shoulders as she kisses him. Zhou Jia's feelings had matured, and he leaned close to Chen Wanxin's ear, breathing heavily on her, and finally called out that name. Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin froze, feeling a surge of heat rush to her head, and was extremely embarrassed. He called my name. He called my name. Although it's normal for couples to call each other by name, Chen Wanxin had a small expectation that Zhou Jia would no longer call her teacher, but would call her in another way. But when Zhou Jiazhen actually shouted it out, Chen Wanxin still felt she couldn't take it. Zhou Jia seemed to be doing it on purpose, blowing hot air into Chen Wanxin's ear, making Chen Wanxin's ear ticklish. Zhou Jia called Chen Wanxin's name again, right next to her ear. Chen Wanxin, you're so cute. Chen Wanxin clutched her head in her heart, squatted down, and whispered with a flushed face. You idiot. It was just a different way of saying it, but it made Chen Wanxin feel like her head was burning hot, and her fingernails dug into Zhou Jia's clothes. Zhou Jia's hand reached up again, naturally cupping Chen Wanxin's face. Her mind was completely confused. He's just a student. How can he be so arrogant? Chen Wanxin finally couldn't take it anymore, and bit her lip as she looked at Zhou Jia. Don't go too far. Chen Wanxin pushed Zhou Jia's shoulders with her hands, turned him over, then spread her arms and looked down at Zhou Jia. Strands of hair fell along her face, landing on Zhou Jia's face, the tips of which touched his skin, making him feel a little itchy. The ceiling light was blocked, with only a few rays of light shining through from behind her. Chen Wanxin reached out her right hand and touched Zhou Jia's face, her expression clearly showing some resentment. You only know how to touch the teacher. I'm going to get my revenge today. Her pretty fingers kept stroking Zhou Jia's face as she retaliated. Zhou Jia lay there, letting the teacher rub his face. He didn't care at all. In fact, he thought the teacher was really cute when she was throwing a tantrum. Feeling her movements is like feeling her emotions, her heart. Chen Wanxin glared at Zhou Jia, then slowly leaned down and kissed him. Yes, she needed to take the initiative. She couldn't just passively accept Zhou Jia's kiss. By the third kiss, what was once an awkward experience had become a familiar one. I knew how to gently bite the other person's lips with my own, and how to hold them close. She lay on top of Zhou Jia, her soft body pressed tightly against him. Zhou Jia's hand naturally rested on the back of Chen Wanxin's hand, moving upwards along her clothes until it landed on her back. Chen Wanqing usually pays great attention to her posture. Her back is straight and smooth. Zhou Jia's hand climbed all the way to the top of the ridge and rested on the back of her shoulder blade. So slender, so thin and delicate. Zhou Jia unconsciously felt that, in comparison, the teacher was excessively slender. Chen Wanqing's breathing became noticeably heavier, and Zhou Jia could feel the rise and fall in front of him. It was Chen Wanqing's increasingly heavy breathing, with a soft touch, which made him unable to help but let his mind wander. This is the distance between lovers, kissing close to each other, lying on top of each other while kissing, without caring about anything else, and even kissing with more force. Chen Wanqing thought Zhou Jia's face was quite easy to pinch, more comfortable than she had imagined. The world was quiet, with the occasional sound of a car passing by outside. Inside, it was completely still, and the only sound was each other's breathing. Chen Wanqing was glad that Zhou Jia hadn't done anything inappropriate. At least, in her view, it was a sign of respect. Chen Wanqing still needed some time to prepare herself mentally, even though she was already an adult. Thinking about it this way, becoming an adult has nothing to do with age. Some things others have already experienced long ago, like my best friend, who is now raising children, while I am still stuck in the same place, wandering back and forth, as if I am living in the past. Chen Wanqing often feels like she is a person abandoned by the times. The things she likes can no longer keep up with the speed of the world's changes. She reads the same few books over and over again, and the things she does are not much different from before. One day when she went out, she discovered that there was wireless charging at the bus stop, and realized that the outside world had evolved to this extent, but her memory was still stuck on landline phones. Yes, it's a landline phone. Back then, to contact someone, you would open a notebook with your friend's name and phone number written down. On the weekend, you would press the dial button, and each time you pressed a button on the landline, it would make a corresponding accordion-like sound. When you call, it's usually an adult in the other person's family who answers the phone. I'm Luo Jiaying's mother. Who are you looking for? Oh, you're Chen Wanqing? Wait a moment, I'll call Luo Jiaying over. At that moment, Luo Jiaying's mother shouted loudly on the other end of the phone, followed by her best friend's voice. Where should we go this afternoon? Let's go to the roller skating rink. Okay. At that time, there was a large skating rink near her home. Unlike roller skates, the skates were heavy red and looked like small cars. The roller skating rink wasn't expensive, only 10 yuan per person, and you could skate as much as you wanted. At that time, Chen Wanqing was standing in the rink, watching the older brothers and sisters around her gracefully skating backwards with their hands behind their backs. She thought it was extremely cool, just like those graceful dancers on TV. Now I'm an adult, even older than my older brothers and sisters back then, and thinking about it now, it feels a bit surreal. People always experience things that seem reasonable, but are things they never expected. Chen Wanqing opened her eyes groggily and looked at Zhou Jia. She didn't say anything, burying her head on Zhou Jia's shoulder. Only this fool in front of her would silently wait for her, who was just as foolish. They lingered in the cracks of time, amidst the hurried crowds, loving each other. Zhou Jia placed his hand on Chen Wanqing's head and gently stroked her hair. After a while, Chen Wanqing asked Zhou Jia, "How much do you like me?" Zhou Jia thought of some words about eternity, like the sea drying up and the rocks crumbling, and finally said them. "I like you to the point of marking the boat to find the sword. Time is like water, propelling the boat forward. I carved a mark called love on the boat. I know I can't find that sword, but in the end I still jumped into the river. Teacher, that's how much I like you. I like you so much that it's stupid." Chen Wanqing smiled. "How stupid?" "So silly, so cute." She smiled gently, then asked another question. "Do you want to know how much I like you?" Zhou Jia turned around and looked into Chen Wanqing's bright eyes, asking, "So, how much does the teacher like me?" Chen Wanqing took a deep breath and mustered her courage. She covered her mouth with her hand, like a small megaphone, and gently, slowly, and softly called his name. Zhou Jia, I love you. Chapter 124 by Yue Guang. It means to notice, to have a good impression, to like, to love. It's a gesture of comfort, an unconscious physical contact and care, holding his hand, and a passionate kiss. At this moment, Chen Wanqing was absolutely certain of her thoughts. It wasn't a momentary surge of lust, nor was it because she had gone mad from kissing so passionately. She considered herself a fairly calm and rational woman in this regard, and she would always stand in one place and hesitate for a long time, while someone would slowly approach her. He didn't say harshly, "Hey, don't stay in the same place anymore. Look how boring it is that you don't go anywhere." He didn't grab my hand or pull me outside. He simply pulled out a small stool from somewhere, sat down, and started chatting with himself from time to time. Chen Wanxin linked arms with Zhou Jia, pressed her body against him, and looked at him with a gentle smile. At this moment, Zhou Jia's body was clearly stiff. The teacher's direct approach left him a little dizzy, causing him to briefly freeze and utter a single sentence. "Yes, I love my teacher too." Chen Wanxin has a better understanding of Zhou Jia's personality. Despite his usual eloquence, he is often very passive and dull in such situations. Chen Wanxin chuckled inwardly at his behavior, guessing that because she was his teacher, her boyfriend would always restrain himself intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Wanxin's thigh was pressed against Zhou Jia's thigh. Her right hand was naturally placed on Zhou Jia's chest, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned. What an idiot. She acted as if she were drunk, and even her movements were different from usual. Zhou Jia felt like she was being teased. "I'm not stupid at all. Everyone says I'm silly, but I'm actually very clever." He looked into Chen Wanxin's eyes and recited Bauer's famous line. The two were very close, almost nose to nose, and after a passionate kiss, the atmosphere was warm and intimate. Chen Wanxin slowly moved her right hand from Zhou Jia's chest to his forehead, happily brushing his hair aside, making Zhou Jia look more energetic. "Is it really that clever? Actually, I've always been curious. Haven't you ever liked anyone else all these years?" Zhou Jia shook her head, her hair brushing against the blanket, her answer quick and firm. Without hearing this, Chen Wanxin's tone became a little cheerful. "Really? Don't lie. I won't get angry over something so trivial." Chen Wanxin thinks this is normal. People will always encounter outstanding people as they grow up. In high school, you may think that person is so beautiful and wonderful, but that's just because you're stuck in the same space. Once you step out, you'll find that there are always better and more beautiful people out there. Zhou Jia wondered what kind of torture this was, and then shook his head. "I always felt that the second half of the sentence was completely unbelievable. It really didn't happen. There must be someone who likes you, right? Have you ever received a love letter? Tell your teacher about it." "Teacher, isn't it a bit too much of a mood killer for the two of us to talk about this while we're lying in bed?" No, I want to know. Okay, my little boyfriend." Chen Wanxin playfully flicked Zhou Jia's arm, the last word trailing off with a slight upward inflection. It was all on purpose. Zhou Jia melted. Zhou Jia then thought back for a moment and began to tell Chen Wanxin stories from the past. "I received a love letter from a classmate in the next class when I was in junior high school. I was called out of the classroom and thought I had done something wrong and was going to the office. But a girl turned around and handed me a letter. The only problem was that I didn't know that classmate at all." Chen Wanxin moved closer and stared at Zhou Jia. "You're so popular? You even attract girls from the next class? Well, that makes sense. You're eloquent, handsome, and have good grades. To receive love letters so early on, what were you thinking at the time?" Zhou Jia held Chen Wanxin's hand, preventing her from continuing to fidget with her hair, and instead held it in front of him to prevent anyone from acting impulsively. "I didn't have any ideas. I was in a hurry to go back and fold paper airplanes. Folding paper was popular in my class at the time. The paper airplanes we folded could fly 50 meters. The ones folded with machine-readable cards were the best. They had the right stiffness and were the right size." Chen Wanxin was silent for a moment. He really was just a little kid. "I'm more interested in knowing if there are any after high school." Zhou Jia licked his lips, feeling uneasy. "Do you really want to tell me?" Saying this is tantamount to admitting it. Chen Wanxin nodded. Zhou Jia slowly began to speak. "She was from the next class, but this time we met. We were classmates in junior high, then separated into different classes in high school. When we graduated, she told me that she had always liked me. We also met in college, during an off-campus activity." Zhou Jia didn't mention his name. After all, it was a long time ago. Chen Wanxin asked, "Have you never thought about dating them? Young girls are more comfortable chatting with, right?" Zhou Jia reached out and hugged Chen Wanxin. No, and there's no particular reason for it. He whispered in Chen Wanxin's ear. I just like teachers. Chen Wanxin raised her eyebrows. Looking at Zhou Jia with affection, her face flushed. What an idiot. Does that mean the teacher is your ideal woman girlfriend? Zhou Jia shook his head, his answer now very decisive. No. Chen Wanxin responded with an oh. All right. If it doesn't count, then it doesn't count. I didn't particularly want to be the white moonlight, ideal love interest. Zhou Jia said. The white moonlight is something that can only be longed for but never reached. But I have already embraced my teacher. Chen Wanxin's face turned even redder. This person's mouth. She raised her eyebrows slightly and glared at Zhou Jia, then reached out and gently pinched his waist, her heart filled with joy. Zhou Jia coughed lightly and touched Chen Wanxin's forehead with his own. Chen Wanxin saw through Zhou Jia's intentions. No more kissing. After a pause, Chen Wanxin spoke again. I want to kiss you somewhere else. While Zhou Jia was lost in thought, Chen Wanxin moved closer to Zhou Jia's neck. I want to give you strawberries. She spoke softly, whispering in Zhou Jia's ear, kissing the side of Zhou Jia's neck, and forcefully leaving a hickey. Zhou Jia, holding Chen Wanxin, was also feeling a little dizzy. Looking back on that day, all he remembered was Chen Wanxin awkwardly biting his neck, a scene that felt incredibly beautiful. There were even embarrassing moments later on where he drooled. Chen Wanxin blushed and said that it was just an accident and told him to forget about it. I can't remember anything, I'm sure of it. The next day, after getting off work, Zhou Jia went to visit Li Jintao's mother. Li's mother was lying in the hospital watching Empresses in the Palace and was laughing heartily. Before leaving, Li's mother invited Zhou Jia to come to her house next time, as if she were visiting her own home. Zhou Jia said she would definitely come again, and for several days in a row, she returned to her busy life. Zhou Jia looked at the gradually improving prototype of the game and fell into thought. Thursday. Today, Zhou Jia was not at his workstation, nor was he there. Instead, he appeared near Lin Xuehui's workstation. Lin Xuehui sat in her seat eating fried noodles, which was her breakfast. She sighed as she ate. It always felt like a very strange sight. It is indeed a rather peculiar sight. Lin Xuehui didn't loosen her chopsticks, turned around, and asked vaguely. What's wrong, Miao? Elun. Zhou Jia said. Hey, want to come to my place after get off work? Lin Xuehui's eyes widened suddenly, and she hugged herself tightly. Wait, boss, what are you doing? A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. Please don't sexually harass your colleague, okay? Or is it that your cousin's desires are no longer satisfying you? Heavens. Zhou Jia stuffed the pineapple bun in his hand into Lin Xuehui's mouth. Is this something a human being should say? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xuehui took a bite of the pineapple bun with a sound, and her mind returned to normal after eating. Okay, so what is it? Chapter 125, but. Zhou Jia said. I just wanted to invite you to play the game and gather some feedback. Lin Xuehui understood. Oh, so that's what it is. I thought it was something strange. Boss, you should have told me sooner. You made me think in strange directions. Zhou Jia clenched his fists. No, I want to know what kind of stuff you usually watch. How come your head is filled with nothing but this lewd garbage? Lin Xuehui pondered for a moment. It's nothing more than everyday conversations I learned from some romantic comedy games. Chalo, Angle, Omega. Lin Xuehui winked and made a peace sign, looking like a chibi character. Holy crap, there's a Yuzu fan. Lin Xuehui corrected Zhou Jia. I still have games and food in my head. You know what food and sex are? It's about people like me who face their desires in a simple way, eating, drinking, and having fun. Zhou Jiaxing felt a little helpless and chuckled. That's great. Just don't say anything weird next time. Lin Xuehui shrugged. Okay, Sai. Is this what it's like to be in love? I used to be able to talk about anything and everything, but now I can't say anything. I feel a little sad for no reason. I'll be more careful in the future. Zhou Jia panicked. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by not being averse to meat or vegetables? I've stopped you from saying strange things before. Lin Xuehui pointed to herself. Am I alone tonight? Zhou Jia shook his head. No, I also want to call Li Jintao. And I should also call his girlfriend. Lin Xuehui chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous in this regard. Even if Sister Chen finds out, She probably won't say anything. I underestimated you. Zhou Jia was speechless. Don't make it sound like I really have ulterior motives. Zhou Jia turned around and went to Li Jintao's side again. Li Jintao looks to be in great spirits today. Zhou Jia held onto his chair. So, has everything been resolved? Li Jintao nodded. I guess so. By the way, I might be getting married. 3 big question marks appeared on Zhou Jia's head. WTF, bro, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? What kind of joke is this? Li Jintao turned around. It's all thanks to you. Now it was Zhou Jia's turn to point to his nose and stretch his neck. It looks exactly like an emoji. Li Jintao nodded. We recently had a good talk and reached a historic reconciliation. She packed those listening devices into 2 boxes and threw them all away. Then we went to visit my mother together. Zhou Jia nodded. Is your girlfriend really an FBI agent? Isn't filling 2 suitcases a bit too much? Then what? Li Jintao said. When we arrived at the hospital, my mom immediately sat up. She looked at my girlfriend with great satisfaction and even told us to get married as soon as possible. Zhou Jia was silent for a moment. Are you kidding me? What kind of development is this? But it seems that meeting the parents is basically equivalent to getting married. But dude, this is too fast. I'm not mentally prepared. Zhou Jia clapped his hands, applauding mercilessly. Congratulations. When are you planning to have your wedding? Li Jintao glanced at his phone. Within 6 months, maybe around the National Day holiday. She's been choosing a time recently, saying she hopes it can be done as soon as possible. May Day is definitely too late. After all, a wedding is a big event, and it basically takes about 6 months to prepare, at the very least 3 months. Zhou Jia understood that this was for real. Lin Shuhui was delighted. There would be a banquet to enjoy. Li Jintao raised an eyebrow. Don't just look at me. Shouldn't you also consider this? Well, the teacher is getting on in years. You two must have discussed this before. Zhou Jia shook his head. Not a single word has been spoken. Now it was Li Jintao's turn to remain silent. So what do you guys usually do? Zhou Jia refuted this. We've only just started talking, haven't we? Zhou Jia, who usually eats rouge in various ways, shifted her neck a little guiltily, thinking that after a few days, the hickeys wouldn't be too obvious. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. These things can't be rushed. Zhou Jia thought that the 2 of them were deeply in love, but they had to take things one step at a time when it came to marriage. It's all right. Can you and your girlfriend come to my house tonight? Li Jintao's face showed confusion. What would I do at your house? Play Ludo? Zhou Jia said. I still need to gather some feedback on the matter I asked your girlfriend about before. Li Jintao nodded. No problem. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Jia's house became lively. Since Zhou's parents were not home, the group went straight into Zhou Jia's bedroom. Zhou Jia turned on his computer, and his project files were displayed on the screen. 3 people sat behind him. The game screen opened, and Zhou Jia stood up. Who wants to go first? Lin Shuhui raised her hand. I'll do it. Zhou Jia gave up his seat, and Lin Shuhui sat down in the chair. Lin Shuhui opened the game. The story begins in a comic book style. A pitch-black rainy night. A bolt of lightning rips through the sky, tearing everything apart. Even the comic book pages are split in 2. Then a towering castle appeared, raindrops shimmered, and the sound of rainy nights filled the air. The sound was from free materials Zhou Jia found online, and the comic was a simple sketch he drew himself, something even a 3-year-old could draw, with an overall pixel art style. This level of complexity is not particularly high. It mainly involves creating a diagram and then adding some post-processing, which is quite good as a guide. Lin Shuhui held the controller. She still preferred using a controller when playing games and followed the instructions to press the A button. A demonic hand darted out and carried the princess away from the castle, thus ending the story. The scene brightened slightly, and a knight wielding a sword appeared in the arena. The knight, under manipulation, meets with the king, and the conversation begins, as Lin Shuhui recounts. The art style in this part is pretty good. It always reminds me of Cuphead. It looks quite interesting. Zhou Jia sat in the back, listening to the comments, and was actually a little nervous. Really? But the game content definitely won't be that difficult. Cuphead's art style is truly fantastic, and Zhou Jia even has official Cuphead illustrations. He always seems to spend money on unexpected things. Lin Shuai was immersed in the game, controlling the knight as she traversed the roads, the town in the background receding behind her. The knight's movements were incredibly agile, as if she were cutting melons and vegetables. Lin Shuai talked as she played. Playing this always reminds me of playing Muramasa, the Demon Blade. It's so much fun, much better than I expected. Lin Shuai was generous with her praise. Lin Shuai asked another question. Speaking of which, do you know Muramasa, the Demon Blade? Zhou nodded. I know, I definitely know. The voice actress for Momoheim is Miyuki Savari. I was stunned when I heard that. The Demon Village is a game from over 10 years ago, a side-scrolling action game developed by Vanillaware. The game features several demon swords, which are used as weapons. You can draw them and start mowing down enemies, killing and fighting. It's fun and satisfying, with beautiful graphics and amazing voice acting by Miyuki. You might not know who Vanillaware is if I mention Muramasa, the Demon Blade, but you should know who Vanillaware is if I mention 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, as it's also a work by the same company. Lin Shuai played for a while longer before speaking.